Great Emperor Myriad Chapter 1076 to Chapter 1160. You're courting death. The ancestor of Star Palace revealed a cold murderous intention in his eyes. The violent starlight divine power around him exploded and a vast starry sky seemed to appear behind him. A silver ancient sword appeared in his palm. It was surrounded by bright light and boundless divine power. Suddenly, it slashed down at Xianxia. The sword swept across the 9 heavens like a Milky Way descending. It emitted a sharp light that could destroy everything. Everyone's hearts were in their mouths. Would the mysterious young man who had just appeared be a match for the ancestor of Star Palace? Rumble. Xianxia's gaze was extremely calm. Although the halberd in his hand was formed by lightning, it seemed real. It contained unfathomable divine power as it pressed down on the ancestor of Star Palace. The halberd was surrounded by purple lightning dragons and contained an unimaginable power. When it hit the silver ancient sword, it instantly caused the boundless starlight to explode. Gotcha. The moment they came into contact, the ancestor of Star Palace's expression changed greatly. He felt a power that was hard for him to resist coming from the halberd. However, before he could react, the silver ancient sword in his hand suddenly exploded into pieces. The bright halberd landed and it was as if it had slashed the universe into two. Boom! The ancestor of Star Palace stood in the void in a daze. With a loud bang, his body exploded into a bloody fog. Even his primordial spirit was completely destroyed. His soul dispersed and there was nothing left of him. Xianxia held the halberd in his hand and was surrounded by lightning dragons. Golden light shone brightly. His black hair fluttered and his gaze was bright but indifferent. He was like a god of war who controlled the lightning in the universe. He emitted a sharp light that no one dared to look at him directly. Everyone was stunned. Xianyuan Mountain was dead silent. That was the ancestor of Star Palace, the strongest expert in Star Palace. He was an old monster who had lived for more than 10,000 years. Yet, he had been blown up by a halberd just like that. Who exactly was this young man? Could he really be a god from above the 9 heavens? Titled supreme martial artist stood at the peak of humanity and possessed supreme power and status. Even if a few titled supreme martial artists joined forces, it would be hard to say that they could kill a titled supreme martial artist completely. However, Xianxia's attack had broken everyone's understanding. Who are you? Immortal General Blackwater's eyes were filled with horror as his voice trembled unconsciously. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recognize the young man in front of him. When did such a terrifying young expert appear on the War God continent? The worst thing was that he actually wanted to stand up for Lu Jianni. Killer Boy, Emperor Tomb Corpse King, and Immovable Wisdom King all had shocked expressions on their faces. They could no longer remain calm. Although the ancestor of the Star Palace was the weakest out of the 4 of them, they were unable to kill the ancestor of the Star Palace as easily as Xianxia had. Therefore, their hearts were filled with incomparable fear. Big brother, you're amazing. Luo Jingluan and Luo Xiaodai were also shocked, especially Jingluan, whose eyes were filled with disbelief. Although Jingluan felt that this seemingly elegant youth wasn't simple, he didn't expect him to be so terrifying. Killing a titled supreme martial artist with one move, this was unprecedented. Luo Xiaodai widened her eyes and said excitedly. Who is this person? It was not just the people from the War God Temple and the martial Holy Lands. Even Long Out Yen, the Moon God, the Phoenix Maiden, Lu Jianni, and the others were confused. This time, the War God Temple had sent out 4 titled supreme martial artists to kill Lu Jianni. This was beyond everyone's expectations. However, this young man who had appeared out of nowhere was filled with an unfamiliar aura. This guy can't be my cousin, right? Long Out Yen looked at Xianxia suspiciously. However, regardless of appearance or aura, there was nothing similar about him. Moreover, he had never heard that Xianxia knew any lightning-based martial arts. Moon Goddess and Phoenix Lady were suspicious as well. They stared at Xianxia, trying to see if there was anything wrong with him. Although Xianxia's appearance and aura had changed drastically, a woman's 6th sense was unreasonable. They felt that the young man in front of them was definitely related to Xianxia. Xianxia looked calm. He didn't even look at Long Out Yen and the others. The reason he had changed his aura was because he didn't want to reunite with them so quickly. Xianxia had a feeling that the War God Temple's backup plan wasn't as simple as it seemed. This was especially true for the legendary war god. He had to hide his identity and find out the war god temple's conspiracy to give them a fatal blow. Ling Xiao is my friend. How dare you bully his disciple? Get over here and accept your death. Today, all of you will die. Ling Xiao said calmly. His voice reverberated in the void like a thunderclap, containing vast divine power. Arrogant. Killer Boy, the king of corpse kings, and the immovable wisdom king's eyes darkened, revealing a trace of cold killing intent. They had also sensed Ling Xiao's cultivation level. He was also a titled supreme martial artist like them. So what if a titled supreme martial artist was powerful? When the three of them joined forces, they could even fight against the deities of the war god temple. Why would they be afraid of a titled supreme martial artist? As for Ling Xiao killing the star ancestor in one move, they felt that Ling Xiao must have used a secret skill that cost him a lot. He wanted to intimidate the crowd. The three of them were the masters of the Saint Lands and had lived for countless years. How could they be scared away by Ling Xiao? Brat, you are arrogant. I don't care where you come from. You have offended the ancestor, so you must die. Brothers, let's kill him together. Killer Boy said sinisterly, revealing a trace of cold killing intent in his eyes. Boom, Killer Boy threw a punch at Ling Xiao. His body was surrounded by a bloody light. It was as if there was no sound at all. It was like a bloody ray of divine light, shooting directly at Ling Xiao's chest. At the same time, the bloody robe on Killer Boy's body emitted a dazzling light and exploded. A vast sea of blood covered the area. Whoosh, a bloody dagger that was as thin as a cicada's wing appeared in Killer Boy's other hand. It contained a trace of ancient and sharp divine power as it pierced toward Ling Xiao's glabella. Although Killer Boy said that, he did not underestimate Ling Xiao at all. His first move was a thunderous one, whether it was the bloody robe on his body or the dagger in his hand. They were supreme artifacts that had been passed down from the Netherworld Pavilion since the antiquity times. They contained immense power. Kill! The King of Corpse Kings and the immovable Wisdom King shouted at the same time and charged toward Ling Xiao. The immovable Wisdom King stepped into the void, surrounded by flowers and golden lotuses. He lowered his head and chanted a mysterious sutra. As the chanting grew louder and louder, his aura also became more and more terrifying and vast, like an eternal Buddha. An Akalanatha seal pressed down towards the sky, like an immortal divine mountain, incomparably terrifying. The three titled supreme martial artists attacked at the same time. Furthermore, it was a killing move. They wanted to kill Ling Xiao completely with lightning speed. The three of them were titled supreme martial artists. The Netherworld Pavilion, Emperor Tomb Mountain, and Wisdom King Temple had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years. They all had flawless divine artifacts. They had unleashed their full strength and activated their flawless divine artifacts. They had extremely terrifying power. You're courting death. Ling Xiao said calmly with a sharp glint in his eyes. Boom, the sky halberd shone brightly with purple thunderbolts. Ling Xiao raised the sky halberd and the thunderbolts around him surged toward Killer Boy. The sky halberd stirred up huge waves in the vast blood sea. The blood sea rose and the terrifying corrosive divine power rushed toward Ling Xiao. However, it was all shattered by the thunderbolts. The sky halberd was invincible. It crossed the void and collided with the crimson dagger in Killer Boy's hand. Buzz, the crimson dagger was called the Blood God Saber. It was said to be made from the bones of the ancient blood god. It could devour the essence blood of others and contained the power to mess up one's spiritual soul. The blood god saber emitted a ghastly wail. It wanted to rush into Ling Xiao's consciousness sea and corrupt his primordial spirit. However, Ling Xiao's expression did not change. The sky halberd stood on the blood god saber and emitted a dazzling light. An unparalleled divine power burst out. Killer Boy's expression changed and he could not help but step back. Boom, Ling Xiao threw a punch. The chaotic thunderbolts gathered on his fist and rushed toward Killer Boy. What? Killer Boy's expression changed. At this moment, he realized how powerful Ling Xiao was. It was a sense of helplessness as if he was facing the power of heaven. Without thinking, he stabbed the blood god saber in his hand toward Ling Xiao's fist. At the same time, he activated his crimson robe, clang, The sound of metal clashing could be heard as Ling Zhao's fist landed on the blood god's saber. The blood god's saber trembled violently and failed to pierce through Ling Zhao's palm. Instead, Ling Zhao's fist pushed Killer Boy's arm away and landed on his chest. Puff, Killer Boy spat out a mouthful of blood as if he had been struck by lightning. His face instantly turned pale, and his eyes were filled with horror. If it wasn't for the fact that the blood-red robe on his body had a terrifying defensive power, Ling Zhao's punch would have killed him instantly. Rumble, four incomparably ferocious sky corpses pounced towards Ling Xiao. Their bodies were filled with a deathly aura and contained a powerful corpse poison that made one's heart tremble. Their fingernails were sharp and were purplish-green in color. If the sky corpses were to cut open one's skin, even a supreme being expert would find it difficult to withstand the poison of the sky corpses. Above his head, the Akalanatha seal shone brightly like a Buddha trying to purify the world, emitting an endless amount of Buddhist light. Scram! A sharp light flashed in Ling Zhao's eyes. The heavenly halberd exploded with lightning and was swept away by him like a long rod. Boom! A terrifying force burst out at an extremely fast speed. The heavenly halberd struck the four ferocious sky corpses. Terrifying lightning exploded and turned the deathly aura and corpse poison into nothingness. When the powerful lightning entered the bodies of the four sky corpses, their bodies trembled violently. Then, they were instantly split into two halves by the heavenly halberd. Crack! Streaks of purplish lightning fell, containing the power to purify and destroy everything. In an instant, the four sky corpses were turned into nothingness. Four sky corpses that were comparable to supreme being experts were instantly killed by Ling Xiao. At the same time, killing intent flashed in Ling Zhao's eyes as he soared into the sky. Facing the Akalanatha seal, Ling Xiao did not dodge. Instead, he threw out a punch as well. It was as if the void had exploded under his punch. The vast lightning was dazzling and contained an indestructible power. It suddenly collided with the Akalanatha seal. Bang! The void trembled. As if a resplendent sun had exploded. It set off a divine light storm that was as vast as the sea. The terrifying Akalanatha seal was actually destroyed by Ling Zhao's punch. Ling Zhao's body was surrounded by lightning. His eyes were bright and resplendent. He soared into the sky and his fist was boundless. Suddenly, he collided with the Akalanatha seal. The Akalanatha seal's expression changed. His body staggered as he felt an unparalleled divine power attacking him. Suddenly, he felt a sweetness in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying for thousands of feet. Old witch, die! Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He saw the Emperor Tomb Corpse King riding a black corpse dragon across the sky. It suddenly pressed down on his head. Ling Xiao immediately shouted. The heavenly halberd suddenly struck down at the Emperor Tomb Corpse King. It was like a god of war was cutting through the waves, breaking through the vast ocean. The purple lightning was extremely dazzling. Damn it! The Emperor Tomb Corpse King's expression changed. His eyes were filled with fear. He wanted to dodge Ling Zhao's attack without thinking. But the heavenly halberd was too fast. Rumble, the black corpse dragon was directly cut into two by the heavenly halberd. The black corpse chi surged and was instantly destroyed by the lightning that filled the sky. Ling Xiao was like a resplendent rainbow as he instantly arrived in front of the Emperor Tomb Corpse King. Then, he slapped out. Slap, a crisp sound was heard. The Emperor Tomb Corpse King was directly sent flying by Ling Zhao's slap. She spat out blood. Half of her face was badly mutilated. Her scalp was scattered and her teeth were scattered. Her eyes were filled with incomparable resentment. This was simply a great humiliation. When had she, the Emperor Tomb Corpse King, ever suffered such humiliation? In the blink of an eye, Killer Boy, Akalanatha seal, and the Emperor Tomb Corpse King suffered a great loss at Ling Zhao's hands. They were at a disadvantage. Everyone was about to go numb. Ling Xiao killed the Star Palace ancestor with a single strike. Then, he suppressed Killer Boy, Akalanatha seal, and the Emperor Tomb Corpse King by himself. This terrifying power was close to that of a god. As for Long Outyen and Lu Jianni, their eyes were filled with admiration and excitement. They had just heard the white-robed man in front of them say that he was Ling Zhao's old friend. Did that mean that they could find out about Ling Zhao's whereabouts from him? At the thought of this, everyone was extremely excited. As for Jian Wushuang and Dugu Shui, the two sword maniacs, their eyes were filled with fanatical battle intent as they looked at Ling Xiao. In their eyes, the invincible titled supremes were like clay chickens and pottery dogs in Ling Xiao's hands. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. The scene in front of them shocked them. It also ignited the endless battle intent in their hearts. Your Excellency, do you really want to be enemies with the War God Temple? The War God is invincible. He's a true godly realm expert. If you go against the War God Temple, you won't have a good ending. Divine General Heishui said as he stared at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's combat strength was so terrifying that it exceeded his expectations. He did not expect that even the 4 titled supremes were no match for him. If this continued, it was very likely that the War God Temple would be completely annihilated. Go against the War God Temple? Who do you think you are? How dare you represent the War God Temple? Moreover, so what if I go against the War God Temple? It's not like I haven't killed a godly realm expert before. Ling Xiao said calmly as his eyes shone brightly. Your Excellency, aren't you being too arrogant? We can let Lu Jiani go for your sake, but please don't go too far. Divine General Baishan said with an ugly expression. Shut up. Ling Xiao's brows furrowed, and he immediately sent out a slap. 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 Divine General Heishui and Divine General Baishan trembled as half of their faces swelled up. They were sent flying by Ling Xiao's slap. Ah! Divine General Heishui and Divine General Baishan screamed as blood spurted from their mouths. Their eyes were filled with hatred. I've said that all of you will die today. I'm a man of my word, so all of you can go to hell. Ling Xiao said calmly with a cold murderous intent in his voice. Boom! Lightning flashed around him as his purple hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were as bright as stars as he exuded a vast and terrifying aura, a cold murderous intent locked onto Killer Boy, the Emperor Tomb Corpse King, and the immovable Wisdom King. Kill! Killer Boy's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Black divine power rose around him, and his aura instantly became unstable. Boom! The void vibrated, and streaks of black sword chi shot out from the sky, heading straight for Ling Xiao. Killer Boy's body flashed as he tried to escape. You're courting death. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of coldness. He immediately punched out, causing the void to tremble violently. The sword chi that filled the sky was instantly destroyed by his punch. His figure was extremely fast, and he instantly appeared behind Killer Boy. His fist was unstoppable, and it crushed everything in its path. Rumble! The void exploded instantly. Killer Boy's eyes were filled with horror. He slashed his blood god saber at Ling Xiao as he roared, no. Puff! Ling Xiao chopped down with his palm and chopped off one of Killer Boy's arms. The blood god saber also flew out of his hand. Ling Xiao's fist landed on Killer Boy's chest. In an instant, countless runes exploded. Killer Boy's blood-red robe trembled violently and shattered. Killer Boy's body also exploded in an instant, bloody mist filled the air, and the void trembled. Killer Boy was completely killed by Ling Xiao, and his soul was completely destroyed. When the Emperor's Tomb Zombie King and Akalanatha saw Killer Boy's miserable state, they no longer had any desire to fight. Their eyes were filled with incomparable horror as they quickly fled into the distance. You want to leave? You'd better stay here. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he threw the heavenly halberd in his hand. It was like a purple gold divine dragon that contained boundless sharpness as it shot toward the Emperor's Tomb Zombie King's back. Ah! The Emperor's Tomb Zombie King let out a miserable cry as the heavenly halberd pierced through his body and nailed him to Qianyuan Mountain. Ling Xiao took a step forward and instantly appeared behind the immovable Wisdom Monarch. Then, he threw a punch at the immovable Wisdom Monarch. Benefactor, we have no enmity between us. Why do you have to force me? Akalanatha laughed bitterly. Who says we have no enmity between us? I don't like the bald donkeys from Mingwang Temple. This is enmity. Therefore, please go to the Western Paradise, Grandmaster. Ling Xiao said indifferently. His fist was like a dragon as it instantly enveloped Akalanatha. Rumble! The void trembled. Although Akalanatha was strong, how could he be Ling Xiao's opponent? He was quickly killed by Ling Xiao. At this point, the 4 titled supreme beings had all died in battle. Blood splattered across the sky, everyone was stunned. Heavenly General Heishui and Heavenly General Baishan were trembling in fear. They didn't even have the courage to escape. In everyone's eyes, only Ling Xiao's invincible figure was left. Kill. Long Outyen and the others reacted after a while. Their eyes were filled with cold murderous intent as they charged toward the people from War God Temple and the many experts from the martial arts sacred lands. This is impossible. How is this possible? The eyes of the successor of the War God Hall were filled with disbelief, and a trace of despair appeared on his face. Whoosh, Ling Xiao pointed with his finger. Immediately, a beam of divine light shot through the sky, directly imprisoning the successor of the War God Hall. He didn't plan to kill the successor of War God Temple just like that. Instead, he wanted to study the secrets of the 5 elements Saint Constitution from him, just like that. Other than the successor of War God Temple, everyone else died here. The thick stench of blood filled the air and dyed Qianyuan Mountain red. It was clear that an extremely tragic battle had just taken place. Ling Xiao stood in the void and didn't choose to continue attacking. Instead, he watched Long Outyen and the others clean up the remaining survivors. Ling Xiao, you're in the limelight now. They're just a bunch of ant-like supreme beings. They're not worth mentioning. However, I'm curious. Why did you hide your original aura? Bai Longma came to Ling Xiao's side and asked curiously. Ling Xiao was currently checking the memories of the primordial spirits of the people from War God Temple. However, there was a powerful restriction in the primordial spirits of the people from War God Temple. As long as someone tried to check their memories, it would explode. Therefore, Ling Xiao didn't get any useful information. However, Ling Xiao instinctively felt that War God Temple was up to something. A bunch of Supreme Being ants? Not good. I'm afraid War God Temple's real target is the Longevity Sect. Ling Xiao's expression changed and a cold glint appeared in his eyes. Bai Longma's words seemed to remind him that since War God Temple dared to appear, they must be as strong as they were 6 years ago. There might be more than one half-step Divine Realm expert. However, in this battle, the strongest were only the 4 titled Supreme Beings. Not a single half-step Divine Realm expert appeared, let alone the mysterious God of War. Ling Xiao suddenly realized that the War God Temple was probably trying to use this battle to attract the attention of others. Their real target was the Changsun sect. If that was the case, the Longevity sect was in danger. P.S. 5th update. Initially, Muyu didn't want to explain anything. However, the commotion in the book review section was getting worse and worse. She had no choice but to patiently explain. First of all, Muyu had her own job during the day. Writing was just a hobby. Therefore, she only had time to write at night after work. Muyu was also working hard to write an exciting story for everyone. Secondly, everyone had their own busy times. Muyu was no exception. She had been too busy with work during this period. Therefore, her updates weren't stable and she owed a total of 8 chapters. Muyu remembered all of them. However, no matter how late her updates were, Muyu basically guaranteed to update 5 times a day, right? Muyu would naturally make up for the missing chapters when she wasn't busy. Was there a need to keep scolding people in the book review section? As for those trolls, I couldn't be bothered to explain anything. Since you guys were so angry and cursed as if Muyu had robbed you of a lot of money, then you guys could totally ignore it. Muyu could accept everyone's suggestions. However, as for those trolls who attacked her personally, she would first curse your mother. Then, she would ban you before cursing your mother. Bite me if you dare. Greetings, Senior. Thank you for your help, Senior. We can't thank you enough. I heard you say that you're old friends with my cousin, Ling Xiao. May I know where he is now? Long Outyen, Lu Jiani, the Moon Goddess, Phoenix Maiden, and the others walked over and bowed to Ling Xiao. Thank you for your help. Long Outyen bowed to Ling Xiao. Long Outyen looked at Ling Xiao curiously. Although the young man in front of him looked different from Ling Xiao in terms of appearance and aura, Long Outyen had a feeling that he was Ling Xiao. The way this young man swept through the crowd and slaughtered the 4 titled Supremes was too sharp. He was very similar to Ling Xiao. Phoenix Lady and Moon Goddess also looked at Ling Xiao with excitement. They wanted to hear news about Ling Xiao from this person in front of them. In the great battle 6 years ago, no one knew if Ling Xiao was dead or alive. Although Old Goat and the rest said that Ling Xiao was still alive, everyone was still worried. Ling Xiao was rather happy as well, but he resisted the urge to greet these old friends. He said indifferently, Ling Xiao and I got to know each other in the outer realm. He's doing very well. He'll be back before long. I'm here to help him take care of his old friends in Xianxia sect. Cousin is coming back? Long Outyen, Lu Jianni, Moon Goddess, and Phoenix Lady's eyes lit up. They were extremely excited. They didn't know when it started, but Ling Xiao seemed to have become their backbone. As long as Ling Xiao was around, there was no problem that couldn't be solved. That's right. However, we have to return to Xianxia sect now. I feel that it wasn't a coincidence that the War God Temple set a trap to kill Lu Jianni this time. It's very likely that the War God Temple used this battle to attract the attention of the world, and their true goal might be the longevity sect. Ling Xiao looked at Long Outyen and the rest and said with a serious look. What? Long Outyen exclaimed and his face changed instantly. Senior's words are very likely. In these few months, it's said that the War God of the War God Temple has returned. They hate Xianxia sect the most. They must want to use this opportunity to attack Xianxia sect. Let's hurry back. Lu Jianni's eyes flashed as he slowly said. Everyone had a worried look on their faces. Although the Xianxia sect's strength had increased greatly, and they even had Long Lai and Sovereign Fire Phoenix in charge, the strength of the War God Hall had always been a shadow in their hearts that could not be erased. If that War God were to descend, even Long Lai and Supreme Fire Phoenix would not be able to resist. There's no time to lose. Let's return to the longevity sect immediately. Long Outyen's gaze was solemn. He knew that this was a serious matter, and he had to return immediately to help. Initially, he was extremely worried. However, with this mysterious young expert in front of him, he felt more confident. The War God of the War God Temple? We also want to see what kind of demeanor that War God has. Jian Wushuang and Du Gushua's eyes flashed as they smiled faintly. Many experts who came to help expressed their desire to head to the longevity sect together. Although Ling Zhao's expression was very calm, a warm current flowed in his heart. These old friends clearly knew the strength of the War God Temple, but they still decided to go and rescue the Xianxia men without hesitation. Ling Zhao would remember this kindness. Let's go. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he tore open the void and stepped into it. Those bastards from the War God Temple, since they refuse to give up, we will completely annihilate the War God Temple this time. Long Outyen also laughed loudly. He rode on the fire Qilin and spoke in an extremely heroic manner. Everyone followed Ling Xiao into the void and headed towards the longevity sect of the Eight Desolates region. Although Qianyuan Mountain was millions of miles away from the longevity sect, everyone was an honorable expert. They tore open the void, and with the White Dragon horse's extreme speed, it did not take long for them to pass through the void and return to the Eight Desolates region. Kacha, Ling Xiao rode on the White Dragon horse with Zhu Ganglai and Zhu Biao behind him as he walked out of the void. Behind him was a vast reincarnation sea that contained the chaotic power of reincarnation. Ling Xiao could feel the strong fluctuations of life and death emanating from it. In front of him was a vast region with undulating mountain ranges and towering ancient trees. It was both familiar and unfamiliar. After more than 10 years, Ling Xiao was finally back. Ling Zhao's gaze pierced through the void and seemed to see the majestic longevity mountain in the distance. He saw the vast Dahuang mountain range and many familiar figures. Senior, the mountain gate of the longevity sect is right in front of us. Please come with me. Long Outyen smiled at Ling Xiao as he rode on fire Qilin and led the way. Ling Xiao nodded as a sharp glint appeared in his eyes. He could feel a vast and terrifying aura in the distance, as if a great battle had taken place. Ling Xiao knew that something had happened to the longevity sect. Without any hesitation, he rode on the White Dragon horse. Like a heavenly rainbow that crossed the 9 heavens, he quickly moved towards the longevity sect, Longevity Mountain. The Longevity Mountain was no longer the only mountain in the longevity sect. After the battle 6 years ago, the old mountain goat led many powerhouses back to the Bahuang region. Using his unparalleled techniques, he moved 359 mountains from the Great Barren Mountain Range. Together with the Longevity Mountain Range, they formed the vast Longevity Mountain Gate. The 360 mountain peaks corresponded to the 360 supreme stars in the 9 heavens. Apart from the Longevity God Ceiling Formation, the old goat also set up the supreme divine formation of the demon race, the cosmic stellar formation. According to the old goat's plan, he wanted to put the entire 8 Desolates region into the God's Stone and use the 8 Desolates region as the foundation to build the Longevity Sect's mountain range. Although Xianxia had given the God's Stone to the old goat was unable to do so at his current level. Therefore, he could only build the Longevity Sect's mountain gate first. When Xianxia returned, he would let Xianxia move the entire 8 Desolates region into the God's Stone. However, the small world in the God's Stone was becoming more and more perfect. It was called the Longevity World, and only the core members of the Longevity Sect could enter it. The Path Understanding tree at the back of the Longevity Mountain was also moved into the God's Stone by the old goat. It was nourished by the creation energy and grew at a tremendous speed. In just 6 years, the Path Understanding tree's growth was equivalent to 1,000 years in the outside world. The Longevity World now contained the innate spiritual energy and martial artists could cultivate at a tremendous speed. It was 1,000 times faster than the outside world. Therefore, other than Lu Jianyi's talent, it was also the Longevity World that allowed his cultivation to improve by leaps and bounds. Under the leadership of the old goat and Taoist Wuliang, all the ancient countries and sects in the 8 Desolates region had joined the Xianxia sect. The Xianxia sect was now the ruler of the 8 Desolates region. In the past few years, the Xianxia sect had regained its glory from 10,000 years ago. Under the leadership of Lu Jianyi and the other geniuses, the Xianxia sect had become famous in the war god Great World. The Xianxia sect could be said to be the fastest rising holy land of the martial arts. Moreover, the Xianxia sect was also seen as a major force that could fight against the war god shrine. Many holy lands that were unwilling to join the war god shrine had become friendly with the Xianxia sect. In the past 6 years, the Xianxia sect had become magnificent and had a deep foundation. It was starting to look like a holy land of the martial arts. The 360 mountains were like 360 true dragons that were entrenched on the ground. They exuded an ancient and vast aura that intertwined with each other. Under the nourishment of the starlight, they became more spiritual. On the mountains, there were many palaces and ancient trees that reached to the sky. They exuded a bright and auspicious aura and emitted millions of rays of light. It was like the residence of the gods. Countless rare birds and beasts ran in the mountains. Tall long-armed ape monkeys shuttled between the ancient trees and gathered spiritual fruits in groups of 3 to 5. Each of them exuded an extremely powerful aura. The Xianxia sect was like the residence of the gods from the 9 heavens, but today, the Xianxia sect was facing a great enemy. Dark clouds rolled in the sky as bolts of dazzling lightning flashed. Figures with terrifying auras stood in the sky. Their eyes were cold, and their bodies were emitting blazing killing intent. The air was filled with a thick smell of blood. The mountains collapsed and rocks flew everywhere. The outer mountains of the Xianxia sect had all exploded. Even the massive heavenly cycle stellar formation, which was formed by the 360 mountains in the depths, had been broken by someone. All the disciples of the Xianxia sect gathered on the Xianxia mountain in the center. Long Lai, Fire Phoenix Supreme, Old Goat, Taoist Wuliang, Long Hanyan and the others were all on top of the Xianxia mountain. The Zhou Tian star formation had been broken. Now, only the Xianxia God Sealing formation was left. The Longevity God Sealing array was left behind by Ling Xiao and Jin Sei in the previous life. As the Longevity sect's strength expanded, the old goat connected it to the 8 Desolates region's dragon vein. Its power was comparable to an ancient god array. At that very moment, the barrier of the Longevity Great Array of Gods was also shaking violently, as though it would break apart at any moment. Rumble. Above the void, the person in the lead was a young man in golden battle armor. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and he was extraordinarily handsome. Chaotic mist coiled around him, and his figure was slender and vigorous. It contained an extremely terrifying aura fluctuation. His eyes seemed to contain the mysterious scene of the creation of the world, and a mysterious killing intent shot out from them. Beside him were 2 powerful figures shrouded in black robes. Both of them exuded divine might, and their auras were as deep as the ocean. Although their figures could not be seen clearly, they exuded auras that would make even supreme being experts tremble in fear. Old Goat and the others felt that they were even more terrifying than the left and right heavenly masters. As for the young man in golden armor, he was the previous generation successor of the War God Temple, Divine Son Hua Tianzong. the legendary chaotic sacred body. Right now, Hua Tianzong's cultivation was more than 100 times stronger than 6 years ago. He had also broken through to the titled Supreme Being realm. This time, Hua Tianzong had led many experts of the War God Temple to destroy the longevity sect in one fell swoop. Don't be stubborn. If you surrender obediently, I can spare your lives. Otherwise, when this great array is broken, no one from the longevity sect will be left alive. Hua Tianzong's eyes were cold, and his voice contained a chilling killing intent. Hua Tianzong, 6 years ago, you were beaten to a pulp by Ling Xiao. Have you forgotten so quickly? Do you think you can destroy the longevity sect? Come if you have the ability. I will teach you an unforgettable lesson. Old Goat sneered coldly. In the longevity sect, the divine general of time, Ling Zhen, was still severely injured from the battle 6 years ago. He had to rely on divine medicine to maintain his life. The strongest, Long Lai and Fire Phoenix supremacy, had been severely injured by the mountain god and sea god by Hua Tianzong's side. They were currently sitting cross-legged in the longevity square to recover from their injuries. Only the Old Goat and Taoist Wuliang were left in the longevity sect. Hearing Old Goat mention Ling Zhao's name, Hua Tianzong's eyes revealed a chilling killing intent. He sneered and said, Ling Xiao? 6 years ago, he died in the stomach of the reincarnation beast. Even if he is still alive, I will kill him again. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being impolite. Kill, no one from the longevity sect will be left alive. Hua Tianzong roared, his eyes filled with chilling killing intent. Boom, the two black-robed men beside him were the mountain god and sea god. It was said that they were the two divine spirits under the war god. They were extremely powerful, and even Long Lai and Fire Phoenix supremacy were no match for them. The Zhou Tian star array was broken by their unparalleled divine strength. The mountain god and sea god soared into the sky, their bodies surrounded by boundless divine light. Black Qi rose, and heaven and earth trembled. A chilling killing intent locked onto the people of the longevity sect. Despite the grand array of longevity and divine bestowment array's barrier, everyone's hearts trembled and their faces turned pale. Sect Master Nangong Xian, Great Elder, Nangong Qing, Lu Pia Piao, and the rest of the people of the longevity sect were all in despair. Legend has it that two divine spirits who were immortal and invincible had descended. How were they going to stop them? Boundless black light rose from behind the mountain deity. A divine mountain shining with golden light emanated a vast and majestic aura as it pressed down on the grand array of longevity and God seal. Behind Sea God, a boundless black sea surged. Huge black waves fell from the 9 heavens like pillars. Boom, the longevity God sealing array trembled violently, and a terrifying divine light storm swept in all directions. Countless ancient runes exploded, and the array seemed to have reached its limit. It began to tremble violently. The longevity God sealing array is about to break. Taoist Wuliang, take the heavenly God stone and take everyone in. Send them away safely. I'll stop them. The Old Goat's eyes flashed sharply. His hand shone brightly, and the demon saint's scepter appeared in his palm. The demon saint's scepter was a powerful divine weapon. Although the Old Goat was only a titled supremacy, with the demon saint's scepter in his hand, he could unleash the power of a divine spirit. Old Goat, you can't stop them by yourself. Let's work together. Even if we have to leave, we'll kill a few of those bastards from the War God Temple. In addition to Hua Tianzong and the two supreme gods, the War God Temple also had tens of thousands of black armor soldiers and dozens of supreme gods. The 10 supreme-level divine generals had already led over 10,000 black armored soldiers to surround the entire Xianxia sect. They wanted to exterminate the Xianxia sect and not leave any loose ends. The mountain god and the sea god were powerful, but Hua Tianzong's strength was even more terrifying. In Taoist Wuliang's opinion, Hua Tianzong's true strength was far beyond the titled supreme gods after awakening the chaotic sacred body. He was probably not much weaker than the mountain god and the sea god. Together with Hua Tianzong, there were 3 supreme gods. Although the Old Goat was strong, he was afraid that he could not stop the 3 of them. Therefore, Taoist Wuliang stood out without hesitation. Old friend, we're going to fight side by side again. But don't fight recklessly later. Staying alive is the most important thing. When Ling Xiao comes back, we'll go and destroy the War God Temple. The old goat grinned, but his eyes were extremely cold. Okay. I have a feeling that Ling Xiao will be back soon. Taoist Wuliang said with a smile. Crack, the great longevity god seal array shook violently and bolts of lightning rose up. Dazzling runes exploded and cracks appeared on the massive barrier enveloping the longevity mountain. It was as though it would break apart at any moment. The old goat did not even think about it. He was going to activate the divine stone to take everyone in. Freeze! Hua Tianzong's eyes revealed a hint of mockery. A dazzling light flew out from his palm and instantly passed through the crack in the immortal god sealing grand array. It flew to the top of the immortal mountain and turned into a chaos bell. It shone with a mysterious light and was branded with the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, flowers, birds, insects, and fish. The bell of chaos emitted a vast sealing power. Almost as soon as the divine stone appeared in the old goat's palm, it was locked in the void by the bell of chaos. The small world and the divine stone seemed to be sealed and could not be opened again. What? The old goat and Taoist Wuliang's faces changed and showed a trace of disbelief. Ha ha ha. Do you really think that I don't know that you have the divine stone? This is the bell of chaos, an ancient divine weapon. It is also the most precious treasure of the war god temple. It can seal the earth, water, wind, and fire. It can also seal the world. From now on, everyone's spatial treasures and small worlds are ineffective. So don't even think about running away. I said that all of you will die, and none of you will live. Hua Tianzong laughed out loud, his eyes full of mockery. Wuliang had come to destroy the Chongsun sect. How could he not calculate this? In fact, even if there was no divine stone, the small world of an honorable expert could temporarily store living beings. Not only did the bell of chaos seal the divine stone, but more importantly, it sealed the small world of an honorable expert. Wuliang's. Wuliang of Wuliangs. Of Wuliang of Wuliang of Wuliang of Wuliang of Wuliang of Wuliang. This was a devastating blow to the old goat and Taoist Wuliang. The reason why Hua Tianzong chose to use the bell of chaos at the last moment was also out of his own bad taste. He just wanted to see the old goat and the others who had hope but had no choice but to despair in the end. Bastard! Open up! A cold murderous intent flashed in the old goat's eyes. The demon saint scepter in his hand shone brightly and emitted a vast amount of divine power. It actually broke through the powerful seal. However, it was only limited to him. The others were still suppressed by the bell of chaos. Eh? Demon saint scepter? I'll keep this treasure for you. Now, all of you can die. Hua Tianzong looked at the monster saint scepter in surprise, and a sneer appeared in his eyes. Rumble! Suddenly, the barrier created by the great longevity god seal array burst apart and everyone from the longevity sect was exposed to the outside world. The mountain god and the sea god emitted a vast amount of divine power. Their eyes were cold as if they were looking at a group of ants. They instantly pounced on the old goat and Taoist Wuliang. In their eyes, only the old goat and Taoist Wuliang could pique their interest. The mountain god and the sea god were filled with murderous intent. Their eyes shone with a scarlet light as if they had seen their prey. Kill! The old goat and Taoist Wuliang looked at each other with a hint of madness in their eyes. They knew that they had to fight for their lives. The appearance of the bell of chaos had disrupted all of their plans. It seemed that the war god temple had really made full preparations this time. They really wanted to destroy longevity sect. Rumble, the heaven and earth trembled. The demon saint scepter in the old goat's hand shone brightly and emitted a vast amount of divine power. It was like a heavenly pillar. The old goat lifted it up and smashed it down on the mountain god. At the same time, the old goat's body turned into a bolt of lightning. His speed was extremely fast. Blood energy rose from his body and his huge goat hooves kicked at the mountain god's head. Bang! The mountain god's eyes were scarlet. A huge palm slammed down. It contained pure physical strength and unparalleled divine power. It suddenly collided with the demon saint scepter. At the same time, two rays of black light shot out from his eyes and blocked the old goat's hooves. Then, he suddenly opened his mouth. Roar! An earth-shattering roar rang out. It contained a terrifying amount of primordial spirit power. It was as if it wanted to break the old goat's sea of consciousness. The demon saint's scepter shone with a hazy light and enveloped the old goat. At the same time, it blocked the terrifying sound wave. On the other side, an ancient sword appeared in Taoist Wu Liang's hand. It looked like it was made of some kind of strange ancient wood. It emitted a faint lightning glow as it charged at the sea god. The sword energy swept across the heaven and earth. It contained a power that could destroy everything. It even broke the vast sea of divine power behind the sea god. Taoist Wu Liang's entire body seemed to emit a mysterious aura that was compatible with the heaven and earth. Every strike of his contained the Tao of heaven and earth. Therefore, although the power that Taoist Wu Liang unleashed did not exceed the honorable realm, it made the sea god feel very uncomfortable. It was as if he could only unleash 20 to 30% of his strength. Slaughter the longevity sect. Kill. 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 Under the leadership of the war god shrine's powerhouses, the black-armored army's eyes were bloodshot. Their killing intent soared as they charged towards the longevity sect. Kill. Long Lai and Fire Phoenix Prime, who were healing their wounds, suddenly opened their eyes. Their eyes were filled with a monstrous killing intent. Both of them were from the demon clan. Their physical bodies were extremely powerful. Although their small worlds were sealed by the Chaos Bell, their physical strength was still incomparably terrifying. Boom, Long Lai's fist landed. A vast dragon's roar shook the surroundings. The terrifying fist print instantly killed over 100 black-armored army powerhouses. Whoosh, Fire Phoenix Prime's body was surrounded by true phoenix fire. Flames rose into the sky as if they had turned into a sea of fire, enveloping the entire longevity mountain. Countless black-armored army powerhouses were burned to death or blocked outside. You're courting death. Rumble, heaven and earth trembled as chaotic mist rose. Hua Tianzong's blood chi exploded. His punch seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth apart, containing an unparalleled divine power. Long Lai and Sovereign Fire Phoenix trembled as an incomparably solemn expression appeared in their eyes. Kill. Long Lai let out a roar, and the dragon's aura spread out from his body. Golden divine light gushed out, and a 7-colored divine dragon exploded from his fist. 10,000 Dragons God-Slaying Technique. This was the 10,000 Dragons God-Slaying Technique that Long Outyin had passed on to Long Lai. He had already cultivated it to such a level that just this punch alone had the power to fight against a god. Fire Phoenix Supreme slapped out with her palm as flames rose from her palm. A 5-colored phoenix flew out from the sea of flames, emitting a ferocious aura as it cooperated with Long Lai to attack Hua Tianzong. Above the void, the 7-colored divine dragon and 5-colored phoenix moved freely, exuding an incomparably mysterious aura. Rumble, Hua Tianzong's eyes were indifferent as he threw out a terrifying punch. It suddenly collided with Long Lai and Fire Phoenix Supreme, causing millions of rays of divine light to erupt. Hua Tianzong's primal chaos fist was invincible. It instantly shattered the 7-colored divine dragon and the 5-colored phoenix. Light rain swirled in the void. Long Lai and Fire Phoenix Supremacy felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Their faces suddenly turned pale, and they spat out mouthfuls of blood as they were sent flying. I've said it before. Today, everyone from the Xianxia sect will die. No one will live. Hua Tianzong stood in the void as chaotic aura surrounded him. His pair of cold eyes looked down at the people below as if he was a divine dragon overlooking ants. His voice was as loud as thunder. Everyone from the Xianxia sect revealed a trace of bitterness and despair in their eyes. In the face of such a terrifying Hua Tianzong, even Long Lai and Fire Phoenix Supreme together were no match for him. Who could fight against him? Is that so? At this moment, a faint voice rang out in the void. Who is it? Hua Tianzong's eyes slightly changed as he looked at the void in the distance. Boom, in the distance, a dazzling white light streaked across the sky like a heavenly river. It shot toward Longevity Mountain at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it was above Longevity Mountain. This was a young man in a white robe. His black hair draped over his shoulders, and his eyes were as bright as the stars. He held a purple-gold halberd in his hand and rode on a majestic white horse. His body was surrounded by lightning, as if he was a god of thunder that came from the 9 heavens. He emitted a light that made people not dare to look at him directly. It was Ling Xiao. When he arrived, He was just in time to see Hua Tianzong defeat Long Lai and Fire Phoenix supremacy with a single punch. A cold killing intent immediately appeared in his eyes. His speed was extremely fast. When he reached the sky above Longevity Mountain, he did not stop. The halberd in his hand suddenly slashed down towards magnificent sky sect. Whoosh, it was as if a purple lightning had split the heavens and the earth. The heavenly halberd contained an incomparably vast amount of divine power. Its aura was monstrous, and even Hua Tianzong couldn't help but stare at it. "You're courting death." Hua Tianzong's face darkened. He didn't expect this white-robed man to appear out of nowhere and directly attack him. He suddenly roared, and a primal chaos fist blasted out. The void shattered, and a vast amount of void turbulence swept toward Ling Xiao like a dragon. Boom! When the heavenly halberd and the primal chaos fist collided, it was as if a volcano had erupted. In an instant, a dazzling divine light burst out, and streaks of lightning shot out. The heavenly halberd also instantly exploded, and at the same time, the primal chaos fist disappeared into nothingness. Ling Xiao rode on his white horse without moving. However, Hua Tianzong was shocked by the vast amount of power and couldn't help but take a few steps back. In this confrontation, Hua Tianzong was actually at a disadvantage. Hua Tianzong's face suddenly became extremely ugly. "Who are you? Do you really want to stand up for Longevity Sect? Offending the War God Temple is not a good choice." Hua Tianzong's eyes were cold as he stared at Ling Xiao and said, "This kind of boring threat again. Does the War God Temple really think that you are invincible? Who am I? You don't deserve to know. If your War God descends, he might be qualified to know my name." Ling Xiao sneered coldly. "Arrogant." Hua Tianzong's eyes revealed a trace of cold-killing intent. The Longevity Sect members' eyes were also filled with confusion. They couldn't recognize who this young man in front of them was. This young man riding on a white horse descended from the sky at the most critical moment of the Longevity Sect. His body was surrounded by lightning, and he was like a young deity, bringing hope to everyone in the Longevity Sect. Swoosh! 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 At this moment, a light flashed in the distance. Zhu Ganglai, Zhu Biao, Long Outyen, Lu Jiani, Moon God, and Phoenix Woman had all arrived. "Hua Tianzong, it's actually you. The War God Temple is indeed a group of shameless people. In order to destroy the Longevity Sect, you actually used a duel as an excuse to attract the attention of the world. However, you came to ambush the Longevity Sect. Since you are here today, don't even think about leaving." When Long Outyen saw Hua Tianzong, his eyes were filled with incomparable hatred as he said coldly, "Lu Jiani? You're not dead? The Star Ancestor, the Corpse King, Killer Boy, and Akalanatha are all trash. If I'm not wrong, you killed them, right?" When Hua Tianzong saw Long Outyen, Lu Jiani, and the rest, his face changed as he looked at Ling Xiao coldly. Since Lu Jiani was fine, it meant that the people from the War God Temple were probably killed. Long Outyen and the rest probably didn't have the ability to deal with the four titled Supremes. The only person he suspected was the young man in front of him. However, no matter how Hua Tianzong thought about it, he couldn't figure out when such a young peerless genius appeared in the War God continent. Could he be Ling Xiao? Hua Tianzong was also shocked by this thought. He carefully looked at Ling Xiao, but regardless of whether it was his appearance or aura, he was completely different from Ling Xiao. Hua Tianzong wasn't the only one who was suspicious. The old goat and Taoist Wuliang's eyes were also filled with suspicion. "Ox-nosed Taoist, do you think this guy is Ling Xiao? Although his aura and appearance are different, why do I feel that he is Ling Xiao?" The old goat sent a telepathic message to Taoist Wuliang while sizing up Ling Xiao. "I also feel that he is Ling Xiao. Doesn't that guy also know the sky-devouring secret skill? The sky-devouring secret skill can hide his aura. Moreover, that guy has many tricks up his sleeves. It's not difficult for him to change his appearance." Taoist Wuliang agreed. "Hee, this guy is finally back. Moreover, he even concealed his identity. How could he deceive this emperor? Let's not expose him first. I want to see what he wants to do." The old goat chuckled. He looked like a thief, but his eyes were filled with excitement. "Good," Taoist Wuliang said with a smile. There was a hint of joy in his eyes. Because of the appearance of Ling Xiao and Long Outyin, the battle between them and the two immortals was also paused. The mountain god and the sea god were also sizing up Ling Xiao. They felt a strong sense of threat from Ling Xiao. Master, the two black-robed men beside Hua Tianzong are two demon gods. At this moment, Zhu Galia's eyes flashed as he suddenly transmitted a message to Ling Xiao. Demon gods? It seems that the War God Temple is indeed colluding with the demon race. Ling Xiao smiled faintly as his eyes flashed with a hint of sharpness. Even the two demon gods were willing to submit to the War God Shrine and came with the Magnificent Sect to exterminate the Longevity Sect. It seemed that the mysterious War God was either a demon god himself or was in cahoots with the demon race. The War God Temple stole the name and inheritance of the Scarlet Dragon God of War, but secretly colluded with the demon race. They deserved to die. Ling Xiao regarded the Scarlet Dragon God of War as his teacher. Even if he had no enmity with the War God Temple, Ling Xiao would not let them go just because they colluded with the demon race. Boy, I'll give you two choices. Either you stay out of this from now on, and the War God Temple will let bygones be bygones and spare your life. Otherwise, you'll die today. Hua Tianzong's eyes flashed with killing intent as he looked at Ling Xiao. Two choices? Very well. I'll give you two choices too. Either all of you die, or you acknowledge me as your master and become my servant. I'll spare your dog life. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and his expression was very calm. He could feel that Hua Tianzong was extremely powerful. There was a terrifying force in his body as if it was a vast chaotic world. It made his aura comparable to that of the demon gods. However, Ling Xiao had killed countless demon gods. Why would he be afraid of Hua Tianzong? Arrogant. Mountain god, sea god, kill him. Hua Tianzong's eyes turned cold as he pointed at Ling Xiao and shouted. He was relatively cautious. Ling Xiao's domineering sky piercer had made him suffer a little, so he wanted to let the mountain god and sea god test Ling Xiao's true strength. Rumble, mountain god and sea god were surrounded by a murderous aura. A cold murderous aura locked onto Ling Xiao. The two of them flew towards Ling Xiao. Mountain god and sea god? I think they are all demon gods. Your War God Temple actually colluded with the extraterrestrial demons. You are a sinner of the entire War God continent and deserve to die. Ling Xiao laughed coldly, his eyes filled with mockery. What? Ling Xiao's words sent a shiver down everyone's spine. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Extraterrestrial demons? The old goat, Taoist Wuliang, Long Lai, and the others were shocked. They stared at the mountain deity and the sea deity carefully. The more they looked, the more suspicious they became. The two of them were hiding their figures and their powers, but the old goat had already felt that something was off. Now that Ling Xiao said that they were extraterrestrial demons, the old goat immediately reacted. What demon god? Don't slander me. Kill him. Hua Tianzong's expression changed. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to be able to identify the mountain deity and sea deity so easily. The two of them were indeed demon deities, but they had treasures bestowed by the god of war to conceal their auras. How did Ling Xiao recognize them? Hee, you want to silence me? Do you think you two trash are worthy of attacking my master? Die. Zhu Galia's figure flashed and instantly blocked in front of Ling Xiao. The nine-toothed rake in his hand flashed and suddenly struck towards the mountain deity and the sea deity. Rumble, heaven and earth shook and the void shook. The nine-toothed rake contained an unparalleled power. The mountain deity and the sea deity's expressions changed slightly. They charged towards Zhu Ganglai at the same time. The mountain deity's fist landed on the nine-toothed rake. Black light rose and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. However, the nine-toothed rake was like a sword. It tore through the void and shot towards the mountain deity's head. Bang! The sea deity's palm was vast like the sea. It swept up the nine-toothed rake and fiercely slammed it towards Zhu Ganglai. You two pieces of trash dare to make a move against your grandfather? Die, all of you. Zhu Ganglai sneered. His body was filled with a vast divine aura. The nine-toothed rake suddenly broke through the sea deity's palm and then swept towards the mountain deity and the sea deity. Rumble, the nine-toothed rake was like a black dragon. Its speed was extremely fast. the mountain deity and the sea deity could barely block it. In an instant, the nine-toothed rake sent them flying a few hundred feet away. What? Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Especially Hua Tianzong, who was almost stunned. It was only now that everyone began to pay attention to this seemingly honest fatty. Ling Zhao's servant was fighting the mountain deity and the sea deity alone. Moreover, it seemed like he had the upper hand. Could it be that this fatty was also a god-level expert? He actually had a god-level expert as his servant. Who was this young man riding on a white horse? Long Outyan and Lu Jinni's mouths were wide open in shock. They knew that Ling Xiao was very strong, but they didn't think that a servant under Ling Xiao would have such terrifying battle prowess. Ox-nosed old Taoist, what kind of luck did Ling Xiao get? I can feel the divine aura on that damn fatty. He must be a god-level expert. How did Ling Xiao subdue him? The old goat was also dumbfounded. He stared at Zhu Ganglai and said excitedly, I'm not sure. However, to be able to subdue a god-level expert as his servant. Ling Zhao's combat strength is probably far beyond our imagination. Taoist Wuliang said with a wry smile. While Zhu Ganglai was fighting the mountain deity and the sea deity, on a barren mountain thousands of miles away from the Longevity Mountain, a young man in a golden robe was extraordinarily handsome. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and he looked very handsome. His body emitted a scorching aura, and his eyes were as bright as the divine sun in the sky. He was riding on a majestic golden eyes void beast. He looked at the battle on the Longevity Mountain with a complicated look in his eyes. Second uncle, that guy riding on a white horse is Ling Xiao, right? He's finally back. The young man in the golden robe mumbled to himself. The young man in the golden robe was none other than Zhao Ritian, that's right. Although that guy changed his appearance and aura, how could he hide it from me? Not only do I know that guy is Ling Xiao, but I also know that his servant is a demon god. Second uncle's voice rang in Zhao Ritian's heart. He was surprised. What? A demon god? Zhao Ritian was stunned as well. A look of disbelief could be seen in his eyes. Could it be that Ling Xiao is also in cahoots with the demon god? Zhao Ritian's eyes glinted. I don't think so. That demon god called Ling Xiao master. It seems like he was subdued by Ling Xiao. But that demonic god actually knows a very mysterious transformation technique. Even I can't see through his origin. It's really strange. However, to be able to subdue a demon god, Ling Xiao's strength must be extremely terrifying. The second elder's eyes glinted with amazement as he spoke slowly. Subdued a demon god? The more powerful he is, the greater the sense of accomplishment in defeating him. Zhao Ritian's eyes glinted with a strong desire to battle. Ritian, don't be careless. In these 6 years, we have been cultivating in the Sun Ruins. Although your cultivation has improved tremendously and you have become a titled supreme being, Ling Xiao must have had a fortuitous encounter as well. However, with Ling Xiao around, the War God Temple scheme will not succeed. We have made a wasted trip. The second elder reminded. Zhao Ritian smiled faintly and said, Second elder, the 8 Desolates region is Ling Zhao's hometown. It's also my hometown. How can I watch the War God Temple destroy the Chongsun sect? Moreover, the War God Temple is in cahoots with the demon race. Everyone has the right to kill them. Ritian. You are too soft-hearted. You can only snatch the wordless heavenly book if Ling Xiao and the War God Temple are both severely injured. However, you actually came here to save the Chongsun sect. If this continues, you will suffer a great loss sooner or later. The second elder sighed helplessly. Second elder, if I want the wordless heavenly book, I have to defeat Ling Xiao fair and square and make him give it to me. I don't have to resort to such underhanded means. Who am I, Zhao Ritian? I am the son of fate. I am destined to ascend to the realm of gods and become a saint and an emperor. If I can't even defeat Ling Xiao, how can I become an emperor? Zhao Ritian smiled faintly as his eyes revealed a strong sense of confidence. All right, you have a point. The second elder laughed bitterly. Although Zhao Ritian was very obedient to him, he was also very stubborn. Sometimes, when he had decided on something, even 9 bulls could not change his mind. Since he wanted to snatch the wordless heavenly book, he was Ling Zhao's enemy. What was the point of treating an enemy with dignity? However, this was something that second eldest uncle was helpless about, and also something that he admired the most. Rumble, above the Longevity Mountain, Zhu Ganglai held the nine-toothed rake in his hand. Black godly light rose around him as he fought against the mountain demon god and sea demon god. Although the two demon gods were very strong, they were not Zhu Ganglia's match. They were quickly suppressed by Zhu Ganglai. Zhu Ganglai could see their depths because his cultivation was higher than theirs. Furthermore, Zhu Ganglai was proficient in the art of transformation. Unless their cultivation surpassed Zhu Ganglia's, they wouldn't be able to see Zhu Ganglia's depths. Therefore, when Zhu Ganglai openly fought with the two demon gods, no one recognized his origin. Everyone treated him as a seemingly simple and honest human expert who fought an intense battle with the mountain demon god and sea demon god. However, to be able to make Zhu Ganglai call him master, how terrifying was Ling Zhao's strength. Magnificent Sect's eyes were gloomy. He didn't expect that his plan to destroy the Longevity Sect would be disrupted by this mysterious young man. However, the current Ling Xiao looked very handsome and extraordinary. His entire body was covered in dazzling lightning as if he was a thunder god of war. However, Magnificent Sect couldn't see Ling Xiao's true origins. After Ling Xiao returned to the god of war's world, he changed his appearance and aura. Even the old goat and Taoist Wuliang couldn't recognize him, let alone Magnificent Sect. Rumble, the black-yellow demonic chi rose around the mountain demon god. A terrifying godly mountain came crashing down on the old goat. The nine-toothed rake emitted a dazzling light as it came crashing down, smashing the godly mountain into dust. The sea demon god's eyes were cold as he slammed his palm towards Zhu Ganglai. His palm emitted a sharp light that contained a power that could corrode everything. Zhu Ganglai didn't dodge and punched out as well. A terrifying fist print exploded and shattered the sea demon god's palm. Then, Zhu Ganglia's fist landed on the sea demon god's chest. Bang! The sea demon god's body trembled violently as he was sent flying hundreds of meters away. Although Zhu Ganglai had the upper hand, the mountain demon god and the sea demon god were also very strong. He couldn't quickly deal with the two demon gods. Magnificent Sect, if you kneel down and beg for mercy and acknowledge me as your master, I can spare your life. A sharp light flashed in Ling Zhao's eyes as he glanced at Hua Tianzong. Arrogant. I'd like to see how you're going to kill me. Magnificent Sect's eyes turned cold as he charged towards Ling Xiao. Although he felt that Ling Xiao was very strong, Ling Zhao's cultivation was the same as his. They were both titled supremes. Magnificent Sect had absolute confidence that he was invincible in the same realm. Moreover, he had many backup plans. Rumble, heaven and earth trembled as a black sky-splitting axe appeared in Magnificent Sect's hand. It was surrounded by a bright light as it slashed towards Ling Xiao. The blade of the axe was extremely sharp as if it was going to break open the chaos and reopen heaven and earth. It contained an eternal and indestructible power. It's the sky-splitting axe? Be careful, my friend. The sky-splitting axe and the chaos bell are the most precious treasures of the War God Hall. They're flawless divine weapons and are extremely powerful. Long Lai's eyes flashed as he revealed a solemn expression. He quickly reminded Ling Xiao. The sky-splitting axe and the chaos bell were extremely powerful. Legend had it that experts who weren't supremes could kill titled supremes with these two treasures. Given Magnificent Sect's strength, he probably had the power to threaten the demon god. The sky-splitting axe? Good. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with killing intent. The lightning in his palm was dazzling as it turned into a purple-gold halberd and charged towards the sky-splitting axe. Although it was only a weapon formed by lightning, it was as powerful as an ordinary divine weapon in Ling Zhao's hands. Ling Xiao had consumed the heavenly thunder tea and had passed the titled supreme's tribulation. He had begun to comprehend Lightning Dao superpowers. Moreover, Ling Xiao realized that the more he comprehended Lightning Dao superpowers, the faster he could refine the power of the heavenly thunder tea. Ling Xiao had a premonition that as long as he completely refined the power of the heavenly Dao lightning tribulation tea in his body, he would be able to break through the godly realm with his physical body and become the first powerhouse in this world to become a god with his physical body in 1,000,000 years. Therefore, he used Lightning Dao superpowers to fight against his enemy. It was not only to conceal his identity, but also to refine the power of the heavenly thunder tea. Rumble. the halberd and the sky-splitting axe collided with each other. It was as if two supremes had collided and a dazzling divine light exploded. A terrifying power swept out in all directions as if it was going to destroy everything. Open for me. The old goat and Taoist Wuliang were surrounded by dazzling divine light. They immediately mobilized the power of the dragon veins and formed the immortality god sealing array again, blocking the terrifying fluctuations. Rumble, the aftermath of the battle caused the immortality god sealing array's boundary to tremble violently. Fortunately, the old goat and Taoist Wuliang were controlling it, so it did not break. Above the void, Ling Xiao and Hua Tianzong's figures flashed and retreated at the same time. What a sky-splitting axe! Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He had seen many powerful divine weapons, and the most powerful one was the 6 Paths of Reincarnation sword. According to Zhu Ganglai, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation sword should be a divine king weapon. Although the sky-splitting axe was not as powerful as the 6 Paths of Reincarnation sword, it was only slightly weaker. It was far more powerful than an ordinary divine weapon. Under Hua Tianzong's control, Ling Xiao felt that the sky-splitting axe's divine power seemed to have awakened. It already had the power to kill a demon god. Even Ling Xiao's heavenly halberd, which was condensed from lightning, was instantly shattered. Rumble, Hua Tianzong held the sky-splitting axe in his hand and slashed at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not dodge and also punched out with his fist. The extreme physical strength burst out. His fist was surging with lightning, like a vast and dazzling thunderbolt, and attacked Hua Tianzong. Bang! Ling Xiao and the sky-splitting axe collided. His palm print changed like the wind. In an instant, a palm blade cut on the sky-splitting axe, and a dazzling light burst out. The terrifying power that Ling Xiao exuded was directly transmitted into Hua Tianzong's body, causing him to tremble violently. Kill! Hua Tianzong roared. His eyes were burning with killing intent. Chaotic mist filled his body, and the sky-splitting axe in his hand became more and more dazzling. Every time the sky-splitting axe chopped down, it was as if it was splitting the sky and the earth. Ling Xiao turned into a dazzling thunderbolt and attracted the power of the Thunder Tribulation to fight with Hua Tianzong. At the same time, Ling Xiao's physical strength, under the tempering of the Thunder Tribulation, was constantly refining the power of the heavenly Tao Thunder Tribulation T. Rumble, above the 9 heavens, the winds and clouds surged as the lightning tribulation descended. Furthermore, it was mixed with a vast amount of primal chaos chi. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. It was extremely terrifying. Ling Xiao and Magnificent Sky Sect were like apes and dragons roaring to the 9 heavens as they engaged in a fierce battle. Kill! Hua Tianzong's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Not only did he activate the sky-splitting axe, but he also activated the Bell of Chaos. It rotated slightly in the void, as if the heavens were descending, suppressing Ling Xiao. Although Magnificent Sect's strength was terrifying and he had 2 divine artifacts, it would not be difficult for Ling Xiao to defeat him. However, Ling Xiao discovered that under the pressure of the sky-splitting axe and the Bell of Chaos, the power of the Heavenly Way Thunder Tribulation T in Ling Xiao's body was rapidly being refined. That was why Ling Xiao did not choose to defeat Magnificent Sect immediately. Instead, he chose to use Magnificent Sect to cultivate. Ling Xiao's body was surrounded by bolts of lightning, but there were also resplendent runes under the lightning. His body was like glass, emitting a divine fluctuation. Strands of lightning overflowed from Ling Xiao's body and merged with the lightning in the sky, forming a wonderful balance. As the lightning in the sky became stronger and stronger, Ling Xiao's physical body became more and more terrifying. He began to emit an immortal aura. Sensing that Ling Xiao's aura was growing stronger, Magnificent Sect's face suddenly became extremely ugly. Only then did he realize that Ling Xiao was actually using his power to cultivate. You're courting death. Magnificent Sect felt as if he had been greatly humiliated. His eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. No one had ever dared to cultivate while fighting with him. This was simply looking down on him. Rumble, the sky-splitting axe and the Bell of Chaos soared into the sky, shining brightly in the void. Strands of resplendent divine power spread out and suddenly suppressed Ling Xiao. Magnificent Sect, do you really think that you can be arrogant in front of me just because you have 2 divine artifacts? A sharp light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes as he revealed a cold expression. He instantly threw a punch at the two divine weapons. Crack, a dazzling bolt of lightning exploded in the void. Ling Xiao's punch contained extreme physical strength. It was as if he wanted to break the shackles of this world and open the legendary door to the God realm. The terrifying fist suddenly slammed onto the bell of chaos, causing it to tremble violently and burst out with a dazzling light. Suppress! At the same time, Ling Xiao roared. A sea of lightning rose behind him, and a vast amount of chaotic energy spread out. It was as if a celestial emperor that could sweep through the world and suppress all worlds had stepped out from it and suddenly suppressed the sky-splitting axe. This was the celestial emperor Dharma idol that Ling Xiao had condensed when he was still in the monarch realm. Now, although he had become a sovereign, he could still manifest this celestial emperor Dharma idol, but it was different from before. This celestial emperor was like a great emperor that controlled divine punishment. It was enveloped in dazzling lightning and suddenly slammed onto the sky-splitting axe, causing it to tremble violently. Then, it suddenly slashed towards the bell of chaos, clang, the sky-splitting axe and the bell of chaos collided. At this moment, even Hua Tianzong could not control it. Suddenly, a dazzling divine light burst out, causing the void to tremble violently. Puff, Hua Tianzong was hit by the backlash of the two divine artifacts. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and was instantly sent flying backwards, his eyes filled with disbelief. Divine artifacts are just external objects. The most powerful thing is still your own body. Moreover, with your current strength, you can't control these two divine artifacts at all. Hua Tianzong, do you really want to die? Ling Xiao's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent as he stepped towards Hua Tianzong. The sky-splitting axe and the bell of chaos trembled violently. They were actually suppressed by the celestial emperor Dharma idol behind Ling Xiao, unable to escape from Ling Xiao's control. Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. Ling Xiao was like an invincible divine king, overlooking the world and sweeping through the world. Everyone's hearts could not help but tremble. The people of the Xianxia sect were incomparably excited. Their eyes were filled with excitement. Even the powerful Hua Tianzong was no match for Ling Xiao. The Xianxia sect was saved. Very good. To be able to resist the power of the sky-splitting axe and the bell of chaos, your combat strength is indeed very strong. But as long as you have not become a divine being, you will die today. Hua Tianzong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with crazy killing intent. Chaos opens the sky, I control eternity. Kill. 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 Rumble, heaven and earth trembled as chaotic mist filled the air. Dazzling divine light burst out from Hua Tianzong's body and swept across the world. Streams of mysterious power of laws seemed to shoot out from his body. They were like divine chains of order that traversed the void. Heaven and earth were dark and chaotic. A dazzling light illuminated everything. It contained an extremely sublime power and rushed toward Ling Xiao. It was the original power of Hua Tianzong's body. It was the power of the chaotic sacred body. At this moment, even Ling Xiao's expression changed. He felt a fatal danger surging toward him as if it was going to tear him into pieces. Kill. Ling Xiao roared as fighting spirit rose in his eyes. The power of the god of war in his body completely burst out as he slammed his palm toward Hua Tianzong. In his palm, the divine light of four symbols spread out. The shadows of the ancestral dragon, the true phoenix, the white tiger, and the black tortoise appeared and merged with each other. An extremely terrifying power began to rise. The terrifying palm print broke through the chaos and collided with the eternal light. Rumble, it was as if heaven and earth were collapsing as billions of volcanoes erupted at the same time. The void instantly exploded with a bang. The terrifying divine light swept out in all directions, instantly turning several mountains in the distance into dust. Even the many experts who were watching the battle, some of them with weaker cultivations, were instantly blasted into a bloody mist. Hang in there! The old goat and Taoist Wuliang both used all their strength. Divine power gushed out from their bodies as they tried their best to support the longevity god seal array. Now, the longevity mountain seemed to be in a state of great destruction. Only the area covered by the longevity god seal array was a pure land. Fortunately, Ling Xiao and Magnificent Sect were both above the 9 heavens. Although the terrifying shockwaves were very strong, causing the barrier of the longevity god seal array to tremble violently and spurt out divine light and runes. It still managed to hold on in the end and did not completely shatter. Rumble. In the void, Ling Xiao was facing such a crazy attack from Hua Tianzong. He had no choice but to use his full strength and display the four symbols heaven-striking style. The power of the chaotic sacred body was too terrifying. Hua Tianzong had not yet broken through to the divine realm, so the power of the chaotic sacred body was not fully unleashed. Now that Hua Tianzong had broken through to the immortal state, with the power of the fully awakened chaotic holy body, even if Ling Xiao won, he would have to pay a terrible price. The power of the, for elephants hitting the heavens, was a combination of the four secret techniques of Ling Xiao and the heavenly law. Under this attack, the dazzling divine light that filled the sky was swept away, and at the same time, the chaotic power of Hua Tianzong disappeared into nothingness. Bang! Ling Xiao's figure flashed and flew back. Hua Tianzong, on the other hand, was even more miserable. He had paid a great price for this move. At this moment, his face was incomparably pale, and blood was spurting out from all over his body. His whole body was trembling violently, as if he would fall from the sky at any time. Impossible. This was impossible. How can you block my primal chaos heaven-splitting power? Hua Tianzong's eyes were filled with disbelief as he stared at Ling Xiao. This move had almost exhausted all of his strength. Hua Tianzong was confident that even a demon god could be completely killed by this move. However, he did not expect that Ling Xiao would be able to block it so easily. On the other side, the mountain demon god, the sea demon god, and Zhu Ganglai were also extremely shocked. The power of Hua Tianzong's attack was extremely terrifying, and it made them feel a fatal threat. However, in the end, it was still unable to do anything to Ling Xiao. As for the people from the Changsan sect, they were already stunned. In their hearts, Ling Xiao was like an invincible god of war, sweeping across and suppressing everything. Even the arrogant Hua Tianzong was no match for him. Nothing is impossible. Your chaotic holy body is indeed very strong, but you still have to die. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he said lightly. Moreover, Ling Xiao had a very strange feeling in his heart. Hua Tianzong's chaotic holy body was indeed very strong, but it seemed to lack some kind of spiritual fluctuation. In his opinion, it was not as strong as Zhao Ritian's holy body of the sun and Lu Jianyi's holy body of the yin-yang. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Who the hell are you? How can a titled supreme being have such terrifying combat strength? Hua Tianzong looked as if he had gone mad, and his eyes were extremely ferocious. 6 years ago, he had lost to Ling Xiao. He had lost to Ling Xiao, whom he had never placed in his eyes. At that time, he had sworn that one day, he would personally wash away this humiliation and kill Ling Xiao. In 6 years, he had obtained a great opportunity, and his cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds, all the way to the titled Supreme Being realm. This time, Hua Tianzong had come back to destroy Ling Xiao's sect, capture Ling Xiao's family and friends, and torture them to death to vent his hatred. However, he did not expect that the young man who suddenly appeared, who claimed to be Ling Xiao's friend, would have such terrifying strength, and caused him to suffer a crushing defeat once again. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. As for who I am, you will naturally know when you are dead. Ling Xiao said lightly, and a trace of cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. Boom, he threw out a punch, and terrifying lightning enveloped the void. Bolts of lightning as thick as mountains descended from the 9 heavens, and charged towards Hua Tianzong. Block it for me. Hua Tianzong roared and spat out a mouthful of blood. The sky-opening axe and the bell of chaos trembled violently, and instantly flew back. After absorbing his essence blood, they shone brightly. Buzz, strands of divine light filled the air, and bright runes circled around. The bell of chaos emitted a strange sound wave that seemed to resound through the heavens, and it made all the creatures in the world tremble. As for the sky-splitting axe, it turned into a sharp ray of light that slashed towards Ling Xiao. Boom, Ling Xiao's eyes shone brightly, and his battle intent soared. An unparalleled lightning fist suddenly hit the bell of chaos. The bell of primal chaos violently trembled and spewed out a sharp light. The runes on it suddenly exploded and the incomparably terrifying bell of primal chaos was sent flying by Ling Xiao's fist. Whoosh, Ling Xiao chopped down with his palm. The blade light was extremely sharp, and it condensed purple lightning. It hit the sky-opening axe, and the axe was also blown away. Ling Zhao's killing intent surged, and a terrifying fist print suddenly charged towards Hua Tianzong. Bang! Hua Tianzong raised his arm to block, but when the unparalleled divine power hit him, his body trembled violently, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. In an instant, he was blown away by Ling Xiao. Die. In the sky above the Longevity Mountain, Ling Xiao pointed at Magnificent Sect. The bright light illuminated the surroundings, including Ling Zhao's bright and sharp eyes. They were like the eyes of the heavens, cold and merciless. He swore to kill Magnificent Sect. Everyone from the War God Hall and the Chongsun sect stared at the scene before them in disbelief. Ling Zhao's strength shocked everyone. Stop. The mountain demonic god and sea demonic god's eyes were filled with killing intent. Suddenly, a terrifying demonic aura spread out from their bodies. It was dark and evil. They pushed Zhu Ganglai away and charged at Ling Xiao. Magnificent Sect could not die in Ling Zhao's hands. Otherwise, the two of them would not have a good ending. Therefore, they had to stop Ling Xiao no matter what. Rumble, heaven and earth trembled. The two demonic gods no longer concealed their aura. They completely released their vast and terrifying demonic aura. They are indeed extraterrestrial demons. The War God Temple actually dared to collude with extraterrestrial demons. They deserve to die. The old goat's eyes flashed with killing intent as he said coldly. Everyone was dumbfounded by the scene in front of them. Previously, when Ling Xiao said that the mountain demonic god and sea demonic god were extraterrestrial demons, they were still skeptical. After all, the War God Temple claimed to be the inheritor of the Scarlet Dragon War God. They should not have colluded with extraterrestrial demons. However, after the two demonic gods' auras were completely exposed, everyone understood that the War God Temple had colluded with extraterrestrial demons. War God Temple, you deserve to die. Long Lai and Fire Phoenix Supreme's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Everyone in the War God Temple knew that the extraterrestrial demons and the living beings of this world were mortal enemies. No matter how great the hatred was, they had to work together to fight against the extraterrestrial demons. This was an iron law that everyone had to abide by. The War God Temple was going against the world. They were going to become the enemy of everyone in the War God realm. You're courting death. Zhu Ganglai was furious. These two fellows dared to go against Ling Xiao. This made him feel ashamed. Ling Xiao had given him the task, but he had not dealt with these two fellows after so long. Boom! The nine-toothed rake shone brightly and emitted streaks of sharp light as it smashed down towards the mountain demon god. A sharp light flashed in Ling Zhao's eyes. Without dodging, he pointed at the demonic sea god's forehead. Crack! The world trembled violently as bolts of lightning descended. Ling Zhao's finger was extremely sharp. Like a resplendent streak of light, it instantly cut through the sea demon god's arm and landed on his forehead. Puff! The sea demon god trembled as he let out a miserable roar. His forehead was immediately pierced by Ling Zhao's finger. However, at the last moment, his primordial spirit dodged the power of Ling Zhao's finger. His eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent as he charged towards Ling Xiao. Die! Murderous intent flashed through Ling Zhao's eyes as he threw out a punch. Terrifying physical strength exploded and landed on the sea demon god's chest. Rumble! The sea demon god's body trembled violently. His terrifying physical body was directly blown apart by Ling Zhao's punch. Bolts of lightning struck down one after another. They were dazzling and contained an aura that could destroy everything. Ling Xiao used the unparalleled power of the thunder calamity to imprison the sea demon god's primordial spirit. He then kept it in his small world and suppressed it. In the blink of an eye, the extremely powerful sea demon god was forcefully killed by Ling Xiao. On the other side, Zhu Ganglai charged towards the mountain demon god with the nine-toothed rake in his hand. Ling Zhao's killing of the sea demon god gave the mountain demon god a huge fright. Unexpectedly, Zhu Ganglai's nine-toothed rake landed on his body. Puff! The mountain demon god trembled as half of his body was turned into a bloody mist by the nine-toothed rake. Black light rose from his body, making him look extremely miserable. Zhu Ganglai's strength was originally stronger than the mountain demon god. Without the sea demon god's cooperation and the mountain demon god's heavy injuries, the mountain demon god was quickly killed by Zhu Ganglai's nine-toothed rake. Zhu Ganglai obtained the mountain demon god's godhead and was extremely satisfied. In the blink of an eye, the two demon gods were killed by Ling Xiao and Zhu Ganglai. The speed was so fast that no one was able to react. It was as easy as killing chickens. Hua Tianzong's face was pale as he stared at Ling Xiao with disbelief in his eyes. You're dead for going against the war god temple. No one can save you. Hua Tianzong's eyes were gloomy as he stared at Ling Xiao. Is that so? I don't know if I'm going to die or not, but I'm afraid you're going to die today. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Rumble, Ling Xiao's body glowed brightly as he rode on the white dragon horse. His body was enveloped in dazzling lightning. His hair fluttered in the wind as he exuded a majestic aura. You forced me to do this. Today, all of you are going to die. Master, please descend. Hua Tianzong glanced at Ling Xiao coldly, and then knelt down on one knee. A beam of light suddenly lit up in his hand, exuding a strange wave. He looked into the depths of the void, and his eyes were filled with fanaticism and worship. Rumble, heaven and earth trembled as the sky above the 9 heavens shattered. Rays of bright divine light shone down as if the door to the realm of gods had opened, exuding a vast and bright light. A mysterious figure slowly descended from the 9 heavens, emitting a wave of energy that shook the heavens and the earth. As the figure descended, all the experts of the war god temple, including Hua Tianzong, showed fanatical worship in their eyes as they knelt down one after another. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he looked at the figure. It was a figure shrouded in bright golden light. His face couldn't be seen clearly, but his body exuded a vast and terrifying aura, causing the void to tremble violently. His eyes were as bright and majestic as the sun, exuding an indifference that looked down on the world like ants. He stood above the 9 heavens as if he was the center of the world, exuding a vast divine fluctuation. However, Ling Xiao was extremely familiar with those eyes, and his body began to tremble violently. It's you? It's you. It's really you. Ha ha ha. Ling Xiao laughed out loud as his eyes were filled with hatred and killing intent. They were as cold as iron and filled with a murderous aura. Although the figure in front of him was shrouded in divine light, how could Ling Xiao not recognize that pair of eyes? Supreme True Dragon. 10,000 years ago, he was his best brother, but he ambushed him for the divine spark of the Scarlet Dragon War God, causing him to explode and die. 10,000 years after his reincarnation, Ling Xiao had 2 greatest wishes. The first was to find Xianxia, and the second was to find the Supreme True Dragon for revenge. Ling Xiao had long suspected that the mysterious god of war was the supreme real dragon. Now that he finally saw the supreme real dragon, all his suspicions were confirmed. Ling Xiao, you're still alive. An indifferent and old voice rang out in the air. The figure glanced at Ling Xiao, and a bright light shot out from his eyes. He recognized Ling Xiao as well. However, his words were like a clap of thunder, exploding in the sky above Longevity Mountain. Everyone could not help but tremble as they stared at Ling Xiao in disbelief. Buzz, Ling Xiao's body glowed, and his appearance and aura changed drastically. He regained his original appearance and became the extraordinarily handsome and otherworldly Ling Xiao. He rode on the white dragon horse and stood at the peak of the sky. He was surrounded by a golden glow and his hair was thick and shiny. His body contained a power that could break the heavens and earth. Although Ling Xiao's appearance was different from 6 years ago, the familiar aura and fluctuation made everyone understand instantly. The young man riding on the white dragon horse was really Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was back. I knew it. I knew Xiao would be fine. He's finally back. On Longevity Mountain, Long Hanyan and many experts from the dragon tribe stood together. When they saw Ling Xiao in the sky, they trembled violently. Tears blurred their eyes and their faces were filled with joy. It's Ling Xiao? Ha ha ha. It's our holy son, Ling Xiao. He's finally back. As long as the holy son is alive, he will live forever. As long as the holy son is alive, he will live forever. The experts from Longevity Sect, including sect leader Nangong Xian, Great Elder, Nangong Qing, Lu Piapiao, and even the king of the wilderness, Xia Huang, were all filled with joy and excitement. Ling Xiao had left Longevity Sect for more than 10 years. Today, Ling Xiao finally returned to Longevity Sect with an invincible aura and became the focus of attention. He's finally back. Phoenix Lady was so excited that she was shaking. She grabbed Moon God's arm. Her eyes were full of joy, and her eyes were red. Ha ha ha. Ox-nosed old Taoist, I knew it was Ling Xiao. Who would have thought that he would recover his appearance from his previous life? Is he planning to announce his identity to the world? With Ling Xiao here, Changsan men will be safe. Although the old goat and Taoist Wuliang had already guessed Ling Xiao's identity, they were still extremely excited and happy when they saw him. Long Outyan and Lu Jiani were the most excited. No wonder. I was wondering when such a young expert appeared in the war god great world. So it's my cousin. Ha ha ha. Long Outyan laughed and danced on the fire Qilin, jumping up and down. Master is too strong. So it was Master who saved us. Lu Jiani's eyes were filled with adoration and admiration. As for Ling Xiao's old friends, including Jian Wushuang, Du Guxue, and Li Jingming, they were naturally overjoyed and excited. As for the experts from the holy lands of martial arts who came to watch the battle, they were completely dumbfounded. They could not believe what they were seeing. 6 years ago, Ling Xiao died in the stomach of the reincarnation beast. This was a fact that countless people had seen. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao was not only alive, but had actually returned? Everyone had a premonition that the war god great world was about to change again. At this moment, all the disciples of Changsan men suddenly realized that Ling Xiao's appearance was exactly the same as the sky-devouring supreme at the Longevity Square. Even their auras were extremely similar. Was this really a coincidence? Ling Xiao's appearance was like a huge earthquake, instantly suppressing the mysterious war god of the war god temple and becoming the focus of attention. Ling Xiao's gaze was fixed on the supreme true dragon, who was also known as the war god of the war god hall. I'm still alive. You must have guessed it long ago, right? Let's settle the grudge between us today. Ling Xiao's gaze was extremely sharp and his aura rose to the maximum as he stared at Supreme Real Dragon. Ling Xiao, you're still as childish as you were 10,000 years ago. You died in my hands 10,000 years ago. Do you think you're qualified to fight me 10,000 years later? Supreme True Dragon's eyes revealed a trace of indifference. Rumble, at this moment, the light around the Supreme True Dragon dissipated. Bolts of lightning dazzled everyone's eyes as he stepped out from within, finally revealing his true face. He was a very handsome middle-aged man. His body was as strong as a dragon and he wore a golden chainmail. The blood-red cape behind him fluttered in the wind, making him look domineering, majestic, and mysterious. He exuded an extremely terrifying aura. His eyes were extremely sharp, as if they contained a vast chaotic world. He was indifferent and majestic. Chaotic fog surrounded him as he walked towards Ling Xiao step by step. The void trembled violently as if a heavenly drum was beating. Everyone's blood boiled and their faces turned pale. This was the first time everyone had seen the mysterious war god from War God Temple. Their eyes were filled with shock. What? You're Supreme Real Dragon? Ha ha ha. I was wondering who the mysterious war god from War God Temple was. I didn't expect it to be an ungrateful and shameless person like you who betrayed your brother. True Dragon, you deserve to die. The old goat's eyes widened in disbelief. Then, he laughed out loud. However, his laughter was extremely cold and his entire body exuded a monstrous killing intent. He was still a little confused as Ling Xiao seemed to know the war god. Only when he saw the war god's true appearance did he finally understand. The war god's true identity was the Supreme Real Dragon from 10,000 years ago. Supreme Real Dragon? These 4 words made everyone tremble as if they had thought of something. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. This was especially so for Long Lai and Fire Phoenix Supreme. Both of them were formidable martial artists from 10,000 years ago. Naturally, they had heard of the 10 great titled supreme martial artists from 10,000 years ago. How could they not know that the number 2 among the 10 great titled supreme martial artists was the true Dragon Supreme? Not only did Supreme Real Dragon not die, but he had also become the war god from War God Temple. This was simply too unbelievable. Although 10,000 years was a long time ago, many Supreme Real Dragon experts in the martial arts Holy Lands naturally knew about Supreme Real Dragon. In particular, Supreme Real Dragon had sneakily attacked Sky-Devouring Supreme and snatched the Red Dragon War God's divinity. This had become a stain that could never be erased. No, if he was the Supreme Real Dragon, Why did he say that he had killed Ling Xiao 10,000 years ago? Who was Ling Xiao? Everyone's expression changed as they sucked in a breath of cold air. A name suddenly appeared in their minds. Devouring Sky Supreme. 10,000 years ago, the Supreme True Dragon and Devouring Sky Supreme were not only the strongest in the world, but they were also good brothers. However, the Supreme True Dragon betrayed Devouring Sky Supreme for the Scarlet Dragon War God's divinity and killed Devouring Sky Supreme. Although the crowd did not know the details, they knew the grudge between the Supreme True Dragon and Devouring Sky Supreme. If the War God was the Supreme True Dragon from 10,000 years ago, could Ling Xiao be Devouring Sky Supreme? However, this was too unbelievable. Not only did the most powerful man from 10,000 years ago not die, he even became a peerless genius of the younger generation and returned as a king to seek revenge from the War God Temple. Everyone was dumbfounded as they stared at Ling Xiao. Their eyes were filled with incomparable shock. Look! Isn't Ling Xiao's appearance and aura similar to the statue of Devouring Sky Supreme? At this moment, someone exclaimed and looked at the statue of Devouring Sky Supreme in the Longevity Square. That statue was of a man in black. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked extraordinarily handsome. His eyebrows were sharp like swords and his eyes were bright like stars. He exuded an invincible aura that looked down on the world. That was the statue of Devouring Sky Supreme. It looked more than similar to Ling Xiao. They were exactly the same. What? Ling Xiao is the ancestor of Devouring Sky Supreme? This news shocked everyone from the Longevity sect. Nangong Xian, Nangong Qing, and the Great Elder could not believe it. The legendary figure from 10,000 years ago, the most powerful man in the world, the ancestor of Devouring Sky Supreme, did not die and had become the saint of the Longevity sect, Ling Xiao. This made everyone feel as though they were in a dream. Oh my, big cousin has such an awesome identity. He's amazing. Long Outyan also widened his eyes in shock. However, Long Hanyan's face turned pale and her body trembled. If Ling Xiao was the Devouring Sky Supreme from 10,000 years ago, then where was her real son? Long Hanyan thought of a certain possibility and her body trembled. She seemed to have lost her soul. All eyes were on him, everyone's eyes fell on Ling Xiao. They wanted to hear Ling Xiao's confirmation of his identity even though they had already believed 90% of it. Rumble. Ling Xiao's body emitted a dazzling light. Golden clouds swirled around him and formed a vast devouring vortex behind him. His black hair and white robes fluttered in the wind as he rode on the white dragon horse. His body exuded an invincible aura. The devouring heaven sword in his hand shone brightly, illuminating thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. That's right. I am the heaven-devouring Supreme Ling Xiao. I'm back. Ling Xiao's indifferent voice reverberated through the air, shaking the countless mountains in the surroundings. At the same time, everyone was also shocked and excited. At this moment, the heaven-devouring Supreme had returned. The eyes of the old goat and Taoist Wuliang revealed a bright smile. They were also extremely excited and proud of him. This was the strongest person in the world 10,000 years ago. This was the heaven-devouring Supreme. This was Ling Xiao, the most brilliant name from 10,000 years ago. 10,000 years ago, for the sake of the Scarlet Dragon War God's Godhead, you went back on your word and killed me. But you didn't expect that after 10,000 years, I would reincarnate and come back. Ling Xiao held the devouring heaven sword in his hand and pointed it at the supreme real dragon. His eyes were full of peerless sharpness. Mother, in my previous life, I was the heaven-devouring Supreme. But in this life, I'm your son, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao then glanced at Long Hanyan, his eyes revealing an incomparably gentle smile. My shower. Long Hanyan's body trembled, but her tears flowed down uncontrollably. The look in Ling Xiao's eyes made her feel completely at ease. She knew that this was her shower. He had never changed. Very good. Ling Xiao, in this life, you are indeed stronger than 10,000 years ago. 6 years ago, during the battle at the Reincarnation Sea, I knew it was you. You did not disappoint me. But no one can stop what I want to do. You will never know how powerful the person you are facing is. The Supreme Real Dragon's gaze was indifferent, and his entire body exuded an extremely powerful dragon aura. Ling Xiao, if you don't become a deity, you will always be an ant. Today, I will show you what despair is. Come up and accept your death. I would like to see who dares to resist me after you die. The Supreme Real Dragon's gaze was like a blade, sweeping across the crowd. Those who were looked at by him were shocked, and their faces were extremely pale, revealing an extremely fearful expression. The news of the battle between the War God Temple and the Xianxia sect had spread. Many Supreme Being experts from the martial arts holy lands tore through the void and came to see the confrontation between Ling Xiao and the Supreme Real Dragon. Everyone hoped that Ling Xiao would win and defeat the Supreme Real Dragon. However, under the vast aura of the Supreme Real Dragon, none of them could say a word. Rumble, the Supreme Real Dragon's body was surrounded by a vast light, and he exuded a vast and terrifying aura of the divine path. It filled the entire sky and caused the void to tremble violently. His body was gushing with divine light, and divine clouds lingered in between his eyebrows as if there was a dazzling crystal. His entire body exuded a divine fluctuation, as if he was a true deity. Master, this is bad. He has completely confirmed his Tao and become a deity. You must be careful. Zhu Gonglia's body trembled, and his eyes revealed an extremely solemn expression as he hurriedly transmitted a message to Ling Xiao. He has already become a deity? Indeed, these 10,000 years have not been wasted. However, so what if he has become a deity? Just slaughter him. Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a trace of cold sharpness as he said indifferently. The gate of the God realm was closed, and no one in the War God realm could become a deity 1,000,000 years ago. However, this did not mean that it was impossible to become a deity. For example, one could become a deity physically, or one could find an immeasurable amount of divine path law, and become a deity through the gate of the God realm. However, to break through to the God realm today was more than 10 times or 100 times more difficult than 1,000,000 years ago. Therefore, the ascension of the Supreme Real Dragon was so shocking. Supreme Real Dragon, today, we will fight to the death regardless of the outcome. However, before we fight to the death, I want to ask you one thing. 10,000 years ago, if you had said it, I would have given up the divine spark of the Scarlet Dragon War God. However, in your eyes, could it be that our brotherhood and friendship is not worth a divine spark? Ling Zhao's expression was calm as he looked at the Supreme Real Dragon. However, there was a trace of complicated emotions in his eyes, which showed that his heart was not calm. Ling Xiao asked a question that had been hidden in his heart for 10,000 years. He wanted to ask the Supreme Real Dragon face to face. Brotherly love? Friendship? Ha ha ha. You humans really have such boring feelings. With the Scarlet Dragon War God's divinity, I can become a god and gain a long lifespan. How can you give it to me? So I have to take it from you. Supreme True Dragon's eyes revealed a faint hint of mockery as he spoke. Very well. Since that's the case, I can go and kill you without worry. Ling Xiao slowly raised his head. All the emotions in his eyes dissipated and became deep and vast. They became as hard as steel and murderous as frost. Come on. Let me see how strong you have become after being reborn for a few decades. If you are still the same as 10,000 years ago, I will be disappointed. Supreme True Dragon's eyes flashed with a cruel glint as he spoke indifferently. Boom, Ling Zhao's body exuded a vast dragon's aura. The roar of a dragon shook the heavens. He was surrounded by a golden glow and a vast and terrifying aura charged toward Supreme True Dragon. The secret skill of the ancestral dragon? Looks like you have obtained the complete secret skill from the wordless heavenly book. Unfortunately, you have not mastered it. Supreme True Dragon said calmly. Behind him, a golden divine dragon roared in the sky. It exuded a monstrous dragon's aura and suppressed Ling Xiao. Rumble, boom. Boom. Their auras rose violently. The same dragon's roar shook the heavens. The same domineering dragon's aura intertwined and collided violently. In a trance, the crowd seemed to have seen two ancient divine dragons clashing with their auras. They actually felt that they were evenly matched. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He realized that Supreme True Dragon had also cultivated the complete realm of the True Dragon body. Unfortunately, he did not have the cultivation technique of the divine dragon body. Moreover, it was not easy to become a god physically. Therefore, Supreme True Dragon's physical body should be similar to his. However, Ling Xiao had the power of the heavenly tribulation tea in his body. In terms of physical strength, he might be stronger than Supreme True Dragon. Kill. When the aura between the two reached its peak, Xianxia no longer held back. He threw a punch at Supreme True Dragon. Crack, golden light exploded in the void like a bolt of golden lightning. Xianxia unleashed the full power of his true dragon body. Divine light gushed out of his body as he charged towards the Supreme True Dragon with pure physical strength. Good timing. The Supreme True Dragon's eyes flashed as he too threw out a punch. His body leaped forward like a dragon, exuding an undefeatable aura. Rumble. The two fists collided, and it was as if a dazzling divine sun had exploded in the void, erupting with boundless light. A vast storm of divine light swept out in all directions, overflowing with strands of terrifying killing intent. With Longevity Mountain as the center, the mountains that the old goat had moved over all exploded under this attack. Retreat. Everyone turned pale with fright. Their eyes were filled with terror as they hurriedly retreated. The terrifying shockwaves swept out in all directions, causing some of the weaker experts to be unable to retreat in time. They instantly exploded into a bloody mist, and miserable cries rang out. The surrounding mountains collapsed, and the ground cracked. Boiling lava spewed out as if the sun had fallen from the 9 heavens, stirring up a violent storm. The Longevity God Sealing Grand Formation was shaking violently. Fortunately, Zhu Ganglai had joined in. He cooperated with the old goat and Taoist Wuliang to maintain the barrier of the Longevity God Sealing Grand Formation and protect the people from the Longevity sect. It was only a single physical collision, but such a terrifying divine might had erupted. This is too terrifying. Both of them were peerless experts 10,000 years ago. Their physical bodies have reached the peak of the human Tao and are close to the immortal state. They are invincible. That's right. This is a battle that has lasted for tens of thousands of years. No one knows who will win. The many supreme experts who were watching from afar discussed fervently, their eyes filled with shock. Rumble. After the dazzling light dispersed, Xianxia and Supreme True Dragon faced each other from afar. They both retreated a few hundred feet and stood in the void. This punch was actually a draw. You really have the complete Ancestral Dragon secret skill. Hand it over to me. It can only shine in my hands. Supreme True Dragon's eyes flashed with a sharp glint as he spoke indifferently. If you want the Ancestral Dragon secret skill, let's see if you have what it takes. Xiao's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he threw another punch at Supreme True Dragon. Rumble. Above the void, dazzling light shone as divine power surged like an ocean. A vast divine light storm gathered and enveloped Xiao and Supreme True Dragon's figures. Every time they collided, it was like a dazzling explosion of lightning, causing the void to rumble violently and emitting a terrifying aura. The experts of Tempest Temple had also arrived. It was an old monk sitting cross-legged on a lotus platform. He looked kind and benevolent. His face was full of benevolence. His eyebrows were very long, like 2 white galaxies coiling around him. His whole body emitted a clear Buddhist light. Kasayapa Buddha stood behind him. The old monk on the lotus platform was rumored to be the disciple of Bodhi Supreme 10,000 years ago, Long-Browed Buddha. He was also Kasayapa's master. Now, he was in charge of Tempest Temple and his cultivation was unfathomable. Master, who do you think will win this battle? Kasayapa Buddha lowered his head and put his palms together. He wore a white monk robe and looked elegant and handsome. His entire body exuded a divine aura. It's hard to say. But Supreme True Dragon has already reached the immortal state. Devouring Supreme is only a titled warrior. It will be difficult for him to win this battle. However, if Xianxia wins, it will be a great fortune for War God Realm. Long-browed Buddha's eyes were deep as he looked at the battle in the void afar and sighed softly. Many experts were discussing among themselves, but their analysis was similar to Long-browed Buddha's. Xianxia and Supreme True Dragon both had peak physical bodies. However, Supreme True Dragon was already an immortal while Xianxia was only a titled warrior. No matter how one looked at it, Supreme True Dragon had the highest chance of winning. However, the War God Temple colluding with the Demon God was very likely instructed by this Supreme True Dragon. In everyone's eyes, the War God Temple was already the public enemy of the entire War God realm. Therefore, they all hoped that Xianxia would win. Otherwise, if Xianxia died, no one in War God Realm would be able to defeat Supreme True Dragon, boom, Ling Xiao and Supreme True Dragon turned into two dazzling beams of light that shot into the sky like stars. They collided in the void and exploded into dazzling lightning. At this moment, divine power surged in the void, as vast as the sea. Dazzling divine light shone in all directions. The battle between Ling Xiao and the Supreme Real Dragon was like two immemorial divine mountains colliding, causing the void to rumble violently. Gotcha, the void trembled and chaos rose. Ling Xiao and Supreme True Dragon flew back at the same time. Their divine powers rose and their bodies shone brightly. Ling Xiao's battle intent rose. Supreme True Dragon was indeed his greatest enemy 10,000 years ago. Today, Supreme True Dragon was more than 1,000 times stronger than 10,000 years ago. Moreover, Ling Xiao could feel that there was a terrifying power in Supreme True Dragon's body. It seemed to be the bloodline of the dragon tribe. It contained a vast, mysterious, and ancient fluctuation that made his body shine with a dark golden light. 10,000 Dragons God-slaying skill, kill. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he roared and threw a punch at the Supreme True Dragon. Roar. The dragon's roar shook the heavens, causing the void to tremble violently. Ling Xiao punched out, his fist imprint vast and unparalleled, like an ancient divine mountain. In an instant, 18 rainbow-colored divine dragons appeared in the sky, suppressing the Supreme Real Dragon. Each rainbow divine dragon contained the power of a deity. The 18 rainbow divine dragons exploded at the same time. Together with Ling Xiao's true dragon body, they exploded with a terrifying power. 10,000 Dragons God-slaying skill? Very well. Let's see if your 10,000 Dragons God-slaying skill is stronger than mine. Supreme True Dragon's eyes flashed sharply. He was not surprised at all. He leaped into the sky, and the dark golden light around him surged. A giant palm pressed down on Ling Xiao. 18 dark golden divine dragons rushed out of his palm at the same time. They traversed the void, and they contained an extreme power of killing. What? Supreme True Dragon knows the 10,000 Dragons God-slaying skill? Long Out Yen, Long Lai, and the rest were shocked. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. The 10,000 Dragons God-slaying skill was the most powerful skill of the dragon tribe. Long Long had passed it down to Long Out Yen and Ling Xiao in the time cave. They did not expect Supreme True Dragon to know it too. Moreover, Supreme True Dragon's divine power was surging, and his bloodline was rising. It was as if he had turned into a peerless divine dragon. The power of the 10,000 Dragons God-slaying technique was no weaker than Ling Xiao's. Ling Xiao's eyes shone with an incomparably sharp light. Vast amounts of vitality rose up around him, all of it pouring into his fist. The 7-colored bead of blood in his heart actually began to tremble violently at this moment. Every time it trembled, his strength would increase slightly. Above the void, the 36 divine dragons suddenly collided with each other. It was as if the dragon clan had started an earth-shattering battle, erupting with incomparably terrifying divine power. The dragon clan was once the overlord of the world. They were the royal clan of the demon clan. Therefore, the bloodline of many creatures contained reverence for the dragon clan. At this moment, the vast dragon power exploded, and many experts could not help but tremble. Crack, the void instantly exploded, fist and palm collided. The terrifying physical strength seemed to be able to pierce through the chaos and open the door to the realm of gods. Vast amounts of divine power surged, making it difficult for people to tell where they were at this moment. Within the body of the Supreme True Dragon, there was also a terrifying bloodline power surging, causing this palm strike of his to soar to the extreme, terrifying to the extreme. Divine Dragon Bloodline? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He actually felt that Supreme True Dragon possessed the Divine Dragon Bloodline. However, Supreme True Dragon was just an ordinary dragon. Moreover, he only had the cultivation technique of the True Dragon body. How could he possess the Divine Dragon Bloodline? As if sensing Ling Xiao's surprise, Supreme True Dragon laughed coldly and said, "Don't doubt it. In the past 10,000 years, I have swept across the heavens and killed countless members of the Dragon Clan, including many members of the Dragon Clan in the Crystal Palace. I extracted the dragon bloodline from their bodies. In the Dragon Clan's primordial ruins, I devoured the blood essence of countless Dragon Clan members to create my Divine Dragon Bloodline. As long as I obtain the secret skill of the ancestral dragon, my physical body will immediately become a god. Therefore, Ling Xiao, you did not die in vain. Rumble, following Supreme True Dragon's voice, both Ling Xiao and Supreme True Dragon's figures were engulfed by the divine light that filled the sky. Condensing 18 divine dragon true forms seemed to be an extreme power that represented the pinnacle of the human Tao. If one wanted to continue to break through, he would have to attain the Tao and become a god. Therefore, both Ling Xiao and Supreme True Dragon had condensed 18 divine dragon true forms using the Thousand Dragons god-slaying technique. Moreover, Supreme True Dragon had activated the divine dragon bloodline in his body, which made this superpower even more powerful. As the fist and palm collided, the heavens and earth trembled. Terrifying divine light swept in all directions, causing everyone to tremble. Even though Ling Xiao and Supreme True Dragon were fighting in the sky, and even though they were far away, the terrifying aftershock still caused them to tremble. Slaughtering the dragon clan and condensing the divine dragon bloodline? Damn it! Long Lai and Long Outyan's eyes were filled with murderous intent as they stared at Supreme True Dragon. This was an irreconcilable enemy of the Dragon Clan. No wonder so many experts of the Dragon Clan in the Crystal Palace died mysteriously in the past 10,000 years. They were all sent to Supreme True Dragon to condense the Divine Dragon bloodline. The Divine Dragon bloodline in Supreme True Dragon's body surged, causing the power of the Thousand Dragons god-slaying technique to become incomparably terrifying. In an instant, it shattered the seven-colored divine dragon that Ling Xiao had condensed and came crashing down on Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, the seven-colored blood bead in Ling Xiao's body trembled violently and shone brightly. Strands of power from the bloodline merged with Ling Xiao's body, causing his body to swell rapidly at that moment. Rumble, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed sharply as a peerless fist print fell from the sky. It actually broke through Supreme True Dragon's Thousand Dragons god-slaying technique and landed heavily on his palm. Bang! Supreme True Dragon's body trembled as he suddenly retreated. I didn't expect this. You also have the Divine Dragon bloodline? Ling Xiao, you really surprise me more and more. Very good, this is more interesting. Supreme True Dragon said as he looked at Ling Xiao in surprise, his eyes flashing sharply. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly recalled the seven-colored blood pearl in his heart. He had obtained it from the depths of the dragon transformation pool in the Crystal Palace. So that was the divine dragon bloodline. Ling Xiao's heart was enlightened, but his expression was incomparably calm. He looked indifferently at Supreme True Dragon and said, "You slaughtered millions of Dragon Clan members just to condense the divine dragon bloodline. You really deserve to die." Deserve to die? Ha ha ha. This is a world where the strong are respected. The weak can only be reduced to food and ants. Even the Dragon Clan is no exception. Ling Xiao, you are still so childish. Supreme True Dragon's eyes were filled with mockery. Kill. Ling Xiao could not be bothered to waste any more time with him. As the saying went, those who walked different paths could not make plans together. Apart from the great enmity between him and Supreme True Dragon, they also had different ideologies. Kacha, Ling Xiao was bathed in dazzling lightning as he charged towards the Supreme True Dragon, exuding an invincible aura from his body. Supreme True Dragon was Ling Xiao's greatest enemy in both his lives. Most importantly, he knew Ling Xiao like the back of his hand. He also knew Ling Xiao's sky-devouring secret skill. Therefore, this battle was destined to be extremely difficult. Ling Xiao did not hold back at all. He gave it his all. Whoosh! Supreme True Dragon also charged towards Ling Xiao, stepping on the chaotic void. With extreme speed, he threw a punch towards Ling Xiao's head. Clang! When the two fists collided, a dazzling divine light exploded. It was like the sound of metal clashing. A vast amount of divine power exploded. Not only did Supreme True Dragon not retreat, he even used this force to charge forward and slashed his palm towards Ling Xiao's neck. The sword radiance was like a dazzling galaxy, flowing with cold murderous intent. Boom! Ling Xiao's fist landed on Supreme True Dragon's palm, and a dazzling light exploded. At the same time, his other hand pointed like a sword towards Supreme True Dragon's glabella. The sword radiance was so powerful that it seemed to be able to tear the void apart. It also contained a power that could destroy one's soul. Supreme True Dragon's expression was indifferent as he blocked Ling Xiao's attack with his palm. At the same time, he swung his arms and turned into a ray of light that shot into the sky. A huge footprint descended from the 9 heavens, stomping towards Ling Xiao's face. This stomp contained an incomparably violent power, as if it could crush a mountain into dust. Boom! Ling Xiao threw a punch and landed directly on Supreme True Dragon's foot. Unparalleled power gushed out, and the light was dazzling. At the same time, Ling Xiao's other hand grabbed onto Supreme True Dragon's ankle, wanting to drag him down from the sky and smash him onto the ground. Supreme True Dragon's body was filled with killing intent. His body was pulled taut like a bowstring. Borrowing Ling Xiao's strength, his arms shot towards Ling Xiao like arrows released from a bow. This power was incomparably vast and terrifying to the extreme. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he felt a cold killing intent coming at him. Without hesitation, he used a teleportation secret technique and teleported himself behind Supreme True Dragon. Then, he sent a flying kick at Supreme True Dragon. Bang! Supreme True Dragon swung his arms and blocked Ling Xiao's kick. A resplendent divine light exploded and Ling Xiao and Supreme True Dragon flew backwards at the same time. Rumble! Both Ling Xiao and the Supreme True Dragon were extremely fast. Every punch landed on the opponent's body. Both of them were using their maximum physical strength to fight. The physical strength of both of them seemed to have reached a kind of extreme, and they were evenly matched, not falling into a disadvantage at all. Light flashed in the air as the two figures intertwined with each other and collided fiercely. Then, they bounced off at an extremely fast speed, dazzling the eyes of the spectators. Those with weaker cultivations could not even see the two figures clearly. However, in this extreme physical collision, Ling Xiao could feel that the power of the Heavenly Path Thunder Calamity Tea was rapidly being refined and integrated into his body. However, Ling Xiao did not use that power at all. He did not want the Supreme True Dragon to notice anything amiss. He continued to unleash his terrifying power and charged towards the Supreme True Dragon. Damn you, Ling Xiao! How did you become so strong in just 6 years? No matter what, you will definitely die in the hands of my master today. Hua Tianzong's eyes were filled with cold murderous intent as he stared at Ling Xiao. He did not expect that this young man was really Ling Xiao, and that he had such an illustrious identity. The most powerful person in the world 10,000 years ago made Hua Tianzong go crazy with jealousy. Ling Xiao had already left a shadow in his heart. He had been defeated by Ling Xiao twice. If he could not kill Ling Xiao again, he was afraid that he would be left with a shadow in his heart and would not be able to progress any further. Ling Xiao and Supreme True Dragon were evenly matched, but there was no joy in the eyes of the spectators. They were still extremely solemn. They all knew that Ling Xiao's physical body was extremely terrifying and could kill a deity. However, Ling Xiao's strongest physical body was only comparable to that of Supreme True Dragon. Since Supreme True Dragon had already become a deity and had not used his strongest power, it would be extremely difficult for Ling Xiao to win. Unless Ling Xiao had some hidden trump card. However, the spectators did not have much hope for this. Boom! Ling Xiao and Supreme True Dragon's physical bodies collided once again, causing the void to tremble violently. The two of them seemed to have turned into two divine dragons, exuding a vast dragon's aura that caused the spectators to tremble. Swoosh! The two of them flew back at the same time and stood in the void, facing each other from afar. Not bad. To be able to cultivate your physical body to such a level in such a short period of time, you are indeed extraordinary. However, becoming a deity with your physical body is not an invincible path. Next, I will show you what a true deity is. Supreme True Dragon looked at Ling Xiao indifferently and said. Buzz! Supreme True Dragon's eyes became dazzling and contained streaks of chaotic fog. When he opened his eyes, it was as if the entire world had fallen into chaos. It was a pair of terrifying eyes that caused everyone's hair to stand on end and their bodies to tremble. Streaks of runes shot out from Supreme True Dragon's eyes and turned into a vast divine aura. It was like a majestic mountain that suppressed Ling Xiao. This was the power of the divine Tao, and it contained an immortal fluctuation. How is this possible? How can his cultivation level be so high? Zhu Ganlia's eyes were filled with disbelief. He suddenly realized that Supreme True Dragon was not an ordinary deity. His true cultivation level was at least that of a true god or even a heavenly god. There seemed to be a terrifying energy gathering in Supreme True Dragon's body and it was about to awaken. Kill! A trace of seriousness appeared in Ling Zhao's eyes as well. He could sense that the divine mountain formed from the strands of divine Dao talisman contained an extremely terrifying power. He immediately activated the art of the god of war and gathered the divine battle force around him. With an indestructible force, he charged at the supreme true dragon. Boom, the Ares technique was invincible. Ling Zhao's fist radiance was shrouded in golden light and his divine aura was unfathomable. Every time he punched, a divine mountain would be reduced to dust. Ling Zhao smashed through all the mountains in front of him, then punched towards the supreme true dragon. Ares technique? Good timing. Supreme true dragon's eyes glinted sharply. The power of the god of war surged around him as he slammed his palm towards Ling Zhao. Crack, the palm print was vast and unparalleled. It was like the hand of a heavenly god and it contained an extremely terrifying power. Supreme true dragon's Ares technique was even more terrifying than Ling Zhao's. Rumble, Ling Zhao fell out of the clouds with a single palm strike from Paragon True Dragon. Boundless godly might surged out like lightning from the 9 heavens. Apparently, Paragon True Dragon also cultivated the War God incantation. Of the 3 arts left behind by the War God Scarlet Dragon, Paragon True Dragon had only acquired the War God incantation. However, he had cultivated it to a consummate level, and used it to corroborate his Dao and achieve godly ascension. That was why Paragon True Dragon had slapped Ling Zhao out of the sky. Whoosh, Ling Zhao blurred into motion, stopping himself from falling. Boundless god power surged out behind him as the King Heaven Devourer Cauldron shattered Paragon True Dragon's palm strike and carried him up into the air. The King Heaven Devourer Cauldron? Perhaps you've forgotten, but I also know the Heaven Devouring secret magic. Black godlight erupted from Paragon True Dragon as the King Heaven Devourer Cauldron appeared behind him, pulsing with an ancient and mysterious aura that seemed capable of devouring anything and everything. Paragon True Dragon unleashed a palm strike that caused heaven and earth to tremble violently. Even the godlight in the sky was sucked in by the palm strike, which then shot toward Ling Zhao. Ling Zhao's eyes glittered. Paragon True Dragon had cultivated the heaven-devouring secret magic to the level of the King Heaven Devourer Cauldron. Unfortunately, he didn't have the complete technique, otherwise he would have already formed a heaven-devouring god sea. Rumble, the void shook violently as Ling Zhao spun like a top, shooting up into the sky in an instant. His body emitted dazzling lightning, and each lightning bolt was as thick as a mountain range, crashing down on the supreme true dragon. The collision between the sky-devouring secret technique was even more terrifying. It was as if all the divine lights in the sky had exploded and the surrounding void had completely collapsed. The supreme true dragon's body shone brightly as he shattered the lightning in the sky with a single palm strike. Then, he charged towards Ling Zhao, going against the heavens. Paragon True Dragon also knows the Heaven Devourer secret magic? According to the legends, the Heaven Devourer secret magic is Paragon Heaven Devourer's most powerful ability. Ling Zhao is in danger. That's right. Supposedly, 10,000 years ago, Paragon Heaven Devourer was able to suppress Paragon True Dragon. His Heaven Devourer secret magic is so domineering that it can devour heaven and earth. Will Ling Zhao be able to block it? Everyone's eyes revealed a trace of worry. Supreme True Dragon unleashed the sky-devouring secret technique, causing everyone's eyes to widen in shock and worry. Ling Zhao's invincible physique, 10,000 dragons god-slaying technique, and even the heaven-devouring secret skill were all countered by Supreme True Dragon. In addition, Supreme True Dragon's cultivation level was higher than Ling Zhao's. This battle was probably going to end in disaster. Ling Zhao, use your 7 limits divine technique. This is your only chance. Supreme True Dragon said coldly as a cold-killing intent flashed in his eyes. The 7 limits divine technique of swallowing heaven and destroying earth was extremely powerful. It was created by Ling Zhao in his previous life and contained the power to destroy everything. The Supreme True Dragon had a deep impression of it. Therefore, in his opinion, the 7 limits divine technique of devouring heaven and destroying earth was probably Ling Zhao's final trump card. Although the 7 limits divine art of devouring heaven and destroying earth is powerful, the Supreme True Dragon has already become a god. It will be difficult to kill him. There was a hint of worry in the old goat's eyes. The current Supreme True Dragon had already displayed a power that far exceeded that of an ordinary demon god. This had shocked both the old goat and Taoist Wuliang. To this day, they still couldn't believe how the supreme true dragon managed to ascend to godhood. After all, the gate of the realm of God was closed. Although Supreme True Dragon had refined the divine spark of the Scarlet Dragon War God 10,000 years ago, he was probably only half a step away from becoming a god. How did he become a true god? What exactly had happened that they didn't know about? Supreme True Dragon's identity was becoming more and more mysterious. The old goat and Taoist Wuliang could not help but feel worried. Ling Xiao and Supreme True Dragon were fated enemies. Who would be able to walk to the end? Do you want to see the 7 limits divine technique of devouring heaven and destroying earth? Very well. Recently, I have comprehended an ultimate technique. Please enlighten me. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with killing intent as he threw a punch at Supreme True Dragon. Boom, in the void, the chaotic mist rose violently. Ling Xiao's punch was like a giant hand that broke through the chaos. 4 dazzling divine lights rose and intertwined with each other, containing a mysterious force of the 4 symbols. Ling Xiao's black hair and robes fluttered in the wind. His eyes were burning with killing intent. Behind him, the ancestral dragon stood proudly in the 9 heavens, the true phoenix burned the earth, the white tiger roared and shook the galaxy, and the black tortoise held up the sky. The 4 symbols' divine beasts appeared in the void, exuding a terrifying aura. A terrifying force of destruction burst out, causing Supreme True Dragon's face to change abruptly. Good spirit, very good. Ling Xiao, I was right about you. You have used the secret skills of the ancestral dragon, the true phoenix, the white tiger, and the black tortoise as a foundation to comprehend the 4 symbols' heaven-striking style. If you have really become a god, I am afraid I may not be able to take this move. Supreme True Dragon exclaimed. Boundless divine light rose around him as he pushed his palms forward. The palm energy was so powerful that it seemed to be able to pierce through the heavens, although he said that, he did not dare to be careless. Ling Xiao's 4 symbols' heaven-striking style made him feel a fatal threat. Crack, Ling Xiao and Supreme True Dragon collided violently. The 4 symbols' heaven-striking style was extremely ferocious. It contained the original force of the 4 great secret skills, and it seemed to be able to break through everything. Ever since Ling Xiao had comprehended this move, he had been unstoppable. He could even kill a demon god with 1 blow. However, Supreme True Dragon felt the terror of this move, and he gave it his all. The chaotic aura around him rose, and the void trembled violently. An extreme destructive divine light shot out from his eyes, containing the power to split the heavens and earth. That destructive divine light seemed to contain the deepest, darkest, and most evil power. It wanted to make people sink into the abyss of hell forever. Feeling the power of the god light of destruction, Zhu Ganlia's expression changed greatly. This is the power of the demon clan? Zhu Ganlia's body shook violently, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He suddenly realized that Supreme True Dragon's body contained the original force of the demon clan. Could it be that Supreme True Dragon was a member of the demon clan, or could it be that he had been taken over by a demon clan elite? Rumble. Zhu Ganglai did not have time to think. The destructive divine light had already collided with the 4 symbols' heaven-striking style. It was as if billions of bright stars had exploded at the same time, causing the surrounding void to collapse. Chaotic fog filled the air, sweeping across the heavens as if everything had turned into the most original force. Between heaven and earth, there was a vast expanse of whiteness. It was as if nothing existed. 2 figures abruptly flew back from the dazzling divine light. The bright light exploded, and it was extremely dazzling. Everyone tried their best to open their eyes, wanting to see everything clearly. Who was the winner? Rumble. Dazzling light shone in the void. Dazzling divine light illuminated the mountains and rivers for hundreds of millions of miles. Boundless chaotic mist rose into the air, as if a new world was about to be formed. Ling Xiao's figure flew out from the chaos and stood in the sky. His face was pale and there was blood at the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were as bright as the stars. The power of the 4 elephants' sky-striking style was terrifying, but Supreme True Dragon's eyes were like the legendary Torch Dragon's eyes. They contained the power of darkness, evil, and destruction. Although the power of the 4 elephants' sky-striking style was strong, it was blocked by the power in Supreme True Dragon's eyes. It was probably not enough to injure Supreme True Dragon. Whoosh, Supreme True Dragon's body was also sent flying back. However, he looked extremely miserable at the moment. His hair was disheveled, and his body was covered with bloody wounds. Fresh blood was flowing out of his eyes, making him look extremely ferocious and terrifying. Ha ha ha. Good. Very good. Ling Xiao, I didn't expect you to be so talented to be able to develop the 4-elephant sky striking style to such a level. You have the right to see my demon god's eyes. Supreme True Dragon laughed as his eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. Boom, black demonic aura rose around him. At this moment, it was as if he had changed into another person. His aura changed drastically, becoming dark and strange. Although the dragon's aura was still very strong, it felt like he was a demonic dragon that was only left with the purest power of slaughter and destruction. His eyes had also turned pitch black, like a black whirlpool, as if it was going to devour all the energy around it. The wind and clouds around him surged, and a vast demonic aura rose, turning the place into a demonic realm. Supreme True Dragon, you have indeed colluded with the extraterritorial demons. Or rather, you are the extraterritorial demons. You really deserve to die. Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he stared at Supreme True Dragon. Extraterritorial demons? Ha ha ha. Ling Xiao, you ants of the human race, how can you understand our greatness? Today, I will show you what despair is. Supreme Real Dragon sneered. Chaotic chi rose in his eyes and a vast demonic aura filled the air. It was as if he had the power to split the heavens and the earth. Terrifying demonic light was like a chain of order. In an instant, it traversed the void and charged towards Ling Xiao. What? The Supreme True Dragon is actually an extraterrestrial demon? This is too hard to believe. I was wondering why the War God Temple would collude with the extraterritorial fiends. So the War God Temple's master is an extraterritorial fiend. Outer realm demons must die. This is the iron law of the entire War God realm. Many experts were shocked, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Colluding with extraterritorial fiends and being an extraterritorial fiend were two different concepts. Colluding with the extraterritorial demons might still be understandable in the eyes of the crowd, but the fact that he was an extraterritorial demon had already crossed everyone's bottom line. He had to die. Otherwise, the entire War God world would fall into the hands of the extraterrestrial demons. Many experts were well aware of the terror of the extraterritorial fiends. They treated all living beings in the War God world as pigs and dogs, food. If they fell into their hands, they would not be able to survive. Lord Devouring Sky Supreme, please kill this demon for the War God world. Lord Devouring Sky Supreme, please protect the War God world. Thunderous cheers rang out like thunder. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao with eyes full of anticipation. They all saw Ling Xiao as their savior. If even Ling Xiao could not deal with the Supreme True Dragon, the entire War God world would fall into the hands of the extraterritorial fiends. Kill. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He didn't care what happened to the Supreme True Dragon. The old and new grudges added together couldn't compare to the fact that the Supreme True Dragon was an extraterrestrial demon. The Supreme True Dragon had to die. Ling Xiao also began to fight with all his might. The blood energy around him surged, and the devouring fire swept across the void as if it was burning. The true forms of the 4 spiritual divine beasts appeared behind him. The ancestor dragon crossed the 9 heavens, the resplendent 5-colored phoenix burned the heavens, the white tiger carried a monstrous killing intent, and the black tortoise opened up the chaotic void, reopening the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. Rumble. Every punch of Ling Xiao's was filled with extreme power, and it was aimed at Supreme True Dragon. Whoosh! At this moment, a black light rose from the Supreme True Dragon's eyes, turning into a black flame that contained an extreme amount of destructive power. It burned the void so hard that it was on the verge of collapsing, and everything turned into chaos. This was the eye of the demon god, and also the strongest power of Supreme True Dragon. Ling Xiao felt an incomparably fatal sense of danger. The vast black flame seemed to be able to burn everything, and even his divine energy was set ablaze, and it was spreading throughout his body. Even the heaven-devouring fire was being pushed back by the black flames. Supreme True Dragon's eyes were filled with chaos, and the black light rose. The figure of the demon god flashed, and it revealed an incomparably terrifying and vast world. Whoosh! Ling Zhao's figure flashed across the void, and he turned into a dazzling divine rainbow. Wherever the black flame went, the void began to burn, and the heavens turned into a black sea of fire. There were even traces of the black flame that spread out, landing on the spectators in the distance. Instantly, those people let out incomparable screams as they were burned into nothingness by the black flame. Retreat! Everyone was shocked, and their eyes were filled with incomparable fear. Even Supreme Being experts could not withstand the black flame, and they were burned into ashes almost instantly. Everyone found it hard to believe their own eyes. How terrifying were those eyes! It was as if there was an inextinguishable fire in them that could burn the primordial spirit, flesh, and blood, and turn everything into nothingness. Whoosh! Whoosh! Xianxia retreated at top speed, dodging the black flame. At the same time, he drew on the secret magic of heaven devouring to try to assimilate the black flame. Unfortunately for him, even the heaven devourer cauldron was working very slowly. After all, the black flame could be considered devil god fire, and it contained boundless magical laws of the Tao of gods. That said, Xianxia was relieved that, although the heaven devourer cauldron couldn't assimilate the devil god fire, it could at least protect him from the flames. The sea of black flame emanated a power that could cause one's nascent divinity to tremble. Supreme True Dragon is a wretch devil from outside? No wonder he could corroborate his Tao and become a god. He's actually a devil god. Refining godhood only allowed one to become a demigod, so the old goat was curious as to why the Supreme True Dragon could become a god after refining the Scarlet Dragon War God's godhood. Now it seemed that the Supreme True Dragon was just a demonic god. He was already at the level of a god, so there was no way he could become a god. However, was Xianxia really a match for such a terrifying Supreme True Dragon? Long Hanyan, Yueshin, Phoenix Maiden, and the others all looked extremely nervous. Although they had absolute faith in Xianxia, the Supreme Real Dragon was too terrifying. That monstrous demonic aura was enough to crush even a Supreme Being expert to pieces. One could imagine how much pressure Xianxia was under right now. Xianxia, do you only know how to dodge? If that's all you've got, then you should just go to hell. The Supreme True Dragon said coldly. It was as if a demonic god had appeared in his eyes and punched at Xianxia. Die. Xiao's eyes burned with murderous intent. With the protection of the King Heaven Devourer Cauldron, he shot up into the sky and punched out like a dragon toward the eyes of the Supreme True Dragon. The Supreme True Dragon's demon god's eye posed a great threat to Xianxia. Although Xiao's body was tough, it couldn't withstand the power of the eyes of the demonic god. If this continued, Xianxia would definitely be defeated. Crack, a terrifying fist imprint exploded, and that demonic god phantom was directly blasted apart by Xiao's fist. Good timing. Supreme True Dragon said coldly. There seemed to be a strange light in his eyes. Before Xiao's fist landed, he had already struck out with his palm. He had chosen the perfect timing. The eyes of the demonic god seemed to contain the power of the natural laws of heaven and earth. They could analyze the enemy's attacks and predict them in advance. Xianxia was in big trouble. Thanks to the eyes of the demonic god, the Supreme True Dragon could see through all of Xiao's attacks. Every attack was aimed at Xiao's vitals. Xiao immediately fell into a disadvantage. Boom, the Supreme True Dragon's fist landed on Xiao's chest, and the terrifying power of the demonic god spread through his body. As if struck by lightning, Xiao was sent flying, coughing up a mouthful of blood. You're no match for me. Give up. Supreme True Dragon said coldly, his eyes filled with a sharp glint. To be able to force him to use his most powerful eye of the demon god, Xiao should already be proud of himself. However, in the state of the eye of the demon god, the Supreme True Dragon's strength had reached a terrifying level. He could be said to be invincible in the same realm, not to mention Xiao, whose cultivation was lower than his. Crack, Supreme True Dragon sent a black palm strike down like a bolt of black lightning, causing the void to tremble violently. It landed directly on Xiao's arm, causing a crisp sound to ring out. Xiao's arm instantly turned limp. Whoosh, Xiao's gaze was cold. Enduring the intense pain, he flew backwards, putting some distance between him and the Supreme True Dragon. Xiao, stop struggling. Supreme True Dragon said coldly. His speed was also extremely fast, not much slower than Xiao's teleportation. In an instant, he appeared behind Xiao and pressed his palm on Xiao's back. Puff, Xiao spat out another mouthful of blood. His entire body seemed to be on the verge of collapse, and his face was pale. Ling Xiao? The old goat, Taoist Wuliang, moon goddess, phoenix maiden, and the others all exclaimed. Their eyes were filled with anxiety. The current Ling Xiao seemed to have completely fallen into a disadvantageous position. He had no strength to resist at all. It can't be? Is this guy going to die so soon? The white dragon horse's eyes were filled with suspicion. It stood at a distance, watching. After thinking for a while, it decided to go up and help. Although Supreme True Dragon's speed was fast, it was naturally not as fast as the white dragon horse. If Ling Xiao was riding on the white dragon horse, he could easily dodge Supreme True Dragon's attack. Don't come over. I can still handle it. Ling Xiao seemed to have noticed the white dragon horse's movements and transmitted his voice to it. The white dragon horse looked at Ling Xiao suspiciously. Is this guy trying to trick me? Many of the spectators were filled with anxiety and fear. Some of them were even planning to escape or surrender to the war god temple after Ling Xiao was defeated. This highly anticipated battle affected everyone's hearts, causing everyone's emotions to rise and fall along with it. Master, Ling Xiao is going to lose. Kasyapa Arhat's eyes flashed as he said plainly. Longbrod Buddha smiled faintly and said, Kasyapa, don't look with your eyes. Feel with your heart. I'm afraid this battle isn't as simple as you think. Master, does Ling Xiao have any other trump cards? Kasyapa Arhat asked in surprise. I don't know. But I don't think Sky Devouring Supreme is that simple. Longbrod Buddha said plainly. In the distance, Zhao Ritian's eyes were filled with mixed emotions. Second uncle, Supreme True Dragon actually knows the demon god's eyes. In this state, I'm afraid Ling Xiao has no chance of winning. Second uncle's voice carried a hint of surprise and doubt as he said, Demon god's eyes? That's strange. How can he know the demon god's eyes? Could he be? But that's impossible. That guy has already been suppressed. Second uncle, who are you talking about? Zhao Ritian asked curiously. A terrifying person. However, it shouldn't be him. Although the demon god's eyes are strong, Supreme True Dragon can't maintain this state forever. If Ling Xiao can hold on, he might still have a chance of winning. Don't forget that Ling Xiao still has the fate-reversing skill that he hasn't used yet. The second eldest uncle said meaningfully. When he mentioned the fate-reversing skill, his voice trembled slightly. Ling Xiao, I hope you can win. Zhao Ritian sighed softly. After watching the battle between Ling Xiao and Supreme True Dragon, he finally understood that even though they were both titled Supremes, his combat strength was still inferior to Ling Xiao's. Moreover, Ling Xiao was the reincarnation of Sky Devouring Supreme from 10,000 years ago. This news shocked him greatly, no wonder Ling Xiao's talent was so terrifying. It was the accumulation of 2 lifetimes. Bang! In the distance, Ling Xiao was sent flying by Supreme True Dragon's punch again. He coughed out blood continuously and his face was extremely pale. Even his aura had become extremely weak. However, Ling Xiao's eyes were incomparably resplendent, containing a vast and mysterious energy ripple. Just as Supreme True Dragon was about to attack Ling Xiao again, Ling Xiao suddenly closed his eyes. A mysterious and ancient energy fluctuation exuded from his body. The void seemed to have frozen at this moment. Freeze! Boom! The void trembled and suddenly came to a standstill. It was as if time had stopped. Ling Xiao's fingertips emitted a vast and mysterious power that enveloped Supreme True Dragon. That was the power of the Age of Time. Ling Xiao was willing to pay a huge price and suffer backlash in order to unleash the power of the Age of Time at this moment. Time had stopped. Supreme True Dragon, who looked as if he could kill Ling Xiao in the next moment, had a look of disbelief in his eyes. His entire body began to tremble violently. Boom! Ling Xiao spat out blood as the vast power of time exploded in his body. It was as if his entire body was going to explode into nothingness. Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood, but his eyes shone brighter and brighter. Against destiny. Ling Xiao let out a thunderous roar as a black divine light rose behind him. It was as if a vast and mysterious river was crashing down on Supreme True Dragon. Among the 3 great inheritances of the Scarlet Dragon God of War, the Ares technique was indestructible and powerful. However, the Age of Time and Against Destiny were the most bizarre and terrifying powers. The power of time and destiny were both forbidden powers. Even the gods would find it difficult to control and fight against them. In order to deal with Supreme True Dragon's demon god's eyes, Ling Xiao did not hesitate to unleash the power of the Age of Time and Against Destiny at the same time. He wanted to completely kill Supreme True Dragon. After all, Supreme True Dragon was too terrifying. Under the demon god's eyes, he was invincible. If this continued, Ling Xiao would only end up defeated. Therefore, Ling Xiao pretended to be defeated by Supreme True Dragon and allowed himself to be hit repeatedly to distract Supreme True Dragon. Then, all of a sudden, he unleashed the power of the Age of Time and froze Supreme True Dragon for a moment. At the same time, Ling Xiao unleashed the most terrifying third move of the Against Destiny. He burned all of his life force and used his own fate as the foundation to exchange for a powerful force from the vast river of destiny to kill his enemy. Even though Ling Xiao was a titled Supreme True Dragon, he still suffered a huge backlash from using these two techniques at the same time. Boom! Ling Xiao's body seemed like it was about to explode. Cracks spread across his body like a spiderweb, and blood spurted out from his body. His vitality was rapidly draining away, and his entire body was shrouded in a layer of incomparably dense deathly aura. It was as if he could die at any moment. What he got in return was an unparalleled and boundless killing intent. Damn it! Supreme True Dragon was flustered and exasperated. There was even a trace of deep fear in his eyes. The power that went against the will of the heavens was acting directly on his divine spark. The mysterious river came crashing down on him as if it was going to erase him from the world. Block it for me! Supreme True Dragon roared. Suddenly, black light gushed out from his body. He broke free from the shackles of time and blood spurted out from his mouth. A black shield containing ancient divinity appeared in the void after absorbing Supreme True Dragon's blood. It shone brightly and appeared in the void. The black shield should be some kind of powerful divine artifact, but it could only block ordinary attacks. The fate-reversing technique directly affected Supreme True Dragon's life-charred essence soul. It was not something a divine artifact could withstand. However, that was not all Supreme True Dragon had. Seven-colored divine light filled the space between his eyebrows. It contained the deepest, darkest, and most evil power. It suddenly exploded between the heavens and the earth. Fate-reversing technique versus seven-colored divine light. Rumble. The heavens and the earth were instantly shrouded in a terrifying divine light storm. This is the Seven Souls Dispersal Light? Zhu Ganlia's body shook, and his eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. He recognized that the seven-colored divine light that gushed out from Supreme True Dragon's eyebrows was the Seven Souls Dispersal Light that injured Xianxia. The Seven Souls Dispersal Light was the supreme technique of demon god King Bo Sun. Since Supreme True Dragon knew this technique, could it be that he had pledged allegiance to demon god King Bo Sun? In other words, Supreme True Dragon was demon god King Bo Sun. At the thought of this possibility, Zhu Ganlia's expression changed drastically. He knew how terrifying demon god King Bo Sun was. He was not someone Ling Xiao could fight against. What kind of power is this? How can it be so terrifying? I remember now. Back then, when Ling Xiao killed the left and right holy venerables, he used this move. The power of fate. How can it be done by human strength? Everyone's bodies began to tremble, and their eyes were filled with incomparable horror. The vast power of fate made everyone tremble, and their eyes were filled with fear, as if they were ants facing a divine dragon. It was as if the vast river was suppressing them, and they would die in an instant. This was no longer the power of an ordinary god. Perhaps only the legendary deity king could use the power of fate. Rumble, the heavens and the earth shook, and the chaotic fog surged. The light that seemed to destroy the world lit up the surroundings. After using the Seven Souls Dispersal Light, Supreme True Dragon seemed to have entered a state of suspended animation. He did not have any signs of life, and only the power of the Seven Souls Dispersal Light was fighting against the fate-reversing technique. However, the power of the fate-reversing technique was too terrifying. Even Supreme True Dragon was an insignificant ant in front of the river of fate. Supreme True Dragon spat out blood, and his body disappeared inch by inch as if it was erased by some great existence. In the end, only the Seven Souls Dispersal Light wrapped around his primordial spirit. However, it was still trembling violently, and was in imminent danger. Ling Xiao seemed to have reached his limit. Blood spurted out from his body, and his face was pale. He was surrounded by the aura of death, and his hair turned white. His face was full of wrinkles, and he was old. It was as if he had gone through his entire life in an instant, and he was on the brink of death. Swoosh, Ling Xiao could no longer remain standing in the air. He directly landed on the Longevity Mountain and sat cross-legged on a huge rock. His blood and chi had dried up, and his vitality was waning. The aura of death filled the air, and even when he spoke, he was panting heavily. Even his vision had turned murky and blurry. Shower. Seeing Ling Xiao in such a state, Long Hanyan was simply heartbroken. Her eyes were filled with incomparable anxiety as she shouted loudly. The old goat, Taoist Wuliang, Lu Jianni, Long Out Yin, Moon Goddess, and Phoenix Girl were all trembling, and their eyes were red. At this moment, Ling Xiao was like a candle flame in the wind, and it was as if he could be extinguished at any time. However, Ling Xiao had paid such a huge price. Did he really kill Supreme True Dragon? Boom. Supreme True Dragon was only left with a small portion of his primordial spirit. With a flash of light in the void, he swallowed the essence of heaven and earth and formed a new physical body. However, at this moment, Supreme True Dragon looked flustered and exasperated. His eyes were filled with resentment and anger. His supreme divine body, his powerful and immortal primordial spirit, had been reduced to dust by this attack. If it weren't for the protection of the Seven Souls Dispersal Light, he would probably be dead by now. Ling Xiao, you deserve to die. Supreme True Dragon looked up at Ling Xiao, his eyes filled with murderous intent. What? Everyone's body trembled, and a trace of despair appeared in their eyes. Supreme True Dragon did not die from such a terrifying attack and was only severely injured. However, Ling Xiao did not seem to have any combat strength left. How could they fight? Was the godly war world going to become the food of the demon race? Everyone shuddered at the thought of such an outcome. Seven Soul Dispersal Light? Supreme True Dragon, what is your relationship with Demon King Bo Sun? Or, you are Bo Sun? Although Ling Xiao was severely injured and on the verge of death, his eyes were still sharp as he stared at Supreme True Dragon. You know about the Seven Soul Dispersal Light? You must have found Xianxia, right? Ha ha ha, Xianxia was hit by the Seven Soul Dispersal Light and should have died in Closer's world. That's right, you can treat me as Bo Sun. Since Xianxia is dead, you should go down and accompany her obediently. Supreme True Dragon's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he charged towards Ling Xiao. Kill this demon king. Everyone, let's attack together. He has been severely injured by Lord Devourer. He is at the end of his rope. For the godly war world, kill. At this moment, Old Goat, Taoist Wuliang, Zhu Ganglai, and the rest roared and charged towards Supreme True Dragon. The experts who were watching the battle shuddered as their fighting spirit soared. The words of the old goat had stirred their blood, and they all charged toward Supreme True Dragon. They could see that Ling Zhao's life-reversing technique had severely injured Supreme Real Dragon. With so many supreme martial artists attacking at the same time, how could they not kill him? There were even people who were eyeing the divinity in Supreme True Dragon's body. As long as they could get their hands on his divinity, they might be able to ascend to godhood and obtain great power and longevity. Thus, everyone began to fight with their lives on the line. Rumble, between the heavens and the earth, there seemed to be a vast torrent of attacks coming towards the Supreme True Dragon. Countless powerful mystic skills and weapons were flying across the sky. A bunch of ants. You are courting death. Supreme True Dragon's gaze turned cold. He immediately gave up on Ling Xiao and charged towards the crowd. Boom. He threw out a punch with boundless demonic might. His fist broke through the void and clashed with the old goat who was holding the demon saint's scepter, forcing the old goat to retreat. Even when Daoist Wuliang and Zhu Ganglai attacked at the same time, they could not stop the Supreme True Dragon. Instead, he broke through the blockade and charged towards the Supremes. Rumble, a huge demonic palm fell from the sky. It contained a blazing killing intent and instantly turned the Supremes into a bloody mist. Supreme True Dragon used the sky-devouring mystic skill and devoured the flesh and primordial spirits of the Supremes. The aura in his body began to surge. The flesh and primordial spirits of humans are indeed the most delicious. Supreme True Dragon's eyes flashed with a hint of cruelty. He continued to charge towards the Supremes of the human tribe. Oh no. Everyone, back off. This demon can recover his strength by devouring the flesh and primordial spirits of humans. Everyone, run. All titled Supremes and above, follow me and kill this demon. Xianxia's expression changed. He immediately shouted and raised his nine-toothed rake to attack Supreme True Dragon. Boom, Supreme True Dragon's eyes flashed. He seemed to be able to feel the terrifying power contained in the nine-toothed rake. He did not fight Xianxia head-on. Instead, he broke through Xianxia's blockade and continued to charge towards the Supremes of the human tribe. Bang! In an instant, dozens of Supremes were turned into a bloody mist. They were then devoured and refined by Supreme True Dragon. Oh no! Run! Run! Many of the experts were crying for their fathers and mothers as their eyes were filled with terror. Only when they faced Supreme True Dragon did they realize how terrifying Supreme True Dragon was. Even a severely injured Supreme True Dragon could kill Supremes as easily as slaughtering dogs. How terrifying would Supreme True Dragon be when he was fighting Xianxia when he was at his peak? The Supremes did not dare to think about it anymore. They all fled in all directions. Freeze! At this moment, an old and calm voice was heard. Suddenly, 24 brilliant rays of light shot up into the sky. It was as if 24 worlds were intertwined with each other. They contained vast and terrifying power and instantly enveloped Supreme True Dragon. Only then did the Supremes realize that it was Long-browed Buddha who had made his move. He formed a seal with his hands. 24 dazzling sea calming pearls floated in the sky. They emitted a powerful sealing power as they tried to seal Supreme True Dragon. Fellow Taoists, please lend this poor monk a hand and seal this demon. Long-browed Buddha Venerable's eyes showed a hint of anxiety as he hurriedly shouted at the crowd. Is it Long-browed Buddha? Thank you Long-browed Buddha for saving us. We are willing to help Long-browed Buddha to seal this demon. The Supremes were overjoyed. Their eyes were filled with excitement. The 24 sea calming pearls were the supreme treasures of the Tempest Temple. Legend had it that they contained vast power that could seal celestial demons. The Supremes infused their divine power into the sea calming pearls. With Long-browed Buddha's help, they began to suppress Supreme True Dragon. Rumble, the 24 sea calming pearls began to tremble violently as if they had been severely damaged. Supreme True Dragon was about to break out of the seal at any time. At this moment, the Supremes did not notice that Xianxia, who was on the verge of death, had two mysterious powers pulsating in his body. Inside Xiao's heart, the power of the seven-colored blood bead seemed to erupt in an instant. It directly blended into Xiao's heart, causing his heart to become seven-colored. It was overflowing with colors, emitting a kind of ancient and mysterious energy fluctuation. Bang! 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 The rainbow blood pearl's heart trembled violently. Every time it trembled, there seemed to be a surge of power surging into Xiao's dried-up body. You bunch of ants, how dare you trap me? When I get out of here, all of you will die. A cold and murderous voice exploded in the void, containing a dark and evil fluctuation. Rumble, heaven and earth trembled violently. Above the void, 24 sea calming pearls manifested 24 heavens. It was like a vast divine formation, sealing Supreme True Dragon within it. With Supreme Longbrow taking the lead, the old goat, Taoist Wuliang, Xianxia, and many other experts all took action. They poured their divine power into the 24 sea calming pearls, wanting to completely seal Supreme True Dragon. However, at this moment, the 24 sea calming pearls were trembling violently. Bright runes exploded, and there were rumbling sounds, as if Supreme True Dragon was desperately attacking the sea calming pearls. Each sea calming pearl was a flawless divine artifact. When the 24 sea calming pearls were together, their divine power intertwined, containing an incomparably vast power. However, at this moment, the sea calming pearls were trembling violently, and in the end, there was a crisp sound. Crack! A crack appeared on one of the sea calming pearls. Rumble! A huge demonic palm suddenly smashed the sea calming pearl into powder. The surrounding Zhou Tian shook, and black demonic energy gushed out. Supreme True Dragon instantly broke out of the seal of the 24 heavens, exuding a monstrous demonic aura. You bunch of ants, how dare you trap me? Damn you! Supreme True Dragon's eyes suddenly opened, and there were black flames rising from them. In an instant they enveloped hundreds of experts and began to burn them. Miserable cries came from the mouths of those experts as they were engulfed by the black flames and instantly turned into a bloody mist. Their flesh, blood, and primordial spirits surged towards Supreme True Dragon and were devoured by him. Stop him. Longbrow Buddha's eyes revealed a trace of anxiety. If this continued, he was afraid that all of them would be killed by Supreme True Dragon. Whoosh, Longbrow Buddha's two long eyebrows pierced through the void like two vast heavenly rivers, containing majestic divine power fluctuations, and swept toward Supreme True Dragon. Old bald donkey, you're courting death. Killing intent flashed in Supreme True Dragon's eyes. It was Longbrowed Buddha who had trapped him with the 24 Dinghai pearls. Otherwise, he would have killed them all. Moreover, the flesh, blood, and primordial spirits of humans were simply great nourishment to him. Although he had been heavily injured by the life-reversing technique earlier, if he killed and devoured everyone here, he might be able to recover by half. Crack, Supreme True Dragon struck down with his palm. The dazzling saber radiance swept across the void as if it was going to split the long-browed Buddha in half. Boom. The remaining 23 Dinghai pearls instantly blocked in front of the long-browed Buddha and collided with the blade radiance that was coming down. Dazzling divine light fluctuations burst out. Long-browed Buddha flew backward as if he had been struck by lightning. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was extremely pale. Kill. Zhu Ganglai, the old goat, Taoist Wuliang, and the rest all had cold murderous looks in their eyes as they surrounded the Supreme True Dragon. More than a dozen supreme-titled martial artists attacked at the same time with powerful divine weapons in their hands. They wanted to completely suppress Supreme True Dragon. However, Supreme True Dragon's combat strength was too terrifying. Even though he had been severely injured by the life-reversing technique, he was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. He contained an invincible power. Almost no one could survive a single attack from him. They were all defeated by him in one blow. Even though Zhu Ganglia's battle prowess was very strong, he was still being pushed back by the Supreme True Dragon. Boom, more than a dozen experts were smashed into blood mists by Supreme True Dragon. Their flesh, blood, and primordial spirits were all devoured. Although Zhu Ganglai and the others were fighting with all their might, they were still at a disadvantage at this moment. There was no way for them to stop the Supreme True Dragon. Instead, the Supreme True Dragon had killed many of their experts, causing his aura to become stronger and stronger. Rumble. At this moment, a vast and dazzling thunderbolt descended from the 9 heavens. Ling Xiao, who looked like a lamp that was about to run out of oil, began to emit essence energy from his body. He exuded a vast and powerful aura of life. The dead skin on his body peeled off, and his jade-like skin regrew. His entire body exuded a powerful aura. Bolts of lightning struck his body, emitting a dazzling light. Ling Xiao's body began to devour the power of the lightning, making his body even more terrifying. Buzz, Ling Xiao's eyes abruptly opened, 2 dazzling beams of golden light pierced through the sky, containing a mysterious, ancient, and majestic energy fluctuation. His entire body exuded a powerful divine energy. Ling Xiao's aura grew stronger and stronger. It seemed like he was about to surpass the peak of human Tao and reach the legendary divine realm. What? Supreme True Dragon's body trembled. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He never thought that Ling Xiao would suffer such a terrifying backlash. Not only did he not die, but he even broke through and stood up again. His cultivation was beginning to soar. I can't let him break through. Supreme True Dragon's eyes were solemn. If Ling Xiao really broke through, he would be dead for sure. Boom, Supreme True Dragon's murderous aura rose as he charged toward Ling Xiao. Master's body is going to become a god? Ha ha ha. Don't let him disturb Master's breakthrough. Stop him. Zhu Ganglia's body trembled. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Then, he laughed out loud and charged toward Supreme True Dragon. Get out of my way. Supreme True Dragon's demonic aura rose as he threw a punch at Zhu Ganglai. His fist was vast and terrifying, as if it was going to shatter heaven and earth. Bang! After Zhu Ganglai and Supreme True Dragon clashed head-on, he was sent flying with a single punch. Rumble, even the old goat, Taoist Wuliang, Long-Browed Buddha, and the others who wanted to stop Supreme True Dragon were all sent flying by Supreme True Dragon with one move. Supreme True Dragon was going all out. If he could not stop Ling Xiao from breaking through, the consequences would be unimaginable. Swoosh, at this moment, a dazzling light shot across the sky. It was so fast that even Supreme True Dragon could not react in time. His head was hit hard, and his vision turned black. He staggered as if he was about to fall. Bastard! Supreme True Dragon's eyes were filled with anger. He realized that it was the hoof of the white dragon horse. At the same time, he was shocked. The speed of the white dragon horse was so terrifying that even his primordial spirit could not react in time. Old demon, I'll let you have a taste of my Pegasus Meteor Punch. Die. The white dragon horse widened its eyes and looked at Supreme True Dragon with incomparable arrogance. Then, it instantly turned into a stream of light, bright and dazzling, and its hooves kicked at Supreme True Dragon once again. Bang! Supreme True Dragon was kicked by the white dragon horse again. This time it was his nose. It was so painful that tears almost came out of his eyes. It was as if he had been slapped in the face by an ancient mountain. He was in a daze. The white dragon horse's strength was not too strong, but it was painful. It was as if the pain was magnified 10 times or 100 times. Damned horse, I'll chop you into pieces later. Supreme True Dragon thought viciously. He ignored the white dragon horse's attack and charged toward Ling Xiao after breaking free from the encirclement. Rumble, above the sky, a sea of lightning rose, and the light was vast and dazzling. Precepts intertwined like divine chains, piercing through the void and locking Ling Xiao down below. Ling Xiao's body was glowing, and his body exuded a vast wave of divinity. It was as if he was transforming towards a certain extreme power. Originally, Ling Xiao did not want to reach the limit of his physical body becoming a god so quickly. It required time and practice. He needed to polish his physical body to the extreme and perfect state before he could take the final step. However, he had used the age of menstruation and the art of reversing fate. The backlash from the two forbidden powers had pushed him to the brink of death. At the last moment, the power of the divine dragon bloodline and heavenly thunder tea in his body completely erupted and were devoured by his physical body. As the saying goes, destruction is followed by creation. It allowed Ling Xiao's physical body to reach an unparalleled state on the brink of death. Rumble, Ling Xiao's physical body exuded a terrifying aura. His divinity flickered, and dazzling lightning flowed around him, forming a mysterious resonance with the heavenly thunder calamity. Becoming a god with one's physical body, especially in the current human world, was simply defying the natural order. However, the heavenly thunder calamity tea that Ling Xiao consumed had a shocking origin. It seemed to contain the original secrets of the heavenly thunder calamity, allowing Ling Xiao to become a part of the heavenly thunder calamity. Therefore, the heavenly thunder calamity in the sky could not descend. At this moment, the demonic aura around Supreme True Dragon rose. He used the demon god's eye, and his eyes shone with a cold murderous light as he charged towards Ling Xiao. You're courting death. Ling Xiao's eyes shone with a cold and sharp light. Dazzling light gushed out from his body, and he suddenly punched out. Crack, it was as if millions of lightning bolts had descended at the same time. Ling Xiao's punch was unparalleled, containing the power to crush everything. It suddenly broke through the vast demonic aura and landed on Supreme True Dragon's body. What? Supreme True Dragon's face changed. At this moment, Ling Xiao's strength was even more terrifying than before. He was close to the immortal realm, and his heart slowly sank. Boom! Supreme True Dragon was sent flying by Ling Xiao's punch, leaving a bloody hole in his chest. His body trembled violently as if it was going to shatter at any moment. At the same time, Ling Xiao looked up at the sky. His entire body emitted an undefeatable aura as he suddenly let out a long howl. Rumble, the divine light around him was dazzling, and the lightning was boundless. In an instant, it turned into a vast vortex of devouring. As he opened his mouth, the tribulations of thunder in the sky swarmed towards him. The bolts of lightning were like lightning dragons, containing an incomparably violent and destructive power. They were actually swallowed by Ling Xiao just like that. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Is that the legendary divine tribulation? Am I seeing things? Ling Xiao actually swallowed all the divine tribulation in one gulp. This is crazy. Everyone was trembling, their eyes filled with disbelief. At this moment, Ling Xiao was standing on a dazzling lightning dragon. Lightning surged around him, and golden light lingered around him. Divine chains of order traversed the void. His black hair fluttered in the wind, his eyes were bright, and his face was flawless. His robe was whiter than snow, and it emitted an extreme divine light. His entire body emitted an undefeatable aura. At this moment, Xianxia was like a heavenly emperor, looking down on all living beings. Everyone felt like kneeling down and worshipping him. Rumble, the tribulations of thunder were swallowed by Xianxia in one gulp. His entire body seemed to have broken through some kind of bottleneck. Instantly, his body emitted an immortal light. The void around him shattered at the same time, and streaks of chaotic fog filled the air. Behind him, there were the cries of dragons and phoenixes, as well as the roars of tigers and tortoises. The four divine beasts seemed to have come from the beginning of the world. They gathered around him and worshipped him. Moreover, there were the chants of all living beings. The mysterious Sanskrit of the ancient people made Xianxia seem ancient and mysterious at this moment. His body glowed and emitted an immortal fluctuation. One look at him would make one's blood boil, as if they were about to explode. This is the physical body of a god. Even in the divine realm or the devil realm, only the top geniuses can do this. I can't believe he actually did it. Zhu Ganlia's body trembled as well. His eyes were filled with excitement. Physical body of a god? This is bad. I'm afraid my Pegasus meteor punch won't be able to hurt this malefic. Am I really going to be his mount for the rest of my life? The white dragon horse also widened its eyes. It looked at Xianxia with a complicated expression. It suddenly felt that its future was bleak. Although the others did not know what physical body of a god was, they all knew that Xianxia had broken through the peak of the human realm and became an unparalleled god. This was an unprecedented achievement. It was dazzling and eye-catching. In the distance, Zhao Ritian's eyes also revealed a trace of shock. Xianxia. He actually became a god? Second uncle, didn't you say that the Divine Realm's door was closed, and it was difficult to become a god? Second uncle also exclaimed, that's right. The Divine Realm's door is closed, and it's difficult to become a god. Moreover, Xianxia has taken the most difficult path, which is physical body of a god. There's a kind of energy in his body that even I can't see through. Ritian, you have to speed up. I feel that the Divine Realm's door is about to open. The Divine Realm's door is opening? Could it be that some kind of existence is about to descend? Zhao Ritian's body trembled. His eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. It's hard to say. However, the Supreme True Dragon is Bo Sun? This is unbelievable. However, he shouldn't be Bo Sun's real body. If Bo Sun's real body really awakens, it will be a real disaster for the myriad of worlds. Second uncle's voice had a trace of seriousness that was rarely seen. Let's go, second uncle. This time, if I don't become a god, I won't come out. Xianxia has already become a god. The Supreme True Dragon will definitely die. When I come out, I will definitely have a fair fight with Xianxia. Zhao Ritian's eyes revealed a strong desire to fight. He looked at Xianxia from afar and then turned to leave. Xianxia, you really exceeded my expectations. Who would have thought that you would still be able to rise from the ashes and step into the realm of the physical body becoming a god? I'll spare your life today. The next time we meet will be the day you die. The Supreme True Dragon glared at Xianxia. His eyes were extremely gloomy. Suddenly, a demonic light flashed around him and he was about to disappear into the void. He knew that before Xianxia had broken through, he could already fight with him to the point where both of them were injured. Now that Xianxia's body had become a god, he would definitely die if he continued to stay here. Old demon, my big brother hasn't said anything and you want to leave? Why don't you stay here? Look at Grandpa's Pegasus meteor fist. The white dragon horse rolled its eyes and roared. Its body flashed with light as it charged towards the Supreme True Dragon. Although Supreme True Dragon could move through the void and was extremely fast, how could he be faster than the white dragon horse? Boom! The white dragon horse's hooves came crashing down from the sky like an ancient divine mountain crashing down from the 9 heavens. In an instant, it broke through the void and smashed into the Supreme True Dragon's head. Boom! Supreme True Dragon had already moved to the void. When he heard the white dragon horse's voice, he felt that something was wrong. However, the white dragon horse was too fast. Almost as soon as it finished speaking, it appeared beside him and gave his head a hard smack. The Pegasus meteor fist was named by the white dragon horse. It contained an extremely terrifying power. If it was an ordinary demon god, he would have been killed instantly. However, no matter how strong Supreme True Dragon was, he felt his vision darken. It was as if 10,000 divine beasts were running over his head. He wanted to curse the white dragon horse. Zhu Ganglai was also speechless. The white dragon horse was not a good person. It was so arrogant and hostile to Ling Xiao. If it was not for the restriction of the dragon's subduing spell, it would not have been willing to be Ling Xiao's mount. However, after Ling Xiao's physical body became a god, this fellow's attitude changed drastically. It started to fawn on Ling Xiao and even called him Big Brother. How shameless! It seemed that Ling Xiao's physical body becoming a god had affected the white dragon horse greatly. It started to lower its pride. The white dragon horse is right. Supreme True Dragon, you'd better stay here. Ling Xiao's indifferent voice suddenly rang out in the void. Boom, a terrifying fist print came crashing down from the sky. It contained a blazing divine light and came crashing down on Supreme True Dragon. This fist was unparalleled. It seemed to contain the power of heaven and earth. Supreme True Dragon had no room to dodge. Moreover, Ling Xiao's fist radiated an immortal light. It was as if nothing could penetrate it. Supreme True Dragon's demonic aura, including his demon god's eye, could not affect Ling Xiao at all. Puff, when the terrifying fist landed on Supreme True Dragon's body, Supreme True Dragon's body actually exploded and turned into a pile of ashes. His vitality was completely destroyed. This was also the first punch that Ling Xiao had unleashed after his physical body became a god. With one punch, the Supreme True Dragon had died. However, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a strange light. He could sense that there was only an extremely weak primordial spirit in the Supreme True Dragon's body. Even the godhead had mysteriously disappeared. Wang, a dazzling light spread out, and the image of the Supreme True Dragon appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao could tell that this was the last remnant imprint of the Supreme True Dragon's primordial spirit. It wouldn't be long before it completely dissipated. The power of a god's body is indeed powerful. However, you will never know how powerful I am. The Supreme True Dragon said coldly. My guess was right. You should be a clone of demon god King Bo Sun, right? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he asked indifferently. You can understand it that way. You killed my great transformation's demon body, causing my original body to be damaged and unable to return as scheduled. As repayment, when I return, I will let you become my great transformation's demon body and help me rule this world. Supreme True Dragon said indifferently with a strange glint in his eyes. Although Ling Xiao didn't know what the Great Transformation's demon body was, he guessed that it should be something like a puppet or a clone. He laughed coldly and said, so what if you are demon god King Bo Sun? After hiding for so many years, I'm afraid you don't have much strength left, right? If you dare to show yourself, I will kill you. The ignorant are truly fearless. Ling Xiao, I will remember you. The Supreme True Dragon smiled indifferently. His eyes were filled with mockery as he looked at Ling Xiao deeply. Instantly, he turned into a dazzling rain of light and disappeared completely. The Supreme True Dragon had completely fallen. Although he had gotten his revenge, Ling Xiao did not feel the slightest bit of joy. Perhaps Supreme True Dragon had already become Bo Sun Demon God King's all transformations demon body 10,000 years ago, which was why he had become so deranged. At this time, Ling Xiao realized that although Supreme True Dragon's combat strength was far beyond that of a divine spirit, he didn't have the realm of a divine spirit. The Great Transformations demon body was indeed terrifying. He just didn't know how many Great Transformations demon god King Bo Sun had. Ling Xiao suddenly thought of the mysterious divine king of the Star Alliance. Could he also be demon god King Bo Sun's Great Transformations demon body? The battle in the void calmed down and the shattered void was restored. There were no clouds in the sky and the sky was blue. The sun shone down golden rays, making Ling Xiao look like an invincible god of war. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao with admiration, their eyes filled with the joy of surviving a calamity. Supreme True Dragon had died at Ling Xiao's hands, which meant that the god of war world was finally safe. They did not hear the last part of the conversation between Ling Xiao and the Supreme True Dragon, but with Ling Xiao, a god of the present age, there was endless confidence in their ability. Moreover, some of them felt that the longevity sect would probably replace the war god Hall as the #1 sacred ground in the god of war world. Xianxia had become the undisputed #1 expert in the world. Greetings, heaven-devouring war god. Greetings, heaven-devouring war god. Thunderous voices resounded in the void as countless experts from the sacred grounds bowed towards Xianxia. Their eyes were filled with fervent worship. At this moment, there were more than 10,000 experts from the sacred grounds gathered around Longevity Mountain. Practically all of them were at the monarch realm or above, and they represented the strongest forces in the god of war world. Xianxia had killed Supreme True Dragon, which was equivalent to saving the god of war world and becoming the #1 expert in the world. Naturally, they felt heartfelt respect for him. The title Heaven-Devouring Supreme didn't fit him anymore, so they called Xianxia the Heaven-Devouring War God. All the experts in the god of war world were bowing to Xianxia like millions of living beings were bowing to the celestial emperor. At this moment, Xianxia was extremely honored and respected by the world. Even Long Outyin, Lu Jiani, and the others felt honored. Their eyes were filled with excitement. This was the heaven-devouring war god, Xianxia. The experts of the war god Hall had been annihilated a long time ago. Whether it was the powerful divine generals or the black armored army, all of them had been slaughtered. Only Hua Tianzong had been imprisoned by Zhu Ganglai. Everyone, please rise. Xianxia stepped into the air and stretched out his hand. Suddenly, a vast amount of divine power exploded and swept out in all directions. Everyone stood up involuntarily, including the titled honorable ones. This powerful divine power made everyone's heart tremble. At the same time, they looked at Xianxia and listened to him speak. Everyone. Although Supreme True Dragon is dead, I know from him that the extraterritorial demons may come again at any time. The great calamity has begun, and we don't have much time left. Xiao's words were like a bolt of lightning, instantly causing everyone to tremble. Their eyes were filled with disbelief and fear, and they exploded in an instant. What? The extraterritorial demons are coming again? Oh my God! The great calamity has begun, and it will sweep across the universe. Living beings are like weeds. I'm afraid many people will die again. What should we do? What should we do? Don't be afraid. We have the sky-devouring battle god. He is invincible. He will definitely lead us to defeat the extraterritorial demons. Everyone was discussing animatedly. All of them started to panic, and their eyes were filled with terror. Greetings, Lord Sky-Devouring. Lord Sky-Devouring, do you know when the extraterritorial demons will come? Where will they come from? Longbrowed Buddha put his palms together and bowed deeply to Xianxia. Longbrowed Buddha? You are the little monk beside Bodhi? I didn't expect you to become the abbot of the Great Laying Temple in just 10,000 years. Xianxia glanced at the long-eyebrow Buddha. Suddenly, he thought of something and said with emotion. Although the long-browed Buddha looked very old, Xianxia could still vaguely see the figure of the little monk from back then between his eyebrows. 10,000 years ago, Bodhi Supreme was the abbot of the Great Laying Temple. He was also the master of long-browed Buddha. Xianxia had discussed with Bodhi Supreme and had seen long-browed several times. 10,000 years had passed. Bodhi Supreme had passed away while sitting cross-legged. Long-browed Buddha had also become old. Ba, Lord Sky-Devouring, do you still remember me? I'm old now, but Lord Sky-Devouring is still as elegant as ever. Long-browed Buddha exclaimed. Everyone shuddered. The long-browed Buddha was a man of virtue and prestige in the war god world. He could be said to be one of the most prominent figures in the war god world. Many lords of the Holy Lands were his juniors. But now, the long-browed Buddha was bowing to Xianxia. They finally understood what kind of status the strongest person in the world had 10,000 years ago had. 1,000,000 years ago, when the extraterritorial demons descended, war god Scarlet Dragon led the experts of the Myriad worlds to fight against the extraterritorial demons, setting off a great war between gods and demons. The result of that battle was naturally our victory, but it was also a Pyrrhic victory. War god Scarlet Dragon died in battle, and before he died, he used a supreme divine ability to seal many demon gods in the Origin Sea. Looking at Long Eyebrow Buddha and the others, Xianxia revealed an unknown secret. When everyone heard that the extraterritorial demons were sealed in the Origin Sea, their eyes were filled with shock. When they learned that many demon gods had broken free 10,000 years ago and that it was Longxing Supreme who had been guarding the Origin Sea, killing billions of demon gods and protecting the war god realm, their hearts were filled with deep respect and gratitude. Among the extraterritorial demons, the most powerful one is demon god King Bo Sun, and Supreme True Dragon has been controlled by demon god King Bo Sun. Although Supreme True Dragon is dead, I'm afraid it won't be long before demon god King Bo Sun wakes up and leads the demons to attack the war god world. As for where they are hiding now, I don't know. Ling Xiao shook his head and sighed softly. Lord Sky Devouring, it seems like there are still 5 heavenly Tao chaotic tablets in the hands of demon god King Bo Sun. If we can gather all the heavenly Tao chaotic tablets and open the door to the god world, we'll announce it to the heavens. If the gods descend, they will naturally be able to stop this calamity. Longbrow Buddha looked at Ling Xiao and said. Since Supreme True Dragon was controlled by demon god King Bo Sun, he naturally didn't have the heavenly Tao chaotic tablets with him. As for the 9 heavenly Tao chaotic tablets, according to the Emperor, they were treasures refined by a powerful saint. The other 5 tablets were probably in the hands of demon god King Bo Sun. As for the heavenly Tao chaotic tablets, I will try to find them. However, I hope that all the martial Tao sacred grounds can get along peacefully. Don't fight among yourselves and cultivate diligently. Now that the war god world is at the brink of life and death, I hope that everyone can work together to fight against the demons. Ling Xiao said as he looked at the experts indifferently. We will obey the heaven-devouring battle god's decree. Many experts from the sacred grounds bowed and said. Just like what Ling Xiao said, the war god world was at the brink of life and death. If they continued to fight among themselves, they would undoubtedly be courting death. Moreover, Ling Xiao had proven his Tao and become a god. Many of the sacred ground supremes seemed to have seen hope. All of them were prepared to go into seclusion and cultivate diligently to break through to the divine spirit realm. The great battle between Ling Xiao and Supreme True Dragon had stirred up many experts. In the past, it was said that those below the Supremes were ants. Now, it could be said that those below the divine spirit realm were ants. If one couldn't prove his Tao and become a god, he was just a pile of dust. With a heavy heart, everyone bid farewell and left. From today onwards, the name of the sky-devouring Supreme would resound throughout the world. He deserved to be the strongest in the world. Master, Demon God King Bo Sun cultivates the 10,000 transformations demon scripture and can condense the 10,000 transformations demon body, which is similar to an avatar. I think Supreme True Dragon must have cultivated the 10,000 transformations demon body, which is why he has such terrifying power. I don't know how many thousand transformations demon bodies Bo Sun has condensed. If all the 1,000 transformations demon body were to return to his body, his strength would increase greatly even if he couldn't fully recover. Master, you must be careful. Zhu Ganglai said as he looked at Ling Xiao solemnly. The 1,000 transformations demon scripture? Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. Bo Sun was a peerless expert at the Divine King realm. Even if he couldn't fully recover his cultivation, Ling Xiao might not be able to deal with him. He might not be able to deal with Bo Sun if he only used his physical body to become a god. Could it be that he had to open the gate of the divine realm and invite the experts from the divine realm to come and kill Bo Sun like what the long-browed Buddha had said? Zhu Ganglai, how much strength can Bo Sun recover? Ling Xiao asked Zhu Ganglai. Zhu Ganglai thought for a while and said, if the gate of the divine realm wasn't closed, Bo Sun wouldn't be an exception even if he could fully recover his cultivation. However, now that the gate of the divine realm is closed and restricted by the law of this realm, Bo Sun can only exert the strength of a true god no matter how strong he is. The strength of a true god? Although Master's physical body has become a god, it's already difficult for him to fight against a peak divine spirit realm expert, let alone a true god realm expert. Unless Master can become a god using the laws, with the double god realm and the wordless heavenly book, he might be able to fight. Zhu Ganglai said slowly. Becoming a god using the laws? How difficult. Ling Xiao sighed softly. Although his cultivation had reached the titled supreme realm and seemed to be only a step away from becoming a god, the door to the god realm was closed and he couldn't comprehend the divine Tao laws and refine the divine qi. The difficulty of becoming a god using the laws was no less than becoming a god using the physical body. Ling Xiao could only become a god using his physical body because he obtained the heavenly thunder calamity tea. Becoming a god using the laws wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. Let's think about this at length. Ling Xiao said slowly. If there wasn't any great fortune in a short period of time, it would be difficult to become a god using the laws. Whoosh, Ling Xiao walked down slowly from the 9 heavens, the old goat, Taoist Wuliang, Long Outyen, Lu Jianni, Moon Goddess, Phoenix Maiden, and the other familiar faces were filled with excitement. Ha ha ha. Ling Xiao. It's been 10,000 years. You finally got your revenge and killed that despicable Zhenlong. The old goat was so excited that his eyes were red. He couldn't help but run up and say. Killing Zhenlong isn't considered revenge. Our real enemy now is the extraterrestrial demon. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Xiao, you're finally back. Where have you been for the past 6 years? Mother doesn't care if you're the sky-devouring supreme. Mother only knows that you're my Xiao and always will be. Long Hanyan's red eyes were filled with joy. She walked up and hugged Ling Xiao tightly. Ling Xiao's heart was also very warm. He was very attached to this kind of pure maternal love. In his previous life, he was an orphan. In this life, he finally had biological parents. He cherished them very much. Mother, don't worry. In my previous life, I was an orphan without parents. In this life, I'm Ling Xiao with mother. Ling Xiao smiled gently and hugged Long Hanyan. His heart was incomparably warm and peaceful. White Dragon Horse, Ling Xiao is my big brother. How dare you call Master big brother? I think you need to be taught a lesson. The old goat's gaze landed on the White Dragon Horse and looked at it with some malicious intent. Your big brother? Bah. It was just an old goat. How dare it compare with the great and noble Dragon Horse? Even if you want to be a mount, no one will want you. The White Dragon Horse looked at the old goat arrogantly and said disdainfully. What did you say? A mixed-blood dragon horse dares to be arrogant in front of me? If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't be convinced, right? The old goat immediately became angry, and a hint of hostility appeared in his eyes. The goat and the horse looked at each other and were about to fight. All right, stop messing around. Ling Xiao had no choice but to stop them. He was afraid that these two idiots would start fighting just like that. Everyone smiled helplessly. However, the dragon horse, a mythical beast from ancient legends, had appeared. Moreover, it had become Ling Xiao's mount. Everyone was amazed. Greetings, master. Lu Jianni also bowed with a face full of admiration and excitement. He also completely understood that the young man on Xianyuan Mountain was Ling Xiao. He was still wondering how such a powerful person could appear in the God of War world. He did not expect it to be Ling Xiao. Cousin, this white dragon horse is so powerful. Even the supreme true dragon suffered a loss in its hands. It's much better than me. Long Outyen also walked up excitedly and looked at the white dragon horse in surprise. Fire Qilin, on the other hand, was depressed. He had never seen such a shameless master. Previously, he had begged Ling Xiao for Fire Qilin to be his mount. Now that he saw the white dragon horse, his eyes were wide open. Ling Xiao, we haven't seen each other for 6 years. I didn't expect you to ascend to the divine realm and become the most powerful person in the world. It's really worth celebrating. However, after so many years, we really miss you. Jian Wushuang, Du Guxue, Li Jingming, and the rest were all smiling as they spoke. Greetings, founder. The experts from Changsun sect, led by Nangong Xian and the Great Elder, were all extremely excited as they bowed to Ling Xiao. They were the most shocked. The demon-like Holy Sun was actually the reincarnation of the founder, sky-devouring supreme, from 10,000 years ago. However, when they thought of how powerful the founder was, they knew that Changsun sect would definitely become the #1 sanctuary in the God of War world in the future. Nangong Qing, Lu Piapiao, Ling Qingqing, and the other ladies were all excited and complicated. They were excited because they finally saw Ling Xiao again after more than 10 years. Ling Xiao's identity was actually the founder, sky-devouring supreme from 10,000 years ago. This made them feel extremely complicated. Everyone, it's been a long time. Ling Xiao also smiled and cupped his hands towards the crowd. After returning to Changsun's sect and seeing so many old friends, Ling Xiao felt extremely emotional. However, he also felt very close to them. Buzz, a light flashed in the void and a chubby little boy and an old man with white hair and beard walked over slowly. Their bodies were emitting waves of divinity. However, they looked a little weak as though their vitality had been greatly damaged. Their faces were filled with fatigue. Ling Xiao, you're back? That's great. Quick, follow me to take a look. The Divine General of Time is in a bad situation. When the little boy and the white-haired old man saw Ling Xiao, the little boy's eyes immediately revealed a trace of surprise and joy. You guys are? Ling Xiao looked at the two of them suspiciously. He felt that they were familiar, but he couldn't recognize them. When he heard that Ling Zhen was in a bad situation, his face changed. Ling Xiao, they are big radish and longevity grass. They have already transformed. In these few years, if we rely on their divine liquid to prolong the Divine General of Time's life, I'm afraid. You should go and take a look. The old goat's eyes were filled with worry as he said hurriedly. Big radish and longevity grass? Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with disbelief. The transformation of divine medicine was something that only appeared in legends. He didn't expect these two fellows to have already transformed. However, he didn't have the time to chat with them. His eyes were filled with worry as he hurriedly followed them into Changsun Mountain. 6 years ago, in order to help Ling Xiao kill the left and right holy masters, Ling Zhen didn't hesitate to use the power of time. As a result, he suffered a backlash from the power of time. He was like a lamp that had run out of oil. He relied on the divine liquid from big radish and longevity grass to survive until now. He didn't expect his condition to worsen suddenly. Ling Xiao was burning with anxiety. He didn't have time to chat with the rest and quickly left. Soon, he saw Ling Zhen in a palace. Ling Zhen was lying on a white jade bed. The white jade was a 10,000-year cold jade that contained an extremely cold aura. It could seal Ling Zhen's vitality and prevent his injuries from worsening. At that moment, Ling Zhen looked pale and his body was filled with a deathly aura. The vitality in his body was extremely weak. In between his eyebrows, there seemed to be a ball of black aura that was trying to invade his consciousness. How could this be? Ling Xiao was shocked and a tinge of anxiety appeared in his eyes. He quickly began to check on Ling Zhen's injuries. There was a chaotic power of time in Ling Zhen's body and it contained the broken rules of heaven and earth. It was constantly devouring the vitality in his body. There was still a majestic vitality in Ling Zhen's body. It was gathered by the divine liquid of the divine medicine. It was protecting his heart meridians and his consciousness from the invasion of the power of time and the rules of heaven and earth. If it weren't for the big radish and the longevity grass, Ling Zhen wouldn't have been able to hold on for 6 years. Xiao, do you have a way to treat your father's injuries? Long Hanyan was also very anxious as she looked at Ling Xiao with anticipation. Mother, don't worry. I will definitely be able to heal father's injuries. You guys go out first. I will treat father's injuries. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. Great. That's great. Long Hanyan cried tears of joy. She looked at Ling Zhen worriedly and left the palace with the rest. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Zhen. Although the chaotic power of time in Ling Zhen's body was strong, it wasn't impossible to resolve it. The wordless heavenly book should be able to devour it easily. However, the wordless heavenly book was currently suppressing the 7 souls scattered soul light in Jin Sei's consciousness. This put Ling Xiao in a difficult position. It seems that I can only use the cycle of time to slowly absorb and refine the power. Ling Xiao thought about it and said. He had also cultivated the cycle of time and naturally knew how to guide the power of time in Ling Zhen's body. However, he would have to bear the backlash of the power of time. However, Ling Zhao's physical body had become a god. Even the rainbow blood pearl had integrated into Ling Zhao's body, allowing him to undergo a complete transformation. He had finally broken through to the divine dragon body realm. With the strength of his physical body, it shouldn't be too much of a problem for him to bear the backlash of the power of time. Ling Zhao's body glowed with light as mysterious ripples spread out. His palm landed on Ling Zhen's back as he channeled the power of time, guiding the power of time in Ling Zhen's body. Rumble, like a tsunami, the chaotic power of time in Ling Zhen's body surged into Ling Zhao's body and was slowly refined by Ling Zhao's time cycle. Huh? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He suddenly felt that after refining the chaotic time force and the shattered laws of heaven and earth, the divine power in his body actually began to slowly grow again. After Ling Zhao's cultivation had reached the level of titled supreme, the divine power in his body had increased to the maximum. If he wanted to continue increasing, he would have to ascend to the divine spirit realm. Although Ling Zhao's physical body had become that of a god, his divine power law cultivation was still only at the level of a titled supreme. The three treasures of essence, energy, and spirit represented three different paths to becoming a god. Among them, using the divine power law to become a god was the path of energy. It was the most common path. After all, the divine power law was spread all over the universe. Comprehending the way of heaven and becoming a god was the easiest. The second path was the primordial spirit realm. If one wanted to use the primordial spirit realm to ascend to the primordial spirit realm, they would have to give up their physical body and walk the path of the primordial spirit realm to become a god. However, now that the door of the divine path was closed, if one gave up their physical body and used the primordial spirit to ascend to the divine spirit realm, it would be no different from courting death. They wouldn't be able to enter the divine world and condense their divine body. The most difficult path was to ascend to the divine realm using one's physical body. Ascend to the divine realm using one's own strength to shatter the vacuum and condense eternity and immortality. That was why Ling Zhao's physical body was so difficult and precious. However, after refining the chaotic power in Ling Zhen's body, Ling Xiao actually saw the possibility of using the divine power law to become a god. If I can use the essence, energy, and spirit realms to ascend to the three divine realms, even if I enter the divine world in the future, I will be able to compete. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed and revealed a look of enlightenment. To ascend to the divine realm using the essence, energy, and spirit realms was definitely an extremely difficult path. Therefore, there weren't many people who chose this path since ancient times. Most of them would choose the easiest way to ascend to the divine power law. This time, when he healed Ling Zhen's injuries, Ling Xiao saw a possibility. If he could use the essence, energy, and spirit realms to ascend to the three divine realms, he would have much more confidence when facing the demon god King Bo Sun in the future. If Ling Xiao hadn't used the wordless heavenly book before his physical body became a god, Ling Zhen's injuries would have been extremely troublesome for him. However, to Ling Xiao now, it wasn't much of a problem. After a few hours, all the foreign energy in Ling Zhen's body was completely refined by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao helped Ling Zhen consume a healing elixir. Seeing that the energy in his body had stabilized, he was relieved. Xiao how's your father? Seeing Ling Xiao come out, Long Hanyan's eyes instantly revealed a look of anticipation. Mother, father is fine now. It shouldn't be long before he wakes up. Ling Xiao smiled and said. Really? That's great. I'll go take a look at your father. Have a good chat with Xiao Wu and Xiao Yu. Don't bully them. Long Hanyan said with a smile. Then, she gave Ling Xiao a look and turned to enter the room. At that moment, Phoenix Maiden and Moon Deity were standing behind Long Hanyan. After hearing Long Hanyan's words, they couldn't help but blush. Ling Xiao also looked at Phoenix Maiden and Moon Deity awkwardly. The atmosphere was charming and gentle. Moon Deity, I didn't expect your cultivation to have reached the titled honorable realm. Congratulations. Can you feel the presence of Moon Mother? Ling Xiao coughed softly and looked at Moon Deity as he asked. 6 years ago, Moon Deity was only a half step to honorable realm. In just 6 years, she had reached the titled honorable realm. This speed of improvement was heaven-defying. Ling Xiao guessed that it might be because of Moon Mother. After all, Phoenix Maiden's talent was extraordinary. She was only at the 3rd level honorable realm now. I've only obtained the Moon Mother's cultivation, that's all. It's not my true strength. Moreover, I feel that it won't be long before I break through to the godly realm. At that time, Moon Mother might really return. Moon Deity's face had a cold smile as she spoke calmly. The Moon Mother's cultivation? Can you let me see your primordial spirit? If I can communicate with Moon Mother's primordial spirit, I might be able to reconstruct her physical body. It's no use. Don't worry, I'm fine. However, Xiaowu has missed you a lot in these 6 years. Moon Goddess smiled faintly. Phoenix Girl's face instantly turned red. She did not dare to look into Ling Zhao's eyes and said softly, Sister Moon Goddess, don't talk nonsense. Everyone in Changsun sect is very happy that Ling Xiao is back. After she finished speaking, the Phoenix Maiden raised her head and looked at Ling Xiao. Her eyes were filled with a faint smile, mixed with deep emotions. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. How could he not understand Phoenix Girl's feelings? However, it was a pity that he was destined to be unable to accept it. Ling Xiao did not know what to say and felt a little awkward. However, very quickly, Old Goat, Taoist Wuliang, Long Outyen, Lu Jiani, Jian Wushuang, Du Shui and the others came over to help Ling Xiao. On the other hand, the big radish looked like a 2- or 3-year-old kid. It looked very mischievous and adorable. The moment it appeared, it flew onto Ling Xiao's shoulder and hugged Ling Xiao's neck to ask for a present. Then, with snot and tears, it told Ling Xiao how it had used the divine liquid to prolong Ling Zhen's life all these years. As for longevity grass, his hair and beard were all white and he looked like an immortal. When he looked at Ling Xiao, his eyes were full of smiles and there was even an inexplicable look in them. Ling Xiao, Zhu Biao said that you went to reincarnation world in these 6 years. Quickly tell us what happened. Old Goat shouted. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao and they were very curious about his experience in these 6 years. In the few hours that Ling Xiao was healing Ling Zhen, Zhu Biao had already told them about Ling Zhao's experience in these few years. However, there were many things that even Zhu Biao did not know. Zhu Biao is right. I did go to reincarnation world in these 6 years. Ling Xiao smiled and told them about how he fell into reincarnation 6 years ago and was brought to reincarnation world by reincarnation beast. This conversation went on for a few hours, and the sky had already darkened. Ling Xiao took out the divine beasts that he had killed in Kunwa Holy Mountain. Those divine beasts contained powerful fluctuations of power of divine path. To everyone, they were simply unimaginable treasures. The old goat, the white dragon horse, and Long Outyen's eyes widened. They all rushed forward to snatch the meat, and in the end, they turned it into a delicious dish. The old goat and Taoist Wuliang took out dozens of jars of wine as if they were performing a magic trick. Everyone sat at the top of the longevity mountain. Above their heads was a sky full of stars that sprinkled down resplendent starlight. The sea of clouds lingered in the distance and the mountain breeze was cool and refreshing. It was extremely comfortable. When everyone heard that Ling Xiao had fought against geniuses in the reincarnation realm, slaughtered immortals, swept away invincible enemies, and finally killed his way into the sealed land and killed many demonic gods, they were all fired up. They couldn't wait to fight alongside Ling Xiao. What shocked everyone the most was that the seemingly simple and honest Zhu Ganglai, who was gnawing on a piece of meat, was actually a demon god, and he had been subdued by Ling Xiao. When everyone heard this, Out Yen and Old Goat, who were sitting next to Zhu Ganglai, almost jumped out of their seats. They spat out the wine in their mouths onto Zhu Ganglia's face as if they had seen a ghost. So what if he's a demon god? I'm following Master now, and we're all good brothers in the future. Come, let's drink. Zhu Ganglai said innocently. He then pulled Out Yen and Old Goat to sit down and drink with him. The Old Goat and Long Out Yen also seemed to be drunk. They quickly forgot about the demon god and began to drink with Zhu Ganglai. After a while, they started to call each other brothers, as if they were a family. Everyone smiled helplessly. At the same time, they looked at Ling Xiao with admiration. Ling Xiao's strength had reached an unimaginable level for him to be able to subdue even the demon god. When they heard that Shui Wei had become the saintess of the reincarnation palace, supported the entire reincarnation palace by herself, fought against the demon race, and was forced to marry by Yin Jiutian, everyone was heartbroken and angry. The ups and downs of the past 6 years made everyone extremely shocked and emotional. However, most of them were more curious about Ling Zhao's identity as the heaven-devouring supreme. Ling Xiao, the true dragon supreme is dead. You have avenged your great hatred. Do you know where Xianxia is now? The old goat seemed to be drunk as he spoke. Xianxia? The name seemed to have some kind of magical power, calming everyone down instantly. The Phoenix Maiden, in particular, revealed a hint of sadness in her eyes. Longevity paragon Xianxia was Ling Xiao's cultivation partner in his previous life. Phoenix Girl had sensed that Ling Xiao loved someone deeply in his heart. How could she not know that that person was Xianxia? However, 10,000 years had passed. Was Xianxia really still alive? I have found Xianxia. Ling Xiao looked at everyone and said slowly. What? Ling Xiao's words were like a sudden clap of thunder. Everyone was shocked, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. You really found Xianxia? Where is she? Old Goat couldn't be bothered to drink anymore. His eyes were filled with excitement as he looked at Ling Xiao. This is what I wanted to tell everyone. After leaving the reincarnation realm, I went to the sealed world in the Origin Sea and found Xianxia there. However, she was already hit by demon god King Bo Sun's 7 souls dispersing soul light. Ling Xiao's voice was rather gloomy as he recounted how he had found Xianxia in the Origin Sea. Everyone was shocked to hear this. Longevity Paragon has guarded the demon clan alone for 10,000 years. How admirable. Jian Wushuang was a man of few words, but he couldn't help but raise his cup as his eyes were filled with deep admiration. It is all thanks to Longevity Paragon that the War God continent could have 10,000 years of peace. Let's work together to kill demon god King Bo Sun and save Longevity Paragon. Li Jingming, Du Guxue, and the others said solemnly. Xianxia had endured 10,000 years of loneliness in order to protect the War God Great World and suppress billions of demons. She had won everyone's respect and admiration. Ling Xiao, I believe Sister Xianxia will wake up. I wish the two of you a long life together and never be separated. Phoenix Girl, who had been silent all this time, seemed to have made up her mind. She suddenly raised her head and smiled brilliantly as she raised her cup to Ling Xiao. However, her slender fingers were trembling and her face was pale. Her heart was extremely unsettled. Phoenix Girl's heart was filled with bitterness. She knew she had lost. No matter what, she couldn't compare to Xianxia's 10,000 years of waiting. No wonder Ling Xiao's heart was so firm while she could never take the next step. If Ling Xiao accepted her despite Xianxia's 10,000 years of waiting, Phoenix Girl would never be able to forgive herself. That would mean she had underestimated Ling Xiao, underestimated Xianxia, and underestimated herself. Moon Goddess glanced at Phoenix Girl worriedly but didn't say anything. Although she felt bitter in her heart, she had to wake up in the end. Thank you. Everyone toasted each other and laughed as they talked about the past few years. For 6 years, no one had been as relaxed as they were today. In the end, everyone was drunk at the peak of the Longevity Mountain. The old goat and the white dragon horse were drunk. These two fools even fought, and their faces were all bruised and swollen. In the end, after drinking a few pots of wine, they began to put their arms around each other's shoulders and called each other brothers. Long Outyen, Zhu Biao, and Lu Jianyi ate until their stomachs were round. They were all satisfied and fell asleep with a faint smile on their faces. Even the big radish, the spirit herb, actually started to fight for meat and wine. After it got drunk, it swayed and rolled its head around, giggling to itself. The longevity grass, on the other hand, looked sage-like. After drinking a few cups of wine, it looked nostalgic. It looked at the void in the distance and drank by itself. Jian Wushuang, Du Guxue, and Li Jingming were all drunk. They wanted to compete with Ling Xiao but they all fell to the ground drunk. The Phoenix Lady and the Moon God had already left at some point. It turned out that the people from the Longevity sect, Nangong Xian, Great Elder, and Nangong Qing had left them alone and did not disturb them. Moreover, they still needed some time to digest the news that Ling Xiao was the sky-devouring supreme. It was too unbelievable. In the end, Ling Xiao stood alone at the peak of the Longevity Mountain and looked at the calm sea of clouds. The full moon in the sky shone brightly and the stars lit up the dark sky. Ling Xiao was a little drunk. Once upon a time, he seemed to have stood here with Xianxia to admire the moon. Now, he was the only one left. For some reason, Ling Xiao missed Xianxia very much and felt sad. After 10,000 years, he finally saw Xianxia. However, Xianxia was poisoned by the 7 souls dispersing light. Her life was in danger and he felt helpless. When would he be strong enough to protect the people around him and never be separated again? Xianxia. I miss you very much. I miss you very much. Xiao murmured softly as he looked at the bright full moon in the distance and faced the cold mountain wind. Suddenly, Xiao's body shook and his eyes were filled with joy. He opened the small world, and a figure in a red dress walked out of it. Xianxia woke up. Xiao stared at the figure in front of him in a daze. His eyes were filled with great surprise and excitement, and his entire body began to tremble. Big brother Xiao, I missed you so much. With a soft murmur, a woman in a red dress walked out from the bright moonlight. She was tall, had jade-like skin, and had picturesque features. She exuded a peerless aura of elegance and magnificence. She had a faint smile on her face and her eyes were filled with excitement. Although her face was a little pale, it was still difficult to hide her peerless temperament. She was like a goddess from the 9 heavens who had descended to the mortal world. Xiao was a little dazed. Who else could this woman be other than Xianxia? 10,000 years of waiting had finally come to fruition today. Xiao's heart was filled with emotions. How lucky was the heavens to him. Xianxia walked up and hugged Xiao. Once upon a time, such a scene had appeared countless times in Xiao's dreams. Tens of thousands of years of loneliness and waiting, all for that figure that he yearned for day and night. But now, as he embraced Xianxia and felt her warmth, Xiao actually had a surreal feeling. Xianxia, is it really you? Is it really you? Xiao's body trembled with excitement, and his eyes turned red. Xianxia had been poisoned by the 7 soul dissipating soul light. Although the wordless heavenly book had suppressed it, she had still fallen into a coma. Although Zhu Ganglai had said that Xianxia would wake up after the energy in her body had reached a balance, Xiao still found it hard to believe. It's me. Big brother Xiao, it's been 10,000 years. I knew you were fine. I finally see you again. Xianxia said softly, her eyes filled with joy and excitement. At the peak of Longevity Mountain, the full moon hung high in the sky. Resplendent starlight shone down, illuminating the sea of clouds in a dazzling light. A pair of people hugged each other, forming a beautiful picture. This moment was quiet, and no one disturbed them. Xiao hugged Xianxia tightly, afraid that this was just a dream. When he woke up, everything would still be the same. After a long time, the two separated. Xianxia looked at Xiao seriously, her gaze as gentle as water, and her smile was full of joy. Xianxia, you're really too silly. Why did you have to bear so much on your own? Xiao looked at Xianxia, his eyes filled with tenderness. Xiao's heart ached when he thought of how Xianxia had stayed in the Origin Sea for 10,000 years, suppressing the demon race on her own, enduring 10,000 years of loneliness. Big brother Xiao, I know you're definitely not dead, so I have to protect this world for you and wait for your return. It's really good to see you now. Xianxia's face was filled with a dazzling smile that seemed to light up the dark sky. It was as if only in front of Xiao, that peerless sword goddess who could suppress the world, that eternal sovereign who could slay gods and demons with a single strike of her sword, would reveal her little daughter's side. You're really too silly. Xianxia, just how did you survive these 10,000 years? Xiao stroked Xianxia's white hair tenderly and said. He could sense that Xianxia's cultivation no longer fluctuated at all. The 7 soul dissipating soul light firmly occupied her sea of consciousness, forming a mysterious balance with the wordless heavenly book. Xianxia's white hair danced in the wind, and her life force seemed to be almost exhausted. Xiao's heart ached. 10,000 years ago, Big Brother Xiao and Supreme True Dragon went to search for the Scarlet Dragon War God's tomb. Later on, news of you being killed by Supreme True Dragon came. Xianxia and Xiao sat at the top of the Longevity Mountain, surrounded by a sea of clouds and a mountain breeze. Xianxia recounted the events of the past 10,000 years. Originally, when the news of Xiao's death spread, Xianxia was devastated. Just as she was about to search for Xiao and seek vengeance from Supreme True Dragon, a group of extraterrestrial demons broke through the sealed world and invaded the War God's world. That calamity caused the people of War God's world to be plunged into misery and suffering. The Longevity sect also suffered heavy casualties. In the end, Xianxia was heavily injured, but she unintentionally awakened the power left in her by the spiritual sage. In the end, by chance, she entered the sealed world and suppressed the demon race. Xianxia, is the spiritual sovereign still alive and still in your body? Xiao asked slowly, a sharp glint in his eyes. The spiritual elder is dead. Xianxia let out a soft sigh as she slowly spoke. The spirit sovereign is dead, but I've inherited all of the divine power she left behind. In the end, she took me in as her disciple and told me to carry out her final wishes and guard the sealed world. At that time, I was completely disheartened and wanted to leave the war god's world, so I went to the sealed world. Xianxia's words put Xiao's heart at ease. As long as the spiritual elder was not scheming to take over Xianxia's body, Xiao was naturally relieved. However, there were still many secrets on Xianxia, some of which even Xianxia herself did not know. For example, even if Xianxia was not related to the spiritual elder, why did Xianxia look exactly like the spiritual elder in the spirit tribe? Xiao would have to find the answers to these questions himself. Xianxia, do you know where Linfeng and the others are? A few years ago, I found Lu Jiani, but he has turned into a child and seems to know nothing about his past. Xiao asked Xianxia. In his previous life, he had 7 true disciples, but only Lu Jiani had been found. There was no news about the others. Jiani has turned into a child? If that's the case, perhaps Linfeng and the others are still alive. Xianxia's eyes lit up, as if she had suddenly thought of something, and spoke with surprise. In the great calamity 10,000 years ago, Linfeng and the others fought bravely, but were all heavily injured in the end. I sealed them in the Thousand Coffin Mountain. Brother Shura also sealed himself in the Thousand Coffin Mountain because he went to help the longevity sect. Perhaps we can find them there. Xiao's eyes flashed. The Thousand Coffin Mountain? He had once heard the current Shura sect leader say that the Shura Supreme was in the Thousand Coffin Mountain. If Linfeng and the others were in the Thousand Coffin Mountain, it would be good news for Xiao. In his previous life, Xiao had 7 true disciples. They were the first disciple Mu Linfeng, second disciple Du Longqing, third disciple Yi Qianjue, fourth disciple Lu Jiani, fifth disciple Yan Yangtian, sixth disciple Lu Guqin, and seventh disciple Ji Hengong. According to Xianxia, the 7 of them had been sealed in the Thousand Coffin Mountain. Then why had Lu Jiani escaped earlier? Perhaps this question could only be answered by going to the Thousand Coffin Mountain. Xiao and Xianxia confided in each other, as if they were trying to make up for the time they had lost in the past 10,000 years. When she heard that Xiao had been reborn because of the wordless heavenly book, and all the things that had happened along the way, Xianxia's eyes were also filled with shock. In just a few short decades, Xiao had already reached the Supreme God realm. Such an achievement could already be said to be unprecedented. Big brother Xiao, I once read about the 3 gods realm and the inheritance of the spiritual sage. If you can reach the 3 gods realm in the mortal world, your future will definitely be limitless. Xianxia seemed to have thought of something as she looked at Xiao. Xianxia, in your opinion, if I reach the 3 gods realm, do you think I can contend against demon god King Bo Sun? Xiao's eyes flashed as he asked slowly. Xianxia was probably the only person who had exchanged blows with demon god King Bo Sun. It's hard to say. Xianxia's eyes revealed a trace of seriousness as she said, when I entered the sealed world, demon god King Bo Sun had already escaped. According to the information that I obtained from the various demon gods, demon god King Bo Sun's 1,000 transformations demon scripture can split into thousands of clones, and even reincarnate. His original body should have been severely injured, so he should have split his primordial spirit, gathered the 1,000 transformations demon body, and finally returned to his original body. In the past 10,000 years, I don't know how much he has recovered, but the 7 souls dispersing soul light is extremely powerful. If his original body descends, even if it's only a 10,000th of his strength, it's still not something that we can contend against. As for the 3 gods realm, we might be able to fight. Xianxia, don't worry. I will definitely kill Bo Sun and cure you of the poison of the 7 souls dispersing soul light. Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of determination. I believe in you. Xianxia smiled faintly. After seeing Xiao, Xianxia felt that the 10,000 years of waiting and loneliness were actually nothing. It was really good to be able to see him again. Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of worry. Xianxia's body probably wouldn't be able to hold on for more than a few years. Unfortunately, Xianxia's body had the poison of the seven souls dispersing soul light. Ling Xiao had no way of extending her lifespan because the divine medicine that could extend her lifespan could very well break the balance between the seven souls dispersing soul light and the wordless heavenly book. At that time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ling Xiao and Xianxia sat at the peak of Longevity Mountain for an entire night. On the second day, the morning sun jumped out of the sea of clouds, emitting millions of rays of dazzling light. It was as though the heavens and earth were lit up in an instant. The peak of Longevity Mountain was filled with thousands of rays of light, dazzling, as though it was a divine realm. Longevity Mountain had never been as beautiful as it was now. Ling Xiao and Xianxia stood at the peak of Longevity Mountain, their robes and hair fluttering in the wind. They were like a pair of immortals, making people unable to bear to disturb them. Unknowingly, all the disciples of Longevity sect had already arrived at the Longevity Square. With Nangongxian and the Great Elder as the leaders, all the disciples of Longevity sect stood with their hands behind their backs. Their eyes were filled with fanaticism and worship. Naturally, there were some faces that Ling Xiao was familiar with, such as Nangongqing, Ling Qingqing, Lu Piapiao, Ling Zhao's in-name disciple, Master Jiao Mu, Wang Chuanxiong, Gu Zhong, Wang Han, Ling Juichen, Xia Huang, and the others. Ling Xiao and Xianxia turned around and looked at the crowd calmly. When the crowd saw Xianxia beside Ling Xiao, their eyes were filled with incomparable shock. Wasn't the lady in the red dress beside Ling Xiao the Longevity Paragon? At this moment, the statue of Longevity Paragon and Xianxia were facing each other from afar. Regardless of appearance or temperament, they were exactly the same. Greetings, Ancestor Devouring Sky Supreme. Greetings, Ancestor Longevity Paragon. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then understood almost instantly. They all bowed deeply towards Ling Xiao and Xianxia. 10,000 years ago, Longevity sect's two most outstanding figures, Devouring Sky Supreme and Longevity Paragon, had both appeared. This was the fortune of Longevity sect, and also the fortune of the world. Nangongxian, the Great Elder, and the other elders were filled with excitement. It was as though they had seen the day Longevity sect became the #1 sanctuary in the world. Their bodies were trembling. As for Nangongqing, Ling Qingqing, and Lu Piapiao, they looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated and bitter gaze. Cheers filled the sky above Longevity sect like thunder, shaking the void in all directions. Under Ling Zhao's leadership, the Longevity sect moved into the Heavenly God Stone and named it the Longevity World. Although the Longevity World was not as big as the War God's world, it was still a complete small world. The mountains and rivers within a radius of 10 million li had already become the Longevity sect's territory. In the Longevity World, the mountains and rivers were vast. Numerous divine mountains rose from the ground. Countless rare birds and beasts galloped between the mountains. Countless precious spiritual herbs and exotic flowers grew in the Longevity World. As a new world, the Longevity World's spiritual energy was 10 times or even 100 times more than the War God's world. Thus, the Longevity World was the true supreme holy land to the entire Longevity sect. The Path Understanding Tree seemed to like the Longevity World more. Furthermore, Ling Xiao activated the Longevity World's origin energy, causing the Path Understanding Tree to grow rapidly. Now, it was already over 1,000 zhang tall. The tree crown was like a dome. The leaves were luxuriant and it emitted a mysterious and ancient aura. The area enveloped by the Path Understanding Tree became a supreme holy land for cultivation. It allowed the Longevity sect's disciples' cultivation to soar by leaps and bounds. The Longevity Mountain was directly moved into the Longevity World by Ling Xiao. Furthermore, he had the old goat move 360 divine mountains and laid down the Zhou Tian star formation. As for the 8 Desolates region, Ling Xiao did not give up. It became the outer sect of the Longevity sect. The inner sect was in the Longevity World and the outer sect was in the 8 Desolates region. Only the most talented disciples would be able to enter the world of longevity. Thus, the Longevity sect's disciples were all filled with enthusiasm. Their cultivation began to soar by leaps and bounds. Originally, Nangongxian wanted to pass the position of sect leader to Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao and Xianxia did not agree. Instead, they allowed Nangongxian to continue leading the Longevity sect. They restored the ancient system and ascended to the heavens to worship their ancestors. The Longevity sect could be said to be changing day by day. It had already begun to transform into the number one holy land in the world. 2 generations of the war god's temple's successors were captured by Ling Xiao. However, the primal chaos sacred body and the 5 elements sacred body's peerless talent still made Ling Xiao regard them highly. However, when he and Zhu Ganglai examined them carefully, they discovered that these two were not the true chaotic sacred body and 5 elements sacred body. In their bodies, there was a mark left behind by Bo Sun Demon God King. They were actually the Myriad transformations demon body chosen by Bo Sun Demon God King. Demon God Bo Sun had extracted a trace of the law of primal chaos and the law of 5 elements and fused them into their bodies. Master, the sacred body of chaos and the sacred body of 5 elements are top-notch talents even in the divine realm. They have a great chance of becoming a sage. These 2 guys are just superficial. Zhu Ganglai was also a little disappointed. He had been eager to see if he could devour their bloodline talents, but now it seemed that he had been overthinking it. In the end, these 2 unlucky fellows lost all their value and were killed by Zhu Ganglai. Most of the experts of the War God Temple had died in this battle. The others had probably fled long ago. Moreover, according to the information Ling Xiao had obtained, the core of the War God Temple was not in the War God world at all. Instead, it was in outer space. Ling Xiao gave up on finding trouble with the War God Temple. Instead, he prepared to make a trip to the Thousand Coffin Mountain. Whoosh, Ling Xiao rode the old goat while Xianxia rode the white dragon horse. They left the longevity gate and turned into a ray of light heading towards the Myriad Coffins Mountain with extreme speed. Zhu Ganglai and Zhu Biao were left behind to teach the disciples of the longevity gate. Ling Xiao had already completely refined the God Stone and opened a fixed passage from the world of longevity to the 8 Desolates region. Therefore, Ling Xiao could enter the world of longevity with just a thought. After Ling Xiao's physical body became a god, he realized that the God Stone was indeed a supreme divine tool. It could even be used to suppress the fate of the longevity gate. With the God Stone, even gods could forget about attacking the world of longevity. With the God Stone, one could even use the God Stone to suppress gods. The Thousand Coffin Mountain was one of the 8 great forbidden grounds of the War God continent. Legend had it that it contained an endless amount of life and death chi. It formed its own world law and contained countless ancient divine coffins. Many ancient experts buried themselves in the Thousand Coffin Mountain before they died, hoping that they could be reborn one day. The Shuren king had told Ling Xiao before that Supreme Shura used the time wood as a coffin to bury himself in the Thousand Coffin Mountain. Now, Ling Xiao hoped to find the other 6 disciples as well as Supreme Shura in the Thousand Coffin Mountain. The old goat and white dragon horse were at loggerheads before, even fighting. But now, they were like brothers. As they flew towards the Thousand Coffin Mountain, they chatted with each other with shifty eyes. Ling Xiao was speechless. Although the white dragon horse was a little arrogant before, it was still relatively innocent. But now, it seemed like it was being led astray by the old goat. Ling Xiao and Xianxia flew through the clouds. The mountains and rivers below were majestic and incomparably vast. It was extremely beautiful. Ling Xiao and Xianxia were very relaxed and enjoyed this kind of time. Brother Ling Xiao, 10,000 years ago, Lin Feng and the others were heavily injured. The Path Understanding Tree was also destroyed in that battle. I used the Path Understanding Tree as a coffin and buried the 7 of them in the Thousand Coffin Mountain. Logically speaking, the 7 of them should still be in the Thousand Coffin Mountain. But since Sword 1 came out, I'm afraid something happened to Lin Feng and the others. A trace of worry appeared in Xianxia's eyes as she spoke softly. Ling Xiao held Xianxia's hand and smiled. Don't worry. Since Sword 1 is fine, I believe Lin Feng and the others should be fine too. We'll know when we reach the Thousand Coffin Mountain. Xianxia nodded. Brother Ling Xiao, the Thousand Coffin Mountain is one of the 8 great forbidden grounds. It has been passed down since ancient times, and there are many secrets within. 10,000 years ago, I met a godly being who called himself the Death Race and fought with him. The Death Race is extremely strong, so you must be careful. Death Race? There's a godly being in the Thousand Coffin Mountain? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he asked slowly. The Thousand Coffin Mountain was incomparably mysterious. Very few creatures dared to step into the Thousand Coffin Mountain. Even the strongest experts would only bury themselves in the Thousand Coffin Mountain after they died. However, very few people were clear about the situation within the Thousand Coffin Mountain. The Thousand Coffin Mountain contains a dense aura of life and death, and the aura of death accounts for more than 99% of it. As the saying goes, extreme yin gives birth to yang. I'm guessing that the death race are ancient experts who were buried in the Thousand Coffin Mountain. For some reason, they awakened a new consciousness, forming a new race. Xianxia slowly voiced out her conjecture. If that's the case, then I really want to see the experts of the death race. Perhaps I can learn some news about the divine realm from them. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Even if an ancient godly being were to awaken, Ling Xiao was not afraid at all. They soon arrived at the Thousand Coffin Mountain. This was a region shrouded in black mist. Towering mountains rose from the ground, but they were all shrouded in a black mist that contained a dense aura of death. One could faintly see that there were many huge coffins in the area covered by the black fog, and they gave off an ancient and mysterious aura. The Thousand Coffin Mountain was incomparably mysterious among the 8 forbidden grounds. It was similar to the God Burial Cave, but not exactly the same. If the God Burial Cave was an ancient battlefield of gods and demons, then the Thousand Coffin Mountain could be said to be a part of hell. Some people even believed that if they buried themselves in the Thousand Coffin Mountain, they could reincarnate. The Thousand Coffin Mountain was incomparably dangerous. Even Supreme Being experts didn't dare to carelessly enter because the pure aura of death would steal away all life. Experts below the Supreme Being realm would probably turn into a pile of bones in an instant. Supreme Being experts might be able to resist the aura of death, but they wouldn't carelessly enter. The surroundings were incomparably silent. The sound of the wind, the water, and the roars of the demonic beasts had all disappeared. A strange aura spread out, causing the old goat and white dragon horse to stop talking. They pricked up their ears with vigilance in their eyes. Ling Xiao originally planned to let Xianxia recuperate in the longevity sect, but Xianxia insisted on coming with him. Ling Xiao thought about it and agreed. Although Xianxia didn't have any cultivation and was just a weak girl, with Ling Xiao around, he naturally wouldn't let anyone harm her. Ling Xiao and Xianxia entered the Thousand Coffin Mountain together. They retracted their auras and slowly advanced forward. The mountains were shrouded in black mist, which made them look very strange. Some of the mountains were filled with ancient coffins. Some of them were even broken apart, revealing the skeletons within. However, some of the mountains had extremely powerful auras. Only one coffin floated in the air as if it was its territory, occupying an entire mountain. Ling Xiao could tell that the coffins that could occupy an entire mountain were all made from ancient divine items. There were divine wood of time, divine peach wood, divine wood of space, green bamboo wood that was 1,000,000 years old, golden lightning wood. However, the coffins made of divine objects had existed for an unknown number of years. At this moment, they were all enveloped in a layer of deathly aura. The fluctuations of divinity had dissipated, leaving behind only a gloomy deathly aura. Those coffins were all perfectly preserved. Ling Xiao could even feel a powerful aura coming from them. It was neither dead nor alive. It was very mysterious. Ling Xiao, could it be that after those coffins are opened, the ancient gods will really come back to life? The old goat looked at the surrounding mountains in astonishment. It was also the first time he and the white dragon horse had come to the Thousand Coffin Mountain, so they were very curious about everything around them. The mysterious aura and undulations of the Thousand Coffin Mountain made them feel very uncomfortable. This place was like hell. Only dead things could exist here, and living things would be suppressed by the laws of the Thousand Coffin Mountain. Although the old goat and the white dragon horse could resist the attack of the death aura, they still felt very uncomfortable. You can try. Ling Xiao glanced at the eager old goat and white dragon horse with a faint smile on his face. However, the two of them gave up after thinking about it. Who knew what would jump out of the coffins? If something that they couldn't deal with really came out, then they would lose a lot of face. They're just a bunch of dead things. There's no need to care. Let's go find nephew Lin Feng and the rest. The old goat waved his hand and said nonchalantly. Ling Xiao and Xianxia both smiled faintly and continued forward. Brother Ling Xiao, legend has it that there are 10,000 mountains in the Thousand Coffin Mountain. Every mountain has a different aura of life and death. 10,000 years ago, under the guidance of a feng shui family, I buried Lin Feng and the rest at the place where the Yin dragon gathered. It's an excellent feng shui treasure ground. The aura of life and death has reached a perfect balance. Not only can it seal their injuries, it can also nourish their bodies. It's in that mountain. Xianxia pointed at a mountain in front of them. There were dragons and tigers crouching there. The mountains were like giant dragons sitting on the ground. Finally, they gathered at the most central mountain. That mountain was like a huge gate. It was square and very strange, but it contained some kind of mysterious power. That mountain looked very strange. The black aura of death and the white aura of life intertwined with each other, forming a perfect balance. Let's go. Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a trace of anticipation as he held Xianxia's hand and flew towards the mountain. Ling Zhao could feel that there were 36 dragon-shaped mountains on both sides of the mountain. They were like dragons gathering together, exuding a majestic aura. Moreover, the aura of death permeated the air. Just as Ling Zhao and Xianxia came into contact with this mountain, the black aura of death actually began to churn violently. Rumble. Like a black thunderbolt exploding, a black divine light flashed in the void. From the mountains on both sides, dozens of green-faced, fanged zombies rushed out. Their bodies were pitch black, and they were dressed in ancient clothing. Every one of them exuded an aura of death. Their eyes were blood-red and filled with cold killing intent. The aura of these zombies was not much weaker than an ordinary supreme being, but they did not have the slightest bit of intelligence. What surprised Ling Zhao was that there was a pale-faced young man in a black robe, carrying an ancient sword on his back. This young man was very handsome, and his skin exuded a jade-like luster. If it weren't for the aura of death surrounding his body and the lack of any signs of life, he would be no different from a human. His eyes were filled with a cold light as he stared at Ling Zhao and Xianxia. A cold voice came from his mouth. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the sacred land of the Deathkin? Since you're here, leave your lives behind. The black-robed young man's voice was emotionless. However, he was different from the zombies around him. He actually had intelligence. His aura was not much weaker than a titled supreme being, and he exuded a cold arrogance. A member of the Deathkin? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed, revealing a trace of surprise. It was just as Xianxia said. There really were Deathkin powerhouses in the Thousand Coffin Mountain. In his previous life, Ling Zhao knew that the Thousand Coffin Mountain was very mysterious. There were even powerful zombies that appeared, but they did not have the slightest bit of intelligence. Today was the first time he saw a Deathkin powerhouse with intelligence. Kid, you're very arrogant. What sacred land of the Deathkin? A bunch of dead people dare to call themselves the Deathkin? Since you're not completely dead, I don't mind killing you again. My second brother is right. If you know what's good for you, move aside obediently. Otherwise, we'll flatten this *T-thousand Coffin Mountain. The white dragon horse glared at the black-robed young man with disdain. However, the white dragon horse had been tricked by the old goat into calling him second brother. Ling Zhao was speechless. The black-robed young man's eyes flashed with murderous intent when he heard the old goat and the white dragon horse. He said coldly, "You're courting death. Go. Kill these 3 bastards and bring that woman back." Boom, as the black-robed young man pointed at Ling Zhao, the white dragon horse, and the old goat, the dozen green-faced, ferocious-looking zombies pounced on Ling Zhao. Ling Zhao's eyes turned cold. He didn't expect the black-robed young man to have designs on Xianxia. He said coldly, "Kill these zombies. Capture this guy alive." All right. The old goat and the white dragon horse laughed coldly when they heard Ling Zhao's words. Their eyes were filled with malicious intent. Boom, the old goat used the sky-devouring secret skill and the surrounding aura of death gathered around him. Instantly, a blazing sky-devouring fire rose from his body and enveloped the zombies. The sky-devouring fire was a fire of extreme yang. It was the perfect counter to these zombies. Moreover, the old goat's cultivation was much higher than theirs. It was as easy as cutting vegetables. These zombies were strong and invulnerable. They didn't fear death. However, under the burning of the sky-devouring fire, they roared and were quickly reduced to ashes. Ugly monsters, have a taste of my Pegasus meteor fist. The white dragon horse also let out a strange cry. It. turned into a flash of white lightning and used its extreme speed to kick the zombies. In front of the white dragon horse's extreme speed, the zombies were like turtles. They were indescribably slow. Bang! Although the zombies were invulnerable, the Pegasus meteor fist of the white dragon horse could even kill a titled supreme being. Even a supreme true dragon was dizzy from the Pegasus meteor fist's kick. How could these zombies withstand it? It was as if the white dragon horse was smashing a watermelon. The heads of the zombies exploded as they were all killed by the white dragon horse. Almost in the blink of an eye, the zombies around the black-robed youth were all killed. The black-robed young man was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that those two fellows who looked like human mounts would be so cruel, instantly leaving him all alone. "Bastards, I'm going to kill you." By the time the black-robed youth reacted, all the zombies had been killed. The old goat and the white dragon horse were staring at the black-robed youth with malicious intent. The black-robed young man was enraged. The deathly aura around him rose. The black divine light was like lightning. It contained a pure destructive aura. He pulled out an ancient sword from his back. Instantly, a black sword aura rose. The light was dazzling, like a long black river. It covered the sky and pressed down on the old goat and the white dragon horse. "This is the ancient Mizar sword?" Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he finally recognized the ancient sword in the black-robed youth's hand. It was actually the sun-opening ancient sword that he had bestowed upon his sixth disciple, Lu Guchen. The sun-opening ancient sword had fallen into the black-robed youth's hand. It seemed that he must know the whereabouts of Lu Guchen and the rest. Boom! A light flashed in the old goat's hand. The demon saint's scepter contained an unparalleled divine power. It suddenly collided with the sun-opening ancient sword in the black-robed youth's hand, causing a bright light to shine. The black-robed young man was instantly sent flying by the unparalleled divine power. However, before he could stabilize himself, the wretched white dragon horse appeared behind him and smashed down with its hooves. Suddenly, the black-robed young man felt dizzy and his vision darkened. He felt as if his head was about to explode. "Bastard, who told you to be arrogant and show off?" The white dragon horse had succeeded in its attack. How could it stop now? The cooperation between it and the old goat was superb. Immediately, a few more Pegasus meteor fists were smashed. The black-robed youth's eyes rolled back and he fainted. "Bring him along. Let's go up that mountain and have a look." Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to interrogate the black-robed youth. He directly gave the order and flew up the mountain with Xianxia. This guy's identity in the Deathkin was probably not simple. He might have already attracted the attention of those old monsters. If such a young guy had the cultivation of a titled supreme, those old monsters of the Deathkin must be powerhouses above the god level. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of fighting with the Deathkin. However, he still wanted to take a look at the place that Xianxia mentioned to see what was going on. Whoosh! Ling Xiao and Xianxia quickly arrived at the top of the mountain. Black and white qi filled the air, exuding an extremely mysterious aura. The flowers and trees here seemed to be filled with the aura of life and death. "Brother Ling Xiao, the coffin of the path understanding tree should be in that cave." Xianxia looked around and then her eyes lit up. She pointed at a cave halfway up the mountain and said. That cave spewed out black and white qi. Bright light filled the air and exuded a mysterious phenomenon. Ling Xiao could feel that the power of life and death had reached a very mysterious balance there. The power of life and death that spewed out of the cave was not inferior to the power of life and death of the Netherworld sacred river. It was incomparably pure. Ling Xiao even suspected that this cave might lead to the Netherworld sacred river. Ling Xiao and Xianxia walked into the cave. The cave was incomparably spacious. After walking a few thousand feet, they saw a huge cave. It was like a yin-yang taiji diagram, containing a rich aura of life and death. Brother Ling Xiao, the coffin that buried Lin Feng and the others is indeed gone. Xianxia looked at a stone platform in the middle of the cave with a sharp glint in her eyes. 10,000 years ago, Jin Southeast found this place and buried Lin Feng's group in a coffin, placing them here. In the Thousand Coffin Mountain, as long as the coffin was in place, it would merge with the aura of life and death and the laws of heaven and earth. Almost no one dared to touch the coffin in the Thousand Coffin Mountain. Otherwise, something ominous would happen. That was why Xianxia was assured to leave the coffin here. This was also what the feng shui families called the best place in feng shui. It could nourish the soul, refine the body, maintain life, and even bring the dead back to life. But today, as Xianxia had predicted, the coffin had disappeared. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed coldly. If the coffin disappeared, it was very likely that it had something to do with the deathkin. He stared at the unconscious black-robed youth and said coldly, "Wake him up." "Okay." The black-robed youth slowly woke up. Seeing the goat and horse faces in front of him, he immediately flew into a rage. He wanted to resist, but with a clang, a large machete was placed on his neck. The machete emitted a sharp light. "Kid, you better behave yourself. Otherwise, I'll make sure you can't even be a dead man." The white dragon horse had gotten the machete from God knows where and looked like a ruffian. He stared at the black-robed youth and said proudly. Although the black-robed youth was arrogant, he knew that he was now a prisoner. He ignored the white dragon horse and old goat and stared at Ling Xiao. "Who are you?" "The Thousand Coffin Mountain is the territory of the undead clan. If you dare to hurt me, all of you will die here. I'll only ask you one question. If your answer satisfies me, I don't mind sparing your life. Where did the coffin go?" Ling Xiao stared at the black-robed youth and said coldly. "The coffin here? You. Who are you people? How did you know there was a coffin here?" The black-robed youth's expression changed as he stared at Ling Xiao. "This is a coffin. I placed it here 10,000 years ago. If I'm not wrong, it's probably in the hands of the undead clan, right?" Xianxia's gaze was calm, but it seemed to have the power to see through people's hearts. The black-robed youth could not help but tremble. "You left it here? You're the woman who injured grandfather 10,000 years ago? You're still alive?" The black-robed youth's eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. He once heard from his grandfather that a human woman entered the Thousand Coffin Mountain 10,000 years ago and wanted to bury a coffin. In the end, she fought with his grandfather and even injured him. Now, 10,000 years had passed. That human woman was not dead and had come here again. The black-robed youth knew that something big was about to happen. However, looking at the murderous gazes of Ling Xiao and the rest, he knew that if he did not say anything, he would not be able to survive today. "That coffin is indeed in the hands of the undead clan. If you let me go, I can go back and beg grandfather to return that coffin to you." The black-robed youth rolled his eyes and said slowly. Bang! Without warning, the white dragon horse kicked the black-robed young man's head again, causing him to see stars. His head turned black, and he almost fainted. "Kid, are you messing with us? Do you really think we're stupid? If we let you go? You dare to play mind games with me? Do you believe that I will chop you to death?" The white dragon horse glared at the black-robed youth with its big eyes. The black-robed youth hated the old goat and the white dragon horse to death. He gritted his teeth and wished he could tear these two bastards into pieces. However, he still forced a smile and said, "My grandfather is the third elder of the Deathkin. Don't worry, as long as I go back and beg my grandfather, he will definitely return that coffin to you." "No need, your grandfather should be here already." Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he sensed several powerful auras coming from the depths of the Myriad Coffins Mountain, appearing above the mountain. What bullshit death clan? They're just a bunch of living dead who have been tainted by the chi of life and death. "Ling Xiao, let's go out and kill them all, then save Lin Feng and the rest." The old goat's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he sneered. That powerful aura contained a thick chi of death without any signs of life. Moreover, it exuded a cold murderous intent and rage. It should be the Deathkin. "Let's go." Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he walked out of the cave with Xianxia. Outside the cave, more than 10 powerful figures appeared. The leader was an old man in a black robe. His face was old, and his eyes were deep and cold. He wore an ancient robe that looked a little shabby, as if it was the robe of some sect. He exuded a vast and terrifying aura, and his murderous intent locked onto Ling Xiao and the rest. The black-robed old man was a godly spirit realm expert. He exuded a powerful aura and exuded a powerful law fluctuation, as if the surrounding void was trembling slightly. The figures behind him were all zombies with green faces and fangs, but they were much stronger than the zombies that the black-robed youth had brought. "It's you?" The black-robed old man saw Xianxia beside Ling Xiao at a glance, and his eyes were filled with shock. The black-robed old man was the black-robed youth's grandfather, the third elder of the Deathkin. He was the Deathkin expert that was injured by Xianxia 10,000 years ago. He did not expect that Xianxia would come here again after 10,000 years. As if he thought of something, the black-robed old man's eyes turned cold. "Let go of my grandson, and I'll let you leave." The black-robed old man stared at Xianxia and Ling Xiao coldly. "You know why we're here. Hand over the coffin that I left here, and we'll spare his life. Otherwise, you'll all die." Xianxia glanced at the black-robed old man and said calmly as if she was stating a fact. "Arrogant." The black-robed old man's eyes darkened instantly, and he sneered, "This is the Deathkin. You have no right to negotiate. Not to mention that I've never seen your coffin. Even if I did, everything in this 1,000-coffin mountain belongs to the Deathkin." "Old thing, you're really shameless. Your grandson admitted that you took the coffin, and you're still lying through your teeth? Do you believe that I'll chop your grandson to death?" The white dragon horse glanced at the black-robed old man, and its machete left a bloody mark on the black-robed youth's neck. "Stop." The black-robed old man's veins were bulging, and his eyes flashed with a glint. He wanted nothing more than to kill the white dragon horse and Ling Xiao, but the black-robed youth was in their hands, and he was hesitant. "Grandpa, save me." The black-robed youth saw the black-robed old man, and his eyes were filled with agitation, and he began to shout for help. The black-robed old man stared at Ling Xiao and Xianxia, and said, "Let go of my grandson. Don't forget, this is the 1,000-coffin mountain, the territory of the Deathkin. If you hurt him, all of you will die. As for the coffin you mentioned, it is indeed in the Deathkin, but I can't make the decision." The black-robed old man finally compromised. It seemed that this grandson of his held a high position in his heart. Ling Xiao was also a little surprised. These Deathkin were like the living dead, and it was difficult for them to leave the 1,000-coffin mountain. They relied on the dense death energy to survive, and it was a very strange state. Ling Xiao did not expect them to have the same intelligence as humans, and even emotions. "Then what's the point of talking? I'll let you make the decision." "All right. Just you wait." Although the black-robed old man's expression was ugly, he still did as he was told for the sake of his grandson's life. He took out an incense stick and lit it up. Smoke curled up and emitted a strange fluctuation. Then, the void began to tremble. Rumble, black death aura surged and the void in all directions shook violently. An ancient and mysterious fluctuation spread out. Crack, the void instantly shattered, and a huge black coffin appeared out of thin air, exuding an incomparably vast divine might. Moreover, there were several black-robed old men around it, and behind them were over 100 green-faced, ferocious-looking zombies. Those black-robed old men were the same as the black-robed old man in front of him. They were all divine spirit realm experts. What caught Ling Xiao's attention the most was the black coffin. The aura emitted from the black coffin made Ling Xiao feel a sense of danger. Buzz, the black coffin slowly opened and an old man in a Taoist robe and holding a horsetail whisk sat up. He looked like a baby and had a sage-like demeanor. He wore a feathered crown and looked very pale. When he opened his eyes, it was as if the gates of hell had opened. They contained a mysterious light that could steal one's soul, causing people to feel as if they were about to unconsciously fall into them. "Mo Tong, why did you alarm the patriarch with the soul-luring incense?" The old man in a Taoist robe was the patriarch of the Deathkin. Beside him, a black-robed old man asked expressionlessly. Mo Tong quickly bowed to the old man in a Taoist robe in the black coffin. He smiled bitterly and said, "Patriarch, I had no choice. These two humans forced my grandson, Mo Tianlin, to hand over the coffin that was left here 10,000 years ago. I had no choice but to ask the patriarch to come out." "The coffin here?" Mo Tong's words caused many of the Deathkin elders' expressions to change. They revealed a cold killing intent. Even the patriarch, Mo Hun's eyes flashed sharply. "Presumptuous. Everything in this 1,000-coffin mountain belongs to the Deathkin. I'd like to see who dares to steal from the Deathkin. So what if the black coffin was left behind 10,000 years ago? It already belongs to the Deathkin now. They can't be so presumptuous here. Patriarch, this person trespassed into the Deathkin's sacred ground. He deserves to die. Kill them." The elders of the Deathkin were filled with killing intent. Their eyes were filled with cold sharpness as they stared at Ling Xiao and the others. They even surrounded Ling Xiao and the others, as if they were going to attack Ling Xiao and the others at any moment. The patriarch of the death race, Mo Hun, glanced indifferently at Ling Xiao and Xianxia. The coffins here already belong to the death race. I can spare your lives today. Let go of Tianlin and leave quickly. The old goat and the white dragon horse were so angry that they laughed. They had clearly admitted that the coffins were taken by them, yet they still shamelessly claimed that everything in the Thousand Coffins mountain belonged to them. They even pretended that Feng Lingxiao and the others had left. He had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen such a shameless person. You bunch of old farts, I'll tell you one more time. Hand over the coffin, or I'll let you Deathkin die again. However, if he dies this time, his soul will be completely destroyed and he will never be able to come back to life again. The old goat sneered and pointed at the Deathkins. Ling Zhao's gaze was cold. Although he did not say anything, the old goat's words were what he meant. The so-called Deathkin should be the corpses of those ancient powerhouses. After being soaked in the Thousand Coffins mountain for countless years, new intelligence was born in the corpses, and these guys formed a new race. Although these guys were very strong and had inherited the powerful strength of those corpses, they were already new living beings. Ling Xiao did not expect them to be so arrogant as to say that everything in the Thousand Coffins mountain belonged to them. Ling Xiao also wanted to teach these arrogant guys a lesson. Looks like you're not willing to let Tianlin go? If that's the case, then all of you can go to hell. Mo Tong, kill them. Patriarch Mo Hun said indifferently. There was no emotion in his eyes. He looked at Ling Xiao and the others as though they were ants that he could crush with a wave of his hand. Yes. Mo Tong and the other 3 black-robed elders walked out and surrounded Ling Xiao and the others. Their bodies emitted a powerful aura. Although Mo Tong's expression was ugly and he was worried about his grandson's life, he could only obey the patriarch's order. Moreover, he believed that if the 4 of them attacked at the same time, they might be able to save Mo Tianlin at lightning speed. You're courting death. Ling Zhao's expression also turned cold. This group of old Deathkins, did they really think that they could do whatever they wanted just because they were deities? Unfortunately, the current war god's world was no longer what they imagined. Dragon horse, protect Xianxia. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Then, he grabbed Mo Tianlin's neck with one hand and walked toward the 4 deities. Before Ling Zhao's physical body became a deity, he could already kill a deity, let alone now. The old goat and the white dragon horse stood guard beside Xianxia. There was a hint of mockery in their eyes. These shameless things were finally going to kick an iron plate. What are you doing? Let go of Tianlin. When Mo Tong saw Ling Zhao's cold gaze, his entire body shuddered. He suddenly had a bad premonition, and he hurriedly shouted out loud. Boom! In Ling Zhao's palm, the sky-devouring fire rose instantly. It was blazing hot and contained the power of Yang. It directly enveloped Mo Tianlin. Ah! Grandfather, save me! Mo Tianlin's scream was heard. It was like a ghost wailing and a wolf howling, making an incomparably miserable sound. Speaking of the Deathkin, they all relied on the rich death energy to live a second life. Fire and thunder, these extreme yang and unyielding powers, were the bane of their existence. Mo Tianlin was enveloped by the sky-devouring fire. It was like adding oil to the fire and instantly began to burn fiercely. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. Mo Tong's eyes instantly turned red. His whole body trembled. His eyes were filled with monstrous rage and killing intent. He flew across the sky and blasted a punch toward Ling Xiao. Rumble, the black divine light was dazzling. This punch contained an extremely sinister power as if it wanted to completely destroy a person's vitality and primordial spirit. Mo Tong's deity realm power completely erupted. You're courting death. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with killing intent. He did not dodge and directly blasted a punch toward Mo Tong. Boom, the golden glow was dazzling. The divine light around Ling Zhao's body exploded, dispersing the black death chi that filled the sky. The golden fist was incomparably ferocious, containing a monstrous power. At this moment, Ling Zhao's cultivation aura had also completely erupted. What? Mo Tong's body trembled. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He did not expect Ling Xiao to be a deity. Moreover, this punch contained a power that made him feel incomparably fearful. Gotcha! The two fists collided. Mo Tong's arm was instantly blasted away by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's punch did not lose its momentum. Its speed was extremely fast and suddenly blasted on Mo Tong's chest. Mo Tong's chest actually cracked like a mirror and spread in all directions. Then, with a loud bang, it exploded into pieces. The insufferably arrogant Deathkin Elder, a deity expert, was killed by Ling Xiao with a punch. Boom! Ling Xiao was surrounded by a golden glow, exuding a majestic fluctuation of divinity. His vitality surged and turned into the shape of a dragon, coiling around him. It was vivid and lifelike, making Ling Xiao look like a peerless dragon god. His gaze was calm and indifferent. Almost in an instant, he killed Mo Tong with one punch. Before the other three Deathkin Elders could react, Mo Tong's body was already gone. Their eyes were filled with disbelief, and they instantly retreated. Their eyes were full of vigilance as they stared at Ling Xiao. How is this possible? The three Deathkin Elders were extremely shocked. Mo Tong was considered a powerhouse among the Deathkin. How could a deity be killed just like that? Mo Tong's strength was similar to theirs. If Ling Xiao could kill Mo Tong, did that mean that Ling Xiao could easily kill them? They could feel that Ling Xiao was exuding a powerful divine aura. He was clearly a deity powerhouse. However, for millions of years, the gate of the divine realm had been closed. No one in the mortal world should have been able to become a deity. How could this guy in front of them be a deity? Becoming a deity physically? You actually took this path? The Deathkin clan leader, Mo Hun, originally looked indifferent. However, after Ling Xiao killed Mo Tong with one punch, he could no longer remain calm. His eyes were filled with horror. When he saw Ling Xiao's terrifying physical body, he seemed to have thought of something, and his voice trembled a little. Becoming a deity physically could be said to be invincible in the same realm. This realm in the ancient legends had actually appeared in front of him. Moreover, from the looks of it, Ling Xiao should only be in his 20s? To have such a terrifying cultivation at such a young age simply subverted Mo Hun's understanding. It's your turn. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed sharply, and he charged toward the other three Deathkin powerhouses. Boom! His body was crystalline, translucent, and dazzling as it emanated powerful fluctuations of divinity. Moreover, it seemed to be suffused with a layer of mysterious light that made him invincible and invincible. A casual punch of his practically possessed the might of his full force strike from before he'd broken through. The golden fist print traversed the void and shrouded the three Deathkin Elders. It contained a power that could crush everything. Stop. Mo Hun's expression changed. His eyes were filled with gloom and anger as he slammed his palm down at Ling Xiao. After knowing that Ling Xiao's body had become a god, he knew that the three Deathkin Elders were definitely no match for Ling Xiao. If he still did not make a move, they would probably all die at Ling Xiao's hands. Rumble, but how could Ling Xiao stop just because of Mo Hun's words? This group of Deathkin was very arrogant and conceited. If he didn't beat them into submission, they would probably not hand over the coffin. Ling Xiao's fist came crashing down with extreme speed. The three Deathkin Elders' faces changed drastically. They gritted their teeth and unleashed powerful attacks in an attempt to block Ling Xiao's punch. Three black divine lights soared into the sky. They were a sword ray, a saber aura, and a staff shadow. They respectively represented the strongest attacks of the three Deathkin Elders. Their momentum was vast and terrifying, and they contained the power to crush everything. Crack, however, when the golden fist landed, its aura was vigorous and boundless, crushing everything in its path. The three beams of black divine light instantly shattered like paper. Pfft! Ling Xiao's punch did not lose its momentum and slammed into the three Deathkin Elders. As if struck by lightning, they spat out a mouthful of blood. Their auras instantly became extremely weak. The three Divine Spirit Realm Masters were so weak that they could not even withstand a single blow. At the same time, Mo Hun's eyes were blazing with murderous intent. He saw that Ling Xiao did not care about his attack at all and wanted to suppress the three Deathkin Elders. Suddenly, the black light in his palm became even more blazing. It was as if there was a ghostly wailing sound as it slammed toward Ling Xiao's back. This palm strike seemed to be silent, but it contained an extremely terrifying power. A sharp glint flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes, revealing a hint of mockery. He did not dodge and took Mo Hun's palm head-on. Rumble, Mo Hun's palm landed on Ling Xiao's back. Suddenly, a bright light burst out like a thunderbolt. A bright golden light rose from Ling Xiao's body, and the power contained in Mo Hun's palm began to melt like snow. Although it still landed on Ling Xiao's body in the end, at least 80% of the power was dissolved. Bang, a muffled sound rang out. Ling Xiao's entire body trembled violently, and then his body was knocked back more than a dozen steps before he could stabilize his figure, but Mo Hun's expression had already become incomparably ugly. Although the palm knocked Ling Xiao back more than a dozen steps, he could feel that the palm did not injure Ling Xiao at all. It only made him retreat. Ling Xiao's physical body seemed to contain a mysterious power that could dissolve all divine abilities and martial arts. It was almost comparable to the legendary invulnerability. Could it be that this physical body becoming a god was really so freakish? Mo Hun's heart also became incomparably solemn in an instant. As expected of the Death King clan's patriarch, your strength is indeed very strong. If I didn't guess wrongly, your current strength has probably already reached the peak of the divine spirit realm, right? Ling Xiao turned around, his eyes revealing a hint of sharpness. He also deliberately did not dodge just now because he wanted to see just how powerful his physical body was now. The result also surprised him very much. Even if Mo Hun did not use his full strength in that palm, it was at least 80 to 90% of his power. In the end, it did not hurt Ling Xiao. Physical body becoming a god, it was indeed terrifying to the extreme. Who exactly are you? Mo Hun stared at Ling Xiao and asked, finally beginning to face Ling Xiao seriously. Chongsun sect, Ling Xiao. The coffin that you took away has 7 of my disciples buried in it. As long as you hand it over, I can spare your life. Otherwise, the Deathkin can really all go to hell. Ling Xiao said indifferently. These Deathkin had regained their intelligence from the corpses of ancient powerhouses. Although they were hiding in the Thousand Coffin Mountain, they might have some connection with those ancient powerhouses. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Ling Xiao did not want to fall out with the Deathkin. But if they really refused a toast only to drink a forfeit, then they could not blame him. Chongsun Sect's Ling Xiao? You're that Ling Xiao who killed the War God Temple's War God, known as the #1 person in the world? The sky-devouring supreme from 10,000 years ago is indeed extraordinary. Sorry for the disrespect. Mo Hun's eyes flashed as he looked at Ling Xiao somewhat solemnly and said. I didn't expect that your Deathkin would also pay attention to the outside world's situation. I dare not say that I'm the #1 person in the world, but hand it over. Ling Xiao said indifferently. We can hand over that coffin to you, but you have to give me 7 days to prepare. He could sense that Ling Xiao was extremely powerful. Even if he went all out, he might not be able to hold Ling Xiao back. It was not a good thing to make such a powerful enemy out of nowhere. 7 days? Why 7 days? If the coffin is in your hands, hand it over now. Ling Xiao frowned. He felt that there was something fishy in Mo Hun's words and immediately sneered. You don't know. That coffin is made of the divine wood of enlightenment and has already merged with the life and death chi of the Thousand Coffin Mountain. The 7 people in the coffin are connected. If the coffin is opened rashly, I'm afraid it will harm their lives. I need 7 days to sever the connection between them and the laws of the Thousand Coffin Mountain. This is for their own good. Mo Hun sighed softly and said slowly. Is that true? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed sharply as he looked at Mo Hun indifferently. Really? I only need 7 days. After 7 days, I will hand them over to you. Mo Hun said with certainty. Since that's the case, then let me see them first. As long as I can confirm that they are fine, what's the harm in giving you 7 days? Ling Xiao said indifferently with a cold smirk on his face. Fellow Taoist Ling, the coffin can't be opened and you can't see them. You only need to wait for 7 days. Why are you in such a hurry? Mo Hun sighed softly. Seeing Mo Hun shirking, the old goat sneered and said, Old man, you're so evasive. I think you have a ghost in your heart, right? If you don't have a ghost, why do you insist on making us wait for 7 days? That's right, my second brother is right. Old man, hurry up and hand it over. Otherwise, my big brother will annihilate your undead race. The white dragon horse held a blade of grass in its mouth and looked at Mo Hun from the corner of its eyes. Ling Xiao also felt that there was something fishy about the 7 days mentioned by Mo Hun. Could it be that these undead race fellows wanted to take advantage of these 7 days to escape? At this moment, an old voice sounded in the void. Ling Xiao, if you really give him 7 days, then those few beloved disciples of yours will probably turn into calabashes. Rumble. A black mist rose up from the void, and a bright light shone. An old man appeared in the void. He was wearing a shabby Taoist robe and looked dirty all over. He had shifty eyes and a goatee. However, his eyes were filled with a cold sneer. His entire body exuded an incomparably powerful aura. He was actually also a deity expert. You are Lu Tongtian? There was a look of disbelief in Ling Zhao's eyes. The old man in front of him was actually Lu Tongtian, whom he had met before. Lu Jianni had been following this old man since the beginning. Seeing Lu Tongtian suddenly appear here today, Ling Zhao's eyes were also filled with confusion. Furthermore, he was able to sense that Lu Tongtian must have hidden his cultivation before. Now, Lu Tongtian's entire body was filled with the aura of life and death. He looked like a deathkin cultivator, but he did not seem to be completely dead. It was very strange. When Mo Hun saw Lu Tongtian, his expression changed drastically. He pointed at Lu Tongtian and roared, "Lu Tongtian, what nonsense are you talking about?" "I'm talking nonsense?" "Hee Mo Hun, don't think I don't know. You captured Ling Zhao's 7 disciples to refine the 7 demons' gourd, right? I know you have obtained the ancient demon seed. You used the essence, blood and primordial spirit of Ling Zhao's disciples to nourish the 7 demons' gourd. I'm afraid the 7 demons' gourd will be completely mature in another 7 days, right? At that time, with the 7 demons' gourd in hand, not to mention Ling Xiao, I'm afraid even a true god is no match for you." Lu Tongtian looked at Mo Hun and sneered. His eyes were full of ridicule. "What?" Ling Zhao's expression changed. His eyes instantly revealed an extremely cold, killing intent. Although he did not know what the 7 demons' gourd was, he heard what Lu Tongtian said. Mo Hun actually wanted to use Lin Feng and the others to refine a magic weapon. Ling Zhao's heart was suddenly filled with rage. Moreover, when he saw Mo Hun's expression, he knew that Lu Tongtian's words were probably true. "Mo Hun, you deserve to die." Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with killing intent as he charged towards Mo Hun. "Damned Lu Tongtian, I'll definitely kill you." "Ling Xiao, listen to me. I'll borrow your disciples to refine the 7 demons' gourd, but only their primordial spirits and flesh. I won't harm their lives." Mo Hun still wanted to make a final explanation. He did not want to be enemies with Ling Xiao. "Kill." Ling Xiao simply spat out a word. His fist imprint was unparalleled, containing a monstrous killing intent as it charged towards Mo Hun. "Ling Xiao, do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Mo Hun's eyes flashed sharply. Seeing that Ling Xiao was actually so aggressive, his heart was instantly filled with true anger. Rumble, black death aura pervaded around him. The horsetail whisk in his hand fell towards Ling Xiao. It was like a heavenly river of 3,000 feet falling. Strands of whisk flew across the sky, containing an extremely tenacious power as if they were going to entangle Ling Xiao. Whoosh, Ling Xiao's figure flashed like a golden lightning. He was extremely fast and instantly dodged the power of the horsetail whisk. His fist imprint blasted towards Mo Hun. Mo Hun's eyes also flashed with killing intent. Ling Zhao's coercion had also stimulated the battle intent in his heart. He also threw out a punch. Bang, a muffled sound came from the void. Ling Zhao's figure did not change, but Mo Hun was sent flying by his punch. Death Soul Realm, kill for me. Black light rose around Mo Hun's body. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He roared angrily, and the surrounding black death aura pervaded. The murderous aura rose as if it had formed a black sea. Dead spirits with terrifying auras walked out from the sea. Those dead spirits were shrouded in pure death aura, as if they were death gods from the netherworld. They suddenly pounced on Ling Xiao. Mo Hun's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. The Death Soul Realm was one of his most powerful techniques. The death spirits within it were endless, and each of them had the combat strength of a god. Even if he had to wear Ling Xiao down, he would wear him down. He knew that Ling Xiao's physical body was too terrifying and invulnerable. If he continued to fight, he was afraid that he would suffer a great loss. That was why he wanted to use the Death Soul Realm to deal with Ling Xiao. Boom! Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with killing intent. He threw a punch across the sky and landed on the body of a death spirit. That death spirit suddenly trembled violently and suddenly exploded into a death aura, enveloping Ling Xiao. The death aura was like a corpse that had a strong devouring power. It especially liked the flesh and blood of living creatures, as if it wanted to devour Ling Xiao's flesh and blood completely. Boom! The heaven-devouring fire rose from Ling Xiao's body. It contained an extremely hot energy, and with a sweep of the qi of death, it was instantly incinerated. However, those death spirits seemed to be extremely intelligent. They easily escaped from the devouring fire and then condensed into the appearance of a death spirit in the void, pouncing towards Ling Xiao. Boom! Ling Xiao's body glowed brightly, and a dazzling golden glow illuminated the surroundings. Dragon-shaped phantoms coiled around him, and a vast dragon's roar erupted. 10,000 Dragons God-slaying technique, kill. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed sharply, and a fist pressed down on Mo Hun. After his physical body became a god, Ling Xiao's ancestral dragon secret technique naturally cultivated to the divine dragon body. Although it was only the initial condensation and couldn't even be considered a small success, the power of the 10,000 Dragons God-slaying technique was more than several times stronger. 49 seven-colored divine dragons intertwined with each other and enveloped Ling Xiao's fist. It was like a mountain of primordial divine dragons that suddenly pressed down. What? Feeling the dragon's might emanating from Ling Xiao's body, Mo Hun's eyes were also shocked, and his entire body trembled. The death soul domain trembled violently. Under Mo Hun's urging, hundreds of dead spirits condensed from the Black Sea and suddenly pounced toward Ling Xiao. Boom! Golden divine light shrouded down, and Ling Xiao's entire body seemed to have turned into a divine dragon. He was unparalleled, and the dead spirits were all turned into dust under his fist. The power of the 10,000 Dragons God-slaying technique was incomparably terrifying. It almost pushed Ling Xiao's physical body to the limit at this moment, and suddenly blasted toward Mo Hun. This punch was incomparably fierce, and it completely locked onto Mo Hun, making it impossible for him to dodge even if he wanted to. Crack! The golden light in the void blazed, and Mo Hun gritted his teeth. His entire body actually exploded in the void in an instant, turning into a cloud of black mist. Ling Xiao's punch blasted into the void, and even affected a mountain in the distance, directly causing the mountain to tremble violently and almost collapse. Whoosh! The black mist spread and instantly condensed into Mo Hun's appearance, but his eyes were filled with an incomparably solemn expression. Ling Xiao, you've gone too far. Mo Hun's gaze was gloomy, and a murderous aura rose from his body. He stared fixedly at Ling Xiao, and the black light behind him spread. His entire body began to tremble violently. Behind him, the divine light condensed and actually turned into a black vortex in an instant. Its speed was extremely fast, and it suddenly pressed toward Ling Xiao's glabella. God-devouring technique. As Mo Hun shouted these two words, the black vortex contained a majestic Yuan spirit power that seemed to want to swallow all the Yuan spirit fluctuations. Mo Hun knew that Ling Xiao's physical body had become a god, but he had not entered the god realm. Therefore, his primordial spirit had not transformed, so he directly used the spirit-devouring technique that targeted the primordial spirit, wanting to directly devour Ling Xiao's primordial spirit. God-devouring technique? You overestimate yourself. Ling Xiao laughed coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. Boom! Dazzling light sprang up above his head as the King Heaven Devourer cauldron appeared, pulsing with mysterious fluctuations that surrounded Ling Xiao. The King Heaven Devourer cauldron shone with dazzling light, stirring up the black death energy in the area, creating a vortex that began devouring everything in the area. The God-devouring art and the Heaven Devourer cauldron were locked in a stalemate. With the King Heaven Devourer cauldron there, the God-devouring technique had no way of entering Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, much less devour his nascent divinity. Furthermore, Ling Xiao could sense that the power of the God-devourer cauldron was very similar to that of the King Heaven Devourer cauldron. In fact, it was almost as if he could see the heaven-devouring god sea. So, it's an incomplete version of the Heaven Devourer secret technique? Ling Zhao's eyes flickered as he realized that the God Devourer art was actually a part of the heaven-devouring God Sea. However, for some reason, it had fallen into Imo Hun's hands. Rumble. After a moment of stalemate, the God Devourer art was at a disadvantage. After all, it was only an incomplete version of the technique, and was quickly destroyed by the King Heaven Devourer cauldron. What? Imo Hun blurted, a look of disbelief on his face. Not even the God Devourer art could do anything to Ling Zhao. Filled with the desire to flee, he blurred into motion and shot off into the distance. As for the 3 Deathkin elders and the numerous zombies, they dispersed in an uproar. Their speed was extremely fast, and they soon disappeared into the black death chi. Ling Zhao, stop chasing me. Come with me. I know where the 7 Bane's gourd is. Ling Zhao was just about to chase after Imo Hun when Lu Tongtian stopped him. I don't want the 7 Bane's gourd. I only want my 7 disciples. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed sharply as he stared at Lu Tongtian. I know. But the 7 Bane's gourd is your 7 disciples. Hurry up and come with me. Otherwise, Imo Hun might do something desperate and destroy the gourd. That would be troublesome. Lu Tongtian said to Ling Zhao. Fine. I'll trust you this time. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. Considering how Lu Tongtian had treated Lu Jiani with sincerity, he would trust him this time. Ling Zhao and Jin Se followed Lu Tongtian into the depths of the Myriad Coffins Mountains. Lu Tongtian, what's your relationship with the death folk? You're not in cahoots with Imo Hun, are you? As they flew, the old goat looked suspiciously at Lu Tongtian. I have nothing to do with those bastards. But I know a lot about the death folk. Don't worry, they want nothing more than to kill me. How could I possibly be in cahoots with them? Lu Tongtian pursed his lips. Then how do you know so many things? What's the 7 Bane's gourd? And why did they capture Lin Feng and the rest? The old goat asked like a curious baby. This was also the question in Ling Zhao's heart, so he also looked at Lu Tongtian. Lu Tongtian sighed softly and said, the Myriad Coffins Mountains are very vast. This old man has also stayed in the Myriad Coffins Mountains for countless years and had many conflicts with those bastards who call themselves the Death Folk. The Path Understanding Tree is a rare natural spiritual root in the world. The Path Understanding Tree was used to create a coffin and sealed 7 people inside at the same time. Moreover, it was placed in a place of balance between life and death. After 10,000 years of immersion in the life and death chi, the 7 people in the coffin could even be said to be brothers of the same blood. Their hearts were connected and their blood merged. Even if they weren't brothers of the same blood, they were closer than brothers of the same blood, therefore, the flesh and blood of the 7 people contained a strange life and death origin that could nurture a supreme treasure like the 7 Demons' gourd. The 7 Demons' gourd was also a natural demonic seed. A single vine produced 7 gourds. These gourds were all natural treasures. If refined, they could be comparable to legendary sacred weapons. They contained the origin of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, yin, and yang. They formed their own space and could suck people in and turn them into pus. Its power was incomparably terrifying. A few decades ago, I accidentally discovered the 7 Demons' gourd planted by the death folk. I wanted to completely destroy it, but I didn't expect to alarm Imo Hun and the others. In the end, I could only snatch Lu Jiani away. Without Lu Jiani, their speed of nurturing the 7 Demons' gourd slowed down a lot. However, I suspect that they have other methods, so the 7 days was just an excuse. If the 7 Demons' gourd really matures after 7 days, then even if your body is a god, I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand the power of the 7 Demons' gourd. You'll be turned into a puddle of pus. Then it'll be over. Lu Tongtian roughly explained the information about the 7 Demons' gourd. Ling Zhao finally understood why he saw Lu Tongtian and Lu Jiani in Heaven's Choice City. Ling Zhao looked at Lu Tongtian and asked, why does it seem like Jiani has been reborn and can't remember his previous life? Lu Tongtian sighed softly and said, some of the people sealed in the 1,000 Coffin Mountain will be tainted by the aura of death and become part of the death race. Some can even change their fate and be reborn. As for your 7 disciples, they have been shrouded by the aura of life and death for 10,000 years. In addition to the mysterious effects of the path understanding tree, it is no different from being reborn. It can be said that they have regained their youth. However, their true spirits and memories of their previous lives are now in the seven evils gourd. If you want to completely recover their memories, you must obtain the seven evils gourd. The death race really deserves to die. Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Soon, they passed through countless mountain ranges and stopped in front of a mountain that was 10,000 feet tall. This mountain was pitch black and looked very strange. It looked like a giant coffin that was standing upright. It exuded a boundless aura of death. There were some strange plants on the mountain, as if they were born because of the aura of death. They looked gloomy and very strange. They planted the seven evils gourd at the top of the mountain. There should be death race powerhouses guarding there. We should be careful. Lu Tongtian's eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. Obviously, he attached great importance to the death race. How many powerhouses are there in the death race? What level is Mo Hun at? Ling Xiao asked. Lu Tongtian said, I'm not very clear about the exact number of powerhouses in the death race. However, I know one thing. Mo Hun is definitely not the strongest powerhouse in the death race. There should be an old monster in the death race who is even stronger than Mo Hun. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. Even stronger than Mo Hun? Could it be a true God Realm powerhouse? With Ling Zhao's current strength, it was impossible for him to be a true God Realm powerhouse. There were actually 10 small levels between the Divine Spirit Realm and True God Realm, just like the first level Supreme Realm to the 10th level Supreme Realm. However, the division was not so detailed. It was simply divided into early stage, middle stage, late stage, and perfect stage. Ling Xiao was probably at the early stage of the Divine Spirit Realm. In this mortal realm without Divine Dao Law, the power of the Divine Realm was also weakened. However, Ling Xiao was probably only able to fight with a perfect stage Divine Spirit Realm powerhouse. As for a true God Realm powerhouse, he was definitely not a match. Unless he unleashed the power of the life-reversing technique and the Age of Time again, he would probably die if he did that. One would not be so lucky every time if they wanted to break and rebuild, to defy the heavens and change their fate. On top of the mountain, Ling Xiao saw the Deathkin powerhouse. There were actually 10 Divine Spirit Realm experts among the Deathkin experts guarding this place, and this included Mo Hun who had already arrived here in advance. In addition, Ling Xiao even felt a dangerous fluctuation. It was very likely that it was the hidden powerhouse of the Deathkin. On top of the mountain, Ling Xiao also saw the seven evils gourd. It was a gourd vine with 7-colored light flowing around it. It looked dazzling and mysterious. There were 7 palm-sized gourds growing on it, each of which had a different color. Mysterious energy was flowing around them. Just as Lu Tongtian had said, it contained the power of yin-yang and 5 elements. The gourd vines were actually growing on the path understanding tree's coffin. One could vaguely see the vines absorbing and growing the blood-colored aura from the coffin. Ling Zhao's eyes suddenly turned red. In that coffin, there should be the other 6 disciples besides Lu Jianni. These Deathkin people really deserved to die. They actually dared to use their flesh and blood to grow. The seven evils gourd. Who is it? How dare you trespass into the Deathkin's sacred place? You're courting death. It was a cold-looking middle-aged man in black armor. He held a dark golden spear in his hand. When he saw Ling Xiao and the others appear, his eyes flashed with murderous intent. His spear suddenly pierced towards Ling Xiao. Boom! The dark golden spear exuded a powerful and unparalleled power, as if it could pierce through everything. Its murderous aura soared, and its speed was extremely fast. Those who block me shall die. Ling Zhao's eyes were blazing with killing intent. At this moment, the killing intent in his heart rose to the extreme. These damned Deathkin people dared to use his disciples to grow the seven evils gourd. At this moment, Ling Xiao only wanted to kill them all. Boom! Ling Zhao's palm chopped down with unparalleled sharpness. Like a blazing blade, it suddenly slashed on the dark golden spear. Crack! The dark golden spear was directly shattered. Then, Ling Zhao's fist came through the air. The blazing fist print was incomparably terrifying. The cold-looking middle-aged man's face fell. Never could he have guessed that Ling Xiao would be this strong. Even Mo Hun, who had just arrived, didn't have a chance to say anything before Ling Xiao and the middle-aged man clashed. Boom! Ling Xiao's fist landed on the cold-looking middle-aged man's chest. The terrifying force of the fist exploded, containing a blazing killing intent. The middle-aged man was instantly blasted to smithereens. Under Ling Xiao's furious attack, no matter how strong the cold middle-aged man was, he still died at Ling Xiao's hands. Ling Xiao didn't let the cold-looking middle-aged man's nascent divinity and godhood go, either. His King Heaven Devourer cauldron devoured them. How impudent, Ling Xiao! This is the holy land of the Deathkin. How dare you cause trouble here? Mo Hun's eyes blazed with killing intent, and the other Deathkin experts looked on in shock. Their killing intent surged as they locked onto Ling Xiao and the others. Impudent? You dare use my disciple to nourish the 7 demons' gourd? You really don't know the difference between life and death. Since that's the case, there's no need for the Deathkin to exist. Starting today, you'll all be wiped out. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with killing intent as he shot toward the Deathkin experts. Old goat, dragon horse, protect the coffin. Don't act rashly. Ling Xiao transmitted his orders to the old goat and dragon horse. Ling Xiao didn't trust Lu Tongtian. Who knew if that old bastard had come for the 7 demons' gourd? So, just in case, it was better to have the old goat and dragon horse stand guard. Rumble, lightning flashed in the sky, and golden light swirled around Ling Xiao. His murderous aura surged, and his eyes were filled with cold killing intent as he locked onto Mo Hun and the other Deathkin experts. Dazzling fist imprints swept through the air, containing an invincible power that could sweep through anything. This was the power of a fleshly body godly ascension. Given Ling Xiao's profound accumulation, killing god spirits was as easy as slaughtering dogs. Get into formation. We must stop him. Mo Hun's eyes flashed with killing intent as he shouted. Rumble, the 8 god spirits beside Mo Hun instantly formed a battle formation under Mo Hun's command. Their divine power intertwined, and together with Mo Hun's power, they enveloped Ling Xiao. Boom, a blazing sword light slashed across the sky as if it contained the power of 9 great god spirits. This unknown battle formation allowed them to gather all of their power for every attack. They wanted to use the power of this battle formation to completely kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's gaze was cold as he pointed his finger across the sky. A blazing light pierced through the void and instantly shattered the sword light. At the same time, Ling Xiao formed an invincible fist seal and blasted it towards a Deathkin elite around him. Although this formation was very strong, as long as one Deathkin elite was killed, the formation would naturally be broken. Rumble, the dazzling fist seal traversed the void like an immemorial divine mountain. It contained unparalleled divine power and was about to completely kill the Deathkin elite. The Deathkin elite's expression changed. Immediately, the divine power around him rose. The power of 9 people gathered on his body at the same time, and he suddenly blasted a punch towards Ling Xiao. In his opinion, even if the power of 9 people could not kill Ling Xiao, it could still repel Ling Xiao. Crack, however, as soon as the 2 fists collided, he instantly understood how wrong he was. Ling Xiao's power was simply terrifying to the extreme. One of his arms directly exploded into a bloody mist. Boom, Ling Xiao kicked out and directly kicked his chest, wanting to completely kill him. Swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh. The light in the void was dazzling. Divine power rose from behind Ling Xiao. Blazing saber and sword light, as well as a powerful divine hand, were all aimed at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao charged in all directions in this battle formation like a fierce dragon crossing the river. His power was so terrifying that it made Mo Hun and the others feel as if they could not restrain Ling Xiao. You want to stop me with such a broken formation? Ling Xiao sneered. His eyes were blazing with murderous intent as they fell on Mo Hun. He could not be bothered to waste more time with these Deathkin. He just wanted to quickly get rid of them and then rescue Lin Feng and the others. Rumble, divine light rose from Ling Xiao's body as he blasted out a punch. The phantoms of the 4 divine beasts appeared behind him and gathered together to form an extremely terrifying fist seal. The divine light of the 4 divine beasts soared into the sky as if it was going to completely break open the sky. The blazing light contained an extremely terrifying power and turned into a chaotic color. It was going to recreate the chaotic world. For Elephant's heaven striking style, this was originally a god-level martial art. After Ling Zhao's body became a god, he could finally unleash the full power of this move. Raging winds howled, the void trembled, lightning flashed, and chaotic fog filled the air. Ling Zhao punched out, and in an instant, numerous strange phenomena appeared and gathered together, making Ling Zhao look like an invincible god of war. This punch blasted towards Mo Hun, causing Mo Hun's expression to change drastically. Although Ling Zhao's 10,000 dragons god-slaying technique was extremely terrifying, it only made Mo Hun extremely fearful. But now, Ling Zhao's 4 elephants striking the sky actually made Mo Hun feel a strong threat of death. Kill! Mo Hun roared. Black divine power rose around him, and his aura instantly skyrocketed. The power of the battle formation was also tumbling violently. The 9 Deathkin experts began to go all out, pouring all their power into Mo Hun's body. Rumble, a black saber appeared in Mo Hun's palm. It was ancient and mysterious, flowing with brilliant divine light. With an aura that could split the heavens and earth, it suddenly slashed down toward Ling Zhao. Crack! 4 elephants striking the sky was a divine technique created by Ling Zhao by fusing the 4 great secret techniques. It contained the power of the 4 elephants' origin, and its power was unparalleled. It suddenly blasted on the black saber in Mo Hun's hand. Suddenly, the light was dazzling. Streaks of black divine light erupted like lightning, sweeping in all directions. Although the black saber was also a powerful divine weapon, it could not withstand the 4 elephants striking the sky at all. It was almost instantly sent flying. The 9 Deathkin experts, including Mo Hun, were all struck by lightning. They suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and were instantly sent flying. Even the originally incomparably powerful battle formation began to crumble at this moment. The 9 Deathkin experts were instantly severely injured. Ling Zhao stood in the air. His eyes were incomparably sharp as he stared indifferently at Mo Hun and the others. Instantly, their bodies trembled, and their eyes were filled with horror. The 9 Deathkin experts could not withstand the power of Ling Zhao's attack and were all severely injured. If Ling Zhao continued to attack, it was very likely that they would all die in Ling Zhao's hands. Stop! At this moment, an indifferent and clear sigh sounded in the void. Rumble, heaven and earth trembled. The mountain under Ling Zhao's feet seemed to split open. Dazzling light filled the air, and a huge ancient bronze coffin flew out from within. The ancient bronze coffin emitted an ancient and terrifying aura. It slowly floated in the void and blocked in front of Ling Zhao. Crack! The coffin lid slowly opened, and a woman in white sat up from within. The woman looked very beautiful. She was about 20 years old. Her face was flawless, and her skin was sparkling like jade. Her figure was graceful, and her curves undulated, exuding a different kind of temptation. Her entire body exuded a mysterious aura. Her eyes were as bright as the stars, but incomparably indifferent. Looking at Ling Zhao, it was as if there was a cold aura that locked onto Ling Zhao. Danger, extreme danger. Ling Zhao's eyes instantly flashed, and his entire body began to be on guard. This woman in white made him feel extremely dangerous. Greetings to the ancestor. He trespassed into the Deathkin's sacred ground and killed our people. Ancestor, please kill this child for us. After seeing this woman in white, Mo Hun and many other Deathkin experts trembled all over. Then, they could not help but kneel down, and their eyes were filled with incomparable excitement. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. This woman in white was actually the Deathkin's ancestor, and her aura seemed to have reached the true god realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Ling Zhao to feel this way. The woman in white was also surrounded by a dense death aura. Her temperament was extraordinary, as if she was the empress of the netherworld. Her entire body exuded a majesty and aura that ruled the world. She stared at Ling Zhao with an indifferent gaze. She was not angry at Ling Zhao for killing the Deathkin. Her eyes were as if she was looking at an ant. However, when she saw Xianxia beside Ling Zhao, her gaze could not help but waver a little. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He also felt that the way the woman in white looked at Xianxia was not right. Let them go. After a moment, the woman in white looked deeply at Xianxia, and then said indifferently. What? Ancestor, you can't. They are here for the 7 Evils Gourd. This 7 Evils Gourd is the treasure of our Deathkin. Mo Hun's body trembled, and his eyes revealed a trace of disbelief as he hurriedly said anxiously. He did not expect that the ancestor would give such an order and let Ling Xiao and the others go so easily. You dare to disobey my orders? The white-robed woman's eyes flashed sharply as she glanced indifferently at Emo Hun. Emo Hun shuddered and immediately prostrated himself. I wouldn't dare. Emo Hun obeys, I'll let them go now. Ling Xiao looked deeply at the white-robed woman. He could sense that the white-robed woman had let them go so easily because of Xianxia. Who are you? Why do I feel that you're very familiar? Xianxia's eyes revealed a trace of confusion as she looked at the white-robed woman and asked. Do you recognize me? The white-robed woman's eyes revealed a trace of excitement as she stared at Xianxia and asked. No, I just feel that you're familiar. Xianxia shook her head and replied. A trace of disappointment appeared in the white-robed woman's eyes as she said, Your Highness, when you wake up, you'll naturally recognize me. Since these 9 bastards have offended Your Highness, they deserve to die. The white-robed woman's words were very calm, but it instantly caused the expressions of Emo Hun and the others to change greatly. They wanted to escape without a second thought. Boom. However, the white-robed woman's gentle palm struck them and the 9 of them instantly exploded into a bloody mist in the void. She then swept them up and all their flesh, blood, and primordial spirits fell onto the 7-colored gourd vine. The 9 divine spirits of the Deathkin had been killed by the white-robed woman's palm just like that. Ling Zhao's eyes also revealed a trace of shock. The white dragon horse and the old goat were even more well-behaved. They were all frightened by the white-robed woman. I'm not a spiritual paragon. Xianxia frowned slightly as she looked at the white-robed woman and said. She could sense that the white-robed woman's relationship with a spiritual paragon was not ordinary, but unfortunately, she did not think that she was the spiritual paragon from 10,000 years ago. You're indeed not a spiritual paragon, but you're still a spiritual paragon. When you remember the past, you'll naturally come back to find me. When that time comes, I'll tell you everything. Your Highness, the 7 demons' gourd is about to mature. Don't worry, your 7 disciples aren't dead and they'll have a great opportunity. The white-robed woman spoke indifferently before lying down in the ancient bronze coffin again. She then turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the depths of the mountains. Lu Tongtian, who's that? Ling Xiao asked softly as he looked at the shocked Lu Tongtian. She is the master of the 1,000 Coffin Mountain. You can also call her the King of Death Spirit. Lu Tongtian's eyes were filled with fear as he slowly spoke. King of Death Spirit? Is she very strong? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he said indifferently. He's not just strong. I'm afraid you won't even be able to withstand a single move from her. She is the king of all living things in this 1,000 Coffin Mountain. I thought we were dead for sure, but who would have thought that she would let us go? With that, Lu Tongtian glanced at Xianxia fearfully. The fact that the King of Death Spirit knew Xianxia shocked him greatly. Rumble. At this moment, the 7-colored gourd vine shone brightly, flowing with 7-colored light, becoming dazzling. Originally, the auras of the 7 small gourds had not reached their peak, but after the 9 Deathkin experts were slapped to death by the white-robed woman, they began to rapidly mature. Ling Xiao, hurry up and bring Lu Jiani here. Not only can he regain his memories, but he can also obtain an unimaginable opportunity. Lu Tongtian looked at the 7-colored gourd vine and hurriedly urged. All right. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he opened the god stone and brought Lu Jiani out. Greetings, master. Lu Jiani bowed to Ling Xiao, his eyes filled with confusion. He did not know why he was here. In the next moment, he saw Lu Tongtian and the 7-colored gourd vine in front of him. Grandfather? You're here too? What's this? Why do I feel a sense of familiarity? Lu Jiani exclaimed in surprise. At the same time, he looked at the 7-colored gourd vine with a tinge of surprise in his eyes. Jiani, go over now. There's a great opportunity waiting for you there. Perhaps it can allow you to become a supreme being directly. Lu Tongtian smiled as he pointed at the 7-colored gourd vine. Although Lu Jiani was confused, he still walked toward the 7-colored gourd vine obediently. For some reason, Lu Jiani felt that the 7-colored gourd vine was exuding a mysterious fluctuation as if it was summoning him. Lu Tongtian, are you sure that my 7 disciples are fine? If anything happens to them, I won't let you off. Ling Xiao said as he stared at Lu Tongtian. Don't worry. Just now. The king of death spirits Palm not only killed the 9 death race fellows, but also saved your 7 disciples. Now, your 7 disciples have merged with the 7 evils gourd and they complement each other. As long as the 7 evils gourd is fine, your 7 disciples will be fine. Lu Tongtian chuckled as a tinge of anticipation appeared in his eyes. Buzz, Lu Jiani walked toward the 7-colored gourd vine. Instantly, a black gourd emitted a dazzling light and swallowed Lu Jiani whole. Rumble. Just as the black gourd swallowed Lu Jiani, the 7-colored gourd vine shone brightly and the void shook violently. Bolts of lightning fell from the heavens. In an instant, heaven and earth trembled and a strange fluctuation spread in all directions. It was as if some kind of treasure had appeared and the 7-colored divine light lit up the sky. The 7 gourds shone brightly and turned into 7 divine rainbows that filled the sky like a heavenly river. The 7 evils gourd started to vibrate violently and a strange spiritual fluctuation was emitted from it. Ding ding dang dang. The 7 small gourds collided with each other like wind chimes. The sound was crisp and clear. Gotcha. When the 7-colored gourd vine shone brightly, the lightning in the void fell. However, before it could hit the 7 gourds, it was refined by a terrifying devouring force. Boom. Heaven and earth trembled and a dazzling light shone as if it had lit up the entire world. The 7 evils gourd on the 7-colored gourd vine fell off instantly and 7 chubby dolls appeared in front of Ling Xiao and the others with a small gourd on their heads. The 7 dolls looked like they were carved out of jade and had big round eyes. They were very cute and looked like they were 3 or 4 years old. Their skin was as clear as jade and flowed with brilliant light. These are the Gourd brothers? Ling Xiao's eyes widened in an instant, his gaze filled with an incomparably strange expression. He had not expected 7 Gourd brothers to jump out of the 7 evils gourd. He was stunned for a moment. Wang, the 7 gourd dolls looked like they were carved from jade and were incomparably cute. However, there was an incomparably majestic vitality flowing through their bodies. What shocked Ling Xiao was that the 7 gourd dolls began to grow at a visible rate. They quickly turned into 7, 8 or 9-year-old youths and then slowly stopped growing. There was an incomparably majestic energy within their bodies that wasn't any weaker than a supreme expert. The sharpness of metal, the toughness of wood, the softness of water, the fierceness of fire, the heaviness of earth, the darkness and death of yin, and the light and vitality of yang. 7 different types of energy manifested within the 7 of them. However, Ling Xiao discovered that the 7 gourd dolls were made of pure energy. It was as if they contained the power of yin, yang, and the 5 elements, mysterious and unfathomable. Gotcha. Just at this moment, the coffin of the path understanding tree suddenly shattered. 7 rays of light shot out from the path understanding tree and instantly merged with the 7 of them. When the 7 of them slowly opened their eyes, they were all filled with incomparable excitement and joy. Mu Linfeng, Du Ge Longqing, Yi Qianjue, Lu Jiani, Yan Yangtian, Lu Gechen, Ji Hangong. Greetings, Master, greetings, Master's wife. The 7 of them knelt at the same time towards Ling Xiao and Jin Sei. Their voices were filled with incomparable excitement and their eyes were filled with respect and admiration. Especially Lu Jiani. At this moment, he finally understood why Ling Xiao took him in as a disciple. So he was Ling Xiao's disciple to begin with. These were the 7 great disciples under Ling Xiao. At this moment, they had all returned. Get up. Ling Xiao and Jin Sei were also incomparably excited. Their eyes were slightly wet as they helped the 7 of them up. Ling Xiao originally thought that it was a life and death separation. He didn't have much hope that Mu Linfeng and the others were still alive when he arrived at the 1000 Coffin Mountain. However, now that the 7 of them were all alive, Ling Xiao was incomparably excited. Lu Tongtian, can you tell me what's going on now? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he looked at Lu Tongtian. Ling Xiao didn't understand the changes in front of him and needed an explanation. Why did Mu Linfeng and the others merge with the 7 demons gourd? Why did they become like this? Do you know what the 7 demons gourd is? Lu Tongtian sighed softly and said slowly. Without waiting for Ling Xiao's reply, he muttered to himself, the 7 demons gourd is a heavenly spiritual treasure. It contains the 7 great origins of yin, yang, and 5 elements. Even in the realm of the gods, it is a supreme treasure. Only the legendary sages have the right to possess such a treasure. The Deathkin originally wanted to use the 7 of them to nourish the 7 evils gourd seed. in addition to the boundless chi of life and death here, in order to create a supreme treasure like the Seven Evils gourd. But a few decades ago, Lu Jianyi was taken away by me, and the Seven Demons gourd was never able to reach perfection. This time, the King of Death's soul killed Mo Hun and the other 8 experts, nourished the Seven Evils gourd with their flesh and blood, and completely merged their flesh, blood, and primordial spirits with the Seven Evils gourd. It can be said that your 7 disciples are the Seven Evils gourd itself, and they have the power of the 7 origins. So, the 7 of them are the legendary innate saint bodies. Innate gold spiritual body, innate wood spiritual body, innate water spiritual body, innate fire spiritual body, innate earth spiritual body, innate yin-yang saint body, and innate life and death body. Lu Tongtian looked at Mu Linfeng and the others as if he was looking at a supreme treasure. His eyes were filled with incomparable amazement. 7 innate saint bodies? Ling Xiao was also shocked by Lu Tongtian's words. 10,000 years ago, although Mu Linfeng and the other 6 disciples were very talented, they did not reach the level of saint bodies. But because of the Seven Evils gourd, the 7 of them became innate saint bodies. This was too unbelievable. Moreover, with the power of the Seven Evils gourd, their bodies already have the foundation of the divine path. If they were in the realm of the gods, they would probably be able to reach the divine spirit realm immediately. But even in the mortal world, as long as they cultivate a little, they will soon reach the peak of the human Tao. Moreover, if the 7 of them merge into one, they will completely form the innate spiritual treasure gourd, and have the power to kill gods and demons. Lu Tongtian said slowly. Lu Tongtian's words made Ling Xiao a little envious. In his rebirth, he had experienced countless life and death situations before he could reach the divine spirit realm. In the end, the 7 of them were very good. They actually directly possessed the power of the divine path. This also showed how powerful and terrifying the Seven Evils gourd was. How do you know so much? The old goat looked at Lu Tongtian suspiciously and asked. Because the Seven Evils gourd seed was originally mine. It was mine. It was snatched away by those bastards from the Deathkin. What a waste of a treasure. Speaking of this, Lu Tongtian's face was immediately filled with depression. Then, are they treasures or humans now? 7 living people merged into one with the Seven Evils gourd. Isn't it too strange? The white dragon horse asked with wide eyes. You can treat them as treasures or humans because they are formed by the fusion of humans and the Seven Evils gourd. They have the bloodline of humans and also the power of the 7 origins. Ling Xiao, if you want to deal with demon god King Bo Sun, you may need to rely on them. Lu Tongtian said as he looked at Ling Xiao with a meaningful gaze. Wang, at this moment, a light flashed in Mu Linfeng's hand and a golden gourd appeared. He opened it gently and hundreds of millions of sword chi shot out from it. It contained unparalleled power. It was the innate metal sword chi. It was extremely terrifying. Master, who is demon god King Bo Sun? The 7 of us will definitely be able to help you slaughter him. Mu Linfeng asked curiously. Being reborn 10,000 years later made him extremely curious about everything that had happened. Eldest senior brother, let me tell you. Many things have happened in the past 10,000 years. Without waiting for Ling Xiao to speak, Lu Jianyi chuckled and explained everything that had happened in the past 10,000 years. The 7 of them gathered for the first time after 10,000 years and were extremely excited. At the same time, they were also extremely curious about the current situation. Ling Xiao, if the 7 Evils gourd appeared in the divine realm, even godly king experts would brazenly fall out and snatch it. These 7 disciples of yours are both treasures and disasters, so you must be careful in the future. Lu Tongtian said slowly. What's your purpose in telling me this? Ling Xiao looked at Lu Tongtian and asked. Don't worry, I don't have any ulterior motives. As long as you can take good care of the 7 of them, I'll be at ease. The gates to the realm of gods will open soon. I hope you can wipe out the demon race as soon as possible. Lu Tongtian smiled faintly as he looked at the sky in the distance. There was a hint of worry in his eyes. Don't worry. They're my disciples. I'll naturally take good care of them. No one will dare to hurt them. Ling Xiao nodded. Since Lu Tongtian wasn't willing to say, he didn't force him. However, Ling Xiao cultivated the heavens with secret skill and could sense traces of fate. He could feel that Lu Tongtian didn't have any ill intentions towards him. That was enough. Old Lu, I still have a friend. He's the Supreme Azura from 10,000 years ago. He used the divine wood of time to seal himself here. Do you know where he is? Ling Xiao began to ask Lu Tongtian about the Supreme Azura's whereabouts. The Supreme Azura from 10,000 years ago used the divine wood of time as a coffin? I do know where he is. However, I advise you not to disturb him. His cultivation has reached the most crucial moment. Lu Tongtian's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. Oh? Why do you say that? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. Follow me. Lu Tongtian smiled faintly as he flew towards the mountain in the distance. The 7 of you should return to the Chongsun sect first. I'll go look for your martial uncle Azura. Ling Xiao said to the 7 of them. He then kept them in the heavenly stone and asked Lu Jian to bring them back to the Chongsun sect. As for how big of a commotion the 7 of them would cause when they returned to the Chongsun sect, Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered about that for now. Ling Xiao and Lu Tongtian stopped in front of a triple star mountain. It was called the Triple Star Mountain because there were 3 peaks that emitted black light. They surrounded each other and there was a deep valley in the middle. The valley emitted a thick death aura. There was even a hint of divine Tao law. The Supreme Azura should be in this valley. However, he's at the crucial moment of reversing life and death and breaking through to the godly state. You'd better not disturb him. Lu Tongtian looked at the valley below and spoke slowly. Reversing life and death and breaking through to the godly state? Can one break through to the godly state in the 1,000 Coffin Mountain? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he asked slowly. Lu Tongtian said slowly, I know what you want to say. The gates to the divine world are closed, and the mortal world is unable to sense the laws of the divine Tao. It is naturally incomparably difficult to attain the Tao and become a god using the laws of the divine force. But the 8 great forbidden grounds were different. The 8 great forbidden grounds all possessed incomplete divine Tao laws, and even had some sort of connection with the divine realm. If he wanted to attain Tao and become a god, the 8 great forbidden grounds were a better place. Supreme Azura's lifespan was nearing its end, but at the last moment, he had comprehended the laws of life and death, forming a mysterious connection with the 1,000 Coffin Mountain. Now, he was about to break through to the deity realm. That's why I told you not to disturb him. The 8 great forbidden lands all have divine Tao laws? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little tempted. He had always been puzzled by the fact that he had broken through to the 3-god stage. If it was really as Lu Tongtian said, that the 8 great forbidden lands could all become gods, perhaps he could give it a try. That's right. Moreover, the 8 great forbidden grounds are far from as simple as you think. Lu Tongtian looked at Ling Xiao and said with deep meaning. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as if he had thought of something. He asked, could the death race of the 1,000 Coffin Mountain be related to the divine realm? And the other great sacred grounds, do they also have existences similar to the death race? Lu Tongtian nodded and said, among the 8 great forbidden grounds, the Time Cave has the Scarlet Dragon War God's bloodline. You already know that. The God Burial Cave has the God Burial race, the Universe River has the Celestial race, and the Heavenly Devil Ancient Land has the Heavenly Devil race, which is also the extraterritorial demon race. If you want to find Demon God King Bo Sun, you might be able to find some clues in the Heavenly Devil Ancient Land. The 1,000 Coffin Mountain has the Death race, the Holy Ground has the Ancient Demon race, the Primitive Ancient Mine has the Witch race, and the Reincarnation Sea has the Reincarnation Beast race. These are all related to the divine realm. Due to various reasons, they had always been in the forbidden grounds, and there was no way for them to leave. However, the door to the divine realm is about to open, which also means that there is an opportunity to return to the divine realm. Therefore, these days, there are all kinds of powerful beings in the forbidden grounds. If you want to become a god using the divine power law, the cosmic river is the best place. The divine power law there is vast and boundless. However, the celestial tribe is also the most arrogant and powerful. There are many powerful gods, so you still have to be careful. The cosmic river? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. In his previous life, he had also been to the cosmic river. It was a strange place in the war god continent. It contained endless chaotic power of laws, as if there were many broken small worlds and stars gathered there. The divine power was like an ocean, and it was very dangerous. Ling Xiao didn't expect the celestial tribe to exist in the cosmic river. However, in order to reach the three-god stage and fight against the demon god King Bo Sun, Ling Xiao planned to go to the cosmic river. Thank you for your advice, Elder Lu. I wonder if you know about the 7 souls dispersing soul light. Ling Xiao looked at Lu Tongtian and asked. 7 souls dispersing soul light? Hearing these words, Lu Tongtian's face turned solemn. He glanced at Xianxia and sighed, you want me to treat her, right? Does Elder Lu have a way? Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. Lu Tongtian smiled bitterly and said, I don't have a way. Unless you can kill the demon god King Bo Sun, the 7 souls dispersing soul light will naturally disperse. Or, you can find the supreme emotion for getting water. Ling Xiao's eyes showed a trace of disappointment. Lu Tongtian's words were almost exactly the same as Zhu Galia's. Ling Xiao naturally didn't want Xianxia to consume the supreme emotion for getting water. It seemed that the only way was to kill the demon god King Bo Sun. The supreme emotion for getting water is a supreme divine item. I'm afraid we don't have it in our world. So you should cultivate hard. If you can reach the 3-god stage and kill the demon god King Bo Sun, you can naturally cure her. However, her lifespan is almost up. I'm afraid she only has less than 10 years left. You have to hurry. Lu Tongtian's eyes showed a trace of pity. Thank you for telling me. I will definitely kill the demon god King Bo Sun. Ling Xiao's eyes showed a trace of determination. All right. Now that this matter is over, I have to leave. Please take good care of the 7 souls gourd. We should meet again. Lu Tongtian smiled faintly and walked into the distance. Soon, he disappeared in front of Ling Xiao and Xianxia. Ling Xiao looked at Lu Tongtian's departing figure and unconsciously clenched his fist. Was there only 10 years left? All right. Xianxia, no matter where you want to go, I will accompany you. Ling Xiao nodded seriously. Big brother Ling Xiao, don't be sad. To be able to see you again, I feel that this is the greatest gift from the heavens. Whether you can kill demon god King Bo Sun or not, I have no regrets. Xianxia smiled gently. Her smile was like a flower, and her face was beautiful. Her big eyes were sparkling, filled with happiness and gentleness. Xianxia, I will definitely kill demon god King Bo Sun, I promise. I want you to stay by my side forever and never leave me. Ling Xiao hugged Xianxia in his arms and said slowly. It seemed like he was talking to Xianxia, but also to himself. 2 figures stood on top of the mountain, their clothes fluttering in the wind. The old goat and the white dragon horse stood behind them. It was rare that they didn't make any jokes, but their eyes were filled with complicated emotions. This pair of immortal couple was like a jade couple. Why was the heavens so cruel to separate them? The following days became much more relaxed. Ling Xiao and Xianxia rode the white dragon horse and traveled across the war god continent. They came to the twin mountains that had long disappeared. They went to the Azure Dragon Temple where they once fought, and many other places that they went to together 10,000 years ago. 10,000 years had changed the world. Although many places had lost their original appearance, Xianxia was still very happy and blissful. Or rather, as long as she could be by Ling Xiao's side, she would be happy no matter where she went. She stayed in the sealed world alone for 10,000 years. Her thin shoulders carried a heavy burden. She suppressed billions of demons, swept through the sealed world, and became the sword goddess that everyone feared. But this wasn't what she wanted. What she wanted was actually very simple. Just like now, even if she didn't have any cultivation, even if she could see the end of her lifespan, it was enough as long as Ling Xiao was around. Flowers bloomed and withered, and the world flourished. She only had Ling Xiao in her eyes, and Ling Xiao was the world in her eyes. A few months later, they returned to the longevity sect. The return of Mu Linfeng and the other 6 disciples shocked the disciples of the longevity sect again. The 7 of them were the same generation as the ancestors of the longevity sect. Especially Long Outyin, he was so happy that he almost went crazy. All of a sudden, he had 7 martial nephews who were about the same age as him. Moreover, they were all important figures from 10,000 years ago. This brat had become a little tyrant, swaggering around with Mu Linfeng and the others all day long. Those sects that had offended Ling Xiao were now in trouble. Under Long Outyan's leadership, the 8 of them were like bandits, plundering everything and taking away all the treasures. However, those holy lands of the martial Dao didn't dare to say anything. They even had to greet them with a smile. Otherwise, if that malefic Ling Xiao found out, they would be finished. They couldn't wait for Long Outyan to come and rob them. That way, they might be able to preserve their Holy Land's inheritance, a few sanctuaries that had blood feuds with Ling Xiao, such as the Nantian aristocratic family, the Star Palace, the Netherworld Pavilion, the Emperor Tomb Mountain, etc., had all sealed their mountain gates. Everyone was restless, afraid that Ling Xiao would kill his way in one day. In the end, Ling Xiao didn't kill his way in. Long Outyan, Mu Linfeng, and the others came and killed some of the higher-ups of the Holy Lands. They stole some treasures, but they didn't dare to say anything. They were extremely regretful. The entire War God continent had practically become Long Outyan, Mu Linfeng, and the others' backyard. They were tormenting it to their heart's content. After Ling Xiao returned to the Xianxia sect, he decisively gave these guys a confinement order, telling them to cultivate in seclusion and not to go out and cause trouble. Mu Linfeng and the others had the innate saint body and the power of the divine path. They were the most suitable to cultivate the Aries technique. Ling Xiao simply passed the Aries technique to the 7 of them. The Aries technique was the most powerful martial art that Ling Xiao had obtained. It was enough for him to cultivate to the Divine King realm. It was passed down personally by the Scarlet Dragon of War and was far superior to ordinary supreme martial arts. With the Aries technique, the cultivation of Mu Linfeng and the others improved by leaps and bounds. It was almost 1 realm per day. The speed made Ling Xiao tremble with fear. On this day, when Ling Xiao was about to bid farewell to Jin Se and head to the Universe River, an uninvited guest came to the Xianxia sect. "Where is Ling Xiao from the Xianxia sect? Why aren't you coming out to receive the decree?" A cold and arrogant voice sounded in the sky above the Xianxia mountain. It was a young man in a white robe. He looked extraordinarily handsome with a slender and heroic figure. He exuded a powerful aura. He had a head full of long white hair, looking incomparably elegant. His eyes were sky blue, like resplendent gems. However, his face was full of arrogance and his eyes were cold. Behind him was a skinny old man in a white robe. He had a head full of white hair and his sky-blue eyes seemed to contain a vast starry sky. "Who are you? How dare you call out the name of the sky-devouring patriarch? Get down here." The enforcers who were guarding the vicinity of the Longevity Mountain appeared instantly. A group of Longevity sect disciples stared at the young man in the air with cold gazes. Ling Xiao was the invincible god of war in the hearts of the Xianxia sect disciples. He was their faith. This young man dared to behave atrociously in the Xianxia sect and even wanted Ling Xiao to receive the decree. This angered the Xianxia sect disciples. "A bunch of ants dares to shout at this young master? You're courting death." A cold light flashed in the eyes of the young man in white robes. Instantly, he slammed his palm down. The terrifying palm print was incomparably vast and contained a powerful divine might. The law enforcement disciples were mostly in the noble realm or celestial realm. They were no match for this young man. They were instantly turned into a bloody mist. Enemy attack. The eyes of the Xianxia sect's disciples instantly turned bloodshot. Some of them even started to roar. This was only the outer sect of the Xianxia sect. The core disciples of the inner sect were all in the Xianxia world. The news quickly reached Ling Xiao's ears. When Ling Xiao heard the news, his gaze instantly turned cold. At this time, who dared to behave atrociously in the Xianxia sect? He wanted to see who was so audacious. Swoosh, Ling Xiao brought the old goat and the white dragon horse. Behind them were Nangang Xian and the other elders and disciples of the Xianxia sect. "Grandson, how dare you kill the disciples of the Xianxia sect? Who gave you the guts? Get down here and accept your death." The old goat looked at the arrogant white-robed young man and immediately became angry. He sneered and said, "Don't worry. This young man's cultivation seemed to be extraordinary. He had reached the 9th level of the Supreme Realm." The white-robed old man behind him had a terrifying aura. He was a godly spirit. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He was sure that these two people were living beings from the Forbidden Grounds. How dare you? A mere animal dares to make a big fuss in front of this young master? The white-robed young man's eyes turned cold as he scolded the old goat. The word beast immediately infuriated the old goat. The old goat clenched his teeth and cursed, "You're the beast. Your whole family are beasts. You dog, open your eyes wide. When I swept across the world and was invincible, you were still in your mother's womb. No, even your father was in your mother's womb. Get down here if you dare. I'll beat you up until your mother can't recognize you. You're courting death." The white-robed young man's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he slammed his palm down on the old goat. Boom! The old goat sneered as divine energy surged around him. He seemed to have turned into a stream of light that was hard to catch with the naked eye. He instantly escaped from the range of the white-robed young man's palm. At the same time, he leaped into the sky and smashed his huge paw down on the white-robed young man. The white-robed young man's expression changed slightly as soon as the old goat attacked. He did not expect the old goat to be a titled supreme being whose cultivation was stronger than his. Without thinking, he clenched his palm into a fist and punched out. Bang! A muffled sound came from the void as an unparalleled divine energy came crushing down. The white-robed young man was sent flying a few hundred feet away by the old goat before he crashed heavily on a mountain peak in the distance. Boom! The mountain peak was smashed into pieces by the white-robed young man. The mountain peak trembled as rocks flew everywhere and the earth rumbled. The old goat's true form was the godly beast Tao Tai. He had received the complete inheritance of the monster saint and his cultivation was stronger than the white-robed young man's. At this moment, his invincible physical strength exploded. The white-robed young man was careless and instantly suffered a great loss. "Bastard, I'm going to kill you." The white-robed young man's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he rushed out from the mountain peak. He looked a little embarrassed as his hair was disheveled and his eyes were filled with humiliation and anger. Buzz, a black ancient sword appeared in his hand. It exuded an unparalleled sharpness as it slashed down at the old goat. The ancient black sword was like a black flood dragon, floating in the void. Sword Chi rose up, containing a powerful divine might. The sword seemed to be able to split the world in half. It was terrifying. F***CK off. The old goat sneered. The demon saint's scepter materialized. He used it as a long stick and swung it towards the white-robed young man. Clang! The demon saint's scepter and the black ancient sword collided, and a bright light burst out. Suddenly, the black ancient sword was repelled. At the same time, the old goat took advantage of the situation to come over and kick the white-robed young man's chest. Puff! The old goat's hoof could even crush an immemorial mountain. It contained a terrifying power. The white-robed young man felt as if he was struck by lightning. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and his face instantly became extremely pale. "How dare you?" The eyes of the white-robed old man behind the white-robed young man flashed a cold light and he sent a palm smashing down on the old goat. He did not expect that the white-robed young man would be defeated so quickly. Moreover, it seemed that the young man had suffered heavy injuries. Immediately, he felt as if he had been greatly provoked. A bunch of shameless bastards. You beat up the young one and now the old one is here. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? The old goat was truly enraged. The demon saint's scepter in his hand shone brightly and emitted a mysterious and vast aura. It was as if a terrifying figure was about to emerge from the demon saint's scepter. Bang! The white-robed old man's palm was directly shattered by the demon saint's scepter. Even the white-robed old man trembled and could not help but take a few steps back. It's a godly king weapon? The white-robed old man trembled as a scorching light appeared in his eyes. It's such a waste for such a treasure to be in the hands of an evil creature. Give it to me. The white-robed old man took a fancy to the demon saint's scepter in the old goat's hand. Immediately, divine energy rose from his body and he turned into a handsome young man. His white hair fluttered in the wind and his aura was powerful. He emitted a mysterious aura of being one with the heavens as if he had become one with the heavens. The energy fluctuation was extremely terrifying. He sent a fist smashing down on the old goat. It was as if billions of lightning bolts were descending at the same time. Scram! Ling Zhao's eyes shone brightly, revealing a hint of impatience as he threw out a punch. Crack, Ling Zhao's fist illuminated the sky like a golden mountain as it flew toward the white-robed old man. It contained a vast amount of vital energy and there seemed to be a vast dragon's roar. What? The white-robed old man's expression changed. He had no choice but to clash with Ling Zhao's fist. Bang, heaven and earth shook. The white-robed old man felt as if an unparalleled divine energy was attacking him. He could not dodge and his entire body was sent flying by Ling Xiao. You're that Ling Xiao? You. How can you be so strong? The white-robed young man and white-robed old man both had a trace of disbelief in their eyes. In their eyes, the beings on the war god continent were like ants. If it were not for the fact that they could not leave, they would have razed this world to the ground. Now that the world had changed, they were able to leave the forbidden grounds. However, they did not put the people on the war god continent in their eyes. Even Ling Xiao, who claimed to have killed a god, was at most a demigod in their eyes. But now, they suddenly realized that Ling Xiao was a true god. His strength was extremely terrifying. Who are you? Why did you kill the disciples of my Xianxia sect? Tell me honestly and I can give you a quick death. Ling Xiao said indifferently. His voice was very calm. He had already treated these two fellows as dead people. Ling Xiao, how dare you? We're from the heavenly human tribe. His Majesty, the heavenly king of my tribe, has issued a decree. Why aren't you kneeling down to receive the decree? Do you want your Xianxia sect to be annihilated? The white-robed young man's eyes were extremely cold as he shouted at Ling Xiao. Heavenly human tribe? Beings from the universe river? I haven't found you yet and you dare to come to my Xianxia sect. You really don't know what's good for you. Who is the heavenly king of your tribe? How dare he issue a decree to me? What a joke. Ling Xiao sneered coldly as his eyes were filled with coldness. He was planning to go to the universe river to cultivate and try to prove his Tao to become a god. He did not expect the people from the heavenly human tribe to come. How dare you blaspheme the heavenly king of my tribe? The white-robed young man's eyes turned cold as he revealed a trace of cold killing intent. You really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Who gave you the courage to be so arrogant in front of me? Stop. The white-robed old man's expression changed. He knew how terrifying Ling Xiao's strength was. The white-robed young man was no match for Ling Xiao, so he didn't even think about it. He directly punched towards Ling Xiao, wanting to block Ling Xiao. Get lost. Ling Xiao spat out a word indifferently. Then, a golden fist suddenly exploded, crossing the void in all directions. It was so vast that it directly sent the white-robed old man flying with a punch. Whoosh, Ling Xiao appeared in front of the white-robed young man almost instantaneously. He grabbed his neck with one hand and lifted him up like he was a chick. The white-robed young man couldn't fight back at all in Ling Xiao's hands. I'll ask and you'll answer. Otherwise, I'll kill you right now. Ling Xiao said indifferently. There wasn't a trace of emotion in his eyes. The white-robed young man wanted to curse, but when he met Ling Xiao's cold eyes, he couldn't help but shudder. He swallowed all his words. Ling Xiao, let go of my young master. Otherwise, no one can save you. The white-robed elder's eyes were gloomy as he stared at Ling Xiao. However, the white-robed young man was in Ling Xiao's hands. What's your name? Why did you come to my Xianxia sect? Ling Xiao ignored the white-robed elder. Instead, he looked at the white-robed young man and asked. Sensing the cold murderous intent in Ling Xiao's eyes, the white-robed young man chose to tell the truth. He gritted his teeth and said, My name is Bai Feng. I'm from the celestial tribe. I heard that you killed the god of war from the war god shrine and destroyed the war god shrine. You're known as the most powerful person in the war god continent. Our heavenly king has issued a decree for you to visit our heavenly king. He also wants your Xianxia sect to submit to our celestial tribe. Submit to the celestial tribe? What's the celestial tribe? Do you think you're worthy enough for my Xianxia sect to submit to? Long Outyen curled his lips and laughed coldly. What's the cultivation of your heavenly king? Why do you want me to meet him? Ling Xiao asked indifferently. Bai Feng said honestly, my heavenly king is a peak true god. He's the strongest person in this world. 1,000,000 years ago, he followed the scarlet dragon god of war to conquer the demon race. He's extremely powerful. When he mentioned his majesty, Bai Feng's eyes were filled with admiration. A mere peak true god cultivation base dares to call yourself a heavenly king? How reckless. If he was in the celestial realm, he would have long been beaten to death. Zhu Ganglai sneered. Not everyone in the divine world dared to call themselves kings. Only the peerless experts of the divine king realm dared to call themselves kings. If that heavenly king of the heaven realm was only a true god stage cultivator, then he was truly arrogant and conceited. How many deities are there in your celestial clan? Why was he holed up in the universe river? Why is it reappearing now? Ling Xiao asked as calmly as ever. There are more than 10 deities in our celestial clan. All of them followed the scarlet dragon war god from the god realm 1,000,000 years ago. It's just that for the past 1,000,000 years, the gates to the divine realm have been closed, and the mortal world can't sense the laws of the divine realm. We had no choice but to seal ourselves in the cosmic river. However, our heavenly king has recently received a decree from the divine realm. The gates to the divine realm will be completely opened soon, and that's why we came out. Under Ling Zhao's questioning, Bai Feng honestly told him everything. It turned out that the celestial clan was really from the divine realm. They opened up a small heaven realm in the cosmic river as the habitat of the celestial clan. Although there were very few people in the celestial clan, every one of them was extremely talented, and their cultivation speed was extremely fast. What moved Ling Xiao even more was that the small heaven realm of the celestial clan actually contained a complete set of divine Tao laws. I've told you everything you want to know. Can you let me go now? Bai Feng's eyes were filled with apprehension, and there was no longer a trace of arrogance in them. He originally thought that as a celestial clan expert, he would be able to defeat the group of country bumpkins from the war god continent, not to mention that he had a deity expert with him. However, he didn't expect that Ling Xiao, who was rumored to have destroyed the war god temple, was also a deity. Moreover, his strength was extremely terrifying, and he had kicked an iron plate. Now, he only hoped that Ling Xiao would let him go. When he returned to the celestial clan, he would definitely invite the heavenly king to kill Ling Xiao. Let you go? When did I say that I would let you go? You killed a disciple of the House of Longevity, so you'll have to pay with your life. Ling Xiao said coolly. How dare you, Ling Xiao? I'm a core member of the celestial clan. If you kill me, the heavenly king won't let you off the hook. The House of Longevity will be razed to the ground because of you. Bai Feng's face fell, and he began to threaten Ling Xiao. You don't know the difference between life and death, do you? Ling Xiao laughed coldly. Without any hesitation, he snapped Bai Feng's neck and destroyed his life force. Even his nascent divinity was suppressed by the Heaven Devourer cauldron. Although the kid seemed honest, Ling Xiao still needed to soul-search him. He couldn't be fooled by him. You deserve to die, Ling Xiao. The white-robed elder was instantly enraged. His eyes were filled with incomparably cold killing intent. He had never imagined that Ling Xiao would be so vicious as to kill Bai Feng. How could he dare to kill a member of the celestial clan? Was he not afraid of the celestial clan's revenge? Rumble, the white-robed old man's divine power rose around him, emitting a terrifying wave of energy as he slammed his palm toward Ling Xiao. Gotcha! Black thunderbolts flashed across the sky. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed sharply. He also leaped into the sky and punched out, his powerful qi and blood exploding. Although the white-robed old man was strong, there was no way he could defeat Ling Xiao in his current state. After a few rounds, he was directly blasted to death by Ling Xiao. The white-robed old man's essence, blood and nascent divinity had been refined by Ling Xiao using the heaven-devouring secret technique. The body of a celestial clan member seemed to contain some mysterious power of law. Ling Xiao could even extract a trace of the power of law to nourish himself. These two fellows from the celestial race were both killed by Ling Xiao. The disciples of the House of Longevity looked at Ling Xiao with eyes full of worship. Their nascent divinities were suppressed by Ling Xiao, and he was about to use the soul-searching technique to search their memories. Before long, 2 more people arrived at the House of Longevity. To Ling Xiao's surprise, he knew both of them, but he hadn't seen them in a long time. Li Chunfeng from the Feng Shui aristocratic family, and Mu Tianji from the Toon King city. The Fengshui family and the Tomb King city had the power of curse in their bloodlines, which was very similar to the Panga clan and the Reincarnation Beast clan in the Reincarnation realm. But after the curse was lifted, their cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Greetings, Sky-Devouring Supreme. We were all wondering why your talent was so monstrous. Who would have thought that you were the Sky-Devouring Supreme from 10,000 years ago? To think that you could come back to life, this is unbelievable. Li Chunfeng and Mu Tianji looked at Ling Xiao with eyes full of shock. Both of. You don't have to be so courteous. Ling Xiao smiled. He had some questions that he needed answers from Li Chunfeng and Mu Tianji. Brother Ling, did you just kill someone from the heavenly human tribe? If that's the case, I'm afraid you'll have a death feud with the heavenly human tribe. Li Chunfeng said with a sigh. That's right. Brother Ling, the heavenly human tribe is a powerful force even in the realm of the gods. They are arrogant and hold grudges. Legend has it that there are even sages in the tribe. It's not wise for you to offend them. Mu Tianji said slowly. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said nonchalantly, the celestial race coveted the Changsan sect and wanted us to submit to them. They even killed our disciples. Even if I didn't kill those two, would the celestial race let us go? If they don't know what's good for them, I don't mind annihilating them. However, it seems like the Fengshui family and Mu Wang city are also from the realm of the gods. It seems like you know quite a lot about the realm of the gods. We have to thank Brother Ling for giving us the 9 writings of destiny. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to remove the curse. After the bloodline curse was broken, we received some inheritance from the bloodline and learned of our origins. Mu Tianji said with a bitter smile. Oh? Since the Fengshui family and Mu Wang city are both from the realm of the gods, who would put such a vicious curse on you? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Our 2 tribes were exiled to the mortal realm. Some big shot in the realm of the gods didn't want our 2 tribes to return to the realm of the gods. That's why they left behind such a curse. For the past 1,000,000 years, the gate of the gods was closed to fend off the demons and also to exile us. Li Chunfeng said slowly with a hint of hatred in his eyes. Does this have anything to do with the battle 1,000,000 years ago? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he asked slowly. That's right. Li Chunfeng nodded. According to the memories in our bloodline and the records in our clan, the battle 1,000,000 years ago was not as simple as it seemed. It was not just a simple battle against the extraterrestrial demons. It also involved the infighting between the major forces in the celestial realm. My Fengshui family and Tomb Monarch City were the sacrifices of that battle. The heavenly human realm Tian and Mu Wang Tian was Mu to Wang City and Mu realm to the heavenly human Mu heaven. Family and clan and Mu City were. Them was to the forces Mu forces. The heavenly human clan, death clan, sky-burying clan, sorcerer clan, and other experts are not simply here to defend against the devil clan. It is said that they have another mission, which is to find a treasure. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He suddenly thought of the wordless heavenly book. Could it be so coincidental? That's right. The Scarlet Dragon God of War was from the Temple of War. He was there not only to fend off the demons but also to find that treasure. Legend has it that it was a heavenly book. For some reason, it was lost in the heavenly human realm. The demons invaded the heavenly human realm Tian and Mu Wang Tian to find the wordless heavenly book. 1,000,000 years ago, the wordless heavenly book fell into the hands of the Scarlet Dragon God of War. He used the wordless heavenly book to become the strongest of his generation. He led many experts to fight against the 10 great demon kings. In the end, he defeated the demons, but it was a Pyrrhic victory. After the Scarlet Dragon God of War died, the wordless heavenly book disappeared without a trace. Li Chunfeng said slowly. The demons invaded the heavenly human realm Tian because of the wordless heavenly book. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. Even Zhu Ganglai hadn't mentioned this before. Master, it's not that I don't want to tell you. It's just that I've been sealed for 1,000,000 years and my memories are blurry. I'm not sure if the demons invaded the heavenly human realm Tian for the wordless heavenly book. Zhu Ganglai could not help but laugh bitterly when he saw Ling Xiao looking at him. Is that so? Ling Xiao nodded calmly. No one knew what he was thinking at this moment. So, Ling Xiao, you're in real danger. You've used the wordless heavenly book many times and obtained the inheritance of the wordless heavenly book. I'm afraid some people have already noticed you. If the gate of the God realm opens and a godly expert descends, you'll be in danger. Li Chunfeng looked at Ling Xiao and said. What's the cultivation level of the expert descending from the God realm? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he looked at Li Chunfeng. If the expert descending from the God realm was a divine king or a heavenly god, Ling Xiao would not be a match for him. When the gate of the God realm opens, the power of law will be restored. However, in the early stages of the gate of the God realm, the expert that descends will not be too strong. At most, his cultivation level will be in the true God realm. However, that's a true god from the God realm. His strength is unparalleled. Ordinary people will not be able to fight against him. Mu Tianji's eyes flashed with a trace of worry. Although he knew that Ling Xiao had already become a god, he did not think that Ling Xiao had the strength to fight against a true god from the God realm. A true god expert? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. If he could reach the triple deity realm, coupled with his various means, he might be able to fight against a true god expert. This made him feel slightly relieved. Brother Ling, if the experts from the God realm descend, especially the enemies of my Feng Shui family and Muwang City, they will definitely not let us go. Therefore, we hope that you can break through your cultivation level as soon as possible. Not only will you be able to fight against the demon race, but also those from the God realm. Li Chunfeng revealed his true thoughts. Ling Xiao knew that if what Li Chunfeng and Mu Tianji said was true, once the gate of the God realm opened and the experts from the God realm descended, they would definitely target him, the Feng Shui family, and Muwang City. Ling Xiao, Li Chunfeng, and Mu Tianji could be said to be grasshoppers on the same rope. They had a common goal and shared the same interests. I'm going to make a trip to the Cosmos River and make use of the divine Tao law there to break through to the triple deity realm. Perhaps then, I might be able to fight against demon god King Bo Sun and the experts from the God realm. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed, and he explained his plan once more. Triple deity realm? You've already reached the God realm with your physical body and have broken through the most difficult stage. It's not impossible for you to reach the triple deity realm. However, the Cosmos River is not the best choice. Ling Xiao, if you trust us, follow us to the God Burial Cave. There is a secret realm there that will allow you to ascend to the God realm using the divine Tao law. God Burial Cave? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. When he returned from the reincarnation world, the first place he went to was the God Burial Cave. At that time, he felt that there were powerful God Tao laws in the God Burial Cave. Li Chunfeng was the successor of a Feng Shui family. He was extremely useful in finding secret realms and locating geomancy. Ling Xiao felt that his words were more trustworthy. That's right. The God Burial Cave is the place where the gods were buried during the Great Divine Demon War. The laws of the gods are gathered there. If you can refine and devour them, you will definitely be able to use the God Tao. Although there are powerful God Tao laws in the Cosmos River, it has already been taken over by the celestial race. The king of the celestial race is extremely powerful. If there is no need, it is best not to clash with him. Mu Tianji said to Ling Xiao. Li Chunfeng and Mu Tianji saw Ling Xiao as their hope to fight against the experts of the divine world. Therefore, they were extremely concerned about whether Ling Xiao could break through to the three-god stage. Alright. Then let's go to the God Burial Cave. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he made up his mind. The appearance of the experts of the celestial race gave Ling Xiao a sense of urgency. He didn't know when the gate of the divine world would open and when Demon King Bo Sun would return. To the experts of the divine world and the demon race, they were all Ling Xiao's enemies. Therefore, he wanted to raise his strength as soon as possible. Ling Xiao bade farewell to Jinsei and the rest. He also ordered the disciples of the longevity sect to retreat into the longevity world to prevent the experts of the celestial race from coming to seek revenge. Ling Xiao then left the longevity sect with Li Chunfeng and Mu Tianji and headed towards the God Burial Cave. The God Burial Cave was extremely vast and contained many mysterious spaces. Very few people were able to explore the secrets of the God Burial Cave. I heard that the God Burial Cave has the existence of the God Burial Tribe. Do you know about it? Ling Xiao asked the two of them. God Burial Tribe? The truth was that the god-burying race could also be called the zombie race. The so-called god-burying race was just trying to flatter themselves. The Emperor Tomb Mountain was a power supported by the god-burying race. The god-burial tribe is extremely powerful and is not much weaker than the celestial race. So you must be careful. This time, we won't have any conflict with the god-burying race, so we don't need to bother with them for the time being. Mu Tianji slowly said. So it's the power behind Emperor Tomb Mountain? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he nodded his head and said. The three of them tore through the void and soon arrived at God Burial Cave. Rumble. In the distant God Burial Cave, resplendent pillars of divine light shot up into the skies. One could see deep abysses in the ground, spewing out resplendent light and emitting a mysterious aura. Standing at the periphery of the God Burial Cave, one could feel a majestic divine Tao law within the God Burial Cave. It was extremely powerful. Ling Xiao, the god-burying race is located in the center of the god-burying cave. They are different from the death race. They are zombies that descended from the divine world. They chose the god-burying cave as their resting place to absorb the heaven burial chi. But from my observations, I can see that the divine Tao laws of God Burial Cave have gathered together, forming a mystic realm that is similar to a small divine world. If we can go there, then with the laws of this small divine world, the three of us will be able to confirm our Tao and become gods. Li Chuanfeng's eyes were filled with anticipation. You speak of a small divine world. The god-burying race has been here for 1,000,000 years, but they still haven't discovered it? Ling Xiao asked, puzzled. As the saying goes, it's dark under the light. The god-burying race thinks that they have occupied the core of the God Burial Cave and can absorb the heaven burial chi and the chaotic laws. However, they don't know that the purest divine Tao laws have already formed a mystic realm that they can't discover. Li Chunfeng smiled confidently. In terms of the Tao of Feng Shui, the Feng Shui family was one of the best even in the divine world when it came to Longguan Mountain. Moreover, in Li Chuanfeng's opinion, the god-burying race was a bunch of idiots. They only had muscles and divine strength. All right. Let's go to the small divine world that you spoke of. Ling Zhao's eyes were also filled with anticipation. Swoosh. Swoosh, the three of them flew towards the God Burial Cave. The three of them used powerful techniques to conceal their auras and entered the God Burial Cave silently. Streams of divine strength gushed out and the light was dazzling. It seemed to distort the void and formed a mysterious aurora. In the God Burial Cave, it was as though they didn't know where they were. They were surrounded by dazzling divine light. Although it was beautiful, it contained unimaginable traps and dangers. The three of them passed through one divine cave after another. In the end, they stopped in front of an extremely inconspicuous divine cave. This god cave was only a few hundred feet wide. It was almost negligible compared to other god caves that were tens of thousands of feet wide. However, when they arrived in front of this small god cave, Li Chuanfeng's eyes were filled with excitement. This is the entrance. Let's go down. Li Chuanfeng's eyes flashed. He immediately formed a seal with both hands. Mysterious runes spread out. Dazzling divine light gushed out from the divine cavern and enveloped the three of them in an instant. Then, they slowly descended. Rumble, the surroundings were filled with resplendent light, as though they were in a distorted void tunnel. As Li Chunfeng muttered incantations, his hands continuously formed seals, and Ling Xiao felt as though the earth around them was trembling. Their speed became extremely fast, and they rapidly sank downwards. Boom, there was an explosion of dazzling light and the three of them arrived in a mysterious space. This is the small god world that you mentioned? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he looked around and said slowly. The space looked boundless as though it was a vast starry sky with no end in sight. In front of the three of them were dazzling balls of light that looked like stars. Darkness enveloped everything. If it wasn't for the dazzling balls of light, Ling Xiao would have thought that they had arrived in the starry sky. The dazzling balls of light varied in size. The big ones were as hot as the sun while the small ones were like fireflies. However, the balls of light exuded an extremely pure divine path aura. That's right. Ling Xiao, this is the small god world. It only has the most basic divine path order. This is also the most suitable place for you to achieve the divine spirit realm. Li Chunfeng looked at the balls of light around him and his eyes were filled with excitement. Buzz, as though to prove his words, his body flashed and divine power gushed out. It turned into a dazzling devouring vortex and instantly devoured a ball of light the size of a fist. Rumble. Li Chuanfeng's body glowed and his divine power rose. It contained an extremely vast and mysterious power. His aura began to grow. P.S. There will be no more updates today. Everyone, rest early. See you tomorrow. Ling Zhao's eyes glittered. Never could he have guessed that those spheres of light would actually contain pure magical laws of the Tao of Gods. Ling Zhao's god power had already reached the pinnacle. He cultivated the heaven-devouring secret magic, and had already reached the level of the King Heaven-Devourer Cauldron. As long as the cauldron became a heaven-devouring god sea, he would be able to corroborate his Tao and reach godly ascension. Previously, he had only been absorbing the spirit energy of heaven and earth, or even pure yang spirit energy, but that hadn't been enough. He needed to use the magical laws of the Tao of Gods to refine his god power. Ling Xiao now understood why Li Chunfeng and Mu Tianji's cultivation bases had advanced so quickly. It was because of this minor god world. Without any further hesitation, Ling Xiao sat down cross-legged and began working on the heaven-devouring secret magic. Back on Kunwa God Mountain, the emperor had told Ling Xiao to create a clone before he corroborated his Tao and reached godly ascension. That way, he could sever his connection to the wordless heavenly tome. Although the wordless heavenly tome contained miraculous power, it was also an inauspicious item. Therefore, the emperor had told Ling Xiao not to rely on it too much. Ling Xiao had originally planned to use the essence Devil Bone to create a clone, but unfortunately, it was too powerful. Even with the wordless heavenly tome, it wasn't something he could assimilate. Thankfully, the wordless heavenly tome was in Jinsei's body, intertwined with the seven souls scatter soul, and temporarily severed its connection to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was planning to use this opportunity to reach the level of 3 gods. As for what the emperor had said about the wordless heavenly tome being an inauspicious item, Ling Xiao didn't take it to heart. As far as he was concerned, it was nothing more than a treasure. Although it had helped him a lot, he didn't rely on it too much. As far as Ling Xiao was concerned, personal strength was the most important thing. Rumble, heaven and earth trembled, and the void rippled as Ling Xiao sat cross-legged in a world of darkness, surrounded by dazzling spheres of light that resembled stars. Drawing on his heaven-devouring secret magic, he summoned the King Heaven-Devourer Cauldron above his head, pulsing with ancient and mysterious fluctuations as it transformed into a vortex that began to devour the God Tao magical laws. Ling Xiao discovered that even though there were divine Tao laws in the balls of light, there was also a trace of heaven burial qi mixed within. Thus, even Li Chunfeng and Mu Tianji would extract the heaven burial qi from the balls of light before devouring the divine Tao laws within. However, Ling Xiao did not have such concerns. Before his heaven-devouring secret technique, both the laws of God and heaven's burial qi were refined and turned into the purest origin divine force that fused into his body. Zhou Tian's body glowed. His body was dazzling. The divine power in his body surged and intertwined like a great river, flowing continuously. Every time it flowed, it would refine a large amount of divine Tao laws, causing the power in his body to become even more majestic. Rumble, the King Heaven-Devourer Cauldron trembled violently, as though it were undergoing some sort of transformation. The god power within it seethed as though it might explode at any moment. The King Heaven-Devourer Cauldron grew more and more corporeal, with primal chaos mist swirling within it and dazzling lightning crackling. It was almost as though heaven and earth were being created. As of this moment, the King Heaven-Devourer Cauldron was giving birth to a mysterious world. Boundless god power poured into the King Heaven-Devourer Cauldron, causing soaring heaven's aura to grow stronger and stronger. The light around Ling Xiao became more and more resplendent. His body seemed to become more and more powerful under the stimulation of the laws of God. The figures of the 4 divine beasts appeared behind him. A 30,000-meter-long golden dragon roared, pulsing with unparalleled godly might. A 5-colored phoenix pulsed with intense flames that seemed capable of igniting all heaven and earth. An enormous white tiger rose up in a sea of god power, roaring with heaven-destroying, earth-extinguishing might. The Xuanwu turtle was like a vast continent floating in primal chaos, its 4 limbs spreading out to give birth to powerful living beings. As his mastery of the heaven-devouring secret technique improved by leaps and bounds, Ling Xiao actually gained a kind of enlightenment. The essence of the four secret techniques became clearer and clearer. His understanding of the four elephants' heaven-striking style also began to reach perfection. As Xianxia cultivated in this minor god world, his aura grew stronger and stronger, and the king heaven-devourer cauldron began transforming into a heaven-devouring god sea. Time passed by slowly. The war god continent was in a state of upheaval. Back when Xianxia destroyed the war god temple and revealed his identity as Paragon Heaven Devourer, it had shaken the entire war god continent. Many of the Holy Lands had been forced to seal their mountains for fear that Xianxia would come knocking on their door. At the same time, Xianxia had revealed that the outsider heaven devils would soon be out in the open, and would be led by a devil god king to invade the war god continent. Many of the Holy Lands of the Tao of martial arts viewed Xianxia and the House of Longevity as their savior, and hoped that Xianxia would be able to slaughter the outsider heaven devils and save the millions upon millions of living beings on the war god world. Originally, many of the Holy Lands thought that the House of Longevity would come out in force and unite the Holy Lands to fight against the outsider heaven devils. What they didn't expect was that Xianxia and Changsun men seemed to have disappeared during this period of time. Many people began to panic, wondering if Xianxia had given up on the war god continent. At the same time, powerful beings emerged from the 8 great forbidden lands one after another. The Emperor Tomb Mountain, Nantian clan, and Astral Palace announced that they had pledged allegiance to the god-burying race of the God Burial Cave. The heavenly human tribe of the Cosmos River appeared. The Kunlun Mountain and Black Heaven sect pledged allegiance to the heavenly human tribe. The 7 Emotions and 6 Desires demon sect and many other demonic sects pledged allegiance to the Sorcerer tribe. The emergence of the beings from the Forbidden Lands shocked the entire war god continent. The beings from the Forbidden Lands were all terrifyingly strong, and almost all of them were god spirit experts. They were invincible and could dominate the world. Apart from a few of the Holy Lands, most of the experts from the Holy Lands had pledged allegiance to the terrifying beings from the Forbidden Lands. With so many god spirits emerging, some people even thought that Xianxia was afraid of the beings from the Forbidden Lands. That was why he had brought the House of Longevity to hide. Following that, something happened that verified everyone's guess. The heavenly king of the celestial race issued a decree, saying that Xianxia had killed 2 of the celestial race's experts and deserved to die. He offered a god-tier martial art and divine weapon as a reward for news of Xianxia and the House of Longevity. Xianxia and the House of Longevity are finished. That's right. I thought that Xianxia had destroyed the war god temple, killed the supreme true dragon, and became the most powerful person on the war god continent. However, I didn't expect there to be so many god spirit experts in the Forbidden Lands. I think Xianxia deserves it. Who asked him to offend the heavenly king of the celestial race? However, with so many god spirit experts in the Forbidden Lands, they will definitely be able to kill all the outsider heaven devils and save our war god temple. Everyone discussed fervently. Some of them were even hostile towards Xianxia and the House of Longevity and slandered them with ulterior motives. With the orders of the Celestial King, many experts from the Holy Lands were eager to make a move, and began searching for Luochang Men and Xianxia. However, after 1 year, 2 years, the Longevity Gate and Xianxia seemed to have disappeared into thin air. No one could find them. The 8 Wilds region had been taken over by the heavenly humans. The war god continent was in a state of turmoil, as though a tempest were brewing. By this point, Xianxia had been in seclusion in the minor god world for 3 years. During those 3 years, he had devoured more than half of the god Tao magical laws in the minor god world, and the glowing light in the area had grown sparse, as though it might be extinguished at any moment. And the sea of god power in the Heaven Devourer cauldron was almost full. Rumble, Xianxia pulsed with a terrifying aura, causing primal chaos to swirl around him. Heaven and earth trembled violently as dazzling godlight filled the area. The Heaven Devourer cauldron was covered with ancient magical symbols that seemed to contain the supreme truths of heaven and earth. Xianxia seemed to be surrounded by a mysterious aura. The aura on Xiao's body grew stronger and stronger. It was terrifying beyond compare. It contained an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation. When the aura on his body rose to its peak rumble, the Heaven Devourer cauldron exploded. It was as though heaven and earth had been cleaved apart as a terrifying aura filled the area. Boundless primal chaos mist filled the area, and the world of darkness around Ling Xiao was suddenly filled with dazzling light. Strands of mist rose into the air. Divine energy was vast like an ocean, and it emitted a crystalline and gorgeous radiance. It transformed into a vast devouring vortex. The void was trembling violently as if it was about to collapse. Rumble, a vast ocean of divine power formed behind Ling Xiao. It was vast and boundless, thousands of miles long. It transformed into a vast devouring vortex. Bolts of blazing lightning descended from the vast sky. They were dazzling and as thick as a mountain range. They contained an incomparably terrifying power. As of this moment, the Heaven Devourer's secret art broke through. The Heaven Devourer cauldron was now a Heaven Devourer God sea, whether it was in his previous life or this life. The Heaven Devouring secret technique was Ling Xiao's most fundamental secret technique. Therefore, Ling Xiao's understanding of the Heaven Devouring secret technique was also the deepest. Therefore, when Ling Xiao condensed the heaven-engulfing divine ocean, he naturally used the divine power nomological laws to prove his Tao and become a god. The vast divine tribulation descended, heaven and earth trembled violently, as if the void was about to shatter. Ling Xiao had achieved the dual god realm, which was even more heaven-defying and terrifying than the mortal god realm. Therefore, the god tribulation this time was also incomparably terrifying. Especially since Ling Xiao had achieved the double god realm in the mortal world, it made the heavenly Tao even more furious. Right now, Ling Xiao was an existence that could endanger the life of the war god realm. Hence, the sky laws of the entire war god realm enveloped Ling Xiao, wanting to destroy him completely. Ling Xiao's eyes gleamed with sharpness as he stared at the vast sky. The resplendent sea of lightning rose up and intertwined with each other. It was as though a few mysterious figures had appeared within the sea of lightning. Rumble, the void rumbled, and in an instant, tens of thousands of lightning bolts descended on Ling Xiao. Every single lightning bolt contained the power of a divine spirit realm expert. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts descended, as though they wanted to destroy everything. Good timing. Ling Xiao's eyes gleamed with sharpness. He did not dodge, because he knew that even if he did, it would be useless. This god tribulation could only be endured by him alone. Only by going through the tempering of the god tribulation would he be able to complete the divine power nomological laws and achieve the dual god realm. Rumble, his fist soared into the sky, and the golden fist imprint contained an incomparably terrifying power. The terrifying lightning bolts were shattered by him, turning into the purest lightning energy. Then, they were devoured by the heaven-engulfing divine ocean behind him. Ling Xiao spread out his arms, and the heaven-engulfing divine ocean behind him surged towards the tier sea in the 9 heavens, as though it wanted to refine the entire sea of lightning. At this moment, Li Chunfeng and Mu Tianji had also awoken from their cultivation state. Both of their cultivations were on the verge of a breakthrough. If they were not disturbed by Ling Xiao's god tribulation, they would have been able to attain the Tao and become gods. However, at this moment, they had awoken from their cultivation state. Looking at the scene before them, their eyes were filled with disbelief. It was too terrifying. Just the pressure of the terrifying lightning was enough to make their hearts tremble. They felt that if the two of them were to face such a god tribulation, they would have been turned into ashes in an instant. There was no doubt about it. Is this the god tribulation of the dual god realm? It's too terrifying. Li Chunfeng's voice was trembling slightly, and his eyes were filled with shock. In the divine world, those who can attain the divine body realm are already 1 in 10,000 geniuses. Those who can attain the dual god realm are even rarer. As for those who have attained the triple god realm, even in the entire divine world, they are considered peerless geniuses. Perhaps, we are witnessing the birth of a great existence. Mu Tianji's eyes were filled with excitement as he spoke slowly. Attaining the triple god realm in the mortal world was more than 1,000 times harder than attaining it in the divine world. Hence, this strengthened their belief that Ling Xiao would definitely grow into a great existence in the future. However, could Ling Xiao really survive such a terrifying god tribulation? Boom, the sea of lightning in the sky seemed to be raging at this moment. Ling Xiao actually wanted to use the heaven-devouring sea to completely devour the god tribulation sea. This was an unquestionable provocation to the heavenly Tao. It was just like how ordinary people wanted to rebel and despise the imperial power. Even the kings of the mortal world could not tolerate the rebellion of their own people. How could the heavenly Tao tolerate Ling Xiao's provocation? Hence, the sea of lightning burned even more fiercely. A mysterious aura filled the air, and a few terrifying figures walked out from the sea of lightning. These few figures were shrouded in the dazzling lightning, and their faces could not be seen clearly. However, each of them exuded an invincible aura that could sweep through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The 9 Supreme Emperors? A sharp glint flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes, revealing an incomparably solemn expression. These 9 Supreme Emperors had appeared in the terrifying God Tribulation when Ling Xiao had condensed the Celestial Emperor's Dharma form with 108 divine powers. That battle had caused the sky to darken, and the sun and moon to dim. Ling Xiao was almost completely annihilated by the 9 Supreme Emperors. In the end, Ling Xiao had survived the God Tribulation with great difficulty. How could Ling Xiao not recognize these 9 figures? They were the 9 mysterious Supreme Emperors that he had met before. However, the 9 Supreme Emperors in front of him were obviously much more solid than before. Their strength was more than 10 times or even 100 times stronger. Just one figure alone was enough to make Ling Xiao feel a terrifying pressure, let alone the 9 Supreme Emperors. Ling Xiao's physical body had achieved immortalhood, and his recovery abilities were extremely strong. As long as his injuries were not fatal, he could recover in an instant. As for the devouring divine ocean that he had condensed, it was constantly merging with the sea of energy in the universe, constantly devouring the boundless spiritual energy in the void to nourish his body. It could be said that he had relied on his physical body to achieve immortalhood, the insane recovery abilities of the divine dragon body, and the power of the devouring divine ocean to sustain himself for so long. Boom boom boom, bolts of lightning were blinding, and the thunder tribulations were terrifying beyond compare. The battle between Ling Xiao and the 9 emperors seemed to have pierced through the world and destroyed chaos. It was extremely terrifying. Li Chunfeng and Mu Tianji, who were hiding in the distance, were completely dumbfounded. Who were those 9 figures? Could they be the ancient heavenly emperors? This is too terrifying. To be able to fight against the imprints of the 9 heavenly emperors to such an extent, Ling Xiao's potential is practically limitless. Li Chunfeng and Mu Tianji were trembling from head to toe, their eyes filled with shock and agitation. The reason why they had guessed that the 9 figures were the ancient heavenly emperors was because the emperor's aura that emanated from the 9 figures was too terrifying. Even a divine spirit cultivator would have to submit in the face of that aura. It was an invincible aura that could sweep through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and suppress all 8 directions. Only the strongest cultivator of an era, the eternal and immortal heavenly emperors, could have such an aura and energy wave. If Ling Xiao can achieve the 3 God stage, so what if the strongest cultivators from the realm of the gods descend? Looks like it won't be long before we return to the realm of the gods. Li Chunfeng took in a deep breath, his eyes filled with hope. The Fengshui family and Muwang City had been exiled for 1,000,000 years. They had broken the curse on their bloodline and discovered their origins. Naturally, they wanted to return to the realm of the gods. Only by returning to the realm of the gods would they be able to climb to the peak of the martial way, and only then would they have the hope of revenge, suppressing their 2 families 1,000,000 years ago and planting a curse on their bloodline. That person wanted to wipe them all out. In the past 1,000,000 years, countless ancestors of the Fengshui family and Muwang City had tried to break the curse on their bloodline and discover their origins. Countless ancestors had died tragically, and this blood feud had been pinned on that mysterious existence. Sooner or later, they were going to take it back from them personally. Boom boom boom, the small god realm started to shake violently. At the start, it was supported by the boundless God Tao laws, causing the small god realm to be incomparably sturdy. But by the time Ling Xiao had refined all the God Tao laws and triggered the God Tribulation, the small god realm was starting to crumble. By now, the battle between Ling Xiao and the 9 Thearchs was too terrifying. Instantly, the small god realm started to break apart. Crack, the void shattered as boundless void turbulence surged. Ling Xiao, Li Chunfeng, and Mu Tianji were all repelled by the god burial cave and were instantly teleported out of it. The lightning in the 9 heavens was getting more and more intense. Boom boom, lightning poured down from the 9 heavens like water, like a waterfall. Each bolt of lightning was as thick as a mountain range, becoming incomparably terrifying. Ling Xiao and the 9 Thearchs were shrouded in boundless lightning bolts as they fought. The terrifying shockwaves from their battle shook the entire god burial cave. Not good. Li Chunfeng and Mu Tianji shuddered as a grim look appeared in their eyes. God Burial Cave was the territory of the buried god tribe. Previously, they had been cultivating in the small god realm, and the buried god tribe had not discovered them yet. But now that the small god realm had shattered and Ling Zhao's tribulation was so terrifying, the buried god tribe would definitely discover them soon. Whoosh, just as Li Chunfeng and Mu Tianji had expected, just as this thought flashed through their minds, godly rays of light shot out from afar. Following that, a series of powerful figures appeared in the sky. Black godly rays of light shone as the heaven burial chi surged. The entire god cave looked as though it was about to split open. The figures shrouded in black robes moved at an incredible speed and appeared before Li Chunfeng and Mu Tianji almost instantaneously. The one in the lead was a black-robed young man with a jade-like complexion. He was extremely handsome and had a slender body. However, his face was pale and devoid of blood. His eyes were filled with a demonic glow. He stood in the sky with an incomparably terrifying aura. A powerful godly aura emanated from him, causing Li Chunfeng and Mu Tianji to shudder. This black-robed young man was an immortal as well. Behind the black-robed young man, there were two old men with hunched backs. Their faces were like tree bark and their sunken eye sockets seemed as though there was a ghostly fire burning within them. Those two old men were immortals as well. Other than that, Mu Tianji's eyes flashed as he caught sight of a familiar face from the Emperor Tomb Mountain. Even though the master of the Emperor Tomb Mountain and the patriarch of the Emperor Tomb Mountain were both dead, the status of this middle-aged man before him was no less than the patriarch of the Emperor Tomb Mountain. The middle-aged man's aura was extremely strong. He was already at the titled Supreme Realm. He looked like an immortal with an ethereal aura. His gaze was deep and calm, completely different from that sinister fella from the Emperor Tomb Mountain. However, Mu Tianji knew that this middle-aged man was the lover of the Emperor Tomb Mountain's patriarch, Old Taoist Mingyu. When Old Taoist Mingyu saw Li Chunfeng and Mu Tianji, his eyes were filled with shock. He said calmly, "So it's Master Mu and Master Li. How dare you come to the God Burial Cave? If I'm not wrong, the person going through the lightning tribulation in the void should be Ling Xiao, right?" Old Taoist Mingyu looked at Ling Xiao's figure in the void with a hint of fear in his eyes. Previously, there were rumors that Ling Xiao had already proven his Tao and become a god. However, those were probably just rumors. Now was probably the time for Ling Xiao to prove his Tao and become a god. That's right. It's Lord Ling Xiao. If you guys don't want to die, leave this place immediately. Otherwise, once Lord Ling Xiao passes his god's tribulation, it'll be hard to say if he'll fly into a rage upon seeing you guys. Mu Tianji looked calmly at Old Taoist Mingyu and said. Rumble, up in the void, Ling Xiao and the 9 emperors were completely enveloped by the lightning tribulation. Even Old Taoist Mingyu and the rest did not notice the 9 emperors. They could only instinctively sense that the aura within the lightning tribulation was extremely terrifying, causing them to tremble in fear. Especially the demonic young man. His eyes shone with a sharp gleam as he revealed a look of surprise. Ling Xiao? The gates of the realm of gods have yet to open and he's already proven his Tao and become a god. He's really talented. If he's willing to pledge his allegiance to me later, I might spare his life. The demonic young man mumbled to himself. Old Taoist Mingyu smiled and said, "It's Ling Xiao's fortune to be able to become young Master Zhongxian's servant. However, young master, you must be careful. I heard that Ling Xiao is extremely powerful and should not be underestimated. In this god burial cave, if he doesn't wish to be killed by the patriarch, he can only pledge his allegiance to me. Otherwise, even if I let him go, the patriarch will not spare his life." Rumble, amidst the flashes of lightning, the heavens and earth trembled. Chaotic fog swirled around as the 9 emperors stood at the peak of the firmament, exuding an undefeatable aura. Although their faces could not be seen clearly, their eyes seemed to be able to pierce through the river of time, breaking through the fog of time. They descended from the endless void, causing Ling Xiao to tremble all over. Ling Xiao didn't know why such a terrifying figure would appear when he was merely undergoing the god's tribulation. He guessed that the 9 emperors were peerless figures who had dominated the universe during the ancient times. Even the heavens and earth could not erase their will, leaving their mark in the thunder tribulation. The heavenly Tao lightning tribulation had created their imprints in order to completely exterminate Ling Xiao. At the same time, Ling Xiao was a little confused. When his physical body became a god, although there was a god's tribulation, it didn't seem to be this terrifying. Could it be that when he reached the three gods' realm, the divine tribulation would be even more terrifying? Ling Xiao guessed in his heart, but he could not find the reason. At this moment, the 9 Supreme Emperors were already charging towards the clouds. Boom, a great emperor raised his fist and punched out. The terrifying fist covered the sky, containing an invincible power, as if it wanted to crush everything into dust. Then let's fight. Ling Xiao's eyes were blazing with battle intent. The appearance of the 9 Supreme's great emperors had stimulated the strong battle intent in his heart, causing his aura to rise. Suddenly, he punched towards the void. Roar. The dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens as heaven and earth trembled violently. Ling Xiao's body was wrapped in blazing golden light and he was like a peerless divine dragon that could traverse the 9 heavens. His fist imprint was unparalleled and it suddenly collided with the fist imprint of the great emperor. Bang, the heavens and earth trembled violently, and the void shook. Ling Xiao felt that the vast fist will seem to be able to turn the entire universe into nothingness. Ling Xiao's figure flew back, but the great emperor's figure didn't even sway. Ling Xiao could feel that the great emperor's strength wasn't very strong. In fact, it was even weaker than him. However, that invincible fist intent seemed to encompass the entire universe and contained the power of life and death. With a single punch, anything would be reduced to dust. Whoosh, before Ling Xiao could even stabilize himself, a dazzling sword ray shot through the sky. It was vast and mighty like the Milky Way spreading out, containing an eternal and indestructible sword intent. It was an emperor whose eyes were like swords. Sword intent soared around him, and he seemed to have turned into a divine sword light that could split the world apart. He contained extremely vast and terrifying power. Clang, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed sharply as he raised his arms. The vast heaven-swallowing divine sea behind him surged and turned into a giant heaven-swallowing divine sword, slashing down at the great monarch. Crack, the heaven-devouring divine sword, which was formed by the heaven-devouring divine sea, was incomparably vast. However, when it collided with the sword light, it did not have the slightest bit of resistance and was instantly slashed apart. A storm of sword energy mixed with divine light swept out in all directions. In the end, the sword light slashed onto Ling Xiao's chest. Ling Xiao's body exuded a dazzling light, and his body was crystal clear and resplendent. In the end, although he managed to block the power of the sword light, he felt as though he had been struck by lightning. He suddenly flew back and spat out a mouthful of blood. In just 2 moves, Ling Xiao was already injured. However, an even greater danger had arrived. The 9 great monarchs seemed to be the embodiment of heaven's will. They were bent on killing Ling Xiao. The 9 great monarchs did not know how to fight one-on-one, and they actually charged towards Ling Xiao at the same time. The dazzling sword light, the Big Dipper divine staff that could destroy everything, the Fangtian halberd that could destroy heaven and earth, and the boundless sea of fire that could burn heaven and earth, every great emperor seemed to possess an incomparably terrifying power. That kind of realm was far beyond the current Ling Xiao. Although the strength of the 9 great emperors might not be as strong as Ling Xiao, their martial arts seemed to contain endless spirituality. Every move was natural, making it impossible for others to block or even dodge. Rumble, Ling Xiao was completely in danger. Golden light blazed around him, and golden divine dragons circled around him. The 1,000 dragons' god-slaying skill was boundless, and the 4 elephants' sky-striking style could break through the chaos. In addition, his devouring deity sea could devour all energy fluctuations. It was extremely terrifying. However, he was still suppressed by the 9 great monarchs. Poof, Ling Xiao was sent flying by a punch, and a fist mark appeared on his chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Swoosh, a sword ray slashed down from the sky. Even though Ling Xiao's body was extremely strong and tough, it still left a long bloody mark on his body, almost splitting him in half. Ling Xiao was still persevering and resisting. His gaze grew brighter, and his heart was incomparably calm. He seemed to have fallen into an extremely mysterious state. Under the joint attack of the 9 great monarchs, Ling Xiao's potential seemed to have been completely stimulated. He began to comprehend the martial arts of the 9 great monarchs, especially the boundless and invincible will. The invincible fist will, the sword will that could destroy 10,000 worlds, the fire will that could burn all living things. Ling Xiao began to comprehend the martial arts of the 9 great monarchs, and then integrated them into his own martial arts system. In Ling Xiao's previous life, his highest cultivation base was only the supreme titled realm. In this life, he had surpassed the peak of his previous life, and even reached the realm of 2 gods. Even in the realm of gods, he was considered a peerless genius. However, Ling Xiao was still not satisfied. His previous life's accumulation had been exhausted. If he wanted to continue to advance by leaps and bounds, he had to accumulate even more. Especially his understanding of the power of divine Tao, which was his weakness now. He had never been to the realm of gods, and only had a smattering of understanding of the divine Tao. Although Ling Xiao had killed many demon gods, most of them had been suppressed for 1,000,000 years, and their cultivation base had been reduced to nothing. They did not have full combat strength, and Ling Xiao could only rely on his killer moves to kill them. However, the battle with the 9 great monarchs made Ling Xiao feel that this was a great opportunity, and an unimaginable one at that. The 9 great monarchs' supreme will, their battle style, and their understanding of divine Tao had given Ling Xiao a deep understanding and enlightenment. It could be said that the longer Ling Xiao lasted in the hands of the 9 great monarchs, the more benefits he would gain. However, if it had been an ordinary person, they would have died in the hands of the 9 great monarchs before they could even gain any benefits. After all, to be able to survive the joint attack of the 9 great monarchs was not something an ordinary person could do. Ling Xiao was also severely injured, he was covered in blood, and his breathing had become extremely weak. His face was pale, and the corners of his mouth were stained with blood. Under the attack of the 9 great monarchs, he had suffered the most powerless battle of his life. Ling Xiao's physical body had become a god, and his body's regenerative ability was extremely strong. As long as it wasn't a fatal injury, he would be able to recover in an instant. The heaven-devouring divine sea that he had condensed was constantly fusing with the vital qi sea of the myriad worlds, constantly devouring the endless spiritual qi in the void to nourish himself. It could be said that he had relied on his physical body to become a god, the regenerative ability of the divine dragon body, and the power of the devouring god sea to hold on for so long. Rumble, bolts of lightning flashed, and the lightning tribulation was extremely terrifying. The battle between Ling Xiao and the 9 god emperors seemed to have broken through the world and destroyed the chaos. Li Chunfeng and Mu Tianji, who were hiding in the distance, were completely dumbfounded. Who exactly are those 9 figures? Could they be the ancient heavenly emperors? Too terrifying. To be able to fight against the seals of the 9 heavenly emperors to such an extent, Ling Xiao's potential is limitless. Li Chunfeng and Mu Tianji trembled slightly, and their eyes were filled with shock and excitement. The reason why they guessed that the 9 figures were the ancient heavenly emperors was because the emperor's aura that they exuded was too terrifying. Even a godly expert would have to bow down in front of such an aura. It was an aura that could sweep through the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and suppress the 6 directions of the universe. Only the strongest expert of an era, the eternal heavenly emperors who could suppress gods, could have such an aura and presence. If Ling Xiao can reach the 3 gods' realm, so what if the experts of the divine world come? It seems like it won't be long before we return to the divine world. Li Chunfeng took in a deep breath, and his eyes were filled with hope. The Feng Shui family and Tomb King City were exiled 1,000,000 years ago. After breaking the curse on their bloodline and understanding their origins, they naturally wanted to return to the divine world. Only by returning to the divine world would they be able to climb to the peak of the martial Tao, and there would be hope for revenge. Suppressing them 1,000,000 years ago and planting a curse on their bloodline, they were trying to exterminate them. 1,000,000 years ago, countless ancestors of the Feng Shui family and Tomb King City had tried to break the curse on their bloodline and find out their origins. Countless ancestors had died tragically, and this blood feud was pinned on that mysterious existence. Sooner or later, they would find them personally to take it back. Rumble, the minor god world began to tremble violently. In the beginning, it was supported by boundless laws of the divine Tao, making it incomparably sturdy. However, when Ling Xiao refined all of the divine Tao laws and triggered the divine tribulation, this small divine world was unable to bear the burden. At this point, the battle between Ling Xiao and the 9 emperors was so terrifying that the minor god world began to shatter. Crack, the void shattered as boundless chaotic space currents gushed forth. Ling Xiao, Li Chunfeng and Mu Tianji were all rejected by the God Burial Cave as they were instantly teleported out of the God Burial Cave. The lightning above the ninth heaven became more and more dazzling. Rumble, the lightning poured down from the nine heavens like a waterfall. The bolts of lightning were as thick as mountains. It was extremely terrifying. The figures of Ling Xiao and the nine thearchs were enveloped in boundless lightning as they battled. That terrifying shockwave also shook the entire God Burial Cave. Not good. Li Chunfeng and Mu Tianji's bodies trembled as a trace of seriousness appeared in their eyes. The God Burial Cave was the territory of the God Burial tribe. Previously, when they were cultivating in the minor god world, the God Burial tribe was unable to discover them. However, now that the minor god world was shattered and Ling Zhao's divine tribulation was so terrifying, the God Burial tribe would soon discover them. So, indeed, just as Li Chunfeng and Mu Tianji had expected, just as this thought flashed through their minds, divine light shot out from the distance as powerful figures appeared in the sky. Black divine light surged as the heaven burial chi surged. The entire God Burial Cave seemed to have split open as numerous figures clad in black robes appeared in front of Li Chunfeng and Mu Tianji with extreme speed. The person in the lead was a handsome young man clad in black robes. He was extremely handsome and had a slender figure. However, his face was pale without a trace of blood and his eyes were filled with a demonic light. He stood in the void as his aura was incomparably terrifying. A powerful divine aura spread out, causing Li Chunfeng and Mu Tianji to tremble. This black-robed young man was actually a god spirit. Behind the black-robed young man were two stooped old men. Their faces were like tree bark and within their sunken eye sockets, there seemed to be ghost fire surging. The two old men were also god spirits. Other than that, Mu Tianji's eyes flashed sharply as he saw an old acquaintance of the Emperor Tomb Mountain. Although the Emperor Tomb Mountain Lord and Emperor Tomb Old Ancestor were both dead, the middle-aged man in front of him was in no way inferior to the Emperor Tomb Old Ancestor. The middle-aged man's aura was very strong and he was already a titled supremacy. He looked like an immortal with an ethereal temperament. His gaze was deep and indifferent, completely different from the sinister fellow in the Emperor Tomb Mountain. However, Mu Tianji knew that this middle-aged man was the lover of the Emperor Tomb Old Ancestor, Old Daoist Mingyu. Old Daoist Mingyu also saw Li Chunfeng and Mu Tianji and a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. He said indifferently, "So it's Master Mu and Master Li. You actually dare to come to the God Burial Cave? If this poor Daoist's guess isn't wrong, the person undergoing the lightning tribulation in the sky should be Ling Xiao, right?" Old Daoist Mingyu looked at Ling Xiao's figure in the sky and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. Previously, there were people who said that Ling Xiao had already verified his Dao and become a god. Those were probably just rumors. Now was probably the time for Ling Xiao to verify his Dao and become a god. That's right. It's Lord Ling Xiao. If you don't want to die, you'd better leave this place quickly. Otherwise, when Lord Ling Xiao completes his god tribulation and sees you guys, it's hard to say if he'll fly into a rage. Mu Tianji looked indifferently at old Daoist Mingyu and said. Rumble, in the sky, the figures of Ling Xiao and the 9 emperors were completely enveloped by the sea of lightning. Even old Daoist Mingyu and the others couldn't discover the figures of the 9 emperors. They could only instinctively feel that the aura of the sea of lightning was extremely terrifying, causing them to tremble in fear. This was especially so for that devilish-looking youth. His eyes shone with a sharp light as he revealed a trace of surprise. Ling Xiao, is it? The door to the god world hasn't opened yet and he's already able to verify his Dao and become a god. His talent is indeed not bad. If he's willing to submit to this young master, perhaps I can spare his life. The devilish-looking youth muttered to himself. Old Daoist Mingyu smiled lightly and said, "It's Ling Xiao's fortune to be able to become young master Xianxia's servant. However, young master must be careful. It's said that Ling Xiao's combat strength is extremely strong and cannot be underestimated. In this God Burial Cave, if he doesn't want to be killed by the old ancestor, he can only submit to this young master obediently. Otherwise, even if this young master releases him, the old ancestor won't let him live. The old ancestor has come out of seclusion? If that's the case, Ling Xiao will die without a doubt if he dares to disobey." Mingyu's eyes revealed a trace of surprise as he spoke respectfully. The old ancestor of the God-burying clan was extremely powerful and terrifying. He had killed countless extraterrestrial demons a million years ago and had been in seclusion to recuperate for the past million years. If the old ancestor came out of seclusion, it meant that his injuries had healed. If Ling Xiao dared to disobey, then he could just kill him. After Ling Xiao killed the Lord of Emperor Tomb Mountain and the old ancestor of Emperor Tomb, Mingyu might look calm on the surface, but in his heart, he couldn't wait to kill Ling Xiao. The old ancestor of the god-burying clan was a peerless expert of the same era as the heavenly king of the heavenly human clan. Li Chunfeng and Mu Tianji's expression changed. They also knew that the old ancestor of the god-burying clan, Xianxia, was said to be able to bury the heavens and earth. Ling Xiao had passed the supreme being tribulation, but he was only in the divine spirit realm. Against a peerless expert like Xianxia, his chances of winning were slim. The two of you are from the Feng Shui family and Tomb Monarch City? I didn't expect that not only did your clans survive, you even managed to break the curse of your bloodline? Sinners are sinners. Now, I'll give you a chance. Submit to this young master and atone for your sins. This young master will spare your lives. Zhang Xian looked at Li Chunfeng and Mu Tianji with a trace of surprise in his eyes. He spoke in a condescending tone, like a divine dragon looking down on ants. In Zhang Xian's opinion, the Feng Shui family and Tomb Monarch City deserved to die. They should be grateful that he gave them a chance to live. Submit to you? Who do you think you are? Even if you're the old ancestor of the god-burying clan, you think you're worthy of us submitting to you? Li Chunfeng sneered with a trace of arrogance in his eyes. After knowing the origin of the Feng Shui family, he also knew that in the divine world, when the Feng Shui family was at its peak, even sages didn't dare to be presumptuous. How could a mere god-burying clan make him submit to them? Li Chunfeng was the head of the Feng Shui family. If he returned to the divine world, he would be the head of the Feng Shui family. Naturally, he had his own pride. Although Mu Tianji did not say anything, the mockery in his eyes was obvious. Obviously, he also felt that Zhang Xian was not worthy of them submitting to him. Zhang Xian's face instantly darkened. The Feng Shui family and Tomb Monarch City are sinners of the divine world, and should have been exterminated. This young master, I gave you a chance. Since that's the case, then all of you can die. Kill them. Zhang Xian said coldly as a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. So Feng Shui to him. Even if they had a glorious past, they were now nothing more than a bunch of ants. To Zhang Zhang. Of Zhang Xiansbi. It. 2. The heavens and earth trembled as the two aged figures exuded an exceedingly eerie aura. They were like ghost kings from the 9 nether hells, cold and dark, exuding an eerie ghostly aura. Their withered hands were akin to ghost claws, grabbing towards Li Chunfeng and Mu Tianji respectively. Stop them. Once Lord Ling Xiao succeeds in his tribulation, they will all die. Li Chunfeng's expression changed slightly as he said with a solemn expression. He stomped his foot, causing the ground to rumble and the void to tremble. Streaks of qi of heaven and earth surged out, mixing with the blazing divine light and shooting into the sky. Li Chunfeng's body turned blurry in an instant. The surrounding mountains trembled, as if they had turned into numerous earth dragons, violently shaking. The qi of heaven and earth and the resplendent divine light were hazy in all directions, blurring everything and making it impossible to see. The power of a Feng Shui family is indeed extraordinary. It's a pity that they are still too weak. Zhang Xian looked at them in surprise. However, he didn't make a move. Li Chunfeng used the power of the Earth Dragon Vein to set up a vast Feng Shui killing array. It instantly enveloped the two old men. Mu Tianji's eyes flashed. He formed a seal with both hands. Streams of black light shot into the Feng Shui killing array. They contained terrifying energy waves. Rumble, a violent explosion sounded. The black ball of light seemed to contain some kind of destructive power that wanted to completely kill the two old men. When Li Chunfeng and Mu Tianji worked together, they actually managed to unleash a terrifying amount of power. Gotcha. However, the strength of the two old men was terrifying. The black light around them surged and the explosive energy couldn't do anything to them. Instead, their ghostly claws tore through the void and shredded the Xianhuang Qi into pieces. When the heavens unleash their killing intent, the stars move. When the earth unleashes its killing intent, dragons and snakes rise. When the humans unleash their killing intent, the heavens and earth turn upside down. When the heavens and humans unite, everything changes. Li Chunfeng looked solemn as he muttered something under his breath. The surrounding void started to tremble violently. The laws of heaven and earth seemed to have been triggered by him. The mountains trembled violently. Even the divine caverns in the surroundings began to suppress the two old men. The feng shui killing array seemed to be giving birth to a world that was about to be destroyed. The heavens and earth turned upside down, the stars moved, and all living beings cried out in grief. This kind of power made Ming Yu's eyes turn solemn. He could feel that if he were to fall into the feng shui killing array, he would be reduced to ashes in an instant. He wouldn't be able to withstand the power of heaven and earth. Just this feng shui killing array alone gave Li Chunfeng the strength to fight against a godly spirit expert. Unfortunately, the two old men weren't ordinary godly spirits. If Ling Xiao was here, he would be able to tell that the two old men had already reached the peak of the godly spirit realm. It was just that they had stayed in the mortal realm for too long. The divine energy in their bodies had deteriorated, and they could only unleash the strength of a late-stage godly spirit realm expert. Even so, it was still extremely terrifying. Rumble, the two old men exuded extremely terrifying fluctuations. They instantly soared into the sky. Their hands were like giant pillars that could hold up the sky. In an instant, they tore apart the feng shui killing formation. The mountains that were coming at them were also shattered by them. The two old men's eyes were incomparably cold as they charged towards Li Chunfeng and Mu Tianji. Li Chunfeng and Mu Tianji both smiled bitterly. The gap between their cultivation bases was simply too great. If both of them were able to attain the heavenly divinity, they might still stand a chance against GMO. But now, all their attacks couldn't do any damage to the two old men. Boom! At this moment, the vast sea of lightning in the void seemed to have exploded. Thick bolts of lightning shot through the void, turning the entire divine cavern into a world of lightning. Just as the two old men were about to reach Li Chunfeng and Mu Tianji, a vast lightning bolt descended from the sky. It was extremely bright and resplendent, suppressing the two old men. Kaboom! Dazzling lightning exploded, and the two elders from the god-burying clan trembled violently. Lightning flashed as they were sent flying. The lightning that filled the sky dissipated, and a figure shrouded in blazing lightning appeared in front of everyone. He finally succeeded. Li Chunfeng and Mu Tianji sucked in a deep breath of air as excitement flickered in their eyes. Dual God Stage, Ling Zhao's physical body and divine force were both godly. Ling Zhao's true strength could be said to be unrivaled in the divine spirit realm. Ling Zhao's body glowed with golden light, and his black hair danced in the wind. His entire person exuded an invincible and mysterious aura. He looked extraordinarily handsome, and his body glowed. His body was slender and strong, and he exuded an ancient dragon's aura. His eyes were bright and sharp, like two divine swords that pierced through the void. In the sea of lightning tribulation, the shadows of the 9 emperors were all torn apart by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had comprehended part of the martial will of the 9 emperors, and with his invincible physical body and engulfing divine sea, he had killed all of the 9 emperors and devoured and absorbed part of their laws. To Ling Xiao, this was an unimaginable benefit, and it meant that his path of divine Tao had become wider. After attaining the dual god stage, the engulfing divine sea was unparalleled, and it could maintain the divine force in Ling Xiao's body at a very high level at all times. It was only now that Ling Xiao was able to fully unleash the 4 elephants striking the heavens without suffering too much of a backlash. More importantly, through the battle with the 9 emperors, Ling Xiao discovered many mysterious uses of martial arts, especially the measurement of strength and combat strength. It was just like the saying of martial artists in the mortal world, 4 tails can defeat 1,000 caddies. He could use less strength to defeat his opponent. For example, right now, Ling Xiao had merely unleashed the battle prowess of a titled supreme being, yet it was enough to kill a godly spirit realm master. You are Ling Xiao? There was a flash of light in Zhang Xian's eyes as he revealed a curious and passionate expression. He could feel that Ling Xiao's body exuded an extremely dangerous aura, which meant that Ling Xiao's combat strength was extremely strong. God-burying clan? If I remember correctly, I don't have any enmity with the God-burying clan, right? If you leave now, I won't kill you. Ling Xiao glanced at Zhang Xian and said calmly. No enmity? Ling Xiao, you killed so many people from Emperor Tomb Mountain, causing many of my god-burying race's plans to go to waste. Is this not called enmity? If my guess is correct, the wordless heavenly book should be in your hands, right? Hand it over and submit to me. I can spare your life. Xianxia did not seem to have any self-awareness as he looked at Ling Xiao indifferently. Wordless heavenly book? So your god-burying clan also came for the wordless heavenly book. Since that's the case, I have no choice but to kill all of you. Ling Xiao said calmly as if he was stating a fact, but the murderous intent in his voice made people shudder. According to what Li Chunfeng and Mu Tianji had said, since the god-burying race had appeared, they must have suspected that the wordless heavenly book was in Ling Xiao's possession. Naturally, they wouldn't let Ling Xiao off. The god-burying race probably had the same idea as the celestial race. They were both eyeing the wordless heavenly book on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not deny it. After all, he had used the textless heavenly book many times. To others, the textless heavenly book was no secret. Kill all of us? Ha ha ha. Ling Xiao, you're really arrogant. Do you think that after becoming a god, you have the right to be arrogant in front of this young master? Let's not talk about whether you can kill this young master. Even if you can kill me, my god-burying race's old ancestor will not let you off. Ling Xiao, don't waste your time. You've already become the target of everyone. The celestial race and the sorcerer race are all eyeing the wordless heavenly book on you. If you hand over the wordless heavenly book and submit to this young master will definitely protect your life. In the future, I'll even bring you into the realm of the gods. Xianxia laughed coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. Although Ling Xiao was very strong, he didn't believe that Ling Xiao could kill him and the two powerhouses from the god-burying clan by himself. Moreover, this was the god-burying cave, the land of the god-burying race. If Ling Xiao made any strange moves, the old ancestor would not let him off. The ignorant are truly fearless. In my eyes, you're just a bunch of ants. As for the old ancestor you mentioned, I really want to see how much strength he has left after 1,000,000 years. Ling Xiao said indifferently, his eyes filled with a strong fighting spirit. According to Zhu Ganglai, even a god-level expert only had a lifespan of 1,000,000 years. The celestial race's heavenly king and the old ancestor of the god-burying race were probably old monsters who had lived for more than 1,000,000 years. Now, they did not have much lifespan left. Therefore, even if the old ancestor of the god-burying race had the strength of a true god, Ling Xiao was not afraid. Arrogant. Then this young master wants to see what qualifications you have to be so arrogant. Xianxia laughed coldly, his eyes revealing a cold killing intent. Buzz, a light flashed in his hand, and in an instant, a black ancient cauldron floated above his head. It contained an ancient and mysterious aura, and its divine power was vast. It seemed to be intertwined with his entire body. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. Xianxian's strength was not even comparable to the two old men of the god-burying race. However, since he dared to fight Ling Xiao, he probably relied on this ancient cauldron. The black ancient cauldron was heavy and mysterious. It emitted a desolate and barren fluctuation as if it wanted to bury heaven and earth in this ancient cauldron. The sky-burying cauldron, the treasure of the sky-burying race, contained an extremely terrifying power. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He could almost instantly confirm that this sky-burying cauldron was not the slightest bit inferior to the demon saint's scepter. The sky-burying cauldron was also a god-king weapon. No wonder Xianxia was so confident. Kill. Xianxian's eyes flashed with killing intent as he punched towards Ling Xiao. At the same time, wisps of black mist escaped from the sky-burying cauldron and attached to his fist, causing his fist to contain an extremely terrifying fluctuation. Ling Xiao's expression was calm. Even with the sky-burying cauldron, he did not take Xianxian seriously at all. After all, the gap between them was too great. Moreover, no matter how strong the sky-burying cauldron was, this was the mortal world. The power of a god-king weapon was suppressed. Moreover, with Xianxian's cultivation, he could not fully activate the sky-burying cauldron. Rumble, Ling Xiao punched out and a resplendent fist mark erupted, containing an indestructible power. When the two fists collided, the air trembled violently. Xianxian's expression changed abruptly. He felt a power that could destroy everything coming at him. It broke through his fist almost instantly. It wanted to kill him with one punch. Buzz, the sky-burying cauldron shone with a dense light as if a layer of black barrier had enveloped Xianxia. Even though Ling Zhao's punch was incomparably terrifying, it could not do anything to Xianxia in the end. It was as if it had struck the void. That layer of barrier trembled slightly, but in the end, it still managed to block Ling Zhao's punch. Clang, the heaven-burying cauldron trembled slightly and emitted a clear sound. It emitted an ancient and mysterious fluctuation, causing the space to tremble violently. Black divine light filled the air and turned into sharp rays of light that pierced towards Ling Xiao. Boom, Ling Zhao's eyes flashed sharply. He raised his 5 fingers to the sky and mysterious runes spurted out from his palm. His palm print covered the sky and instantly shattered the divine light emitted by the burying sky cauldron. Swoosh, Ling Xiao was extremely fast. His entire body was shrouded in golden light as he punched towards Xianxia. The golden fist imprint contained an indestructible power. Ling Xiao activated his physical strength to the extreme, and the power of the war god flowed through his entire body. His divine dragon body also erupted with a vast and terrifying dragon's might, causing this fist to contain a power that could steal one's soul. In the god's test, the battle between Ling Xiao and the 9 emperors had benefited him a lot. Especially the great emperor with the invincible fist intent. That kind of state where all living beings would grieve and heaven and earth would shatter with a single punch made him unconsciously integrated into his own fist principle. Xianxia's eyes revealed a trace of horror. Facing Ling Zhao's punch, he felt as though he was facing the ancestor of the god-burying clan. Even with the burying sky cauldron, he still felt a fatal murderous intent. It was as though all his attacks were useless against Ling Xiao. Xianxia could only desperately pour the divine power in his body into the burying sky cauldron and activate the power of the burying sky cauldron to block Ling Zhao's punch. Buzz, the burying sky cauldron shone brightly and the ancient runes lit up. Dark light filled the air and the mouth of the cauldron spewed out a black mist as though it was going to devour heaven and earth. Boom, Ling Zhao's punch landed on the burying sky cauldron. Suddenly, an extremely blazing divine light storm erupted. The void trembled violently and the runes on the burying sky cauldron exploded. This punch was incomparably fierce and invincible. It contained an invincible fist intent that could destroy everything. Even though Xianxia hid under the burying sky cauldron and used the power of the burying sky cauldron to block Ling Zhao's punch, part of the invincible divine power still passed through. Xianxia was dizzy and his entire body trembled violently. I'd like to see if your tortoiseshell can protect you. Ling Zhao's entire body exuded an unparalleled battle intent. Golden divine light shot up into the sky, and he punched out again. Xianxia did not seem to be able to resist Ling Zhao's attack at all. He could only use the power of the heaven-burying cauldron to block Ling Zhao's attack. Li Chunfeng and Mu Tianji's eyes flashed with surprise and excitement. Ling Zhao's strength was getting more and more unfathomable. If Ling Zhao's physical body had become a god, he would have been like a god of war in their eyes. His battle prowess would be unparalleled. However, the current Ling Xiao was like a vast ocean whose depth could not be seen. It made them unable to even feel a shred of battle intent. The 2 old men from the god-burying clan were also shocked. Ling Zhao's formidable strength caused their scalps to tingle. However, Xianxia's identity was too important. They couldn't let anything happen to Xianxia, so they could only brace themselves. Ling Xiao, don't be so arrogant. An old and cold voice rang out. The 2 old men from the god-burying clan pounced towards Ling Xiao at the same time. Black light rose from their bodies, forming a domain of darkness. Numerous python-like chains shot towards Ling Xiao. The 2 of them had seen how terrifying Ling Xiao was. Hence, they could only hope to trap Ling Xiao for a moment. Numerous black chains surged, densely packed together. It was unknown how many there were, but they wanted to completely trap Ling Xiao. Boom, at the same time, Ling Zhao's fist landed on the heaven-burying cauldron. Resplendent divine light erupted once again. Feeling the aura of the 2 old men from the god-burying clan behind him, Ling Zhao's gaze was incomparably cold. He welcomed the black chains that filled the sky, not bothering to dodge at all. At the same time, a golden flame rose from Ling Zhao's palm. It contained an aura that could swallow everything. This was the heaven-swallowing divine fire. After Ling Zhao's heaven-swallowing secret technique condensed the heaven-swallowing divine sea, the heaven-swallowing divine fire had also transformed into the heaven-swallowing divine fire. The heaven-swallowing divine fire could burn anything. It could burn rivers and boil seas. It was terrifying to the extreme. In an instant, it turned into a vast sea of flames that enveloped the two old men from the god-burying clan. The black chains that filled the sky were formed from the power of the god-burying clan within their bodies. But, when they encountered the heaven-swallowing divine fire, it was as if they had met their nemesis. They instantly began to burn, turning into ashes in an instant. As for the heaven-swallowing divine fire, it followed the aura of the god-burying clan's power. As if it had a mind of its own, it spread towards the two old men from the god-burying clan. What? Feeling the terrifying power of the heaven-swallowing divine fire, the two old men from the god-burying clan's complexion changed. They felt the threat of death. Without thinking, they directly shot away. You want to leave? You'd better stay here. Ling Zhao's eyes were indifferent. Although the two old men from the god-burying clan possessed extraordinary strength, the power of the god-burying clan was originally restrained by the heaven-swallowing divine fire. When they encountered Ling Zhao, it was as if they had met their nemesis. Whoosh, Ling Zhao's figure was like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, he appeared in front of the two old men from the god-burying clan and punched out. The two old men's complexions changed. But, that incomparably fierce fist had already arrived in front of them. There was no way for them to dodge. They could only stimulate the strength of their bodies to resist with all their might. Bang, a golden fist broke out, and the two old men from the god-burying race were sent flying by Ling Zhao's fist. Their arms exploded into a bloody mist, and they were sent flying several thousand feet away, falling into the sea of fire formed by the heaven-swallowing divine fire. The heaven-swallowing divine fire instantly enveloped the two old men. Moreover, when the power of the god-burying clan within their bodies encountered the heaven-swallowing divine fire, it was like oil had been poured onto a fire. It burned even more fiercely. Ah! The two old men from the god-burying clan let out incomparably miserable cries. They tumbled in the sea of flames, but they were unable to escape the burning of the heaven-swallowing divine fire. The miserable cries caused Xianxia's scalp to tingle. His eyes were filled with incomparable horror. Ling Zhao, do you really want to become enemies with my god-burying clan? Release the two elders and I can let you leave here. Xianxia's expression was ugly as he shouted at Ling Zhao. Become enemies with your god-burying clan? From the moment you coveted the wordless heavenly book in my possession, we were already irreconcilable. Ling Zhao coldly smiled, his eyes full of ridicule. Puff, killing intent flashed in Ling Zhao's eyes. He didn't care about Xianxia's murderous gaze at all. His palm shone brightly, and a palm blade chopped down. Immediately, the two old men were split into four halves. The heaven-swallowing divine fire swept over them, instantly swallowing their primordial spirits and godheads. Boundless divine power essence poured into Ling Zhao's body. Ling Zhao's primordial spirit was already incomparably powerful, especially after refining the primordial spirits and godheads of so many demon gods. However, the primordial spirits and godheads of these two old men from the god-burying clan made Ling Zhao's primordial spirit even more solid and pure. Ling Zhao, you deserve to die. Xianxia's face was extremely gloomy and his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He did not expect that in the God Burial Cave, in the territory of the God Burial clan, Ling Zhao would dare to kill two divine spirits of the God Burial clan. The two elders of the God Burial clan were lucky survivors of the war a million years ago. In the entire God Burial clan, there were not many divine spirit experts like them. Buzz, at this moment, the sky-burying cauldron shone brightly. Xianxia silently chanted and a mysterious and terrifying figure appeared in the void. It was a middle-aged man in black armor. He was heroic and his black hair fluttered in the wind. His body was strong and he exuded a powerful aura. He was enveloped in black divine light. His eyes were extremely sharp and contained an indifferent and cold expression. He was extremely aggressive. He looked at Ling Zhao indifferently as if he was looking at an ant. Greetings, ancestor. He is Ling Zhao. The textless heavenly book is with him. He killed two elders of the God Burial clan. Ancestor, please kill him. When Xianxia saw the middle-aged man appear, his eyes were filled with fanaticism and respect. He knelt down and bowed. "You are Ling Xiao?" The ancestor of the God Burial clan looked at Ling Xiao indifferently with a strange look in his eyes. "You are the ancestor of the God Burial clan? You are just a clone. If you don't want to die, let your real body come." Ling Xiao's eyes flashed and he said calmly. He could feel that the ancestor of the God Burial clan in front of him was just a spirit clone that was attached to the sky-burying cauldron. It was not the real body of the ancestor of the God Burial clan. However, even if it was just a divine clone, its strength was still extremely terrifying. It far surpassed the two old men from the God-burying clan and Xianxia. Ling Xiao could feel that the power of this divine clone had probably reached the peak of the divine spirit realm. "Young man, you are really arrogant. Do you think that you are worthy of the ancestor's real body appearing?" The ancestor of the God Burial clan was not angry. Instead, he smiled faintly. "It is not up to you to decide whether I am worthy or not. I don't want to waste my breath on you. If you want to get the wordless heavenly book, then let's see if you have the ability." Ling Xiao's eyes flickered. "Young man, I don't want to bully you. How about this, as long as you can take 3 of my moves, I'll let you go. How about that? If you can't even take 3 of my moves, then you don't deserve to have a treasure like the wordless heavenly book." The old ancestor of the God-burying clan said indifferently. 3 moves? Very good, then let me experience the ultimate techniques of the God-burying race. A sharp light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes as he agreed. He could feel that the old ancestor of the God-burying clan was a character with monstrous strength. After all, to be able to survive the great calamity a million years ago was not something an ordinary person could do. Since they were destined to be enemies, it would be good to use this clone of the God-burying clan's old ancestor to test his true strength. Moreover, through the battle with the old ancestor of the God-burying clan, Ling Xiao could also see the true strength of the deities in the other forbidden lands, such as the experts of the heavenly human tribe and the sorcerer tribe. No matter what the old ancestor of the God-burying clan was scheming, Ling Xiao did not care. The moment the old ancestor of the God-burying race appeared, Li Chunfeng and Mu Tianji jumped in fright. They were afraid that Ling Xiao wouldn't be a match for him. But when they saw that it was just a clone, they were able to relax for the time being. "Do you think Ling Xiao can take 3 of Zongsu's moves?" Li Chunfeng secretly transmitted his voice to Mu Tianji. "It shouldn't be a problem. It is just a clone. With Ling Xiao's current combat strength, it is not impossible for him to kill Zongsu's clone. What we should be more worried about is the combat strength of Zongsu's real body." Mu Tianji's eyes flashed as he said slowly. "If the clone goes all out, it should be able to unleash the true combat strength of the original body. Let's see if Ling Xiao can force Zongsu to use his true strength." "Let's hope so." Li Chunfeng and Mu Tianji looked at Ling Xiao and Zongsu, who were in the void, with anticipation in their eyes. "Young man, you are indeed courageous. I heard that your physical body is extremely strong. Let's have a taste of this move of mine, the Skyfall Hammer." Zongsu's eyes revealed a trace of admiration as he said slowly. Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, the void began to tremble violently. Lightning flashed as he raised his hand and formed a fist seal. The primordial chaos was unparalleled. It was like a giant hammer that reached the heavens, smashing down on Ling Xiao from the 9 heavens. Ling Xiao's gaze turned serious. This fist seemed to have merged with the heavens and earth. As the Skyfall hammer came down, the primordial chaos was boundless. It contained an unstoppable force, as if it wanted to shatter everything into dust. The Skyfall hammer gave Ling Xiao an illusion. It was as if the great emperor from the deity's tribulation had come back to life. The invincible fist intent that could destroy everything was very similar to it. However, when Zongsu executed it, it was obviously a little sluggish. The realm of his fist intent was also much lower. Could it be that this Skyfall hammer was the martial art of that great emperor? Ling Xiao became excited when he thought of this. If he could obtain the martial arts technique of the great emperor, it would definitely make his path to the divine path more solid. Kill. Ling Xiao did not have time to think. He immediately focused his mind and divine power rose around him. Dragon power filled the air and he also threw a punch at Zongsu. 1000 Dragons God-slaying skill, above Ling Zhao's fist seal, golden light shone brightly. 10,000 dragons rose and 49 seven-colored divine dragons moved unhindered. They covered the sky and pounced on Xianxia. Ling Xiao could feel that the thousand dragons' god-slaying skill was not as powerful as the Skyfall hammer. However, it was superior in that Ling Zhao's physical body had become a god and was recognized by the heavenly Tao. It had an almost invincible force, which made his punch equally ferocious. Rumble, heaven and earth trembled violently as the two fist seals suddenly collided, blazing divine light gushed out. The 49 seven-colored divine dragons were actually blasted apart by the Skyfall hammer. However, Ling Zhao's fist intent contained an unyielding and invincible fluctuation. In the end, it was destroyed along with the Skyfall hammer. Ling Xiao and Xianxia both trembled and were sent flying back at the same time. However, Ling Xiao was only sent flying by a dozen steps while Xianxia was sent flying by more than 300 meters. It was obvious that Ling Xiao had the upper hand. Has his physical body become a god? Powerful indeed. A sharp light flashed in Xianxia's eyes and he revealed a trace of amazement. Previously, there had been news that Ling Zhao's physical body had become a god. However, he did not believe it. After all, it was very difficult to achieve this even in the deity's realm, let alone in a mere mortal world. Xianxia's Skyfall hammer was a peerless fist technique that he had obtained from an ancient ruin. It was a pity that he only had this move and did not obtain the complete martial art's true meaning. Moreover, if he wanted to cultivate it to perfection, he would have to become a god with his physical body. Unfortunately, he did not become a god physically, so he had only cultivated the Skyfall hammer to the greater success stage. However, 1,000,000 years ago, he had used the Skyfall hammer to kill countless extraterritorial devils. It was extremely terrifying, although Xianxia's clone only had the strength of a peak divine spirit realm expert. Once the Skyfall hammer was used, even an ordinary peak divine spirit realm expert would be killed directly. However, not only was Ling Xiao not injured, but he also broke the Skyfall hammer and gained the upper hand. Very good. Next is the second move, God-bearing annihilating light. Xianxia's eyes flickered as he began to look at Ling Xiao seriously. Boom, black divine light rose around him. It was as vast as the sea, causing the surrounding void to begin to tremble. Wisps of black mist rose as if the sky had turned into a world of darkness. Divine power surged around Xianxia's body. The dazzling divine light covered the sky and covered the earth as it enveloped Ling Xiao. God-bearing annihilating light was a divine light formed by burying a god's power. It could wipe out a person's physical body, primordial spirit, fate, and even all traces of existence. Xianxia knew that Ling Xiao had become a god physically, so he used the God-bearing annihilating light to target Ling Xiao's primordial spirit, wanting to completely wipe him out. It's actually the God-bearing annihilating light? This is the ancestor's ultimate move. Ling Xiao is dead this time. Xianxian's eyes revealed a trace of shock as he spoke with incomparable excitement. As a member of the God-bearing clan, he naturally knew how terrifying the God-bearing annihilating light was. Ling Zhao's physical body had become a god, but his primordial spirit was probably still a weakness. He would not be able to withstand this move at all. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He felt a stabbing pain between his brows. Before the God-bearing annihilating light arrived, his brows were already on the verge of exploding. Devouring divine sea, devour. Ling Zhao's entire body glowed with golden light as he soared into the sky. A vast heaven-devouring divine ocean appeared behind him, transforming into an incomparably blazing devouring vortex. The sky-devouring secret skill was ranked 14th among the Heaven Star secret skills. It was extremely powerful and even more miraculous than the ancestral dragon's secret skill. Especially after Ling Xiao formed the sky-devouring divine sea, it could be said that there was nothing it couldn't devour. Although the God-burial light extinguishing light was also extremely terrifying, it was still only an extremely condensed energy in front of the heaven-devouring secret technique. Rumble, the devouring heaven divine sea was incomparably vast, shrouding everything around Ling Xiao. Endless God-bearing exterminating light fell on the devouring heaven divine sea, bursting out a dazzling radiance. It was like a giant wave soaring to the sky, causing the devouring heaven divine sea to tremble violently. However, the heaven-devouring divine sea contained a power fluctuation that could devour everything. In the end, it still devoured all of the God-burial light. sky-devouring secret technique? You really did obtain the wordless heavenly book. To be able to cultivate the heaven-devouring secret technique to such a level, I'm afraid your divine power laws have already proven your Tao and become a god, right? Dual god realm, your talent is indeed very strong. Xianxia's eyes flashed, revealing a trace of shock. He naturally knew what the dual god realm meant. With Ling Zhao's terrifying talent and the power of the wordless heavenly book, he would be another scarlet dragon war god in the future. Xianxia almost could not suppress the killing intent in his heart. However, when he thought of the plan, he forcibly suppressed the killing intent in his heart. Ling Xiao, take my third move. If you can take this move, I'll spare your life today. Xianxia's eyes were indifferent as he suddenly roared, heaven-burying cauldron, heaven-burying realm. Rumble, the void in all directions began to shake violently. Under Xianxia's control, the heaven-burying cauldron blazed with light and instantly soared into the sky. With the mouth of the cauldron facing downwards, a blazing black light rose up, turning into a vast world of darkness. Strands of God-burying power spread out, instantly causing the world to turn dark. The surroundings trembled, and all the light disappeared. He couldn't even see his own fingers. Only the coldest killing intent stimulated Ling Zhao's nerves. The heaven-burying cauldron overturned, turning into a dark heaven-burying realm. It wanted to swallow all life and light and bury all things. In the heaven-burying realm, Ling Xiao seemed to have been stripped of his senses and senses. It was as if he had fallen into eternal loneliness and darkness. Even though Ling Xiao knew that this was the power of the heaven-burying cauldron that Xianxia had used, that strange feeling still made him feel a little afraid. Everyone would feel fear. Even the most powerful gods would feel fear. However, the difference was whether you could overcome this fear, face it head-on, or even use it. Although Ling Xiao could feel that instinctive fear, he did not suppress it. He knew that fear could make him more clear-headed and sense where the danger was. Rumble, a sharp light suddenly flashed in Ling Zhao's eyes. It was as if a blazing sword light had broken through the endless darkness. He instantly soared into the sky and then blasted a fist towards the darkness before him. Yellow, black, cyan, and red divine lights instantly soared into the sky, making this dark world seem to have a mysterious color. Then, Ling Zhao's fist became more and more blazing, containing the power to destroy everything. The divine lights of the four divisions gathered into chaos, giving this fist a strange power to return to chaos and destroy the world. Four divisions heaven-striking style, Kacha, as if some kind of barrier had been opened, the darkness in front of him was instantly torn apart. Then, endless light shone in. Ling Zhao's fist fiercely slammed into the heaven-burying cauldron. Buzz, the heaven-burying cauldron emitted a mysterious fluctuation, causing the void to tremble. The terrifying fist intent exploded and blasted the heaven-burying cauldron hundreds of feet away. Ling Xiao had broken free. After Ling Xiao broke through the heaven-burying realm, Xianxia seemed to have suffered a huge backlash. His entire figure became incomparably illusory. However, his eyes became brighter and brighter. Good. Very good. Ling Xiao, since you can take 3 of my moves, you are indeed qualified to inherit the Scarlet Dragon War God's legacy. Today, I will let you go. However, the next time we meet, don't blame me for being impolite. Xianxia stared at Ling Xiao and said slowly. Let me go? Since we are destined to be enemies, then both of you should stay here. A cold light flashed in Ling Zhao's eyes. Xianxia intended to let him go, but he did not intend to let Xianxia go. Suddenly, the light around his body was dazzling. He instantly soared into the sky and pointed his finger like a sword. The sword light was extremely blazing and charged towards Xianxia and Xianxian. You don't have the strength to kill me. Rumble, Ling Zhao's sword also landed on the sky-burying cauldron. The sword radiance was blazing and sharp, causing the sky-burying cauldron to shine brightly. However, as it was a God King weapon, Ling Xiao was still unable to break through its defense. Also, I'll give you a piece of news for free. If I'm not wrong, the real body of Demon God King Bo Sun is hidden in the Heavenly Devil Ancient Land. The Heavenly Devil tribe in the Heavenly Devil Ancient Land is massacring the living beings of the War God continent. They should be refining the Heavenly Devil altar to summon Demon God King Bo Sun back. If you're too late, I'm afraid you won't be able to stop them. Xianxia's voice rang out in the void before he disappeared in front of Ling Xiao. However, Zhang Su's words caused Li Chunfeng and Mu Tianji's bodies to tremble as a trace of seriousness appeared in their eyes. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. Through the battle with Zhang Su's doppelganger, he could see Zhang Su's true strength. He was probably not much stronger than this doppelganger. Otherwise, he could have revealed his real body and killed Ling Xiao to snatch the wordless heavenly book. Now, it could only mean that Zhang Su was not competent in dealing with Ling Xiao. Do you think Zhang Su is telling the truth? Ling Xiao looked at Li Chunfeng and Mu Tianji and asked calmly. It's hard to say whether demon god King Bo Sun's real body is in the Heavenly Devil Ancient Land. However, the Heavenly Devil tribe in the Heavenly Devil Ancient Land has appeared and is massacring the living beings of the War God continent. We'll know once we check. It shouldn't be fake. However, I'm afraid Zhang Su is up to no good by telling us this. Li Chunfeng's eyes flashed as he said slowly. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with wisdom as he said indifferently, of course I know Zhang Su is up to no good. If I'm not wrong, he probably wants me to fight demon god King Bo Sun to the death so that he can reap the benefits. Mu Tianji's eyes widened as he nodded. That's very likely. The god-burying tribe, the heavenly human tribe, the sorcerer tribe and the other divine spirits of the Forbidden Lands are probably a bunch of cowards who are afraid of death. Otherwise, they wouldn't have survived the calamity a million years ago. They know how strong demon god King Bo Sun is. They definitely don't have the competence to face him. That's why they're sending you here. That's right. If I hadn't been able to withstand Buried Void's 3 moves, he would have killed me and snatched the wordless heavenly book. His 3 moves were just a test. My strength has gained his recognition, so he probably wants me to fight against demon god King Bo Sun. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given up on the wordless heavenly book so easily. Ling Xiao said calmly with a hint of mockery in his eyes. These godly spirits hiding in the Forbidden Grounds viewed the living beings of the War God continent as worthless. Even if they knew that the Sky Devil race was hunting living beings in the Heavenly Devil Ancient Land, they didn't think of rescuing them. Instead, they wanted to scheme against Ling Xiao. In Ling Xiao's eyes, these immortals were no different from the devils of the Outer Realm. They all deserved to die. Then let's go quickly. If the Sky Devil clan really comes out, the experts of the War God continent won't be able to resist the demon god of the Sky Devil clan. I'm afraid it will be extremely dangerous. A hint of worry flashed across Li Chunfeng's eyes. Good. Let's go. Since Buried Void wants me and demon god King Bo Sun to perish together, why shouldn't I fulfill his wish? This time, I will kill all the demons in the Heavenly Devil Ancient Land. A cold killing intent flashed in Ling Zhao's eyes. He instantly soared into the sky and flew out of the god burial cave. Li Chunfeng and Mu Tianji looked at each other and followed Ling Xiao out of the cave. In the 3 years that Ling Xiao was in seclusion, the entire War God continent was in turmoil. Especially when the Sky Devil race came out of the Heavenly Devil Ancient Land, they started a massacre on the War God continent. The 3 great demon gods of the Sky Devil clan had emerged. In the past few months, they had captured thousands of living beings of the human clan. Many sects had even been directly annihilated. The entire War God continent was in grief. Some people even went to the 8 great Forbidden Grounds to ask for help. Unfortunately, the godly spirits in the Forbidden Grounds didn't care about the lives of the people in the War God continent. Not a single one of them came to help. At this moment, everyone thought of Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao appeared, he would definitely kill those evil demon gods and sweep the entire Heavenly Devil Ancient Land clean. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao hadn't appeared for 3 years. Even the Longevity sect had disappeared without a trace. Ling Xiao returned to the Longevity sect through the Heavenly Stone. Ling Xiao's exit made the Longevity sect's disciples and his old friends very happy. This meant that Ling Xiao's strength had increased, and he had a lot more confidence in facing the extraterrestrial demons. However, what made Ling Xiao puzzled was that the old goat, Taoist Wu Liang, Big Radish, and Longevity Grass had left the Longevity sect. It was said that the old goat went to the Holy Ground to ask for help from the ancient demon race. If the ancient demon race was willing to help, they would have more confidence in fighting against the extraterrestrial demons. Taoist Wu Liang, Big Radish, and Longevity Grass were also said to have gone to seek help and train. In these 3 years, the cultivation of the disciples of the Longevity sect had increased by leaps and bounds. Many of the genius disciples' cultivation showed signs of a blowout after receiving sufficient resources. This was especially true for Ling Zhao's 7 direct disciples. They originally possessed the power of the divine way. In these 7 years, their cultivation had almost reached the peak of the sovereign realm. They were only a sliver away from advancing to the divine realm. When they reached the divine realm, if they fused together to form the 7 evils gourd, it would definitely have the power to destroy heaven and earth. Cousin, the war god continent has been in complete chaos these few months. I want to exterminate those experts of the demon race. It's a pity that the old man and aunt won't let me out. Long Outyen rode on the fire Qilin and exuded a powerful dragon's aura. His eyes were filled with depression. The divine dragon bloodline in his body had been completely awakened and his cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds. Ling Xiao had also passed on the cultivation method of the divine dragon body to him. Ling Xiao even felt that Long Outyen would be the next person to become a god with his physical body. After all, this kid's talent was too strong. It's right to not let you out. With your current cultivation, the demon god can kill you with one slap. Ling Xiao glared at him in exasperation. Cousin, are we just going to let those demon bastards be arrogant? If this continues, I'm afraid the entire war god world will be destroyed in their hands. Long Outyen said anxiously. Uncle, you're right. The Heavenly Fiend tribe captured humans to use their flesh and blood to forge the Heavenly Fiend altar and summon the demon god King Bo Sun. So, I've come back this time to wipe out the entire Heavenly Fiend ancient land. Ling Zhao's eyes glinted as he spoke calmly. All right. Xiao, you're right. We have to take the initiative to attack. No matter what the Heavenly Fiend tribe is up to, we can't let them succeed. Right at this moment, a hearty and clear laughter sounded. Long Hanyan and Ling Zhen walked in side by side. Long Hanyan's face was filled with a blissful smile. Her smile was like a flower. Ling Zhen, who was beside her, was tall and handsome. He was dressed in a white robe. Although his white hair was fluttering in the wind, his eyes shone brightly and he was in high spirits. He was very handsome and elegant. Mother, father? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed, revealing a trace of surprise. Speaking of which, this was his first official meeting with Ling Zhen. Previously, Ling Zhen had always appeared as the divine general of time. When Ling Xiao discovered his true identity, he had been heavily injured because he had used the Sutra of Time to help Ling Xiao deal with the left and right heavenly lords. After seeing Ling Zhen, Ling Xiao immediately felt a sense of closeness as if they were related by blood. It even made his eyes brim with tears. These were the parents who had raised him. Even if Ling Xiao was the heaven-devouring supreme who dominated the world in his previous life, he was still the son of Long Hanyan and Ling Zhen. Good lad, well done. Ling Zhen patted Ling Zhao's shoulder heavily. His eyes were filled with satisfaction and pride. Ling Zhen recalled the first time he met Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was only at the monarch realm. Ling Zhen had always been worried about whether Ling Xiao could face a colossus like the war god Hall. Who would have thought that in just a few years, Ling Xiao would not only destroy the war god Hall, but also become a god and become the strongest expert in the entire war god continent. Although he knew that Ling Xiao was the heaven-devouring supreme in his previous life, it didn't affect Ling Zhen's mood at all. Father, it seems like you've recovered from your injuries. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Zhen with a smile in his eyes. At this moment, Ling Zhen could be said to have broken through to the titled supreme realm. His aura was extremely majestic, and even his life source was extremely abundant. I'm fine. However, I'm proud of you to see that you've surpassed me. However, with great power comes great responsibility. I believe that you will definitely be able to wipe out the Outerium demons and bring peace to the war god world. Ling Zhen's eyes were filled with anticipation and pride. Father, don't worry, the Heavenly Fiend race, I will destroy the Heavenly Fiend ancient land this time. Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with determination. Big brother, I'll go with you this time. Isn't it just a bunch of demons? I'll annihilate all of them. The white dragon horse said nonchalantly. Its eyes were full of pride. Cousin, you have to bring me along this time. Those bastards should have died long ago. I Long Dragon, Long Tian. Long 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 dragon Long Out Yin said hurriedly. However, Long Lai glared at him and even gave him a kick on the chestnut. He was in so much pain that tears welled up in his eyes. Everyone laughed when they saw this. Ling Zhao's 7 true disciples, Mu Linfeng, Lu Jianyi, and the rest, all volunteered to go with Ling Xiao to conquer the heavenly fiend ancient land. These 7 fellows had been reborn. Not only were their bodies much younger, but their temperaments had also become like that of a child. They hung around with Long Out Yin and liked to mess around. They wanted to see the world in chaos. In an instant, the longevity hall was bustling with noise and excitement. Ling Xiao felt a little helpless. Master, you've reached the double god realm. I'm afraid it'll be extremely difficult for you to reach the triple god realm. However, I've recently discovered a treasure that might be able to help you. Zhu Ganglai suddenly said to Ling Xiao mysteriously. Oh? What treasure? Ling Xiao smiled and said. Master, please follow me. Zhu Ganglai chuckled and kept Ling Xiao in suspense. He then brought Ling Xiao to the back of the longevity mountain. That was the place where the path understanding tree grew. It was also the forbidden area of the longevity sect. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He did not know why Zhu Ganglai would bring him to the path understanding tree, but he still followed Zhu Ganglai. The path understanding tree had now become a towering ancient tree with luxuriant leaves. Its crown was like a dome, covering the sky and emitting a mysterious aura. The entire longevity gate was enveloped by this mysterious aura and became tranquil and flawless. Everyone felt refreshed and their minds were clear. Even the most common inner demons disappeared. The path understanding tree had now taken root in the depths of the longevity boundary. Its leaves were luxuriant and there were even strange flowers blooming. The fragrance of the flowers was pleasant and refreshing. The path understanding tree was shrouded in a resplendent glow. It was sparkling and translucent, and its branches and leaves looked as if they were carved from jade. They were incomparably exquisite, and on each leaf, there were mysterious patterns that seemed to contain some kind of truth of heaven and earth. With Zhu Ganglia's qualifications, he originally did not have the chance to come here. However, Jinsei brought him here once and he found a treasure here. Master, do you recognize this item? Zhu Ganglai brought Ling Xiao to the bottom of the path understanding tree. There was a fat bug lying on one of the path understanding leaves. Zhu Ganglai pointed at the bug and said. At this moment, the insect seemed to be undergoing some kind of metamorphosis. Its entire body emitted a flickering light. Its body looked flawless and translucent, but there were 8 blood veins on its body. The 9th blood vein had also appeared, but it looked incomparably dim. This is the Heavenman silkworm? Ling Zhao's eyes widened. He finally remembered the origin of this fat worm. This Heavenman silkworm was a treasure he cut out from an ancient stone in the heavenly god city. Later on, he gave it to the old goat to bring back to the longevity sect. Ling Xiao didn't expect the Heavenman silkworm to be here. Moreover, Ling Xiao could see that the Heavenman silkworm's body was glowing. A layer of transparent shell seemed to be peeling off. The 2 thin and translucent wings were already showing their shape. This is, evolving into a Heavenman divine butterfly? Ling Zhao's eyes trembled. Then, he became extremely excited. This was the Heavenman divine butterfly. It was said that a flap of its wings could shake the heavens and destroy a world. It was a ferocious existence that could destroy billions of lives. However, Ling Xiao didn't expect that the Heavenman silkworm had only undergone its 8th transformation a dozen years ago. How could it become a Heavenman divine butterfly so quickly? Could it be because of the path understanding tree? Ling Xiao stared at the path understanding tree in front of him with a hint of contemplation in his eyes. That's right. Master, the Heavenman silkworm is resting on the path understanding tree and has absorbed its aura. According to the old goat, the grand wisdom monarch ginseng and longevity grass also gave it 2 drops of divine liquid. That's why it's evolving so quickly. It's about to transform into a divine butterfly. Zhu Ganglia's eyes were also filled with excitement and amazement. The divine butterfly is a rare treasure in the god realm. It's said to have gone extinct in the ancient times. I didn't expect to see one here. Master, once the divine butterfly matures, it'll be able to tear apart a saint. Legend has it that it's comparable to an emperor. You've really found a treasure. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He didn't expect that the heaven-mend silkworm he accidentally cut open would evolve into a divine butterfly. Even the legendary old man Skywatch didn't manage to cultivate one, but it was about to appear in Ling Zhao's hands. Is the divine butterfly really that powerful? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he slowly asked. Zhu Ganglai nodded, that's right. Master, the divine butterfly is said to have slaughtered dragons and true phoenixes during the ancient times. It's a supreme existence that could destroy the heavens with a flap of its wings. However, even if it's transformed into a divine butterfly, it's still in its infancy. As long as Master continues to nourish it with essence blood, it'll definitely be of great help to Master once it matures. The divine butterfly hasn't recognized a master yet. Others should be able to make it recognize a master, right? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he looked at Zhu Ganglai. Master, you're not thinking of giving the divine butterfly away, are you? You can't do that. It's a waste to leave such a supreme treasure in the hands of others. Zhu Ganglai immediately became anxious and tried to persuade Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, you said it yourself. The divine butterfly in its infancy isn't very strong and won't be of much use to me. I plan to give it to Jinx. Jinx doesn't have any cultivation right now and I'm worried about her safety. With the divine butterfly protecting her, I can rest assured. Zhu Ganglai smiled bitterly with a complicated look in his eyes. In the demon race, he was used to seeing scheming against each other. Let alone a Dao partner, even parents and siblings could be killed. As a result, he did not understand why Ling Xiao would give the butterfly to Xianxia, but for some reason, he felt a trace of respect in his heart. Perhaps, if he followed such a master, he wouldn't have to worry about being betrayed as cannon fodder one day, right? A juvenile divine skymend butterfly was not strong, but that was only when compared to a divine skymend butterfly at its peak. However, even a juvenile divine skymend butterfly had the battle prowess of a god. How could it not be strong? However, seeing how determined Ling Xiao was, Zhu Ganglai did not continue to persuade him. Ling Xiao left the back mountain and quickly brought Xianxia over. When she heard that Ling Xiao wanted the butterfly to recognize her as its master, Xianxia didn't agree. After all, in her opinion, Ling Xiao was about to face demon god King Bo Sun. The more help she had, the safer she would be. Xianxia, only when you are safe can I fight demon god King Bo Sun with peace of mind. And believe me, I will definitely kill Bo Sun and cure you of the 7 soul dissipating soul light poison. Ling Xiao looked seriously at Xianxia and said. I believe you. Big brother Ling Xiao, being able to see you again is already a gift from the heavens. If you live, I live. If you die, I will follow. Xianxia smiled like a flower and said softly. Her long eyelashes fluttered and her beautiful eyes were filled with gentleness. Although her voice was very gentle, it contained a determination that moved one's heart, causing Ling Zhao's heart to involuntarily tremble. Xianxia, don't worry. I won't die, and you won't die either. We will live for 10,000 years, 100 million years, until the end of time. I am still waiting for you to give birth to a pair of children for me. Ling Xiao hugged Xianxia tightly and whispered in her ear, afraid that Xianxia would disappear if he let go. Xianxia's pretty face was red, but her face was filled with happiness. Zhu Ganglai was very quiet at the side. Looking at the two in front of him hugging each other, his heart was filled with complex emotions and envy. In the eyes of many demons, humans were weak, fragile, and had a lot of boring emotions. They were only fit to be food for demons. But sometimes, Zhu Ganglai thought that it was because of those emotions that humans had that allowed them to become the epic lords of this era, to suppress the 3,000 realms and become the rulers of this world. Finally, under Zhu Ganglai and Ling Zhao's guidance, Xianxia's essence blood fused into the heaven-mend silkworm. Rumble, the heaven-mend silkworm emitted a resplendent light as if it had finally reached the critical point of evolution. In an instant, the 9th blood vein completely appeared and was clearly visible. The 9 blood veins were resplendent and like 9 divine chains of order, they instantly soared into the sky and contained a vast and mysterious power of laws. The heaven-mend silkworm began to tremble slightly. Its chubby and cute body emitted a majestic blood energy and ancient and mysterious ripple. It was as if an ancient divine beast had awakened, becoming monstrous and terrifying. Almost half of Xianxia's blood fused into the Heavenmend silkworm's body. She formed a seal with her hands and used her blood to draw an extremely mysterious rune in the void. Then, she suddenly imprinted it on the Heavenmend silkworm's body. Boom, the 9 blood veins were like 9 chains that bound the Heavenmend silkworm. They shone with a resplendent light and then all of them suddenly exploded. The Heavenmend silkworm floated in the void. The epiphany tree also danced in the wind. Mysterious rays of light fell down like pearls and poured into the Heavenmend silkworm's body. The Heavenmend silkworm violently twisted. When the light reached its peak, 2 transparent cicada wings broke free. The 9-colored light illuminated the void. It was extremely beautiful. The Heavenmend silkworm had completely transformed into a butterfly. It shone with 9-colored light and its aura was ancient and mysterious. A ferocious aura spread out as if it could break open the world. The Heavenmend butterfly had come into being. However, Xianxia could feel that there was a bloodline connection between her and the Heavenmend butterfly. She could feel the attachment and intimacy of the Heavenmend butterfly. She couldn't help but reach out her slender hand. Wang. The Heavenmend butterfly slightly trembled and gently flew into the air. The 9-colored light flowed in a beautiful and gentle manner. It directly landed in Xianxia's palm. The butterfly gently flapped its wings and divine light flowed. It looked very cute and beautiful. So beautiful. Xianxia's eyes were filled with joy. Women had no resistance to beautiful things like this, especially the divine skymending butterfly. It could be said to be a spirit that was blessed by heaven and earth. It was the darling of heaven and earth with peerless talent. However, things that were too perfect would easily attract the jealousy of heaven. Perhaps the divine skymending butterfly was the last one in this world. After all, evolving from a divine skymending silkworm to a divine skymending butterfly was too difficult. Buzz. The divine skymending butterfly circled around Xianxia once. In the end, it seemed to be tired and landed on Xianxia's hair like a 9-colored hairpin. It was very strange. Croak, croak, croak. At this time, the appearance of the divine skymending butterfly alarmed a fellow on the epiphany tree. It was a golden toad the size of a washbasin. Its eyes were extremely intelligent, and it looked at the divine skymending butterfly with a burning gaze. However, it seemed to be a bit fearful. It lay on the epiphany tree's branch and didn't dare to come down. 1,000-year scarlet toad? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. This was the 1,000-year scarlet toad he placed under the epiphany tree. However, he didn't expect it to turn into an auspicious beast with a powerful aura. At this moment, it was staring at Ling Zhao with its large eyes. Master, this is a treasure-seeking toad, an ancient beast. It can find treasures in the world and discern feng shui. It is no longer a simple 1,000-year scarlet toad. Zhu Ganglai explained from the side. He was also very surprised. Seeing the epiphany tree back then was enough to shock him. He didn't expect to find a divine skymending silkworm and a treasure-seeking toad on the tree. The 1,000-year-old vermilion toad originally possessed a trace of the treasure-hunting golden toad's bloodline. Over the years, it had absorbed the essence of heaven and earth under the epiphany tree, and because of the epiphany tree, it had unlocked the power of its bloodline and transformed into the treasure-hunting golden toad. The epiphany tree is indeed mysterious. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he looked at the epiphany tree before him with a trace of emotion. The divine skymending silkworm transformed into a divine skymending butterfly and the 1,000-year scarlet toad transformed into a treasure-seeking toad so quickly. Master, this epiphany tree is only a seedling. A fully mature epiphany tree is said to be millions of miles tall. It is said to be connected with heaven and earth and can give birth to 3,000 great worlds. And heaven and earth. It can even transform into a world tree. Zhu Ganglai said slowly. World tree? With God and demons. And legend had it that all Khanate spiritual roots were descendants of the world tree. In the God realm, there are many sacred grounds and sects that have strong natural spiritual roots. They give birth to a world and multiply life. It is very mysterious. Master, if the epiphany tree can grow, the Changsun sect may become one of those eternal sacred grounds in the God realm. Zhu Ganglai said slowly. Buzz. At this moment, the divine skymending butterfly on top of Xianxia's head spat out a pearl with 9 different colors. It looked very mysterious. It's the divine sky-mending pearl. Master, this last divine sky-mending pearl contains a mysterious power. It can let your primordial spirit transform rapidly. You can use your spiritual power to become a god. Xianxia's eyes lit up as he said excitedly. The supreme treasure he was talking about was the last heaven-mending pearl. The last heaven-mending pearl that the heaven-mending silkworm spat out when it transformed into the divine heaven-mending butterfly was even more mysterious than the previous 8 heaven-mending pearls. Ling Xiao had given the last divine sky-mending pearl to Li Chunfeng. It allowed him to recover to his peak in one fell swoop. As for the 9th divine sky-mending pearl, it was even more mysterious than the previous one. Brother Ling Xiao, quickly consume it. Only when you reach the triple god realm will you have the strength to fight against demon god King Bo Sun. Xianxia handed the divine sky-mending pearl to Ling Xiao and said with anticipation. Ling Xiao did not decline and took it. He could feel that the power within the divine sky-mending pearl was very beneficial to his primordial spirit. Even the treasure-hunting golden toad's eyes lit up when it saw the divine sky-mending pearl. It could not wait to pounce on it and snatch it away. Ling Xiao did not consume it directly. Instead, he kept it. I have a feeling that when I reach the triple god realm, there will be a terrifying lightning tribulation. I'll keep it for now. Maybe it can give demon god King Bo Sun a surprise. Ling Xiao smiled faintly as his eyes revealed a trace of sharpness. Zhu Ganglai couldn't help but shiver. He naturally knew what Ling Xiao was planning. If Ling Xiao were to undergo the divine tribulation when he reached the 3 gods realm, Bo Sun demon god king would also be targeted by the divine tribulation. At that time, Bo Sun demon god king would definitely suffer a great loss. However, was Ling Xiao not afraid? In such a terrifying tribulation, coupled with demon god King Bo Sun, Ling Xiao would probably die. However, Zhu Ganglai was tactful and did not ask. Ling Xiao and Xianxia left the back mountain and returned to Xianxia Pavilion. Xianxia Pavilion was currently the forbidden area of the entire longevity sect. All the disciples revered and worshipped this place because the 2 ancestors of the longevity sect resided here. Brother. When he returned to Xianxia Pavilion, a young girl in a white dress, who looked like she was carved out of jade, happily threw herself at Ling Xiao. Her eyes were filled with incomparable surprise. You are Luo Luo? Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. He almost could not recognize Luo Luo. Moreover, what made Ling Xiao's heart tremble was that Luo Luo's appearance was becoming more and more like Shui Wei. In the reincarnation realm, Ling Xiao was almost certain that Shui Wei was the daughter of the first reincarnation saintess and Scarlet Dragon War God. However, who was Luo Luo? Li Chunfeng had previously told Ling Xiao that Luo Luo was indeed not his biological granddaughter. He had unintentionally dug her out from a sealed area. However, in Shui Wei's memory, the first reincarnation saintess and Scarlet Dragon War God only had one daughter. Therefore, Ling Xiao was even more suspicious of Luo Luo's identity. Master, Luo Luo should also be the daughter of Scarlet Dragon War God. Zhu Ganglai looked carefully at Luo Luo and naturally knew what Ling Xiao was thinking. He transmitted his voice to Ling Xiao. What? What did you see? Scarlet Dragon War God only has one daughter, Shui Wei. Zhu Ganglai explained, Master, you're right. The Scarlet Dragon War God and the first reincarnation saintess only have one daughter, and Shui Wei and Luo Luo are probably the same person. Ling Xiao was shocked by Zhu Ganglia's words, and his eyes showed a trace of disbelief. How could 2 living people be the same person? Master. I experienced the war 1,000,000 years ago and saw the Scarlet Dragon War God with my own eyes. Luo Luo has the Scarlet Dragon War God's bloodline and her aura is very similar to the Scarlet Dragon War God's. Shui Wei's aura is also very similar to the Scarlet Dragon War God's aura, so I have a guess. Luo Luo is the original body, but after being sealed for 1,000,000 years, her body gave birth to intelligence and thoughts. Shui Wei is the primordial spirit, and after 1,000,000 years of reincarnation, she finally returned to the Samsara temple. So it's very likely that they are the same person, one is the primordial spirit. Zhu Ganglai said slowly. He was also shocked by this guess. What? Ling Xiao's eyes were shocked. He didn't expect Zhu Ganglai to give him such an explanation. How do you know so much? Zhu Ganglai, who are you? Ling Zhao's sharp eyes fell on Zhu Ganglia's face. Zhu Ganglai smiled bitterly and said, "Master, I'm Zhu Ganglai. My life is in your hands, how can I lie to you? This is just a guess, but it's the most likely guess. Will it affect Luo Luo and Shui Wei?" Ling Zhao's eyes showed a trace of worry. "Definitely." Zhu Ganglai said, "The original body and the true spirit are the most compatible, so Luo Luo and Shui Wei will merge into one sooner or later. At that time, one of their consciousnesses will be destroyed, and as for who will take the lead, it's up to fate. Is there no other way?" Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. Whether it was Luo Luo or Shui Wei, Ling Zhao didn't want either of them to disappear. "This is just my guess, I can't say for sure. But master, when Shui Wei comes out and meets Luo Luo, everything will be clear." Zhu Ganglai said slowly. "Shui Wei. She had already been in seclusion for 4 to 5 years. She should be coming out soon. Let's hope everything goes well." Ling Zhao smiled bitterly and shook his head. After the catastrophe a million years ago, there were many truths hidden behind the fog. Now, the truth was being revealed bit by bit, but some truths were hard to accept. No matter what, let's wipe out the heavenly devil ancient land first. A sharp glint flashed in Ling Zhao's eyes as he calmed himself down and said slowly. Next, he accompanied Xianxia and Luo Luo for 2 days. At the same time, he sent out the disciples of Xianxia sect to War God continent to gather the forces of Xianxia sect and prepare for the upcoming battle. The cultivation of the longevity sect's disciples increased by leaps and bounds. Yi Feng and Yi Meng both possessed the body of darkness. At this moment, their cultivation had already reached the half-step supreme being tribulation of the 4 symbols. They were only 1 step away from passing the supreme being tribulation. Their ancestor Yi Qianjue's rebirth made the brother and sister extremely excited. Yi Qianjue was also nurturing the 2 of them, activating the darkness bloodline in their bodies to the extreme. The chaos on War God continent was getting worse and worse. The experts of the demon race came and went like ghosts, causing endless slaughter. Even a few martial Dao holy lands were completely annihilated by the demon race, completely wiping out their orthodoxies. On this day, the disciples of Xianxia sect sent news that the heavenly devil ancient land had sent out 5 immortal realm experts. Under the lead of a young man named Young Master Xia, they killed their way to the Great Layin Temple. They were ready to destroy the Great Layin Temple in one fell swoop. It was even said that Mingwan Temple had already submitted to the heavenly devil ancient land and participated in this siege. Even Jia Yi and Longbrowed Buddha sent out messages for help. The demon gods of the heavenly devil ancient land have finally made their move. Since that's the case, let's kill them all. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed and he decided to save the Great Layin Temple. The disciples of Xianxia sect all rubbed their palms together. Their eyes were filled with excitement and strong battle intent. They were not afraid of the upcoming battle at all. Instead, they were filled with anticipation. Ling Zhao decided to capture the demon gods and find out about the situation in the heavenly devil ancient land. After that, he would lead his people into the heavenly devil ancient land. This time, Ling Zhao only brought along experts above the supreme realm among the disciples of Xianxia sect. Originally, Ling Zhao wanted Xianxia to stay in Xianxia sect. However, Xianxia also decided to follow Ling Zhao into this battle. Thinking that Xianxia had the divine sky-patching butterfly to protect her, Ling Zhao agreed. Ling Zhao, Xianxia, Zhu Ganglai, Bai Longma, Zhu Biao, Long Outyen, Long Lai, Fire Phoenix Supreme, Moon God, Phoenix Lady, and Ling Zhao's 7 disciples. A total of 17 people charged towards the Great Layin Temple. Everyone knew that the time for the final battle had arrived. Swoosh, Ling Zhao tore through the void and led many experts towards the far west land. That was the direction of the Great Layin Temple. Just as Ling Zhao was rushing to the Great Layin Temple's rescue, somewhere in the chaotic void, 3 figures stood in the sky. Divine aura filled the air and emitted a terrifying aura. It was as if the sky was about to shatter. Among the 3 figures, one of them was a man in black armor. He looked heroic and tall. His entire body exuded a black mist, and his eyes were as sharp as a blade. There was also a burly man in beast skin. He held a huge mace in his hand. His entire body was emitting surging blood qi. His physical body was extremely terrifying. His hair danced wildly in the wind. His eyes were filled with invasive light and he emitted a wild aura. The last one was a young man who looked perfect. He was in a white robe. His body was strong and his skin was glowing. His entire body emitted an ethereal aura. His eyes were indifferent. It was as if he was a supreme emperor overlooking the world. He ignored all living things and did not put anything in his heart. These three people were the ancestor of the god-bearing tribe, Xianxia, the shaman king of the sorcerer tribe, Xianxia, and the heavenly king of the heavenly human tribe, Bai Wuliang. No one would have thought that these three peerless experts would meet here. Xianxia, are you sure that Ling Zhao's strength is not weaker than yours? Xianxia's eyes flashed as he looked at Xianxia. There was a trace of seriousness in his eyes. That's right. His physical body and divine power law have reached the double god realm. His strength has probably reached the peak of the divine spirit realm. Coupled with the wordless heavenly book, he probably won't be defeated by me. If it wasn't for his strength, I wouldn't have let him go so easily. I would have killed him long ago and snatched the wordless heavenly book. Xianxia said slowly. The successor of the Scarlet Dragon War God, it's not strange for him to reach the dual god realm. However, are you sure that your plan of driving the tiger to devour the wolf will succeed? If Ling Xiao can kill demon god King Bo Sun, I'm afraid our plan will be for naught. Bai Wuliang's eyes seemed to be filled with chaos as he said indifferently. When he mentioned demon god King Bo Sun, Xianxia, Xianxia, and Bai Wuliang's eyes revealed a trace of seriousness and fear. You want to kill Bo Sun? Impossible. Xianxia sneered and said, even the Scarlet Dragon War God wasn't able to kill Bo Sun. Instead, he was only able to seal him. In the past million years, not only did Bo Sun escape from the sealed world, he even used the Myriad transformations demonic scripture to continuously recover his strength. I'm afraid his strength is at least at the peak of the true god realm. The gap between him and Ling Xiao is too big. If Ling Xiao didn't have the wordless heavenly book, he wouldn't even have the qualifications to fight with Bo Sun. Ling Xiao has already become the successor of the Scarlet Dragon War God and obtained the wordless heavenly book. He has no way out of this battle. The power of the wordless heavenly book is too terrifying, so the best outcome I can think of is for both Ling Xiao and Bo Sun to suffer heavy injuries. If Bo Sun's strength is too terrifying, we only need to wait for the gate of the divine realm to open. At that time, the experts of the divine realm will naturally deal with Bo Sun and we only need to reap the benefits. Xianxia nodded and said, you're right. As long as we don't show ourselves, we will be invincible no matter what. How long until the gate of the divine realm opens? 1,000,000 years have already passed. The world has changed greatly and the laws have recovered. Even the demon god has already escaped. The experts of the divine realm can't not feel it. Therefore, I feel that the gate of the divine realm will open soon. At that time, if the experts of our three races come, why should we be afraid of a heavily injured Bo Sun? Xianxia sneered and said. You're right. Although Bo Sun used the 1,000 transformations demonic scripture to recover, this is the mortal realm. I'm afraid he can only recover the strength of the true god realm. The three of us have sealed ourselves for 1,000,000 years and our cultivation has regressed to the true god realm. I don't believe his strength is stronger. Brother Burial's plan isn't bad. Let Ling Xiao be the vanguard. We only need to pay attention to the progress of the battle. Bai Wuliang said calmly. Hee, I heard that young Master Xia from the Heavenly Devil Ancient Land is not simple. He seems to be Bo Sun's son. If he wants to fight with Bo Sun, let's see if Ling Xiao can defeat young Master Xia. If he kills young Master Xia, there will be no more room for negotiation between him and Bo Sun. Xianxia sneered. Although he had fought Ling Xiao with his clone in the sky-burying cauldron, Ling Xiao's terrifying strength was still far beyond his expectations, especially when his sky-encompassing hammer and the sky-burying realm were both broken by Ling Xiao. Although he did not use his full strength, he could faintly feel that Ling Xiao still had something up his sleeve. Therefore, he did not want to fight to the death with Ling Xiao before he could ascertain the extent of Ling Xiao's abilities. The longer one lived, the more one feared death. Especially when they saw that returning to the god realm was within sight, they naturally cherished their lives even more. Ling Xiao had already guessed the conspiracy between Xianxia, Xianxia, and Bai Wuliang, but this was an open conspiracy. no matter what, Ling Xiao had to fight demon god King Bo Sun. Therefore, Ling Xiao did not put Zhang Su and the others in his eyes. If he could kill Bo Sun, then these so-called gods in the Forbidden Grounds would naturally not be in his eyes. But if he died in Bo Sun's hands, then everything would come to an end. The Great Thunderclap Temple was located in the far west of the War God continent. In the far west, there was a vast and boundless desert. It was shimmering with golden light, mysterious and unfathomable, and was surrounded by mysterious Buddhist light. The Great Thunderclap Temple had been passed down for countless years. Legend had it that this desert had been tainted by the Buddhist light and had become extremely spiritual. Almost all the experts in the desert believed in Buddhism and worshipped the many living Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in the Great Thunderclap Temple. In the middle of the desert, there was a spiritual mountain. It was tens of thousands of feet tall and connected the sky with the sun. It was like a divine realm. Ancient trees towered into the sky and palaces stood in great numbers, emitting an eternal and inextinguishable Buddhist light. This was the ancestral court of the Great Thunderclap Temple. There were countless temples and halls, and mysterious Sanskrit chants could be heard. Normally, countless living beings in the desert would come to the spiritual mountain to make a pilgrimage. But today, the desert around the spiritual mountain was already stained with blood. It was like an azure hell with severed limbs everywhere. Rumble. In the void above the spiritual mountain, 6 terrifying figures stood in the air, emitting a monstrous demonic aura. They were shrouded in black divine light. The sky darkened and the void trembled. Endless astral winds swept through, dark clouds rolled, and thunder rumbled. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Behind the 6 figures, there were several old monks in blood-colored monk robes. They had their palms together and seemed to be ashamed. On the spiritual mountain, the hundreds of thousands of monks in the Great Thunderclap Temple sat down cross-legged. They were all solemn and dignified as they chanted scriptures. Powerful psyche energy gathered and turned into a vast and majestic Buddhist light, forming an extremely huge barrier. This was the Great Light Devil's Snare Barrier. It was said that when the Buddha attained his Tao, he observed the myriad of worlds and illuminated the past and future. The Great Light Devil's Snare Barrier in the void contained boundless light. It sealed off all the demonic chi in the surroundings, firmly keeping the 6 demon gods outside. However, the eyes of the elders, abbot, and protectors of the Great Thunderclap Temple were full of worry. The long-browed Buddha sat cross-legged in the void above the spiritual mountain. Kasyapa stood behind him. A bright Sarira floated above the spiritual mountain, becoming the core of the Great Light Devil's Snare Barrier. This Sarira was said to have been left behind by the Buddha Lord. It contained endless magical power. Although the Great Light Devil's Snare Barrier blocked the attack of the 6 demon gods, the long-browed Buddha was obviously exhausted. His face was extremely pale, and his eyes were full of anxiety. The strength of the 6 demon gods was too terrifying, especially the young man named Young Master Xia. He broke the 72 layers of the Great Thunderclap Temple's demon-subduing divine formation with one blow. If the Great Light Devil's Snare Barrier had not been activated at the critical moment, the entire Great Thunderclap Temple would have been slaughtered. Old Bald Donkey, although the Great Light Devil's Snare Barrier is very strong, how long can you last? Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. If you are as sensible as the Mingwan Temple, surrender to me. I can spare your lives. Otherwise, when the Great Light Devil's Snare Barrier is destroyed, no one in the Great Thunderclap Temple will be left alive. A young man in a black robe said with an evil smile. He looked very handsome, tall, and exuded a mysterious aura all over his body. His eyes were blue, bright, cold, and arrogant, as if they contained the scene of the birth and death of the world. His sky-blue hair fluttered in the wind, making him look somewhat unrestrained. However, all this could not hide the cruelty in his eyes. Previously, he had led the 5 great demon gods and defeated the Mingwan Temple in an invincible manner, forcing the Mingwan Temple's Xitigarbha Wisdom King to surrender along with many experts. Today, he was met with strong resistance when he attacked the Tempest Temple. Even though he had slaughtered hundreds of thousands of believers and destroyed the 72 layers of demon-subduing formation, he was met with the Great Light Dachira Barrier. The Great Light Dachira Barrier had gathered the power of hundreds of thousands of people in the Tempest Temple. Even the 5 great demon gods under young Master Xia were injured. Young Master Xia was enraged when he saw that a bunch of ants dared to resist. Senior brother Changmei, you should open the Great Light Dachira barrier and surrender. Where there's life, there's hope. Do you really want the Tempest Temple to be destroyed? Ksitigarbha Viduraja was an old monk. He sighed and tried to persuade young Master Xia. Shut up. Changmei Buddha scolded and said coldly, Ksitigarbha, I thought you were different from the others in the Mingwang Temple. I didn't expect you to be such a coward. How dare you side with the demons? You're the scum and disgrace of Buddhism. I'm ashamed to be with you. Even if the Tempest Temple is destroyed today, we won't surrender. Kasyapa Arhat looked at long-browed Arhat with worry and anxiety. His eyes turned red. Kasyapa, I'm afraid the Tempest Temple will be destroyed in today's battle. Are you willing to surrender? Changmei Buddha's face was pale, but he looked at Kasyapa and asked with a faint smile. Master, I'd rather die than surrender. Kasyapa abruptly raised his head. His eyes were red as he roared out those words. The disciples of the Tempest Temple seemed to be affected as well. They all roared. I'd rather die than surrender. I'd rather die than surrender. His furious roar reverberated through the heavens like a mighty torrent, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. The disciples of the Mingwang Temple shuddered, their faces filled with shame, and they could not help but lower their heads. Ksitigarbha Viduraja smiled bitterly and shook his head. He knew that the Tempest Temple was destined to be destroyed. As expected, young Master Xia smiled faintly. His eyes shone with an evil and cold light. Very good. Since you're in such a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Do you really think a mere Great Light Dachira barrier can stop me? Young Master Xia laughed coldly and leaped into the air. Rumble, black light rose around him, and his demonic power was vast and unparalleled. The light in his palm was dazzling, and in an instant, a black dragon-shaped ancient sword appeared. It emitted a blazing divine light, and its divine power was vast and unparalleled. It was like a black demonic dragon, and it slashed down toward the Great Light Mandara boundary. Not good. Go, Kasyapa. Long-browed Buddha's expression changed. He quickly slapped Kasyapa's back and sent him flying. Rumble, the terrifying sword light fell, and it was as if a black curtain had covered the entire area. The black sword energy collided with the Great Light Mandara boundary, and it instantly set off a blazing divine light storm. The Great Light Mandara boundary trembled violently, and the runes shattered. Even the Buddha Lord Sarira in the center of the boundary began to tremble. Long-browed Buddha looked as if he had been struck by lightning, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Puff, long-browed Buddha's face grew paler, and his eyes showed a trace of determination. Old bald donkey, I'd like to see how many strikes you can take. Young Master Xia laughed coldly, and his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. The demonic dragon ancient sword in his hand was a divine king weapon. It was the sword of demon god King Bo Sun. Although it was damaged in the battle a million years ago, its demonic power was still unparalleled. If the Great Light Mandara boundary was not strong enough, the demonic dragon ancient sword would have destroyed it completely. Master! Maha Kasyapa roared, and his eyes were filled with worry. Kasyapa, the future depends on you. If you have a chance to survive, you must rebuild the Great Laying Temple. Long-browed Buddha's face showed a trace of benevolence. There was no sadness, joy, or fear on his face. He slowly closed his eyes, put his palms together, and softly uttered the Buddha's name. Amitabha. Rumble, at this moment, the demonic dragon ancient sword slashed down again. The blazing sword light traversed the void and turned into tens of thousands of feet long, covering the sky and the earth. It once again fell on the Great Light Mandara boundary, causing the boundary to tremble violently, and the divine light swept out in all directions. The blood at the corner of long-browed Buddha's mouth became more and more shocking. Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, when he practiced Prajnaparamita, saw that the 5 skandhas were all emptiness, and passed through all suffering. Sarira, form is not different from emptiness, emptiness is not different from form. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Feelings, thoughts, actions, and consciousness are the same. Long-browed Buddha recited the Heart Sutra, and his voice was like a great bell, shaking the entire sky above Spirit Mountain. All the disciples and elders of the Great Laying Temple seemed to be influenced by long-browed Buddha, and they began to recite the Heart Sutra at the same time. The Buddha's voice was loud and vast, and a bright light shone in all directions, dyeing everything golden. Long-browed Buddha's body was shining brightly, and there seemed to be a Buddha sitting cross-legged in the void behind him, exuding a grand and pure Buddha's light, which made the great light mandara boundary even more majestic. "You're courting death." Young Master Xia's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and all his divine power poured into the demonic dragon ancient sword. Instantly, his aura rose, and a murderous aura filled the sky. With an even more terrifying force, he slashed down on the great light mandara boundary. Rumble. The great light mandara boundary seemed to be unable to withstand the power of the demonic dragon ancient sword, and finally, when the third slash came down, it exploded with a loud bang. The terrifying sword aura rose violently, as if enveloping the entire Great Laying Temple. Long-browed Buddha was the first to bear the brunt of it. Buzz. Ma. N.I. Pa. Me. Long-browed Buddha suddenly opened his eyes. He had finished reciting the Heart Sutra, and he suddenly spat out 6 words of Sanskrit mantra. Like 6 bright thunderbolts exploding in the void, long-browed Buddha instantly merged with the Buddha behind him, and he slammed his palm down on young Master Xia. Rumble. This palm contained an incomparably terrifying power, as if it had completely covered the sky and the earth. It was indestructible, and it contained the aura of Buddha subduing demons. "In heaven and earth, only I am supreme." Young Master Xia's expression suddenly changed. The power of this palm made him feel a sense of danger. He couldn't figure out how long-browed Buddha, a mere titled supreme, could unleash such terrifying power. Boom. The void trembled, and the earth shattered. Cracks spread out like a spider web. A huge palm print appeared on the ground. It was like an abyss, and even magma rose from the ground in the distance. Sacrifice spell? Ba. Senior brother Changmei, why did you do this? Ksitigarbha Vidyaraja's distressed face was full of emotions, and there was a trace of shame in his eyes. He was also shocked by long-browed Buddha's resolute resistance. Long-browed Buddha had just used the sacrifice spell of Buddhism. He used the Great Light Datura boundary as the foundation and the Heart Sutra to mobilize the power of the Buddha's light that had been accumulated for millions of years in the Tempest Temple. With the help of the 6 syllables mantra, he finally managed to use the supreme divine skill of Buddhism, the Buddha's palm. This palm had the power to kill gods and demons. Even Ksitigarbha Vidyaraja could not help but look forward to it. Would young Master Xia really be killed by long-browed Buddha? Cough. Old bald donkey, you deserve to die. At this moment, a cold and murderous voice rang out. A black-robed young man flew out from the depths of the earth. He looked extremely miserable. His hair was disheveled, and his clothes were tattered. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. What a pity, long-browed Buddha's eyes showed a trace of regret. His entire body exploded and turned into a dazzling rain of light. After using the sacrifice spell, long-browed Buddha gathered all his essence, chi, and spirit into that palm. Whether young Master Xia died or not, he had no chance of survival. The sacrifice spell of Buddhism was very similar to the sky demon body disintegration technique of the demon clan. Long-browed Buddha had the will to die, but his only regret was that he could not kill young Master Xia. Ba. All the elders and disciples of the Tempest Temple looked sorrowful. They chanted the Buddha's name at the same time, and their figures were solemn. Maha Kassyapa's eyes turned red. Master! He roared, and tears gushed out of his eyes. Then, he knelt down heavily and bowed to long-browed Buddha. Kill. Today, I will kill everyone in the Tempest Temple. Young Master Xia's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He had nowhere to vent his anger, and it instantly fell on everyone in the Tempest Temple. Yes. Murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the 5 demon gods. They revealed a cruel look and were about to fly down to the Great Laying Temple. Rumble. At this moment, the void instantly shattered. A golden fist imprint that exuded an ancient and mysterious aura, as if it could suppress eternity and crush everything, suddenly pressed down on the 5 demon gods. Who is it? The eyes of the 5 demon gods flashed as they sensed the terrifying power contained in the punch. They did not dare to be careless as they unleashed their demonic techniques and attacked the punch. Rumble. Terrifying divine light exploded. The attacks of the 5 great demon gods did not even manage to stop the punch for a moment. They were instantly shattered and landed on the bodies of the 5 great demon gods. The 5 demon gods felt as if they had been struck by lightning. The terrifying power surged into their bodies, causing them to tremble violently. They suddenly spat out mouthfuls of blood and were sent flying back. Their auras instantly became sluggish. With a single punch, the 5 great fiend celestials were severely injured. A sharp light flashed in young Master Xia's eyes as he looked at the shattered space in the distance. Rumble, there was a dazzling golden glow, and divine light gushed out. A young man in white robes walked out. His aura was overwhelming, and his eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. It was Ling Xiao. Following closely behind him were Jin Sei, Zhu Ganglai, Long Outyin, and the others. They had all walked out of the void turbulence. Ling Xiao happened to see the scene where the long-browed Buddha had turned into a rain of light. Coupled with the blood and severed limbs around him, it made Ling Xiao's murderous intent surge to the sky. This young Master Xia in front of him deserved to die. It's Ling Xiao? Lord Sky Devouring is here. We are saved. It's a pity that the abbot could not see this scene. The abbot died so miserably. Lord Ling Xiao, please avenge the abbot. Everyone in the Great Laying Temple began to cheer up. Their eyes were filled with incomparable excitement. They were already in despair. Even the long-browed Buddha, who had used the sacrifice spell and mobilized the Buddhist power that the Great Laying Temple had accumulated over millions of years, could not kill young Master Xia. However, they did not expect that Ling Xiao, who had disappeared for nearly 3 years, would appear. You are Ling Xiao? Young Master Xia's eyes flashed coldly. He raised his eyebrows and said indifferently. That's me. Did you kill all those people? Ling Xiao's voice was incomparably calm as he looked at the severed limbs around the spiritual mountain. However, those who knew him knew that Ling Xiao was on the verge of exploding. Young Master Xia had killed so many living beings, which had completely infuriated Ling Xiao. They are just a bunch of ants. So what if I killed them? However, I am really surprised that you dared to come to the Great Laying Temple's rescue. I thought that you would continue to hide like a coward. Young Master Xia sneered. His eyes were filled with disdain. Ever since the Sky Demon clan appeared, he had heard news of Ling Xiao's disappearance. He naturally thought that Ling Xiao was afraid of demon god King Bo Sun. Hence, his words were filled with disdain. Ants? You are just a bunch of ants in my eyes too. I heard that demon god King Bo Sun is your father. If I kill you, I'm afraid he will be very angry. Ling Xiao said indifferently. However, his eyes became even colder. They were blazing like blades. Kill me? With just you? Ha ha ha. Ling Xiao, you are really overestimating yourself. Do you really think that you have the right to be arrogant in front of me just because you destroyed my father's all transformations demon body? Since you are here, you can die together with the Great Laying Temple. Those are all your women? Don't worry, I will take good care of them for you. Young Master Xia smiled evilly. His eyes were filled with coldness. You deserve to die. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with killing intent. Golden blood surged from his body as he punched towards young Master Xia. Rumble, heaven and earth trembled as a golden fist flew through the air. It contained an unstoppable force as it flew towards young Master Xia. You are courting death. Young Master Xia sneered. The demonic dragon ancient sword emitted a dazzling light. Black divine light rose as if a demonic dragon was flying between heaven and earth. It suddenly pounced towards Ling Xiao. Although he was very disdainful of Ling Xiao, he was not careless in his attacks. Ling Xiao's punch could severely injure the 5 demon gods. It was enough to prove that Ling Xiao was very strong. Hence, he directly activated the demonic dragon ancient sword and attacked Ling Xiao with the power of a godly monarch weapon. Whoosh, Ling Xiao suddenly sped up like a bolt of golden lightning across the sky. He dodged the sharp edge of the ancient devil dragon sword and slammed his golden fist onto the ancient devil dragon sword. Wang, the sword chi was shattered, and the fist was unstoppable. The ancient demon dragon sword trembled slightly, and a surge of godly energy flowed into young Master Xia's body. Young Master Xia's arm went numb, and the ancient demon dragon sword almost flew out of his hand. He was shocked. He didn't expect Ling Xiao's physical body to be so terrifying. Without a second thought, the ancient devil dragon sword spun around, the sword ray blazing as it slashed towards Ling Xiao's neck. Although a godly king weapon is good, it's a pity that you can't unleash its true power. Ling Xiao sneered. His eyes shone with an unparalleled sharpness. A bright light gushed out from his palm, as if it had turned into a blazing vortex. This was the power of the heaven-devouring secret technique. The heaven-devouring divine sea surged from Ling Xiao's palm as though it was going to devour everything. When the ancient demon dragon sword flew towards Ling Xiao, it was instantly enveloped by the heaven-devouring divine sea. It was as though the ancient demon dragon sword was stuck in mud, and it trembled violently. Bang! Ling Xiao suddenly kicked out, and an unparalleled force was aimed at young Master Xia's face. Young Master Xia's face changed, and black light surged from his arms as he quickly blocked the attack. Gotcha! Ling Xiao's kick was probably enough to kill a godly being. Even though young Master Xia was extremely strong, he was still unable to withstand it. A crisp sound rang out as his arm was broken, and he was sent flying back. Whoosh! Ling Xiao's hand suddenly shot to the side, and the demon dragon sword flew out. Ling Xiao's body flashed with light, and as though he had teleported, he appeared behind young Master Xia in the blink of an eye. Boom! The golden fist exploded, and it was unstoppable as it landed on young Master Xia's body. The black robe on young Master Xia's body was like a powerful treasure. Instantly, it shone with a dazzling light. Numerous runes rose into the air before exploding with a loud bang. However, the black robe couldn't completely block the power of Ling Xiao's punch. It still landed on young Master Xia's body, causing him to tremble violently. He staggered and spat out a mouthful of blood. Boom! 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 Ling Xiao's figure was like a ghost. Since he had seized this opportunity, he naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. The golden fist was extremely powerful, and Ling Xiao threw out over 100 punches in an instant. Young Master Xia was instantly in a lot of trouble. Even though the black robe he was wearing was a defensive treasure, Ling Xiao's body had already become a god, and his fist intent was unparalleled. He already had a trace of invulnerability. Even the defensive treasure was unable to block this kind of pure physical strength. Of Ling of Ling of Ling of Xiao of Ling Xiao of Ling Xiao. Of Xiao of Ling of Xiao of Ling of God of Hell of Xiao of God. The disciples and elders of the Great Thunderclap Temple were also extremely excited. The ferocious and arrogant young Master Xia was actually beaten up by Ling Xiao to the point where he couldn't even put up a fight. This instantly boosted their confidence. The 5 demon gods who were injured by Ling Xiao of God of Ling Xiao of God of Hell looked at Xianxia, Zhu Ganglai, and the rest coldly. In their eyes, these people were just a bunch of ants who hadn't even broken through to the godly realm. Since they came with Ling Xiao, as long as they captured them, they would definitely be able to make Ling Xiao hesitate. Unknowingly, the 5 demon gods also developed a deep sense of fear towards Ling Xiao. Whoosh! The 5 demon gods leaped up and charged towards Xianxia, Zhu Ganglai, and the rest. Xianxia's eyes flashed, but she didn't move at all. Zhu Ganglia's eyes were filled with mockery. Just as he was about to attack, a few crisp voices rang out. Mistress, leave these 5 fellows to us. Mu Linfeng, Du Galongqing, and the rest of Ling Xiao's 7 disciples looked eager as though they had seen their prey. They immediately pounced on the 5 demon gods. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 7 beams of divine light were dazzling and contained the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements. It was as if they had instantly formed a vast formation that enveloped the 5 demon gods. Demon brats, have a taste of my power. Mu Linfeng and the rest had small gourds on their heads. They looked like they were carved from jade, and their chubby faces were very cute. They stared at the 5 demon gods with their big eyes and punched. Rumble! The 7 of them seemed to be telepathically connected. 7 divine fists fell and intertwined with each other. Their auras rose and exploded with 7 times the strength. It was as though 7 mountains were pressing down on the 5 demon gods. The 7 of them had obtained the origin of the 7 demons' gourd and had already established the foundation of the divine path. Although their cultivation hadn't officially broken through to the godly realm, the 7 of them combined their strength and exploded with a strength that far exceeded the godly spirit realm. Crack! Bolts of lightning rose up. The 5 demon gods were shocked. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. They could not believe that the strength of the 7 youths could be so terrifying. they actually felt exhausted from dealing with them. Rumble, Mu Linfeng and the rest engaged in an intense battle with the 5 demon gods. However, it was obvious that Mu Linfeng and the rest had the upper hand. Moreover, they had the idea of tempering their cultivation and didn't immediately kill the 5 demon gods. However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the 5 demon gods would probably be played to death soon. How boring. Only a few of these demon brats came, and it's not even enough to divide. Looks like I can only wait until we get to the Heavenly Devil Ancient Land to go on a killing spree. Long Outyen's face was full of depression. Even the fire Qilin he was riding felt a little regretful. Mu Linfeng and the rest were Ling Zhao's disciples after all. Long Outyen usually considered himself as their martial uncle, so he couldn't snatch these 7 guys from them. Therefore, he could only sulk there alone. Don't worry, Outyen. When we get to the Heavenly Devil Ancient Land, those demon brats will probably kill you until your hands go limp. Xianxia said with a smile. She knew how terrifying the demon race's reproduction ability was. Although the demon race was sealed in the Heavenly Devil Ancient Land, the number of demon race that had reproduced after so many years wouldn't be much less than the sealed land. The Heavenly Devil Ancient Land was originally a battlefield of the Great Divine Demon War. However, many Heavenly Devil race experts were sealed there. With the help of Demon God King Bosun's strength, they were finally able to escape. Boom, a golden fist came crashing down from the sky with unparalleled divine power. It landed on young Master Xia's body and sent him flying into the endless sea of sand. Young Master Xia coughed out blood continuously. Even the black robe on his body couldn't withstand Ling Zhao's terrifying attack and started to tear apart. Black runes exploded one after another, and young Master Xia looked extremely pathetic. Ling Xiao, I'm going to kill you. Young Master Xia went completely crazy. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Boom, black godly light surged around his body as an ancient and mysterious aura exploded forth. His godly power was as vast as the ocean, causing the entire sky to tremble violently. Behind young Master Xia, it was as if an indomitable demon god had appeared. Chaotic heavenly demon skill. Young Master Xia roared. Instantly, the surrounding void shattered, and the demon god walked out from the endless void. A mysterious fluctuation of laws flowed around his body. It was as though he was the source of all demonic Tao. A pair of eyes opened, and black divine light shot out. It was as though he wanted to destroy the heavens and earth. He suddenly enveloped Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao felt a cold murderous intent coming towards him. Without thinking, he immediately moved away. Gotcha, a dazzling divine light appeared where Ling Xiao was just a moment ago, and it directly destroyed that part of the void. Ling Xiao, go to hell. Young Master Xia's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. The chaotic heavenly demon behind him slammed its palm down on Ling Xiao. Instantly, streaks of blazing sword light intertwined, as though it wanted to cut Ling Xiao into pieces. Kill. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a sharp light. With a roar, he dashed towards the divine demon of chaos. Ling Xiao could feel that young Master Xia's chaotic heavenly demon skill was a truly peerless demonic skill. The chaotic heavenly demon that he formed was like the ancestor of all demonic Tao, and it exploded with terrifying power. The divine light of the 4 elements shot into the sky and circled around Ling Xiao's fist. Behind Ling Xiao, the shadows of the 4 divine beasts appeared. Against young Master Xia, Ling Xiao directly used the 4 elements sky striking style. Ling Xiao only wanted to defeat young Master Xia as soon as possible. Perhaps he could find out the whereabouts of Demon King Bosun from him. Rumble, the 4 mammoths heaven striking style transformed into a chaotic fist imbued with unparalleled divine power. Suddenly, it blasted towards the chaotic heavenly demon. Dazzling divine light erupted and directly blew up one of the chaotic heavenly demon's arms. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ling Xiao was like a bolt of golden lightning. He clenched his invincible fist seal and fought with the heavenly demon of chaos. With the terrifying power of the 4 elephants sky-striking style and the invincible body of Ling Xiao, the heavenly demon of chaos was quickly destroyed. What? Young Master Xia's body trembled as an incomparably grave expression appeared in his eyes. The chaotic heavenly devil technique was his strongest technique. Even the chaotic heavenly devil technique was destroyed by Ling Xiao. It seemed like he was no match for Ling Xiao. His heart had already given birth to thoughts of retreating. You want to leave? Today, you have to pay with your life for Long-Browed Buddha and the lives of these dead creatures. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with killing intent as he saw young Master Xia's intention to retreat. He immediately pounced towards young Master Xia, wanting to make him stay here forever. Ling Xiao, I admit that you're very strong, but you don't have the ability to kill me. When my father arrives, it'll be the day of your death. Young Master Xia glanced at Ling Xiao coldly. The ancient demonic dragon sword flew across the sky and turned into a blazing black sword light, slashing towards Ling Xiao. Young Master Xia instantly broke through the void and fled madly into the distance. Boom, Ling Xiao destroyed the sword light with a punch. Then, he teleported over and sat on the white dragon horse, giving the white dragon horse a fright. I'll go after young Master Xia. You guys go to the heavenly demon ancient land immediately. Ling Xiao pulled the reins, broke through the void, and chased after young Master Xia. No matter what, young Master Xia must die. Seeing that young Master Xia had escaped, Mu Linfeng and the others gave up the idea of fooling around. They unleashed their terrifying strength and killed the 5 great demon gods with their 7 origin energies. After comforting the people of the Great Thunderclap Temple, they also rushed towards the heavenly demon ancient land. At this time, the Great Thunderclap Temple was besieged by the sky demon gods. But at the last moment, Ling Xiao killed a few great demon gods. Even young Master Xia, who was known as the son of demon god King Bo Sun, escaped. Everyone suddenly felt that the war god continent was about to change. The battle between Ling Xiao and demon god King Bo Sun was about to happen. This concerned the fate of the war god continent. Everyone was extremely excited. The experts of the Martial Way Holy Lands who were in hiding even started to organize experts to go to the heavenly demon ancient land to help Ling Xiao. However, most of the experts were still observing. They didn't even think that the battle between Ling Xiao and demon god King Bo Sun would be a success, but there were still many people who weren't afraid of death. They all rushed towards the heavenly demon ancient land with the intention of watching a good show. At this time, Ling Xiao was riding on the white dragon horse. He had already intercepted young Master Xia in the void. Although young Master Xia was fast, how could he be faster than the white dragon horse? Ling Xiao, do you really want to be my enemy? Young Master Xia's face was extremely ugly as he stared at Ling Xiao. Be your enemy? Are you worthy? Brat, stick out your neck and let my big brother slash you. Otherwise, even if my big brother lets you go, I won't let you go. Before Ling Xiao could speak, the white dragon horse glared at young Master Xia and sneered. Today, you will die without a doubt. Ling Xiao said indifferently. His eyes revealed a trace of cold killing intent. Ling Xiao, I'll fight it out with you. Young Master Xia's eyes revealed a trace of determination. He couldn't beat Ling Xiao in a fight, nor could he run away. Young Master Xia's heart was broken. He could only fight with his life. Rumble, the aura around him rose. Terrifying black light filled the air. His entire body exuded a terrifying fluctuation. He held the demonic dragon ancient sword in his hand and slashed at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed sharply as he punched at young Master Xia. The terrifying fist print was unparalleled, wanting to kill young Master Xia completely. However, something unexpected happened. Young Master Xia's eyes flashed with killing intent. He actually charged towards Ling Xiao without dodging. Then, he opened his arms and hugged Ling Xiao tightly. Rumble, terrifying fluctuations rose from young Master Xia's body, and a destructive force was about to explode. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He was a little surprised. Young Master Xia wanted to self-destruct, however, Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't let him self-destruct in front of him. He sent young Master Xia flying with a punch. Boom, young Master Xia's entire body exploded. It was as if a dazzling sun had exploded. The light was unparalleled, and it lit up the sky, causing the void to distort. He still managed to escape? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He did not expect young Master Xia to choose to self-destruct in order to escape. Moreover, his primordial spirit had activated the ancient demonic dragon sword. Even Ling Xiao could not stop him in time. Big brother, that brat is very slippery. Let's go to the heavenly devil ancient land and kill that brat. The white dragon horse was also stunned. However, it immediately became furious. Young Master Xia had actually escaped in front of its white dragon horse. This was an insult to it. Let's go. Let's go to the Heavenly Devil Ancient Land and have a look. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. Although he felt a little regretful, he still urged the white dragon horse to go to the Heavenly Devil Ancient Land. The Heavenly Devil Ancient Land was an ancient battlefield. It was shrouded in demonic qi all year round. It was filled with broken mountains and rivers and countless skeletons. Very few people came to the Heavenly Devil Ancient Land. Even if they were Supreme Being experts, if they were contaminated by the demonic qi, they would not be able to get rid of it. Especially after the appearance of the Heavenly Devil clan, there were no signs of human habitation. Ling Xiao and the white dragon horse descended from the void and entered the Heavenly Devil Ancient Land. There is a strong seal fluctuation here. It should be over there. It should be a small world. The white dragon horse's eyes lit up as it pointed to the depths of the Heavenly Devil Ancient Land. Let's go. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he rode the white dragon horse into the depths of the Heavenly Devil Ancient Land. The world was dusky, and black demonic qi lingered in the air. The surroundings were barren mountains, and most of them were in ruins. Some had been severed at the waist, some had been cleaved in half, and some had been directly smashed into pieces, turning into a stone forest. On the ground, there were many broken skeletons and weapons. Ling Xiao could vaguely identify the skeletons. Some belonged to the human clan, some belonged to the demon clan, and some belonged to the demon clan. However, they were all dried up. As for those broken weapons, they had also lost their divine fluctuations and turned into scrap metal. The sky was vast, and the surroundings were desolate. Ling Xiao and the white dragon horse came to the depths of the Heavenly Devil Ancient Land. There were two black mountains. They looked like the guardians of this world, emitting an ancient and boundless aura. These two mountains should be the entrance to the sealed land. There used to be a powerful seal array, but it was destroyed. The white dragon horse sniffed and stared at the two mountains in front of it. You can still sense the array here? Ling Xiao looked at the white dragon horse in surprise. Of course. The sealing array here is clearly targeted at the devil race experts. If I'm not wrong, I'm afraid there's a sealed area inside. But big brother, you have to be careful. If Demon God King Bo Sun is really here, I'm afraid this is a dangerous place. The white dragon horse said solemnly. No matter what, we have to go in and take a look. If Demon God King Bo Sun was really here, it would be the best time to kill him before he recovered his strength. Otherwise, once he wakes up, I'm afraid no one will be able to control him. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and said slowly. Facing Bo Sun Demon God King who even Scarlet Dragon War God couldn't kill, Ling Xiao didn't have much confidence in his heart. Even if he reached the realm of three gods, he might not necessarily be Bo Sun Demon God King's opponent. After all, the difference in cultivation was too great. A divine king expert, even if he only had a trace of strength left, he might be able to exterminate an ordinary divine spirit with a breath. But this time, Ling Xiao came with the determination to kill Bo Sun. Whoosh, Ling Xiao and the white dragon horse instantly passed through the space barrier between the two mountains and entered an unfamiliar space. Just as they entered this space, a pungent smell of blood greeted them. Rumble, this was a desolate world with no end in sight. Yellow sand covered their feet, but there was a thick smell of blood in the distance. There was even the roaring and boiling sound of the sea. When Ling Xiao and the white dragon horse saw the blood-red sea in the distance, they were stunned. This was a sea formed from blood, and the thick stench of blood was coming from this sea. In the center of this sea was a 300-meter-tall altar. It was completely crimson like blood, and it was made from the flesh and blood of humans. Ling Xiao could even see that there were many corpses of the human race and the demon race floating in the blood-red sea. Damn it! These devil race bastards deserve to die. They actually formed a blood-red sea. How many people have they killed? The white dragon horse was so angry that it was trembling. Its eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. Anyone who saw this scene would be enraged beyond belief. Ling Zhao's expression became calmer. His eyes were incomparably deep and were covered with a layer of black fog. That was a blazing murderous intent that was almost tangible. Everything in front of him had completely triggered Ling Zhao's murderous intent. He also understood that in the hearts of the devil race, the human race had always been food. The human race and the devil race could not coexist. They could only fight to the death. Therefore, Xianxia did not need to be angry or say anything. All he needed to do was to kill. Kill all the devil race and slaughter all the demonic gods. Kill. 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 Just as Xianxia saw the blood-red sea in the distance, some people also noticed Xianxia and the white dragon horse. Human race expert? Kill him. An incomparably cold voice sounded. In an instant, hundreds of powerful figures appeared in the sky. Their eyes were filled with cruel murderous intent. Rumble, Xiao's gaze was incomparably calm. He simply threw out a punch, the blazing fist light enveloped the entire area. It was dazzling and extremely beautiful. It contained an aura that could annihilate everything. It was as if it wanted to turn everything into dust. Among the hundreds of devil race experts, there was not a single demonic god. Naturally, they were no match for Xianxia. They did not even have the time to scream. Their eyes were filled with fear as they were instantly turned into dust by the fist. Hundreds of devil race experts were killed by Xianxia with a single punch. Enemy attack. Just as Xianxia killed hundreds of devil race experts with a single punch, the devil race experts finally reacted. Each of them let out an incomparably sharp cry. Xianxia could see that there were hundreds of thousands of devil race experts surrounding the blood-red sea. Their eyes were filled with incomparable shock. Obviously, they did not expect Xianxia to be so powerful. Kill them all, Xianxia said indifferently. He jumped down from the white dragon horse's back and charged towards the devil race experts. To Xianxia, as long as they did not enter the godly state, no matter how talented or powerful they were, they would not be able to withstand a single punch from him. They would be killed instantly. Human, don't be so arrogant. At this moment, a demon god finally arrived. It was a middle-aged man in black armor. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. He held a black spear in his hand and charged towards Xianxia. Die. Xianxia only uttered a simple word. Suddenly, he grabbed the black spear and punched out. Bang! Xiao's terrifying punch directly blasted the demon god's head apart. Even the demon god's primordial spirit didn't have time to escape. Together with the godhead, his soul was completely destroyed. The demon race experts didn't even have time to cheer. They were like ducks with their necks stuck. Their mouths were wide open and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Even the demon god was killed by this human with a single punch. How strong was he? Crack! At this moment, Jin Se, Zhu Ganglai, Long Out Yin, and the others had also arrived at the heavenly devil ancient land. They had also entered this space through the message left behind by Xianxia. When they saw the blood-red sea, the blood flowing, the endless corpses, and even the eyes of those who died with grievances, their eyes turned red. There was no need to say anything more. Everyone rushed up and charged towards the endless number of devil race experts. At this moment, they only wanted to kill all the demon race experts in front of him. They wanted to vent all the hatred, depression, and anger in their hearts. A sharp light flashed through Xiao's eyes. He saw the altar in the blood-red sea. It was forged from the flesh and blood of humans, and it contained a mysterious and ancient pulse of energy. Xiao could feel that the altar seemed to lead to a place in the void. It was actually a gigantic transrealm teleportation array. Xiao didn't even think about it. He wanted to rush towards the blood-red altar and destroy it completely. Xiao felt that perhaps the blood-red altar was the treasure to summon the demon god King Bo Sun. You're courting death. Who dares to behave atrociously here? At this moment, an old and cold voice sounded in the void. Rumble, the blood-red sea shook violently. In an instant, 3 old demon gods rushed out from it. Their eyes were filled with killing intent as they stared at Xiao. The 3 demon gods' auras were extremely terrifying. They weren't any weaker than young Master Xia. They had already reached the peak of the divine spirit realm. Elders, please kill this human. He has killed countless of our clansmen. The human deserves to die. Elders, please kill him. Many demon race experts were wailing like ghosts and howling wolves. They were scared out of their wits. But when they saw the 3 demon gods, they immediately became excited. These 3 demon gods had survived the war a million years ago. Their strength was terrifying, and they weren't any weaker than young Master Xia. If the three of them worked together, they could even suppress young Master Xia. Boom! 3 terrifying auras soared into the sky and locked onto Ling Xiao in an instant. Human, you actually dare to behave atrociously in the territory of my Sky Devil clan. Then, stay here and become a part of the Sky Devil altar. The demon god swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh. 3 resplendent divine lights shot towards Ling Xiao like black dragons. They were 3 black chains that contained an indestructible force. They wanted to lock Ling Xiao up. Kill. Ling Xiao's eyes shone brightly. He shouted coldly. Forming an invincible fist seal, he charged towards the 3 demon gods. Boom! Ling Xiao's fist landed on one of the black chains. Golden light shone brightly and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. The black chain trembled violently and shot towards the distance. Ling Xiao took advantage of this gap and slashed down with his palms. 2 blazing palm blades slashed on the other 2 chains, pushing them away. He then rushed towards the heavenly devil altar. Courting death. The 3 demon gods' eyes shone with killing intent. They didn't expect Ling Xiao to want to destroy the heavenly devil altar. They couldn't tolerate it. Rumble, dazzling light shone brightly. The auras of the 3 demon gods intertwined. They stood on 3 sides of the altar and formed an extremely mysterious battle formation, trapping Ling Xiao within. Black divine lights rose from the battle formation and turned into saber and sword radiance. It was as though they wanted to cut Ling Xiao into pieces. Break! Ling Xiao's body shone brightly. He was like a dragon. His eyes were blazing with killing intent. He executed the 4 elephant sky-striking style and punched towards the 3 demon gods. Rumble, the chaotic fist seal was unstoppable. It was as though thunder was rumbling in the void. Ling Xiao's body exploded with unparalleled divine power, causing the 3 demon gods' faces to change. They unleashed their full strength. Demonic light gushed out from their bodies, illuminating the void and pressing down on Ling Xiao. Gotcha! Ling Xiao's punch directly broke the battle formation between the 3 great demon gods. Then, it violently slammed into their bodies and sent them flying. Buzz! At this moment, the heavenly devil altar began to emit black rays of light. Resplendent runes filled the air and the surrounding space began to tremble violently. The sea of blood surged crazily and a black passageway seemed to have appeared in the sky. Not good. Ling Xiao's face changed. He could feel that there was a terrifying existence on the other side of the heavenly devil altar that was about to pass through. He didn't even think about it. The divine power around him surged like a dragon. Golden light gushed out, and a vast dragon's aura erupted. He punched towards the heavenly devil altar below. 49 rainbow-colored divine dragons soared through the void. They contained indestructible power and were about to destroy the heavenly devil altar. Stop. The 3 demon gods were extremely anxious. Each of them began to fight with their lives on the line. Rumble, black divine lights rose from their bodies. Terrifying demonic aura erupted. The black chains in their hands sealed the sky and exploded with terrifying power. The 3 demon gods charged towards Ling Xiao's Myriad dragon's god-slaying technique at the same time. Rumble, the 3 black chains trembled violently. The 3 demon gods were also struck by Ling Xiao's Myriad dragon's god-slaying technique. Each of them looked as though they were struck by lightning. They coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and were sent flying back. They crashed into the blood-red sea, causing huge waves to rise. They blocked Ling Xiao's Myriad dragon's god-slaying technique. The heavenly devil altar wasn't affected much. It began to tremble violently. The passage in the void shone brightly. It was as though a powerful aura was about to descend. The passage in the void was finally about to be completed. Ling Xiao's heart sank. Rumble, Ling Xiao's blood chi surged into the clouds, and his dragon's might was boundless. He pushed his physical strength to the limit and slammed into the void tunnel. No matter who was on the other side of the tunnel, Ling Xiao only wanted to destroy the tunnel completely. Gotcha! Streaks of golden lightning pierced through the void like divine chains of order. Ling Xiao was shrouded in an endless golden glow. His entire body was like a golden star that suddenly exploded. The void passage had not been completely formed yet, but Ling Xiao could already see that there were countless figures with powerful auras in the void passage. Their eyes were burning with killing intent, and their demonic power was monstrous. They were about to descend from the endless void, rumble, in the sky above the heavenly devil altar. The void passage was suddenly blasted apart by Xianxia. Blazing divine light filled the surroundings, containing an incomparably terrifying fluctuation. The void tunnel shattered, and a storm swept out. It was as though a huge black hole had appeared in the sky. Has the tunnel been destroyed? Long Out Yen and the rest could not help but raise their heads, their eyes filled with anticipation. As for the experts of the demon race, their eyes were filled with fear and unwillingness. They had killed so many humans and used their flesh and blood to build the heavenly demon altar, all for the sake of summoning the demon gods. Who would have thought that Xianxia would be so decisive and destroy the heavenly demon altar at the last moment? Whoosh! Xiao's eyes were blazing with killing intent. Standing in the void, he stared at the huge black hole that was spewing out black light, and his entire body began to be on guard. Xiao could feel that although he had destroyed the void tunnel, and many experts of the demon race were killed by the turbulence in the void, there were still extremely terrifying existences that had locked onto the heavenly demon ancient land. They were traversing the turbulence in the void and rushing over at an extremely fast speed. Xiao could feel that most of the terrifying auras belonged to the demon gods. There was even an extremely obscure figure that was extremely terrifying. Although the void passageway had been broken open, Xiao could sense that those powerhouses would descend very soon. Gotcha! The void tunnel trembled violently, and a monstrous demonic aura filled the air. It contained an incomparably terrifying killing intent, as though it wanted to completely destroy this part of the world. The vault of heaven was completely shattered, and figures with monstrous auras descended from the 9 heavens. They were shrouded in a monstrous demonic aura, and their eyes were incomparably cold, containing a cruel and bloodthirsty light. They were like blood moons that rose into the sky. Above the 9 heavens, a battleship as huge as a mountain. Terrifying figures from the endless turbulence in the void, densely packed. There were countless people. Xiao could feel that there were actually over 100 experts of the demon god realm. Each of them was boundless demonic chi. Especially on that battleship, there was an ancient throne that was shining brightly. A figure in a black robe was sitting on it, shrouded in dark light. His face couldn't be seen clearly, but his eyes were incomparably deep, exuding an endless majestic and domineering aura. As he sat on the throne, he seemed like a supreme king that could sweep through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and he naturally possessed a supreme aura of being the ruler of all living beings. The divine king of the Star Alliance? Xiao's eyes flashed. He didn't expect that the opening of the void tunnel of the demonic altar would summon the divine king of the Star Alliance, but wasn't the Star Alliance supposed to fight against the demon race? Why would they collude with the demon race? Beside the divine king were over 100 experts of the demon god realm. Their divine aura was boundless and terrifying, and their eyes were filled with cruel killing intent. Xiao recognized at a glance that nearly half of them had escaped from the sealed world. In addition to these hundreds of demon gods, there were tens of thousands of experts of the Star Alliance. The weakest of them were soul kings, and many were supremes. However, these experts of the Star Alliance didn't seem to be in a good state. Each and every one of them was soaked in demonic chi. Their eyes were filled with cold killing intent, and there wasn't a trace of emotion in them. They were like puppets. The arrival of over 100 demon gods made everyone tremble. Their eyes revealed an incomparably dignified expression. The demons of the heavenly devil ancient land cheered, their eyes filled with incomparable excitement. They even began to roar loudly. Whoosh! From the sea of blood, young Master Xia's figure shot up into the sky. He reformed a new body, but it looked very weak. It wasn't as terrifying or powerful as the previous one. His eyes were filled with incomparable excitement. He flew directly to the warship and knelt before the mysterious divine king. Greetings, Father. Young Master Xia's eyes were filled with joy and admiration. Father? Xiao's eyes flashed sharply. Young Master Xia actually called the divine king father? Could he be the demon god King Bo Sun? Xiao's heart couldn't help but tremble at the thought. My son, you've worked hard. Who destroyed your demon god body? The black-robed divine king glanced indifferently at young Master Xia. Father, my demon god body was destroyed by Xiao. His body has become a god, and his strength is incomparably terrifying. He was the one who destroyed the void tunnel of the heavenly devil altar. Father, please kill him. Young Master Xia pointed at Ling Xiao, his eyes filled with hatred. Don't worry. From today onwards, this world will belong to the divine clan. All the humans will become our food. Ling Xiao will naturally die as well. The black-robed divine king said indifferently. Black divine light filled his eyes, as if it was going to split the heavens and earth. It contained an incomparably terrifying energy fluctuation. You are the demon god King Bo Sun? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he looked at the black-robed divine king in front of him. He stood in the sky, surrounded by demonic light. The murderous intent of hundreds of emotion intertwined, as if it was going to shatter the heavens and earth. However, he wasn't afraid. He stared at the black-robed divine king and asked. That's right. It's me. The black-robed divine king said indifferently, admitting it directly. I really didn't expect that the so-called Star Alliance had already been taken over by the divine clan. The extraterritorial Star World is your nest, right? But do you really think that you can control the divine war world? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed sharply, as if two peerless divine swords were piercing through the void, wanting to break through all the darkness. Golden light filled the air around him, and a vast amount of qi and blood rose, forming the shape of a real dragon around him. His aura was vast and unparalleled. He faced all the experts of the divine clan alone. What Ling Xiao feared the most was demon god King Bo Sun in front of him. Ling Xiao could feel that Bo Sun's cultivation was unfathomable. He was probably even stronger than Zhang Su's original body. Bo Sun's true combat strength was probably above the true god realm, however, Ling Xiao also had some doubts. Although demon god King Bo Sun was very strong, he didn't feel like he couldn't defeat him. Thinking back to what Zhang Su had said about demon god King Bo Sun's main body being in the heavenly devil ancient land, Ling Xiao guessed that demon god King Bo Sun might also be a Myriad transformations demon body, otherwise, Bo Sun wouldn't have scared Zhang Su to the point that they didn't even dare to attack. Instead, they wanted Ling Xiao to test Bo Sun's strength. However, if a Myriad transformations demon body was so terrifying, how strong would Bo Sun's original body be? Ling Xiao had a premonition that this battle would be the most difficult one. If he was careless, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. On the other hand, Xianxia, Long Outyen, and the others were deeply worried. When the true strength of the demon race was revealed, it gave off a feeling of invincibility. Could Ling Xiao really kill demon god King Bo Sun? Hundreds of demon gods were enough to wipe out the entire war god continent. If Ling Xiao wasn't here, there was no suspense at all. Those divine beings in the Forbidden Lands deserve to die. They know that the demon gods have descended and slaughtered all living things, but they still hide in the Forbidden Lands and watch the tigers fight. They bully the weak and fear the strong. They are more despicable than the demon race. Long Outyen's eyes were cold as he thought of the arrogant celestial race and god-burying clan. None of the divine beings in the Forbidden Lands had appeared. No matter what, today's battle is destined to be extremely dangerous. Moreover, we have no way out. We must kill all of these demon race. Xianxia said calmly, her eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Then let's kill. I haven't killed a divine being before. Today, I, Long Outyen, will kill a few demon gods for fun. Long Outyen sneered. Junior Martial Uncle, don't worry. We brothers will protect you. What can these demon race brats do? We can kill them all. Mu Linfeng, Lu Jiani, and the other 7 brothers laughed. Not only did they not have the slightest fear, but their eyes were also filled with a strong fighting intent. I need your protection? TSK, if you're so capable, let's see who can slay a god first. Long Outyen said proudly. Under everyone's encouragement, the sense of crisis and nervousness was diluted by quite a bit, and they all revealed a powerful fighting spirit. In this battle, they could only advance and not retreat. If they lost, the only thing that awaited them was death. If he wasn't even afraid of death, then what was there to be afraid of? Ling Xiao could feel the fighting spirit from the crowd and nodded in his heart. He took a deep breath and transmitted his voice to Zhu Ganglai and the white dragon horse. You too, protect Xianxia well. If they are in danger, send them into the divine stone. Ling Xiao had already given the god stone to the white dragon horse in advance so that he could go all out in this battle. Master, don't worry. Mistress will be fine. However, you have to be careful. Demon God King Bo Sun's strength is extremely terrifying. He has many tricks up his sleeves. With your current strength, you are definitely not his opponent. If there is any danger, you can directly undergo the God tribulation. Perhaps you can delay him. Zhu Ganglai solemnly transmitted his voice to Ling Xiao. All right. Ling Xiao said calmly. Ling Xiao, I admire you. Whether it is your talent, temperament, or combat strength, you can be said to be a rare genius in a million years. You should understand that with your strength alone, it is impossible to resist the power of my demon race. This is the general trend. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. If you are willing to submit to this king and hand over the wordless heavenly book, this king will not only not kill you, but will also nurture you. How about it? Demon God King Bo Sun looked at Ling Xiao indifferently, and there was even a hint of admiration. Through these few exchanges with Ling Xiao, he could see that Ling Xiao's talent and temperament were incomparably strong. Although the wordless heavenly book was powerful, it was only an external object. One's own strength was the foundation. He even felt that Ling Xiao had a great chance of becoming a saint. Such a figure was worth his effort to rope him in. Ling Xiao smiled coldly and said, "Those who are not of my race will definitely have different intentions. Your demon race views my human race as food, slaughtering billions of lives, and creating endless bloodshed. We are already irreconcilable. What qualifications do you have to ask me to submit to you?" Demon God King Bo Sun smiled faintly and said, "Ling Xiao, you have to know that this is a world where the strong are respected. The weak can only be reduced to ants, at the mercy of others. The weakness of the human race can be said to be known by everyone in the universe. Many races like to treat humans as food, and it is not just my demon race. But if you are strong enough, you can obtain dignity and a chance to live. You have to consider carefully. If you don't accept, you will die, and everyone related to you will also die. The strong are respected? Ha ha ha. What a good the strong are respected. Then if I am stronger than your demon race, does that mean I can slaughter your demon race as I wish? Although the human race is weak, they will constantly strive for self-improvement. You don't have to waste your breath. Bo Sun, if you have the ability, then fight with me. I will definitely kill you in this battle." Ling Xiao laughed loudly, and the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of ridicule, but his eyes were filled with monstrous battle intent. What a foolish perseverance. Ling Xiao, although I admire you, if you are determined to be my enemy, I can only kill you. However, do you really think that you can contend against the entire demon race with your strength alone? Demon God King Bo Sun smiled faintly. Rumble, just as his voice fell, all the demons in the surroundings suddenly roared. Demonic energy rose, and heaven and earth trembled. Terrifying fluctuations spread in all directions, and when the demonic aura descended, it caused everyone's expression to change abruptly. The aura of over 100 demon gods intertwined, causing the surrounding void to tremble, as if the world was about to be destroyed. And Ling Xiao stood in the midst of the demonic light that filled the sky. His white robe and black hair fluttered in the wind. He faced all the demon race experts alone, but his figure looked somewhat lonely. Ling Xiao's eyes overflowed with killing intent. Although he was not afraid of over 100 demon gods, Long Out Yin and the rest would definitely not be able to withstand the attacks of so many demon gods. Ling Xiao had already decided that if over 100 demon gods attacked at the same time, he would directly swallow the heaven-mending pearl and trigger the divine tribulation. Ling Xiao believed that the divine tribulation of the three-god realm was something that the 100 demon gods would not be able to withstand. It might even be able to annihilate all the demon race experts in one fell swoop. However, this divine tribulation was originally prepared by Ling Xiao for demon god King Bo Sun's main body, but now he had no choice but to activate it in advance. A group of demon bastards, if you want to deal with Ling Xiao, you have to ask for my permission first. At this moment, a lazy voice rang out in the void. Rumble. The old goat stood in the air. His fur was glossy and shiny like silk. He was about 10 feet tall and looked like a calf. His entire body was covered in a faint light and his goat face was filled with a cold smile. Behind it were 9 burly men in black armor. Their muscles were taut, and their chi and blood were extremely violent. Their eyes were filled with incomparably cold sharpness. The 9 strong men were all experts in the divine spirit realm. Each of them emitted a strong demonic aura and a strong battle intent. Old goat? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed and a smile appeared in his eyes. When he finished his seclusion, he heard that the old goat went to the holy ground to seek help from the ancient demon clan. He didn't expect that he would really get help. The 9 strong men behind the old goat emitted a strong demonic aura. They were obviously demon gods. They should be the ancient demon clan in the holy ground. Fortunately, I'm not late. Ling Xiao, the 9 of them are ancient demon gods. They are here to help us fight against the demon clan. The old goat chuckled and introduced them to Ling Xiao. As soon as the old goat finished speaking, a light flashed in the air and 3 figures appeared. Taoist Wuliang? You can find reinforcements too? The old goat's eyes flashed. The handsome middle-aged Taoist in the lead was none other than Taoist Wuliang. Behind him were 3 old Taoists with white hair and beards. They looked benevolent and kind. Their faces were like babies. Their eyes were deep and there was a faint smile on their lips. Ha ha ha. How can I not be involved in the battle against these demon clan bastards? Ling Xiao, these 3 Dao masters are my seniors. They are here to help us in the battle. Taoist Wuliang smiled at the old goat and Ling Xiao. The aura of the 3 old Taoists was unfathomable. They were at least in the divine spirit realm. They looked ancient as if they were immortals in the legends of the ancient era. They were extraordinary and elegant. Although Ling Xiao was curious about the origins of the 3 old Taoists, he knew that it wasn't the time. So, he didn't probe further. The people brought by Taoist Wuliang were definitely reliable. Thank you for your help, Taoists. Ling Xiao can't thank you enough. Ling Xiao cupped his hands at the 9 demon gods and the 3 old Taoists and said sincerely. You're too kind, young friend Ling. We've heard about you from Wuliang. It's really admirable. No matter what, this pure land cannot fall into the hands of the devil race. Today, even if we have to risk our lives, we will stop them. An old Taoist with white hair and beard smiled. Ancient Taoist sects and ancient demon race? If you had stayed out of this, perhaps this king could have spared your lives. But since you are seeking death, then this king can only fulfill your wishes. Kill them. Demon god King Bosun's expression was very calm. Even if the old goat and Taoist Wuliang came with reinforcements, he was not surprised at all. In his eyes, be it the ancient Taoist sects or the ancient demon clans, they were all useless and not worth mentioning at all. The only thing he was interested in was Ling Xiao. As soon as demon god King Bosun gave the order, over 100 demon gods descended from the sky. As for the experts of the Star Alliance, they were like cannon fodder that attacked Ling Xiao and the others. The devil race experts in the Heaven Devil ancient land were driven mad by the appearance of demon god King Bosun. They didn't fear death at all as they charged forward. Rumble, Ling Xiao punched out. His fists blazed like fire, and several of the Star Alliance's fighters were reduced to a bloody mist. None of the Star Alliance fighters were afraid of death. After Ling Xiao killed a few of them, it only served to stoke their bloodlust. They charged at Ling Xiao, R.I.P., the old goat's eyes were as cold as ice, and his baleful aura surged. Above his head, the Heaven Devourer cauldron appeared, pulsing with the power to devour anything and everything. In the blink of an eye, over 100 devil race experts were sucked into the cauldron. The Heaven Devourer cauldron burned with fire as their flesh, blood, and nascent divinities were refined by the old goat. As for Taoist Unscrupulous, he was much more refined. An ancient sword appeared in his hand. The sword light was blazing, cutting through the void like a resplendent galaxy. Every time the sword fell, a large number of demons would be directly killed, and all traces of their existence would be completely erased. Dragon Proud Heaven, Zhu Ganglai, the White Dragon Horse, the 7 Mu Linfeng brothers, Dragon Ardent, the Moon Goddess, and Phoenix Lady all made their moves. Their eyes shone with incomparable sharpness, and their killing intent surged as they unleashed powerful attacks on the devil race experts. Heaven Devil subduing grand formation. Crimson light flashed in the eyes of the 9 burly men. The burly man in the lead bellowed. Instantly, their auras intertwined with one another. Their divine power was as vast as the sea. They formed a huge formation and charged towards the 100 demon gods. Grand formation of the three clears God firmament. Grand formation. Break! A sharp glint flashed in the eyes of the three old Taoists. At the same time, they formed a seal with their hands. Dazzling runes rose into the air. The three of them formed the three forces of heaven, earth, and man. They drew the dazzling divine lightning in the sky and charged toward the demon gods. Rumble, streaks of blazing lightning bolts were terrifying. They contained incomparable power, as if they could turn everything into dust. Although the devil race experts were prepared, they did not expect the three old Taoists to be so terrifying. The divine lightning they summoned was even more terrifying than a heavenly tribulation. They were caught in the divine firmament. Grand formation. Crack! Heaven and earth trembled violently as streaks of purple lightning bolts resembled true dragons. In the endless sea of lightning, three mysterious figures appeared and suppressed the devil race experts at the same time. Boom! The three devil race experts in the three clears God firmament grand formation were caught off guard and were struck by the dazzling lightning bolts. They were completely turned into dust, and their souls were scattered. As for the remaining demon gods, they were also severely injured. You're courting death. At that moment, a bull-headed devil race expert's eyes flashed with murderous intent. The black scales on his body flickered with a dazzling black light, and the horn on his head seemed to be able to communicate with the lightning in the sky. He held a huge lightning hammer in his hand, and the lightning in the sky surged toward the hammer in his hand. Rumble! The huge lightning hammer pressed down on the three old Taoists with unstoppable force. It contained an incomparably terrifying power. The horned devil race expert's strength was extremely terrifying. He had almost surpassed the peak of the divine spirit realm and reached the true God realm. The three old Taoists' expressions changed slightly. Crack! Kill these three old bastards! Horned demon god roared, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He raised his thunder hammer and charged at the three old Taoists. On the other side, although the 9 demon celestials had formed the great celestial demon subduing array, there were still too many demon celestials. There were more than 100 demon celestials, and almost half of them were charging towards them in an attempt to wipe them out completely. Both the devil race and the monster race were races that placed great importance on the physique. Their physiques were extremely powerful and their blood energy surged to the sky. Inside the heavenly demon exorcism grand array, the 9 great monster gods formed invincible fist seals and actually engaged in a bloody battle with the devil gods. Every punch landed on the flesh, emitting muffled sounds of thunder. Kill! Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with murderous intent. His huge palm fell, and a destructive divine light shrouded the area. Hundreds and thousands of demon race and star alliance experts were slapped into a bloody mist. At the same time, he used the power of the 10,000 dragons god-slaying technique and pounced on the demon gods. Rumble! Heaven and earth trembled violently, and a dragon's roar resounded through the sky. 49 rainbow-colored divine dragons burst out from Ling Zhao's fist. They looked vivid and lifelike, and each of them had the power of a god. It was as if Ling Zhao had blasted out 49 punches in an instant. The terrifying fist intent stacked together, and contained unparalleled power, directly bombarding the body of a demon god. Boom! That demon god was directly blasted into pieces by Ling Zhao, but his fist didn't lose its momentum. Like a golden divine light, it pierced through 2 more demon gods in an instant, blasting them into a bloody mist. Whoosh! The devouring divine sea behind Ling Zhao surged, and a majestic devouring power erupted, instantly devouring the flesh and primordial spirits of the 3 demon gods. Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and his battle intent rose to the extreme. He felt every pore in his body spitting out the essence of heaven and earth. Every particle in his body came alive, and the bloodthirsty killing intent hidden in the depths of his heart erupted. Ling Zhao only wanted to slaughter all the demon race experts in front of him. You're courting death. Demon god King Bo Sun was originally sitting cross-legged on his throne. His eyes were indifferent as he watched the battle, as if it didn't matter who died or who died. But when he saw Ling Zhao kill the 3 demon gods with a single punch and devour their flesh and primordial spirits, his face instantly darkened, and a cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. Rumble! He slapped his throne, and his whole body suddenly stood up. A terrifying aura, as if heaven and earth was overturned. An incomparably cold killing intent locked onto Ling Zhao. He took a step forward, traversing tens of thousands of feet in an instant. Then, he threw a punch at Ling Xiao. Black divine light rose, and it was as if all the light in the sky had been swallowed up by his fist. The huge fist print contained endless dark demonic light, as if it was the hand of the devil emperor, who ruled the world, pressing down on Ling Xiao. Huh? A sharp light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. Instantly, the golden qi and blood around his body rose. He also threw out a punch, and a golden fist imprint exploded. It was as though a god of war had descended to the world, containing an indestructible power. This was the god of war King Fist, the ultimate fist technique of the god of war art. When Ling Xiao was still in the supreme realm, he was unable to unleash the power of the king of war fist. Now that he had achieved the double god realm, the divine battle force in his body was boundless. In addition, he had absorbed the unparalleled fist intent from the battle with the 9 supreme emperors during the divine tribulation, allowing his fist to possess an extraordinary power. Rumble, a muffled sound came, and the surrounding void trembled violently. The terrifying god of war King Fist collided with demon god King Bo Sun, and set off a terrifying storm of divine light. Both of them retreated at the same time, and stood in the 9 heavens, facing each other. The battle intent in their eyes seemed to be able to destroy everything. God of war King Fist? You have indeed inherited the god of war art. Although your strength is not strong enough, your fist intent is boundless. Your talent is really strong. Demon god King Bo Sun said slowly with a hint of surprise in his eyes. A casual punch from him could practically kill any divine spirit realm expert, but it was blocked by Ling Xiao's god of war King Fist. Ling Xiao did not say anything, but his heart sank slightly. The war god King's fist he had just unleashed almost all of his physical strength. It was not the slightest bit inferior to the Myriad dragon's god-slaying technique, but it was only on par with demon god King Bo Sun's casual punch. Ling Xiao could feel that demon god King Bo Sun's Myriad transformations demon body had at least the strength of a true god. As for which stage of the true god realm it had reached, Ling Xiao did not know. Although Ling Xiao had reached the dual god realm, his true cultivation was only at the early stage of the divine spirit realm. The gap between the two was too big. Ling Xiao knew that demon god King Bo Sun had the Myriad transformations demon scripture, demon god's eyes, heaven-severing 5 styles, and young master Xia's chaotic heavenly demon technique. These peerless demonic techniques in the hands of demon god King Bo Sun could probably explode with terrifying power. Ling Xiao could feel that if he did not reach the triple god realm, he might not even have a chance. Kill. Ling Xiao's eyes were burning with killing intent. He held the invincible fist seal and attacked demon god King Bo Sun. No matter what, he could only advance in this battle, and could not retreat. Between him and demon god King Bo Sun, only one could survive. Roar. Ling Xiao's body was filled with dragon aura. The power of the divine dragon body exploded. His body was invincible, and contained a kind of invincible power. It was terrifying to the extreme. Your battle strength is not bad, and your talent is extremely high. It's a pity that your cultivation is too weak. If you have the cultivation of true god realm, you might have a chance to fight with me. Demon god King Bo Sun said indifferently as he punched towards Ling Xiao. Blazing divine light rose. When he punched out, the fist seal swept out in all directions, as if it had turned into a world of darkness. The fist intent gave birth to all kinds of mysterious creatures. Vast mountains, rivers, lakes, and endless worlds of life and death, all of them pressed towards Ling Xiao. This was the Myriad transformations demon fist, the invincible fist seal of the Myriad transformations demon scripture. When demon god King Bo Sun used it, it had a kind of invincible fist intent that encompassed the heavens and swept through all directions. Rumble. The two fists collided. Resplendent divine light burst out, and the void trembled violently. Demon god King Bo Sun did not move, but Ling Xiao was like a golden meteor, and was instantly sent flying by demon god King Bo Sun. The terrifying power contained within the 10,000 transformations demonic fist made Ling Xiao feel as if he was fighting against a vast expanse of heaven and earth. Whoosh! Demon god King Bo Sun's eyes were indifferent. He took a step forward and disappeared into the void. In the next moment, he appeared behind Ling Xiao, and a resplendent palm blade slashed towards Ling Xiao. Rumble. A black blade radiance traversed the void like the Milky Way. It was incomparably sharp and contained the power to destroy everything. It was like the first ray of light from the beginning of the world, splitting the chaos and breaking the void. It contained endless vitality and destruction. This was the first style of the heaven-slaying 5 styles. It was finally unleashed at this moment. In the star world, Ling Xiao had once fought with one of His Majesty's avatars. Although Ling Xiao destroyed the first style of the heaven-slaying 5 styles with the 4 elephants sky-striking style, the terror of the first style was deeply imprinted in Ling Xiao's heart. At this moment, Demon God King Bo Sun's first style of the heaven-slaying 5 styles was more than 10 times or even 100 times stronger than before. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed and the sky-devouring sword appeared in his palm. During this period of time, Ling Xiao had killed many demon gods. The sky-devouring sword had devoured all the demon weapons and divine weapons he had obtained. The sky-devouring sword's quality had reached the level of a divine weapon. With the innate Spirit King as its weapon spirit, the sky-devouring sword was constantly growing stronger. Swoosh! Ling Xiao's body instantly soared into the sky. The sky-devouring sword released endless light. The roars of dragons, tigers, phoenixes, and tortoises shook the void. When Ling Xiao's sword slashed down, it seemed to have opened up a boundless world. The shadows of the 4 divine beasts appeared. The 4 elephants sky-striking style and the sky-devouring sword combined to unleash the most terrifying power. This was Ling Xiao's peak attack. It combined his physical body and the divine power law in his body, allowing the sword to rise to a higher level. Rumble, the void trembled violently as the blade and the sword collided in the void. It was as if the universe had exploded. The endless starry sky was destroyed. The collision between the first style of the heaven-slaying style and the 4 elephants sky-striking style was as if it was going to destroy the world. It set off a boundless divine light storm that lit up the sky completely. That terrifying aura swept out in all directions, causing many of the demon gods and people from the longevity sect who were fighting to be shocked. Their eyes were filled with solemnity. It was too terrifying. They had never thought that there would be such a terrifying power in the world. It was as if it was going to destroy the world and recreate the chaos. Even those demon gods could feel that if they were in the middle of the battle between Ling Xiao and demon god King Bo Sun, they would probably be torn into pieces instantly. But what they were most concerned about was who won. Boom! Amidst the dazzling divine light, 2 figures flew back. The heaven-devouring sword in Ling Xiao's hand was buzzing and trembling. His face was a little pale, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. However, his eyes were incomparably resplendent and bright. Heaven-severing first style. Ling Xiao stared at demon god King Buishuan, his eyes filled with powerful battle intent. I didn't expect you to be able to fuse the secret techniques of the wordless heavenly book and create your own path. That's amazing. The demon god King Bo Sun said indifferently as a sliver of shock flashed through his eyes. Although he had retracted his hand into his sleeve, there was a deep sword mark in a place that no one could see. What he didn't expect was that not only did his first strike fail to kill Ling Xiao, but he was also injured by Ling Xiao's sky-swallowing sword. I really want to see just how powerful the complete heaven-severing 5th style is. Make your move. Ling Xiao's eyes were incomparably sharp. He clenched the sky-swallowing sword in his hand, and sword chi gushed out, causing the surrounding void to tremble slightly. Behind Ling Xiao, there seemed to be a vast sea of divine power. It was the power of the sky-devouring divine sea, which could endlessly devour and refine the essence of heaven and earth to make up for his deficiency. Although the demon god King Bo Sun's first strike had injured him, under the miraculous effect of the sky-devouring divine sea, the vast essence of heaven and earth quickly surged over, and the injuries in his body began to heal rapidly. Whether it was the sky-devouring divine sea or the godly spiritual body, they both gave Ling Xiao the power of an undying body. As long as he didn't suffer irreversible injuries, he could quickly recover. Ling Xiao didn't want to activate the divine tribulation now. He wanted to take a risk and see just how strong the demon god King Bo Sun was. After all, Ling Xiao understood that the demon god King Bo Sun in front of him was only a Myriad transformations demon body. If he couldn't even kill him, how could he kill the demon god King Bo Sun's main body? Ling Xiao, your talent is indeed very strong. But it's a pity that you still have to die today. Demon god King Bo Sun said indifferently with a cold glint in his eyes. Whoosh! His body trembled slightly, instantly leaving behind countless black afterimages in the void, making it impossible to tell which one was his real body. Demon God King Bo Sun's speed was so fast that even Ling Xiao couldn't catch him. He appeared in front of Ling Xiao almost instantly. When Ling Xiao saw the dazzling saber light explode, he felt a fatal threat in his heart. Clang! Ling Xiao didn't even think as he stabbed forward with the sky-devouring sword. This sword was extremely ingenious. Ling Xiao had fused with the sword intent of the Sword Emperor in the Divine Tribulation. It was when the blade light had just risen and hadn't reached its peak. The sound of metal clashing could be heard and the blade light in front of him was suddenly destroyed. Good sword technique. But the second style of heaven slashing isn't that simple. Demon God King Bo Sun's voice was erratic in the void, making it impossible for others to catch his location. But just as he finished speaking, a resplendent blade light poured down on Ling Xiao like a torrential rain. Rumble, the surrounding void trembled. The blade light was extremely fast. Not only was it impossible to catch it with the naked eye, but even the primordial spirit couldn't lock onto it. Therefore, everyone below could only see a resplendent blade light descending from the 9 heavens like a waterfall and drowning Ling Xiao in an instant. The threat of death in his heart grew stronger and stronger. But the more it was like this, the more clear-headed Ling Xiao was. Buzz, the sky-devouring sword emitted a misty glow. At this moment, Ling Xiao didn't even think about martial arts or mystical abilities. He just followed his own heart and the vast sword intent that he comprehended from the Sword Emperor. The sky-devouring sword danced around like flowing water. Clang clang clang, in the void, the sound of metal clashing could be heard incessantly. Blade light and sword light rose and then rapidly exploded. But the resplendent blade light was getting faster and faster. In an instant, there would be tens of thousands of blade light descending and locking onto every part of Ling Xiao's body. Puff, the blade light began to break through the defense of the sky-devouring sword and slashed on Ling Xiao's body, leaving marks on the powerful Ares set. Boom, dazzling runes exploded one after another, and the Ares god of war armor seemed to be unable to withstand such a terrifying saber light. It actually began to shatter, and the sound of the saber light piercing into flesh could be heard clearly. Ling Xiao's body began to emit a shocking bloody light. In the end, all the blade lights gathered together and turned into a huge bolt of lightning that split the heavens and earth. It slashed down on Ling Xiao's body. Ka-cha, the powerful Ares set on his body suddenly shattered. Ling Xiao's body began to spurt blood. His white clothes were dyed red, making him look like a bloody man. What a profound sword technique. It's a pity that your cultivation is too weak. Boundless light gathered and formed Demon God King Bo Sun's figure. He glanced at Ling Xiao indifferently and shook his head. Ling Xiao, who was opposite him, looked very miserable. It was as if he had been slashed by a flurry of blades. His entire body was covered in dense blade marks. As for the Ares set, it was completely destroyed. If it wasn't for the protection of the Ares set, Ling Xiao would have been dismembered by that terrifying blade light. Ling Xiao! Xianxia shouted. Her eyes were filled with worry. Old Goat, Long Out Yin, and the other experts from Changsun sect were also anxious. Demon God King Bo Sun's strength was too terrifying. It was as if there was no way to defeat him. Ling Xiao could only resist in front of him. He didn't have the strength to fight back. There seemed to be a mysterious bolt of lightning lingering in Xianxia's eyes. It contained an extremely terrifying power. It silently spread out, but no one noticed it. I'm fine. Ling Xiao turned around and gave Xianxia and the others a smile, indicating for them to be at ease. Rumble, Ling Xiao's qi and blood rose. The engulfing divine sea devoured endless energy. Immediately, the wounds on his body began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. The lightning in her eyes also slowly dissipated. That's right. My cultivation is indeed a little weak. This is the second form of heaven cleaving, right? It actually contains the profound meaning and law of speed. Even the primordial spirit can't lock onto it. It's indeed a peerless blade technique. Ling Xiao looked at Demon God King Bo Sun calmly and praised softly. His previous state was actually extremely rare. It could even be said to be the legendary heart sword state, where there was no sword in his hand, but there was a sword in his heart. Using his most instinctive strength, he unleashed a wondrous sword intent to block Demon God King Bo Sun's second heaven-severing strike. Unfortunately, even though Ling Xiao could block the power of the blade light, his cultivation was too weak and his speed was not fast enough. Hence, he could only watch as the blade light broke through the sky-devouring sword's blockade and slashed the Ares armor. The Ares set was such a powerful divine artifact, but it had been destroyed by the attack. Ling Xiao, you can't even withstand the second strike of heaven cleaving. Are you sure you want to continue fighting? Buishuan said indifferently. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. His eyes shone brightly as he said, "Come. I really want to see exactly how strong the complete fifth move of Heaven Rend is." Ling Xiao could sense that the first strike of the heaven slaying technique was power. It was a peerless power that was like an ancient divine mountain that could crush and destroy everything. The second strike of the heaven slaying technique was speed. It was so fast that even one's primordial spirit could not lock onto it. Hence, Ling Xiao had no way to break through the second strike of the heaven slaying technique. He could only resist it. This was a true divine martial art. It involved the laws and contained an incomparably terrifying power. It was an eye-opener for Ling Xiao. Although he knew that the next three moves would be even stronger, he still wanted to see the true power of Demon God King Bo Sun. Very good. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Demon God King Bo Sun's eyes flashed as he glanced at Xianxia in the distance. His heart surged with monstrous killing intent. He could sense that Xianxia had been hit by his seven souls dispersing soul light, and the wordless heavenly book was currently in Xianxia's sea of consciousness. If Ling Xiao had the wordless heavenly book in hand, perhaps Demon God King Bo Sun would still be wary of Ling Xiao. However, now was the best time to kill Ling Xiao. Rumble. Demon God King Bo Sun's body surged with demonic light as he stood above the nine heavens. The surrounding chaotic mist gushed out, forming a huge vortex behind him. Heaven slaying technique third strike, wind rises. Demon God King Bo Sun's ancient voice resounded in the void, boom, immediately, the wind and clouds above the nine heavens moved. Vast astral winds swept in all directions, containing an incomparably sharp energy fluctuation. From the black vortex behind Demon God King Bo Sun, a blazing saber light instantly fused with the astral winds, transforming into a huge green saber light that slashed down towards Ling Xiao. The speed of the saber light was not fast. It was even somewhat slow. However, it contained an unavoidable power that completely locked onto Ling Xiao. The saber light flowed, shattering the void in all directions. However, this was only the beginning. Heaven slaying technique fourth strike, cloud movement. Demon God King Bo Sun's voice resounded once more. This time, the clouds in the sky tumbled, as if forming a vast sea of clouds. The sea of clouds rose above the ninth heaven and transformed into a white astral saber. Then, a cyan astral saber fell towards Ling Tian. The saber light was vast, containing an unfathomable concept that made people unable to grasp it. In a trance, it was as if the entire sky was filled with a sea of clouds and saber light. Heaven-severing fifth form, heavenly lightning. Demon God King Bo Sun's voice resounded for the third time, rumble, lightning flashed above the nine heavens. Black lightning interweaved, containing an endless destructive power. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed as it descended. Bolts of black lightning were like black lightning dragons. They were incomparably thick as they interweaved around Demon God King Bo Sun's body, making him look mysterious and unfathomable, just like a thunder god king. Demon God King Bo Sun's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he chopped down with his palm. Immediately, the black lightning interweaved and transformed into a black saber light that slashed towards Ling Xiao. No one expected Demon God King Bo Sun to directly display the power of the third, fourth, and fifth forms of heaven severing. Wind rises, clouds move, heavenly lightning, green, white, and black saber auras descended, shrouding the entire sky. They completely locked onto Ling Xiao, intending to completely annihilate him. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed an incomparably solemn expression. Just as Demon God King Bo Sun displayed the third form of heaven severing, he felt a fatal danger. Rumble, dragon might filled his body as golden blood rose. He pushed his divine dragon body to the extreme. At the same time, his devouring divine sea enveloped the entire area, containing the power to devour everything. Ling Xiao's eyes were incomparably sharp as his aura rose to the extreme. He held up the sky with both hands and formed the invincible fist seal. Then, he suddenly threw 3 punches into the void above. The first punch contained boundless dragon might. Ling Xiao burned his divine dragon blood and 81 rainbow-colored divine dragons traversed the sky, causing this punch to contain an invincible power. The second punch contained the power of the god of war that flowed throughout Ling Xiao's body. Wisps of purple-gold mist condensed into a huge purple-gold divine fist that soared into the sky. On the third punch, Ling Xiao's blood, qi, and divine power seemed to have gushed out. Blood mist spread out from the pores all over his body, turning into the shadows of the 4 divine beasts, faintly revolving around a mysterious celestial emperor. A peerless fist aura erupted. Although the menstrual cycle and fate-reversing technique were powerful, they were unable to resolve the crisis before him. Furthermore, if he were to forcefully use these 2 divine arts, it was hard to say whether demon god King Bo Sun would be killed or not. Ling Xiao himself would very likely suffer the backlash of the power of time and the power of fate once again. Therefore, Ling Xiao chose to use the Myriad Dragon's god-slaying technique, God of War Fist, and 4 Elephants Heaven-striking style to contend against Bo Sun's Heaven-severing 3 styles. These 3 fists could be said to have fused with all of Ling Xiao's vitality and divine power. The vitality around him soared, and the golden light illuminated the entire sky. The 3 huge fist imprints met the 3 blade imprints, surging violently with an extremely powerful aura. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but hold their breaths, and their eyes were filled with incomparable shock. Demon god King Bo Sun's heaven-severing 3 styles was too terrifying. When the 3 terrifying blade imprints fell, it was as if they were going to cut the entire war god's world into pieces. Everyone had an illusion that this was an invincible blade technique, invincible in the world, and no one could contend against it. Even Ling Xiao couldn't. To be able to force Royal Father to use the heaven-severing 3 styles, Ling Xiao, you're dead meat. Young Master Xia's eyes revealed a trace of coldness as he sneered. How could he not know the terror of the heaven-severing 5 styles? In the battle a million years ago, many heavenly gods and even godly kings fell under the heaven-severing 5 styles. Once the heaven-severing 5 styles was used, even ghosts and gods would flee. Ling Xiao, you must block it. The old goat's eyes were filled with incomparable nervousness and anxiety. He couldn't interfere in a battle of this level, and could only pray that Ling Xiao could defeat demon god King Bo Sun. In Jin Sei's eyes, the light flickered, and the lightning was incomparably sharp. The divine skymend butterfly slowly revolved around her, emitting a strange fluctuation that made her seem like she was floating, as if she could turn into a butterfly and fly away at any time. Rumble, a terrifying explosion rang out from the void. The 81 rainbow-colored dragons collided with the green saber aura. The dragon might roared and the fist intent was incomparably powerful. However, the saber aura seemed to contain the power to destroy everything. The 81 rainbow-colored dragons were actually destroyed by the green saber aura. At the same time, the white and black blades trembled slightly and merged with the green blades. They contained a destructive force that broke through the Thousand Dragons god-slaying technique and destroyed Ling Xiao's King of War Fist. Finally, they collided violently with the 4 Elephants sky-striking style. Rumble, the phantoms of the 4 divine beasts shrouded the sky and the earth, containing an extremely mysterious power. They formed a perfect balance and began to enter a stalemate with the saber aura in the void. However, Ling Xiao's face instantly turned extremely pale. He could feel that the power contained in the saber was too terrifying. Although the 4 Elephants sky-striking style contained the 4 Elephants origin energy, his cultivation was still too weak. Crack, the 4 divine beasts were smashed to pieces in an instant. The terrifying saber sliced through the void and slashed towards Ling Xiao. Boom, that saber slashed directly onto Ling Xiao's chest, as if it was going to split Ling Xiao apart. Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood as if he had been struck by lightning. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper as he was sent flying. At this moment, whether it was the devouring divine sea or the divine dragon body, there was no way for Ling Xiao to block the saber. He was instantly severely injured. You didn't die? I didn't expect you to have such a precious treasure on you. Demon god King Bo Sun's eyes shone brightly. He was a little surprised. The saber aura just now had almost completely destroyed the sky. Even Ling Xiao's 3 peerless divine techniques were instantly torn apart like paper. Demon god King Bo Sun originally thought that even Ling Xiao would be completely killed by the saber aura. However, there seemed to be some kind of treasure in Ling Xiao's chest that blocked the fatal blow for him. The unparalleled divine power contained in the saber aura was transmitted into Ling Xiao's body, causing him to be severely injured in an instant. The heaven-slaying style is indeed worthy of its reputation. Ling Xiao stood in the void, his body trembling slightly. His mouth was full of blood and his face was as pale as paper. However, his eyes were incomparably bright. Rumble, the devouring divine sea absorbed the boundless essence of heaven and earth to continuously heal Ling Xiao. However, his injuries this time were too severe and there was no way for him to recover in a short period of time. Ling Xiao could feel that the last three styles combined had the power to kill him. If he didn't use the Heaven Dao Primal Chaos Tablet to block it at the last moment, he would have been killed. The Heaven Dao Primal Chaos Tablet was a supreme treasure. Originally, with Ling Xiao's cultivation, it was impossible for him to refine it. However, with the help of the wordless heavenly book, he was able to slightly use a trace of the Heaven Dao Primal Chaos Tablet's power to block Demon God King Bo Sun's killing blow. When the saber aura landed on the Heaven Dao Primal Chaos Tablet, it didn't even leave a mark. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh at the strength of the Heaven Dao Primal Chaos Tablet. However, Ling Xiao had already concealed the aura of the Heaven Dao Primal Chaos Tablet. Even Demon God King Bo Sun couldn't see what kind of treasure was in Ling Xiao's body. Even if you have a precious treasure protecting your body, in front of absolute strength, it's all in vain. Ling Xiao, die. Demon God King Bo Sun seemed to be too lazy to continue speaking to Ling Xiao. Killing intent flashed in his eyes as he slammed his palm down on Ling Xiao. Rumble, a terrifying aura exploded. Demon God King Bo Sun's body shone with demonic light as he unleashed all of his strength. His palm was earth-shattering as he wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Not good. Demon God King Bo Sun's great transformation's demon body actually has the strength of a true god realm? Master is in danger. Zhu Ganlia's expression changed. This time, he could clearly feel that Demon God King Bo Sun's strength had reached the true god realm. He was a realm higher than Ling Xiao. His strength was terrifying. In front of absolute strength, no matter how strong Ling Xiao's talent was, he was still very insignificant. Kill. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he activated the strength of his body. Engulfing Heaven God Sea swept through the void as Ling Xiao punched towards Demon God King Bo Sun. Rumble, heaven and earth shook violently as Ling Xiao and Demon God King Bo Sun started an intense battle. Ling Xiao used Engulfing Heaven God Sea to continuously devour Demon God King Bo Sun's attacks. At the same time, he used his terrifying physical strength to attack Demon God King Bo Sun. However, Demon God King Bo Sun's strength was too terrifying. Ling Xiao instantly fell into a disadvantage and was in imminent danger. Puff, he was hit by Demon God King Bo Sun's palm and immediately coughed up blood as he was sent flying. Kill. Ling Xiao fought until he went berserk. His eyes were filled with killing intent as his aura surged. After being sent flying by Demon God King Bo Sun, he jumped up again and charged towards Demon God King Bo Sun. The eyes of everyone from Changsun's sect were filled with anxiety and worry. However, they could not interfere in a battle as such. Moon Goddess and Phoenix Maiden's eyes turned red as they trembled. They couldn't wait to charge forward. The lightning in Jin Sei's eyes burned even more fiercely as a terrifying divine light was about to burst out. Wang, suddenly, Demon God King Bo Sun's eyes were filled with black light as if a vortex had appeared. Suddenly, a black ray shot out. It contained the power to freeze everything and was extremely fast as it flew towards Ling Xiao. Just as Ling Xiao felt a sense of danger, that ray of light landed on his body. Boom, a mysterious force instantly poured into his body and exploded with a bang. It was as if he had been petrified, and his entire body was sealed in ice. That black ray seemed to contain some kind of power of law. Ling Xiao's body was sealed by countless lines of law, making him unable to move. Demon God King Bo Sun's eyes flashed with killing intent as he pointed at Ling Xiao's forehead. That finger was like a sword with unparalleled sharpness. Ling Xiao saw the cold killing intent in Demon God King Bo Sun's eyes. He wanted to destroy him completely. Ling Xiao didn't even think as he prepared to trigger the power of the divine tribulation. Whoosh! At this moment, a snow-white ray of light lit up in the dark sky, illuminating the world in all directions. It was dazzling and majestic like a blazing galaxy. That was a sword ray. It was vast, grand, ancient and sharp. Everything in the world seemed to be enveloped by the sword ray. That sword ray slashed down at Demon God King Bo Sun. Who is it? Demon God King Bo Sun's expression changed. He could feel the killing intent hidden in that sword, which made him feel threatened. Immediately, he changed the direction of his finger, which was pointing at soaring firmament, and abruptly landed on that resplendent sword light. Rumble, the terrifying sword ray exploded and swept across the sky. Amidst the dazzling divine light, a middle-aged man in a black robe with a heroic bearing strode over. The sword wheel around him rose and circled around him as if it was real. His face looked very ordinary, but his eyes were extremely deep and sharp. They were like two peerless divine swords that had been unsheathed. His killing intent was so strong that no one dared to look him in the eye. He was like an emperor of swords. As soon as he appeared in this world, all the experts who used swords felt their swords buzzing and trembling. Then, as if they were out of their control, they instantly flew out and bowed to the middle-aged man. Myriad swords greeting sect, one sword leaving dust. The appearance of this middle-aged man in a black robe shocked everyone. Whoosh, the black-robed middle-aged man appeared in front of Ling Xiao in the next moment. He pointed his finger, and it was as if a beam of sword chi was shot towards Ling Xiao. It was incomparably sharp, and it instantly broke the restrictive force on his body. Thank you for your help. Who are you? Ling Xiao curiously glanced at the black-robed middle-aged man in front of him. That sword intent was somewhat familiar, but he had never seen this person before. Ling Xiao, do you still remember me? The middle-aged man in a black robe smiled at Ling Xiao as an old voice sounded from his mouth. Ling Xiao was shocked. His eyes were filled with disbelief and surprise. You are the longevity grass? How could Ling Xiao not recognize the voice of the middle-aged man in a black robe? It was the voice of the longevity grass, but when did the longevity grass become so strong? What a strong sword intent. Who are you? Demon God King Bo Sun's eyes were filled with seriousness as he looked at the middle-aged man in a black robe. Although he felt that the middle-aged man in a black robe was not strong and had not reached the true God realm, the strong sword intent made him feel slightly shocked. You can call me Dugu Chobai. The middle-aged man in a black robe smiled faintly as his eyes shone with a sharp light. Just as he finished speaking, not only was Demon God King Bo Sun shocked, even Ling Xiao was shocked. He is Dugu Chobai? The longevity grass is Dugu Chobai. Everyone from the Chongsun sect let out a look of disbelief as well. Since when had the longevity grass turned into Dugu Chobai? Dugu Chobai saw the shock in Ling Xiao's eyes and said calmly, now is not the time to explain. Today, I will help you subdue this demon. Looking at Demon God King Bo Sun before him, Dugu Chobai's eyes were filled with strong fighting spirit. Dugu Chobai? What an arrogant name. You humans are just a bunch of frogs in a well. Since you want to be defeated, I will fulfill your wish today. Demon God King Bo Sun's eyes flashed with killing intent as he sneered. Although Dugu Chobai's sword intent was extremely pure and vast, even stronger than the sword intent of many divine king experts that Demon God King Bo Sun had seen, Dugu Chobai's cultivation was only at the divine spirit realm. Therefore, Demon God King Bo Sun did not take him seriously. It will be my honor if you can defeat me. Dugu Chobai smiled faintly. The longevity grass is the strongest man in the world, Dugu Chobai, from hundreds of thousands of years ago? Isn't this too surreal? Am I dreaming? Long Outyen's eyes widened as they were filled with disbelief and shock. Long Lai, Fire Phoenix Supreme, Moon God, Phoenix Lady, Mu Linfeng, and the others had all heard about Dugu Chobai. He could be said to be the most dazzling figure in the past 1,000,000 years. His legends were everywhere. The 3 supreme sword techniques of the War God continent were passed down by Dugu Chobai. However, not only did Dugu Chobai not die, he even turned into a divine herb. This was unbelievable. Using a divine herb to nourish his primordial spirit? I never thought that there would be such a genius in the mortal realm. Zhu Ganglia's eyes flashed as he thought of something. He could not help but exclaim. Senior, Demon God King Bo Sun's cultivation has reached the true God realm. Moreover, he has many supreme demonic techniques. His strength is unfathomable. Ling Xiao did not have the time to be shocked by Dugu Chobai's identity as he said to Dugu Chobai. If that's the case, then I am really lucky. Ling Xiao, how about letting me fight demon god King Bo Sun? Dugu Chobai smiled faintly as his eyes were filled with confidence. All right. Senior, be careful. Although Ling Xiao was a little worried, he could feel that Dugu Chobai's strength was extremely strong. He might be able to fight demon god King Bo Sun. Therefore, he agreed after thinking about it. However, Ling Xiao also decided that if Dugu Chobai was in danger, he would attack demon god King Bo Sun together with Dugu Chobai. You are courting death. Demon god King Bo Sun's eyes flashed with killing intent. The demonic gods around him rose as he slammed his palm down on Dugu Chobai. He never thought that Dugu Chobai would want to fight him alone. This immediately triggered his killing intent. Therefore, he attacked with lightning speed. Rumble, demon god King Bo Sun's demonic aura rose as a majestic aura shrouded the heavens and earth. He slammed his palm down at Dugu Chobai, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently as if the boundless world was about to collapse. Chaotic heavenly demon art, heavenly demon extermination. Demon god King Bo Sun's face was calm as a ray of light that could split the heavens and earth flashed in his eyes. In an instant, a huge palm print swept across the sky as if it was a vast continent that was about to turn everything into dust. Ha ha ha. Chaotic heavenly demon art is the supreme technique that Lord Demon Saint imparted to my father. It contains 3 ultimate techniques. Back then, Scarlet Dragon War God was severely injured by my father using this technique. This bullshit T Dugu Chobai is definitely going to die. Young Master Xia let out a hearty laugh. His eyes were filled with an incomparably sinister look. However, he was still a little shocked. The chaotic heavenly demon art was one of demon god King Bo Sun's most powerful demonic techniques. He had never thought that a mere Dugu Chobai could force Scarlet Dragon War God to use it. The power of this palm strike was extremely terrifying. It was not much weaker than the heaven-severing 5th style. It even contained an eternal demonic intent. Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a trace of cold sharpness. Dugu Chobai stood on the mountain in the sky with a calm expression. His eyes were as deep as the sea as if they contained a vast world. Buzz, the ancient sword in his palm trembled slightly as strands of black sword energy spread out. The sword light looked extremely gorgeous as it gently pierced towards demon god King Bo Sun's palm strike. However, it emitted an aura that made one's heart palpitate. The black sword energy seemed to contain endless destructive power, giving the sword a sense of immortality. Rumble, an earth-shattering aura erupted, and endless divine light gushed out. It was incomparably boundless, however, everyone could see that within the boundless demonic light, a dazzling sword light cut through everything and stabbed towards demon god King Bo Sun. This is Destruction Sword Dao? How could a mere human from the mortal world comprehend such a supreme sword Dao? How is this possible? Demon god King Bo Sun's eyes revealed shock for the first time as his voice trembled. Puff, a black blood light flashed as Dugu Chobai's sword pierced through demon god King Bo Sun's palm and chopped off one of his arms. Boom, demon god King Bo Sun was sent flying as his eyes revealed an extremely solemn expression. Even the battle with Ling Xiao had been very casual, as if everything was under his control. However, facing Dugu Chobai now made him feel a sense of crisis. Dugu Chobai stood in the void in his black robe. Sword intent rose around him. Although his face was slightly pale, his eyes became brighter and brighter. Destruction Sword Dao? He's merely at the divine spirit realm, yet he's actually already comprehended the foundation of the Saint Dao. This person is truly a genius gifted by the heavens. Zhu Ganglia's body was also shaking. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Destruction Sword Dao? Is there anything powerful about it? Long Outyan asked curiously as he approached Lin Fan. You don't. Divine realm cultivators comprehend the law of heaven and earth and constantly perfect the small world in their body. However, it's still the application of the law of heaven and earth. When one comprehends the law of heaven and earth to the extreme, he will be able to walk on his own path to the divine path. Destruction Sword Dao is the foundation of the divine path. As long as he enters the divine realm, he will be able to become a divine saint within 100 years. Zhu Ganglai shook his head and said. His eyes were filled with shock. Even in the divine realm, such a person would be a peerless genius. He was a rare martial arts genius. Zhu Ganglai did not expect to see such a person in the mortal world. Although Dugu Chobai had just comprehended the destruction sword Dao and was only at the entry level, his strength had already surpassed ordinary divine realm cultivators. That was why he could easily defeat demon god King Bo Sun's chaotic heavenly demon art. Dugu Chobai is so powerful? Doesn't that mean demon god King Bo Sun is dead meat? Long Out Yen's eyes were wide open. His eyes were filled with joy. It's not that easy. In this mortal world, there's no way to support the power of the Saint Dao. Dugu Chobai probably can't use that sword for more than a few times. If he can't kill Demon King Bo Sun, he'll be the one to die. Zhu Ganglai said as he shook his head. Although Dugu Chobai looked elegant, his face was pale. That move had consumed a large amount of his primordial spirit, blood essence, and even his lifespan. After all, although he had comprehended the destruction sword Dao, his cultivation was still too weak. Very good. To be able to comprehend the destruction sword Dao at the divine spirit realm, your talent is the best I've ever seen. Dugu Chobai, you are worthy of this name. But how many swordsmanship can you use like that just now? Demon god King Bo Sun sneered, but his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Such a person must not be allowed to live. In time, he would be another Scarlet Dragon God of War, or even surpass him. After all, Scarlet Dragon God of War had only comprehended the foundation of the divine path when he was in the Divine King realm. How could he compare with Dugu Chobai? If Dugu Chobai grew up, he would definitely be a great enemy of the devil world. It was not impossible for such a person to become an emperor in the future. Demon god King Bo Sun could not help but tremble at the thought of the invincible great emperor's aura that could suppress the heavens. You're right. I will only use 3 moves. If I can't kill you in 3 moves, then I'll admit defeat. Dugu Chobai said calmly with a faint smile. Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with shock. He could vaguely see the figure of the Sword Emperor during the divine tribulation in Dugu Chobai's move. It was vast and unparalleled, as if it had the power to split the heavens and earth. In Ling Zhao's opinion, Dugu Chobai's strength was only slightly stronger than his. However, Dugu Chobai's realm was much higher than his. Was this the strength of the strongest person in the world hundreds of thousands of years ago? It was indeed terrifying. 3 moves? You are indeed arrogant. Then take another move of my chaotic heavenly demon art, Myriad heavenly demon. Demon god King Bo Sun sneered, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Although Dugu Chobai's cultivation was not as high as his previous move had won his respect. Moreover, he had his own pride. The chaotic heavenly demon art was passed down by the demon saint, so how could it be so simple? Rumble, demon god King Bo Sun threw a punch at Dugu Chobai. Boundless demonic light sword, and a vast world seemed to appear above demon god King Bo Sun's fist. Countless demon race experts roared, ran, and even knelt on the ground to worship. It was as if the legendary demon realm had descended from the endless spacetime. Everyone had the same thought, as if the demon realm was going to rule the myriad worlds and become the only eternal existence in this world. This was the power of the myriad world's heavenly demon. Under this fist, everyone's mind seemed to have been taken away, and they couldn't help but kneel down. This fist also contained the intent and power of the Saint Dao. Weng, but at this moment, a snow-white sword light sword, the boundless darkness was illuminated. This sword seemed to be the first ray of light at the beginning of the world. It separated the endless chaos, evolved the myriad worlds, and evolved the countless living beings. This was the sword of life, which gave life to the world. Everyone who saw this sword would think of beautiful words like beauty, life, prosperity, and so on in their hearts. This was the sword of life. Dugu Chobai's face was emotionless. He emitted a mysterious aura, as if he had completely merged with the world. That sword easily tore through the boundless darkness, and finally clashed with the terrifying demonic light. Rumble, the sky seemed to have collapsed, and the demon Dao world collapsed rapidly. Boundless divine light storms swept out in all directions, but they were completely drowned by the resplendent sword energy. Dugu Chobai and demon god King Bo Sun's figures flew back at the same time, and stood in the endless void. The ancient sword in Dugu Chobai's hand trembled slightly, and let out a clear sword hum. Both of demon god King Bo Sun's arms were completely shattered. Boundless demonic light sword, and 2 new arms were formed. At the same time, it illuminated his extremely solemn face. Life Sword Dao? You actually comprehended two sword Daos of destruction and life at the same time? How is this possible? Demon God King Bo Sun was completely shaken, and his face was filled with undisguised shock. Destruction and life were two completely different types of power. They could be said to be mutually reinforcing and opposing. Demon God King Bo Sun had also seen a peerless expert who had comprehended the destruction sword Dao. That person had already become an invincible sword saint. However, Demon God King Bo Sun had never thought that a person could comprehend two Saint Daos at the same time. However, the divine path was like a path. One could only walk one path. How could one walk two paths at the same time? The extremity of death is life, and the extremity of life is death. Destruction and life have always been one, so how could they be considered two different sword Daos? Dugu Chobai said faintly with a deep look in his eyes. His eyes also seemed to have undergone some strange changes. One of his eyes was filled with destruction and slaughter, while the other was filled with light and vitality. The two strange forces formed a perfect balance in his body. Isn't this too frightening? Who was this Dugu Chobai? Could he be the reincarnation of a saint? The destruction sword Dao is already terrifying enough, but he actually managed to comprehend the life sword Dao at the same time. If this were to happen in the divine world, I'm afraid countless holy lands would fight over it. They might even start a war. Zhu Galia's eyes widened, and his voice trembled. Dugu Chobai, it really is Dugu Chobai. Even Demon God King Bo Sun couldn't defeat him. This guy is just too crazy. The old goat, Daoist Wuliang, and the others were shocked. At the same time, they thought of the legendary Dugu Chobai. It was simply a legend, a miracle. When the Dugu Chobai in front of them and the legendary Dugu Chobai merged into one, there was an additional sense of mystery. Ling Xiao looked at Dugu Chobai. The concept of the intertwining of destruction and life from Dugu Chobai seemed to have touched him. In Ling Zhao's sea of consciousness, his primordial spirit was trembling slightly. A similar concept was about to condense. He felt that his primordial spirit was finally complete. As long as he wanted to, he could become a god with his mental strength at any time. You're just an ant from the mortal world. How dare you talk about the heavenly Dao? So what if you've comprehended the destruction and life sword Daos? You're still going to die today. No one can save you. The killing intent in Demon God King Bo Sun's eyes was not concealed at all. He was completely shaken. There was even a trace of fear and dread in his heart. Such a peerless genius should not appear in the mortal world. He should not appear in the human race. He should not even appear here. Therefore, he must die. So what if you're from the mortal world? So what if you're from the human race? There's no difference between life and death. It's funny that you don't understand this despite your great strength. Now, take my third sword. Dugu Chobai smiled faintly. His face became paler and paler. Even his black hair was turning white. However, his body became straighter and straighter. He was like a divine sword that pierced through the heavens. As soon as he finished speaking, the third sword pierced towards Demon God King Bo Sun, Wang. The void trembled slightly as circular ripples appeared. Chaotic chi surged. It was as if a small world was born and then shattered in an instant. In this strange tremor, an eternal sword light intertwined with the two mysterious concepts of destruction and life shot towards Demon God King Bo Sun. Dugu Chobai seemed to have forgotten everything. He had forgotten this world, the surrounding spacetime, and everything else. He was neither sad nor happy. His heart was as calm as still water as he slowly thrust out his sword. Demon God King Bo Sun's expression changed drastically. He could feel the two terrifying sword intents of destruction and life fusing into one from this sword. Most importantly, he could feel a fatal killing intent. Chaotic heavenly demon art, eternal demonic Tao. Demon God King Bo Sun did not hesitate. He pushed out both his palms and roared, rumble, black lightning exploded in the void. Demon God King Bo Sun seemed to be surrounded by millions of demon gods. They all knelt down and worshipped him as if he was the only true demon in the world. When he pushed out both his palms, endless demonic chi surged and intertwined into a mysterious rune. It contained an eternal aura. He wanted to block Dugu Chobai's sword and use the power of eternal demonic Tao to kill Dugu Chobai, this was the most terrifying move of the chaotic heavenly demon art. It was rumored that when cultivated to the extreme, it could even kill a saint. Rumble. Two kinds of terrifying power instantly exploded in the nine heavens. The endless void was destroyed and even the silhouettes of mysterious small worlds appeared one after another. Then, they all exploded at the same time, turning into a vast black hole. Vaguely, one could see countless mysterious worlds emerging from it. This was creation's end. It was a mysterious phenomenon that appeared when supreme experts fought against each other. Legend had it that during the ancient times, when countless demon gods and saints fought, a single strike could destroy an endless world. It turned into an eternal black hole that devoured everything. The sword light seemed to have quieted down after entering the endless darkness. In the next moment, Dugu Chobai's body trembled. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His long hair fluttered and turned white at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom, he was sent flying back as if he had suffered a heavy blow. What? Everyone turned pale with fright, their eyes filled with disbelief. Dugu Chobai's white hair fluttered in the wind, and his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. He was thrown out of the vast divine light storm. He stood in the void and staggered, as if he was about to fall from the nine heavens. Everyone's body trembled, and their eyes were filled with incomparable shock. Their hearts could not help but sink. Dugu Chobai had suffered such a heavy injury. Was he really going to lose? Father's demonic Tao is eternal prosperity. When cultivated to the extreme, he can kill a saint. A mere human ant. So what if he has comprehended the supreme sword Tao? He will still die in Father's hands, young Master Xia sneered, and his eyes were filled with jealousy as he looked at Dugu Chobai. However, before he could finish his sentence, his expression changed. Rumble, in the divine light storm that was as deep as the sea and shrouded in darkness, a dazzling sword ray floated up and down. It instantly illuminated Demon God King Bo Sun's figure. Demon God King Bo Sun's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. That sword had already pierced through the darkness and slashed down at him. Demon God King Bo Sun's body trembled, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on his body. Boundless demonic light gushed out, and then he exploded. Although Dugu Chobai had suffered heavy injuries, Demon God King Bo Sun had been killed by Dugu Chobai's sword. Dugu Chobai's cultivation is still too weak. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suffered the backlash of the Saint Tao. The power of that sword is too terrifying. Fortunately, he still won. Zhu Ganglai sighed softly. He knew that Demon God King Bo Sun wasn't the one who injured Dugu Chobai. The reason why he looked like he was severely injured was because his cultivation was too weak. He forcefully used the power of the Saint Tao and suffered a great backlash. What? That's impossible. Young Master Xia was completely dumbfounded. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and his face was filled with disbelief. Just a moment ago, he thought that Dugu Chobai was severely injured and was about to die at the hands of Demon God King Bo Sun. But suddenly, Demon God King Bo Sun was killed by Dugu Chobai. The contrast was too great. He felt like he was in a dream. He mumbled to himself as he stood there in a daze. A moment later, he suddenly shuddered. With Demon God King Bo Sun dead, could he still survive? Young Master Xia's heart sank as he looked at the vengeful and murderous gazes around him. Ha ha ha. We won. Senior Dugu is too powerful. Long Out Yen and the others jumped up and down excitedly. Their faces were red, and their eyes were filled with excitement and excitement. Bo Sun Demon God King was too terrifying. Ling Xiao had suffered heavy injuries in his hands, and some people had even begun to despair. Who would have thought that Dugu Chobai would kill him in the blink of an eye? When Dugu Chobai and Demon God King Bo Sun were fighting, many experts from the Holy Lands came to the Heavenly Devil Ancient Land to kill the demon race. They also saw the battle between Dugu Chobai and Bo Sun, and their eyes were filled with excitement. At this moment, their fighting spirit soared. After a short moment of excitement, they instantly charged towards the devil race experts. Wang, Dugu Chobai's body glowed brightly. Streams of divine energy circled around him and poured into his body. His aura began to calm down. Senior is mighty. Demon God King Bo Sun has died in your hands. Ling Xiao was relieved when he saw Dugu Chobai's aura gradually calming down. He smiled at Dugu Chobai and said, "He's not dead." Du Guqiubai's words startled Ling Xiao. What? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He had clearly sensed that demon god King Bo Sun's all transformations demon body had been destroyed. What I just killed was only one of Bo Sun's doppelgangers. I can feel that his real body is in the blood sea, so he's not dead. However, his real body is extremely terrifying. Even I might not be his match. Du Guqiubai said slowly. Rumble. As soon as Du Guqiubai finished his words, the blood sea below began to boil. Streaks of blood-red light turned into blood-red chains. They traversed the void and wrapped around the experts of the human race. Powerful demon gods seemed to be born from the terrifying blood-red light. Each of them was filled with murderous intent as they charged at the experts of the human race. Ling Zhao's expression changed. He could feel that there was an unfathomable and terrifying aura in the blood sea below that was about to awaken. Not good. Ling Xiao, Bo Sun's real body is about to awaken. The blood sea should be formed by his divine energy. He wants to devour the experts of the human race to recover his strength. Go and destroy that blood sea. Du Guqiubai's expression changed as he pointed at the blood sea below. Is he finally going to awaken? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He had a vague guess that if Bo Sun's real body was in the heavenly devil ancient land, it was very likely to be in the blood sea. The great transformations demon body that Du Guqiubai had just killed should be Bo Sun's strongest doppelganger. Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with cold battle intent as he thought about how he was going to face Bo Sun's real body. Whoosh, his figure soared into the sky and punched the endless sea of blood below. Suddenly, the world trembled violently. The terrifying fist broke the blood-colored chains one by one. Kill. The old goat, Daoist Wuliang, and the others also felt the blood sea's strange movements. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent as they charged at the demon gods and the blood demons formed by the blood sea. Many of the experts from the martial Dao Holy Land were caught off guard as they were pulled into the blood sea. They were instantly devoured by the blood sea, leaving nothing behind. The blood demons formed by the blood sea were becoming more and more terrifying. Some of them were even comparable to the real demon gods. Rumble. At this moment, a light flashed in the void as a young man in a golden robe appeared. He was riding on a void golden-eye beast. He looked handsome and heroic as he was surrounded by blazing light. There seemed to be a bright sun rising behind him as he charged at the demon gods in an instant. Zhao Ritian? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he revealed a hint of surprise. The figure that came across the sky was Zhao Ritian. Looking at Zhao Ritian's cultivation, he had already broken through to the divine spirit realm. Don't be surprised. Although I don't like you, how can I, Zhao Ritian, be left out of such a great task as resisting the demon race? Zhao Ritian winked at Ling Xiao as he smiled smugly. Rumble. Zhao Ritian threw out a punch and the blazing grand sun primordial fire exploded. It contained the power to incinerate everything. In an instant, the blood demon was blasted into pieces. Thank you. Ling Xiao smiled and cupped his fists at Zhao Ritian. Zhao Ritian and Ling Xiao had traveled together from the Eight Desolates region. Although he had caused a lot of trouble for Ling Xiao and was even hostile towards him, he was not a bad person. He only wanted to defeat Ling Xiao and never wanted to kill him. Therefore, Ling Xiao did not have any ill feelings towards him and even admired him. Zhao Ritian was like a cockroach that could not be killed. Moreover, he had heaven-defying luck. Every time Ling Xiao saw him, his strength would increase tremendously and he would have many treasures. Ling Xiao had finally broken through to the divine spirit realm. However, this time, Zhao Ritian had also broken through to the divine spirit realm. Comparisons were odious indeed. Ling Xiao was very grateful that Zhao Ritian could come to his aid. Cut the crap. I just can't stand how arrogant these demons are. They are even more arrogant than I, Zhao Ritian. I can't stand it. I must kill them. Zhao Ritian turned his head away arrogantly and snorted coldly. He then continued to attack the demonic gods. Boom, Zhao Ritian was like a sun that had descended from the 9 heavens. His body was surrounded by endless true sun fire. He looked down at the sea of fire and killed a few demonic gods. The sea of fire started to burn. Crack, at this moment, the void shattered with a loud bang. A cold and vast sword ray came through the sky and broke through the endless demonic light. It then split two demonic gods into half. A group of figures with powerful auras walked out from the endless void and appeared in front of everyone. The leader was a woman in white. Her face was clear and her eyes were cold. She was tall and her skin was as clear as jade. Her entire body was emitting a peerless aura. She held a black ancient sword in her hand that was emitting a blazing light. It was bone-chilling, as if it could freeze everything. Her cultivation had reached the divine spirit realm. Moreover, she was emitting an aura of life and death. It was mysterious and ancient. Shui Wei. Ling Zhao's body trembled, and his eyes revealed a trace of incomparable joy. Who else could this white-cloaked woman be but Shui Wei? Behind her, there were many familiar figures. Pang Zhan, Pang Yan, Pang Yang, Qing Chujiang, Chu Xianxia, and the others had all arrived. The warriors of the Panga clan and the Samsara army, in particular, were all brimming with vigor. Young master. When Shui Wei saw Ling Xiao, a radiant smile blossomed on her cold face. It was as if the entire world had lost its splendor. At this moment, the intense battle in the surroundings, the boiling sea of blood, and the shattered space seemed unimportant. Shui Wei only had Ling Xiao in her eyes. Is she Shui Wei? Looking at Shui Wei in the sky, Xianxia seemed to have thought of something and nodded gently. Her eyes revealed a trace of reluctance but also a gratified smile. Ling Xiao had once told Xianxia about Shui Wei, but seeing the way Shui Wei looked at Ling Xiao, how could Xianxia not understand the feeling Shui Wei had for Ling Xiao? In the long days ahead, if she wasn't around, big brother Ling Xiao would be able to feel at ease with Shui Wei accompanying him, right? But why did she feel a dull ache in her heart? Shui Wei, you're finally out of seclusion. What are you doing here? Ling Xiao asked Shui Wei in surprise. Young master, after I came out of seclusion, I heard from Grandpa Zhu that you might be in danger, so I brought some people to help you. Today, let Shui Wei help you flatten all of these devils. Shui Wei looked at Ling Xiao and smiled gently. Her eyes shone brightly. All right. Ling Xiao nodded. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and looked guiltily at Xianxia in the distance. He realized that Xianxia was indeed looking at him with a faint smile. Ling Zhao's scalp went numb. He hurriedly said, Shui Wei, lead them to kill all the demon gods. Leave the blood demons in the sea of blood to me. With that, Ling Xiao leaped up and charged into the endless sea of blood. Shui Wei looked at Ling Xiao curiously. Ling Xiao looked like he was fleeing. However, the situation was urgent and she didn't have time to think. She immediately led the people from the Samsara temple and charged toward the demon gods. Old Goat and Taoist Wuliang led the ancient demon clan and the three Dao masters to besiege the demon gods. They were initially in a stalemate, but with the addition of Shui Wei and the others, they became unstoppable. The demon gods began to retreat. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, charged towards the surging sea of blood alone. Boom! Ling Xiao swallowed the heaven-mending bead in one gulp and no longer suppressed his cultivation. Instantly, the heaven-mending bead turned into a majestic and pure energy, splitting into three parts and merging into Ling Zhao's sea of consciousness, dantian, and physical body. Ling Zhao's primordial spirit had already reached a kind of extreme. At this moment, its aura rose and it began to expand rapidly. A vast amount of divine substance also merged into the primordial spirit. In Ling Zhao's consciousness sea, the tiny golden primordial spirit was already hundreds of feet tall. It was like a war god sitting cross-legged in the endless Milky Way, emitting a dazzling light. With Ling Zhao's breakthrough, the tiny primordial spirit suddenly exploded. The dazzling primordial spirit light rain gathered again. Vaguely, it seemed like a mysterious figure was about to be born again. Rumble, Ling Zhao's spiritual energy had proven his Dao and attained the three gods' realm. Almost instantly, Ling Xiao triggered the divine tribulation above the 9 heavens. Heaven and earth trembled, the wind rose, and the clouds surged. Bolts of lightning flashed across the 9 heavens. They were as thick as mountains and contained the power to destroy everything. Endless lightning gathered and formed a vast primordial lightning pool. It was ancient and mysterious. Instantly, it suppressed Ling Xiao. It was as if the Milky Way had been overturned. The lightning was like water and contained an incomparably violent power. It descended. Good timing. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. This sea of blood was the divine power of demon god King Bo Sun's main body. Ling Xiao wanted to use the power of the divine tribulation to destroy the blood devils as much as possible and weaken demon god King Bo Sun's power. Bolts of lightning descended from the 9 heavens. Although the blood devils in the sea of blood were incomparably terrifying, they were all pierced through by the divine tribulation and turned into dust. Lightning was an extreme yang energy. It had a great restraining effect on dark energy like the demonic qi and the sea of blood. Therefore, when Ling Xiao triggered the divine tribulation, the sea of blood instantly suffered. Bolts of bloody light exploded into nothingness in the lightning. It was as if the entire sea of blood was pierced through. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk heaven and earth trembled violently. Rays of blood-red demonic light soared into the sky. They contained monstrous killing intent as if they were going to devour all life force. The sky was filled with lightning tribulations. The ancient lightning pool above the 9 heavens seemed to be overturned. It contained an incomparably terrifying power as it fell into the blood-red sea below. Waves of blood surged into the sky. The surrounding void seemed to be on the verge of shattering. Numerous blood demons were formed from the sea of blood before they were killed by the lightning bolts that filled the sky. Ling Xiao stood in the void. His glabella spewed out a bright light. His primordial spirit actually rushed out of his sea of consciousness. At this moment, his primordial spirit was only 3 feet tall. However, it floated in the void like a bright sun, emitting endless golden light. Bolts of lightning fell from the 9 heavens, enveloping Ling Xiao's primordial spirit. It was as if they had been tempered thousands of times. All of them fell on the golden primordial spirit. Originally, Ling Xiao's primordial spirit had been condensed to the extreme. It could already be considered a pure yang primordial spirit. However, under the tempering of the lightning tribulations, strands of black mist were refined from the primordial spirit. Ling Xiao's primordial spirit became even more radiant. It was crystal clear like a glass crystal. A mysterious divine Tao luster flowed on top of it. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the lightning became even more terrifying. It poured down like rain. The bolts of lightning were as thick as mountains. They contained incomparably terrifying power fluctuations. Ling Xiao's primordial spirit bobbed up and down in the sea of lightning. It seemed like it was going to be completely shattered. However, Ling Xiao's primordial spirit was filled with a mysterious aura of destiny. In the face of this terrifying lightning tribulation, Ling Xiao's soul was blessed. He activated the secret of heaven's will. The secret of heaven's will was ranked second among the celestial dipper secret techniques. Although it was only an incomplete secret technique, it contained incomparably mysterious and vast power. However, with Ling Xiao's cultivation, there was no way he could cultivate the secret of heaven's will. However, under the lightning tribulation, Ling Xiao seemed to feel a mysterious connection between the secret of heaven's will and his fate. Vaguely, there seemed to be many invisible mysterious lines between the heavenly Tao, destiny, the world, and all living beings. Ling Xiao was entangled in them. Ling Xiao's heart was in chaos. There was no sorrow or joy. It was as if he had become a part of the heavenly Tao. In such a state, Ling Xiao actually felt as if the lightning tribulation above the 9 heavens had become a part of his breathing. As he breathed, the lightning tribulation in the sky began to form a mysterious rhythm, constantly releasing bright light. Thus, a strange scene appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Ling Xiao floated in the air with a solemn expression. A faint smile hung on his lips as his entire body glowed with a resplendent light. His golden primordial spirit hovered above his head, continuously devouring the lightning that filled the sky. Originally, there seemed to be a few mysterious figures flashing in the lightning pool above the 9 heavens, and they were about to rush out. However, as Ling Xiao activated the heavens will secret skill, his entire body became ethereal. The few figures in the lightning pool seemed to have lost their target and began to fall silent. Rumble, Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly opened, and 2 bright rays of light illuminated the void in all directions. As he slammed his palm down from the 9 heavens, the vast lightning in the lightning pool immediately followed his palm and charged towards the blood-red sea below. Rumble, the heavens and earth trembled, and the lightning was unparalleled. The boundless blood-red sea seemed to have been pierced by Ling Xiao's palm, revealing a terrifying abyss where blood and black intertwined. Roar. At this moment, the terrifying existence in the blood-red sea seemed to have been completely enraged by Ling Xiao, and it actually let out a monstrous roar. The existence's aura became more and more terrifying, and in the end, it suddenly burst out from within, filling the air in all directions. Everyone's body trembled, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. It was as if the depths of their souls were trembling. Rumble, a vast whirlpool appeared in the blood-red sea below, and all the blood-red light was actually devoured at this moment. Black demonic energy rose, and chaotic fog filled the air. From the abyss below, a figure with an incomparably terrifying aura walked out. It was a demon god that was tens of thousands of feet tall. He wore black armor and looked extremely similar to a human. However, he had a pair of blue eyes that were like two blue stars. They were bright, mysterious, evil, and dark. He was like a huge mountain that walked out from the endless abyss, and appeared in front of everyone. "This is Demon God King Bosun's true body?" Old Goat exclaimed, and his eyes revealed an incomparably solemn expression. "Demon God King Bosun has appeared?" Everyone's bodies were trembling, and their eyes were filled with terror. Some of them even showed despair. The previous all transformations demon body was already so terrifying. In order to kill that all transformations demon body, even Duguchobai was heavily injured after 3 slashes. Now that Demon God King Bosun's true body was even more terrifying and powerful, who could kill him? Could it be that the war god's world was really going to be destroyed today? After 10,000 years, he actually recovered to the peak of the true god realm. I'm afraid he's at least in the heavenly god realm. The difference is too great. Zhu Ganlia's eyes were also filled with shock, and he said with a wry smile. Demon God King Bosun was indeed a genius. He remembered that 1,000,000 years ago, when Demon God King Bosun was suppressed by Scarlet Dragon War God, he suffered an unimaginable injury. In addition to 1,000,000 years of suppression, it would be difficult for him to even maintain his divine realm cultivation. However, Zhu Ganglai did not expect that after 10,000 years, Demon God King Bosun's arrangements would allow his true body to recover to such a terrifying realm. If he chooses that path, he might still have a chance, but I'm afraid Master won't make it in time. Zhu Ganglai was also a little anxious. If Ling Xiao died, he would definitely die immediately, and there would be no chance for him to survive. However, what everyone did not notice was that after Demon God King Bosun's true body appeared, a trace of mysterious and gentle light appeared on Jinsei, Moon God, and Old Goat. The 100,000 feet tall demon god exuded an endless amount of dark demon chi. The black armor on his body seemed to be severely damaged, and there was a huge hole in his chest, as if it was punched through by someone. Even now, it was still exuding a vast and majestic fist intent, making it impossible for him to heal the wound. "And, you disturbed this king's recuperation and ruined this king's plans. You'll pay with your life. Even if this king hasn't recovered his peak strength, it's enough to kill a bunch of ants like you." Demon God King Bosun's eyes were indifferent as he stared at Ling Xiao. His voice was vast and majestic, like a thunderclap that resounded through heaven and earth. Ling Xiao's gaze instantly became extremely solemn. The lightning that filled the sky was actually unable to affect the Demon God King Bosun at all. Ling Xiao could feel that when the lightning landed on Demon God King Bosun's body, it couldn't even penetrate the layer of black light on the surface of his skin. This was Demon God King Bosun's true body. That overwhelming demonic might was something Ling Xiao had never seen before in his life. It contained the power to destroy everything, and it seemed to make the surrounding void tremble violently. "Demon God King Bosun, is this your true body?" Ling Xiao's eyes flashed, and the primordial spirit above his head suddenly emitted a majestic devouring power, devouring all the lightning in the sky. Rumble, Ling Xiao's entire body emitted an incomparably resplendent light. His primordial spirit was pure and clear, and his body was flawless. The divine force and laws in his body were as vast as the sea. He seemed to be wrapped in 3 resplendent lights, and 3 Dao flowers appeared above his head. The 3 Dao flowers were incomparably mysterious. They were sparkling and resplendent, flowing with a mysterious light, as if they contained some kind of mystery of heaven and earth. It made people tremble all over with a single glance. Ling Xiao's aura also rose rapidly, and a feeling of perfection welled up in his heart, filling his body with the power of control. Ling Xiao felt as if his fist could tear the sky apart. This was the triple god realm. Seeing Ling Xiao's current state, even Demon God King Bosun's eyes revealed a trace of shock. Triple god realm? I didn't expect that the mere human race's mortal world not only produced Dugu Chobai who comprehended the Saint Tao, but also you who broke through to the triple God realm. How generous is the heavenly Tao to the human race. However, this king will kill all of you today and devour your fate. This king can also become a saint. Therefore, you'd better die. Rumble, demon god King Bo Sun's eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent as if it had materialized. He threw a punch at Ling Xiao, demonic light filled the sky, and the terrifying fist print covered the sky, as if it was going to completely annihilate everyone. It was terrifying to the extreme. This was the first move of the demonic chaotic heavenly demon technique, heavenly demon annihilation. However, its power was more than 10 times or 100 times. Even though Ling Xiao had reached the triple god realm, his gaze was grave at this moment. He felt a fatal killing intent coming at him. Without thinking, a vast and unparalleled divine power erupted from his body, and he also punched out with his fist. When the two fists collided, it immediately caused the surrounding void to tremble violently. Endless divine light gushed out, completely drowning Ling Xiao and demon god King Bo Sun. In the next moment, Ling Xiao was sent flying by demon god King Bo Sun's punch. It was as if he was hit by an unparalleled divine force, causing Ling Xiao's body to tremble violently as if it was going to fall apart at any time. Although Ling Xiao had reached the triple god realm and his body was complete and powerful, demon god King Bo Sun's power was too terrifying. It far surpassed the divine spirit realm, and even the true god realm. The two were not on the same level at all. Crackle, crisp sounds came from Ling Xiao's body as if countless particles of flesh and blood had exploded. However, under Ling Xiao's efforts to maintain the heaven-devouring secret technique, his body was rapidly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Too strong. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of bitterness. Demon god King Bo Sun's power far exceeded his. Ling Xiao was no match for demon god King Bo Sun. Kill. Demon god King Bo Sun's eyes were incomparably cold as his killing intent boiled. At this moment, he only wanted to kill Ling Xiao completely and kill all these ants of the human race. Although his strength had not fully recovered, he already possessed the battle prowess of a heavenly god realm expert. Dealing with a group of ants that were at most in the divine spirit realm was simply a massacre. At this moment, nothing else mattered. Only power was eternal. Rumble, demon god King Bo Sun threw another punch at Ling Xiao. This punch contained endless demonic might and baleful aura. It was extremely terrifying as if it was going to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. Kill. Ling Xiao also began to fight with his life on the line. His body seemed to have exploded as endless golden blood aura rose. Chaotic mist lingered around him as the phantoms of the 4 divine beasts appeared. Ling Xiao threw a punch as the 4 divine beasts' sky-striking style exploded with an unstoppable fist intent as if it was going to destroy everything. Kacha, the void completely collapsed. Countless stars could even be seen revolving around Ling Xiao and demon god King Bo Sun before they exploded in front of the terrifying fist intent. Ling Xiao and demon god King Bo Sun both retreated at the same time. At this moment, Ling Xiao looked like a blood man. Only his eyes were still extremely bright and resplendent. Ling Xiao. Saint. Brother Ling Xiao. Many people from the Xianxia sect started to exclaim in shock. Their eyes were filled with anxiety. If this continued, Ling Xiao would definitely be defeated. Die. Demon god King Bo Sun's eyes revealed a trace of cruelty as he threw a third punch at Ling Xiao. This punch was extremely vast and contained an extremely terrifying killing intent. It was as if a heavenly demon had descended and millions of demon gods were massacring the world as they wanted to rule this eternal world. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of madness as the mysterious power of destiny flowed around him. There was even a trace of the radiance of time flickering. Age menstruation and reversing fate technique. Ling Xiao was prepared to use these 2 peerless divine techniques to fight demon god King Bo Sun. Although Ling Xiao did not know if the cycle of time and the art of reversing fate could contend against demon god King Bo Sun, Ling Xiao also knew that after this attack, he would no longer have any fighting strength left. If demon god King Bo Sun did not die, he would definitely die. However, he had no choice. Suddenly, a red figure soared into the sky. That figure was like a red flame that contained an eternal radiance. There were even resplendent flashes of lightning as sword intent filled the air. There was also an eternal and unmoving Buddhist light that instantly blocked in front of Ling Xiao. Jin say. End of chapter 1160. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.